This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. This NPC is quite handsome. The cold wind is biting. The surface of the land at the Star Dragon Post has been covered with a layer of white frost, and the ground is slightly cracked. Linda wrapped his fur coat tightly and squinted into the cold wind. My lord. At the entrance of the vegetable garden, the soldier Leo's nose was red. Linda nodded, squatted on the ground and dug the soil twice, checked it and said, "It's getting colder. Find some hay and weeds to spread. If you can't find the shadow of the jackal." Yes. When Linda first crossed over, there was not much food in the entire territory. He found a dozen sprouted potatoes, so he cut them and chose a place to plant them. Now the potatoes have resisted the severe cold. Although it doesn't mean that Linda can rely on them to survive the cold winter, it can be regarded as an increase in food. After giving a few more instructions, Linda left the vegetable garden. Lin continued to inspect his territory. This was a sentry town with 5 houses and a large open space surrounded by towering walls. Before the magic ring was broken, this was the border of the kingdom, mainly responsible for defending against bandits and jackals and beasts from outside the country. After the magic ring was broken, with the collapse of the national power system, this place really became a forgotten place that no one cared about. The only people who could remember the Star Dragon Sentry were the wandering scavengers and jackals and beasts. He came to the west wall of the sentry. Last night, a big hole was broken in the city wall. At this time, soldiers were picking up stones and wood to fill the gap. It was too cold, and their hands and feet were frozen. The soldiers were slow to fill the hole. "Sir!" The 4 heard the footsteps and turned their heads to look at Linda, who was coming. "I asked Old Pete to stew soup. I will go back and drink some to warm my body later," he said, standing at the gap and looking out. The dense forest in the strange memory has disappeared, leaving only endless desolation. The broken magic ring not only made the flying and hiding strong men lose their power, but also made the land lose its vitality. However, Linda was not worried about the end of the world or the breaking of the magic ring. Instead, the wall to the west of the Star Dragon Post collapsed last night, leaving a big hole, which made the people in the post panic. Without a solid wall, there would be no more good dreams. After Linda walked around, he returned to the hut, closed the door, and shut out the cold wind. There was a hanging pot on the campfire, and the ingredients in the pot rolled up and down with the boiling soup. Old Pete immediately served Linda a bowl of hot soup. "My lord, drink some hot soup to drive away the cold." Linda took off his gloves and took the bowl of soup. He held it to warm his hands, then sipped the hot soup. After a few mouthfuls of hot air, his body finally warmed up. After a while, Leo, who was laying grass for the potatoes in the vegetable garden, and the 4 people who were repairing the holes in the city wall also came over. The remaining people were on guard. There were only 10 people in the entire Star Dragon Post, including Linda, but no one dared to relax. Today was different from the past. If they were not careful, the monsters wandering outside the post would get in, and they would really be homeless. "Hurry up. Old Pete. Soup." "Huh? I'm freezing." The man took off his gloves, rubbed his hands vigorously, and then went to the campfire to warm them. Old Pete quickly served soup to several people and added another bowl to Linda. Several people slurped the soup with their bowls. No one spoke, just focused on eating. Linda was thinking about his future survival plan. Surviving the cold winter was only the first step. He needed to confirm the current situation of the kingdom. If he could contact the family of this body, not to mention inheriting the family property, it should be no problem to exchange his face for 2 bags of wheat. It would be best if he could also exchange for some charcoal, bacon, etc. The most important thing now is to find the traces of the jackals nearby. And it would be best to catch a lone one. Jackals are good. They are full of treasures. The meat can be eaten. The oil can be used for cooking, or stored to make torches, burning pots and other weapons, or simply used to stew soup. The skin can be sold in a nearby small town. Especially in this weather, fur is very popular, and it is not a problem to exchange it for some food. But he believed that he was so hungry that he wanted to eat the jackals, and they were also staring at him. If it doesn't work, I can only take people out to search, and I can't wait. "Sir!" The door was suddenly pushed open, and a head wearing a kingdom infantry helmet stretched in, bringing in a gust of cold wind. The temperature in the room dropped suddenly, and the fire under the hanging pot suddenly stagnated and shrank into a ball. What's wrong? Linda stood up. The others also put down their bowls and nervously grabbed the hilts of their swords at their waists. We caught a person who slipped in. It should be a person. Or a scavenger. You have to see it for yourself. Linda frowned. The situation he was most worried about still happened. Those things would sooner or later target the Star Dragon outpost. But it happened when a big hole collapsed in the city wall last night. Go and have a look. He walked out quickly, and the others didn't care about the hot soup, and got up and followed. From a distance, Lynn saw the scavenger that the soldiers talked about. In such cold weather, the other party was only wearing a piece of rags wrapped around his crotch, and was frozen and curled up. The body was skinny, like a pole, a head of dazzling emerald green hair, a face that was very distorted, and the facial features had their own ideas and grew separately. Sir, guarding the suspected scavenger, the soldier held his sword high, making sure he could chop off the opponent's head in the first place, and said to Lind, "Just now I found him sneaking in through the wall. I didn't expect him to be able to speak. If he can speak, he is not a scavenger. We all know that after prying open the monster's head, it is empty." Lind looked at the scavenger squatting obediently with his head in his hands. This face is even uglier than that of a scavenger. But there is no doubt that the other party is alive. The emerald green hair made Lind very concerned. According to his understanding, only the descendants of some ancient families would have various strange facial features. Maybe the person in front of him is the descendant of the troll. I am the Lord of Star Dragon Outpost. Linda. Linda looked down at the other party and asked, "Who are you?" He put his hand on the hilt of the sword, and he would draw the sword immediately if the other party made any small movements. As a lord, he must first be responsible for his own life. Who knows that the other party did not answer, but raised his weird face and looked at Linda. "Oh my! This NPC is quite handsome." "Huh?" Linda was stunned. He seemed to have heard something incredible. The other party has already started to introduce himself. "Well, sir. Hello. I am a knight guided by God, ready to pass on the fire to save the world. My name is Favorite White Silk. Because it was too cold outside, I sneaked in through the hole on the other side of the city wall. I am really not a scavenger. I was born with a more distinctive appearance. In our area, this is the characteristic of the Sun Knight." As the other party started to speak, a page that Linda had been circling since he crossed over suddenly appeared. Official website of Doomsday Ring. Homepage of the forum. Discussion area. Announcement. There is only one official announcement at the moment, which reads, 3,000 places have been issued for the internal beta test of Doomsday Ring version 1.01. And the test will start today. The entire official website was empty. But Linda was shocked. Chapter 2: The Undead with Green Hair. Linda controlled his expression and shifted his attention away from the official website. He had always thought that his golden finger would be something amazing. But he didn't expect it was just an official website. This is a game world. Bad news. I can't kill monsters and level up. There is no system. Good news. At least I can still go to the official website. Although it seems useless at the moment. The soldiers around him didn't believe what Zuei Baisi said. And some soldiers whispered, "The magic ring has been broken. How can there still be gods?" "Sir, why don't you just kill him?" Leo was very decisive. He has an unknown origin and looks ugly. Maybe he has something to do with those monsters. Damn. This is hell difficulty. If I had known that NPCs look at faces, I wouldn't have done this. The whispers of Zuei Baisi did not escape everyone's ears. But most people thought he was a lunatic and didn't care about the crazy talk that they couldn't understand. Linda stared at Zuei Baisi's face, pondered for a moment, and asked, "You said you were a knight guided by God to save the world?" He had subconsciously started role-playing when he spoke. No matter what. As an NPC, maintaining good manners is not only for fooling players in the future, but also for providing better services. That's right. Favorite Baisi nodded and looked at Linda expectantly. This was a very strong feeling. With his many years of experience in playing games, he was going to complete a mission. Then the revelation I sensed in my dream last night should be about you. Linda added a non-existent dream to himself very calmly. God's revelation and the like. He can come up with it easily. The elegance of the nobles of the Golden City Goliath, and the domineering of the soldiers make him full of momentum that players must also believe in. Not to mention that he is actually very good at acting. Before crossing over, he had won the Skit King of the company's annual meeting for 5 consecutive years. In short, he will be an NPC in the eyes of players. Favored Bicey nodded quickly. Yes. It's me. That's right. Lin said seriously. The magic ring is broken. The remaining flame of life will be extinguished. At the moment of life and death. I heard the whispers of the gods in my dream. And the foreign visitors will help us rekindle the fire. The soldiers opened their mouths slightly. There is such a thing. Looking at Zuei Bicey again. Is this what the messenger of God looks like? Zuei Bicey nodded repeatedly. Accepted it calmly. And even straightened her chest. If you are really the person God said, then you should be able to help us. Linda said in a very routine way, to be honest. We encountered a little trouble. There is a group of jackals nearby that attack passers-by. And we are also harassed and miserable. The soldiers on the side didn't understand at all. What did the Lord mean? What a sudden turn of events. Why do we suddenly believe this ugly guy and the jackal attack? We are hunting jackals, but we can't catch them. But it sounds completely different to the ears of the favored Bicey. Abrupt? No, no, no. This is too normal. I can go and kill those jackals. The favored Bicey stood up excitedly. All he needed to do was to shout, I am the footman. Let me work. The soldiers had strange expressions. Those jackals were indeed their prey. But they were difficult to deal with. They were agile. Always moved in groups. And were vicious and good at sneak attacks. No one wants to get hurt in this time of scarcity. As getting hurt means death. This guy is so weak. Can he fight against a jackal? Even if he can kill a jackal, he will definitely lose an arm. And there is only one way to go for him, death. Zuei Bicey cleared his throat, bent down and said, Lord, please believe me. Helping those in need is my mission in this world. I am ready to embrace the darkness. If you ignore the face with the unique aesthetics of soul players and the elegant and flowing emerald green hair, as well as the lines with a translation accent, Lin can barely admit that he has a bit of a knight's meaning. I guess the other party thinks that he is an NPC that can only trigger fixed lines. So he doesn't hide anything when he speaks. And says whatever he thinks. The identity of the NPC is not bad. At least it is a layer of protection. Not a red-named monster. Lin nodded. If you can really hunt jackals to prove your identity, I will allow you to temporarily live in Star Dragon Outpost and provide you with help. Favored Bicey asked hurriedly, can you tell me the approximate location where the jackals appeared? Of course. Linda nodded, pointed and said, go straight ahead. In the dead forest area. If you hold your breath and listen carefully, you should be able to hear the howling of wolves. But it is possible that nothing will be found. Linda kept this sentence in his heart. He knew that the jackal's den was deep in the dead forest. But he never planned to go deep into the dead forest. That was not hunting. And the sentry could not afford to have someone injured. They had a little medicine. But manpower could not be lacking. The soldiers' expressions changed again. Did the Lord regard the other party as a knight of God? They basically treated the other party as food for the jackals. But they said nothing. And everything was based on the orders of the adults. Yes. I'll go right away. Favored Bicey turned around excitedly and crawled out of the hole. The hole in the wall was also bigger. My lord. The soldiers didn't believe in the so-called knight of God at all. After the magic ring was broken, the god disappeared. And if they really wanted to kill the wolf, the other party didn't even have a weapon or clothes. They were just looking for death. Leo, Reeve, Reed, the three of you follow him from a distance. Linda said, pay attention to everything that happens to him. If he is in danger, don't help him. You can bring back his body. Sure enough, the adults didn't believe that the other party was a knight of God. Yes. The three soldiers prepared crossbows and arrows and got out of the hole in the wall. Their armor rubbed against the hole in the wall, and stones fell down. Linda. He suddenly wanted to kick these three idiots. Linda sighed. Fix the hole first. If there was a big hole in the wall, who knows what would get in at night? He checked the claw marks on the hole, and was always a little worried that the beast that broke the wall was not an ordinary beast. A group of people worked hard, moved a few stones, and dug some soil with hose, and finally managed to block the hole. It was not strong, but they could only think of a way later. Meanwhile, Leo and the other two had already run back. How is it? Lind asked. Dead. Leo's expression was a little strange. And so were the other two. As if they had seen something weird and terrifying. Lynn already had some guesses in his mind. But he still asked, "Where is the body?" "It disappeared." "Tell me what happened in detail," Lynn said. "That weird guy." Leo recalled and said, he kept running towards the dead forest, and happened to run into a pack of jackals. Then he picked up a stick and rushed up. And then he was bitten to death. He rushed too fast at the time. And we were too far away to help. He finally said. "What did you say?" "Dog firewood king." Chapter 3. Can I still eat? Listening to those words full of soul flavor, Linda fell silent. He rushed forward without any preparation, which was reckless and completely in line with the stereotype of players. Because he would not die. He was not afraid of death. This is what a natural disaster should be like. His body turned into a pile of ash and disappeared without a trace. It was probably a magic monster. It might be a disaster. The soldiers were very nervous and started to discuss it. It is indeed a disaster. And it is also known as the fourth disaster. However, Lind is in a good mood because he may get a tool man who will not die and has unlimited work enthusiasm. Provided that he is not treated as a monster. Find out the characteristics of players. I used to be a player. Although I don't have a system, I know their work style very well. What is the work style of players? That is, there is no taboo. They can give up everything nobly. Or they can sacrifice everything evilly. They can travel thousands of miles to send a letter, ignoring any difficulties and obstacles to find it. They can also draw their swords and kill their teammates, who just fought side by side with them, just because they think it's fun. They are chaos itself. Because this is just a game for them. Watch out. Sentinels. Lind couldn't explain the characteristics of the players to the soldiers. So he could only tell them, watch out for that person and other strangers who may appear. And notify me as soon as possible. Players are like cockroaches. When one appears, a nest will come. He doesn't want the Star Dragon outpost to be treated as a wild monster base. Yes. Others take turns to stand guard after eating. Linda tightened his coat. Those who are not working for the time being. Find all the old clothes and discarded swords and shields in our warehouse. No matter whether they are useful or useless. And clean them up first. Yes. There are 5 houses in the Star Dragon outpost. 1 for eating and resting. 1 for Linda's residence. 1 for the remaining 9 soldiers. 1 for the warehouse. And 1 for an empty room where some discarded sundries are randomly placed. Lind returned to his room. He wanted to study the official website, but found that he didn't have a registered account. If he wanted to register an account, he had to use a mobile phone and email verification code. He was in a different world and couldn't register. He could only play as a tourist. That's not right. If he had a chance to get a mobile phone number and email in the future, it always felt very difficult. So he didn't count on it. The rest of the function sections were empty. Only a few people in the discussion area doubted whether this game really existed, and it was not worth studying. He dug out the box he had hidden under the bed. He opened the lock on the box and found a letter on top. Tioni, Lind's ex-girlfriend, was engaged as a noble, but Lind was transferred to the border post. According to normal development, although he was excluded, he could return with military merits in 3 to 5 years at most to inherit the Baron title and marry Tioni. Although he could not enter the center of power in the future, it was not difficult to get a position in the Lander 1st Infantry Corps. Who made him follow him? Good brother. The prince did not become the king, but his sister became the queen. This letter came from Goliath in the capital city of Golden City 2 years ago. In the letter, Tioni said that she was chosen to become a clergyman of the church. But since then, she has never sent a letter. In addition, the huge changes brought about by the breaking of the magic ring have completely cut off contact between the two parties. And this romance has naturally come to an end. Linda took out a pen and paper and wrote and drew at his desk. Although the appearance of the players was very unexpected, it also gave him a lot of ideas. It is certainly realistic to avoid the players who are destined to be the protagonists. But he may be able to borrow strength. I don't know if they can kill monsters and level up, and whether they need to complete tasks. Looking at the expression of my favorite Bicey at that time, it doesn't seem like they have received a task. Linda suddenly felt that he was a little impatient. He should keep the players and observe them carefully, and then make targeted designs. Linda quickly wrote, first, determine how many players there are, and then their abilities and characteristics. What they need. I should not be able to provide them with experience, but they definitely need weapons, food, medicine and other resources. as well as a place to rest. I must also strengthen my strength. Otherwise it is very likely that they will kill me directly after they become stronger. But I am not a player. I can't kill monsters and level up. After crossing over, he also killed jackals, but did not gain experience or upgrade. He just remembered the delicious smell of wolf meat. Otherwise, he would not have been obsessed with it. In a short while, he had written several pieces of paper. After carefully looking at it again and confirming the current action plan, Linda lit the paper and waited quietly for the flames to turn all the words into ashes. Leaving the words behind is likely to be obtained by players, which is not safe. Knowing that this world is a game, and that he is considered an NPC by the players is the only advantage that Linda can think of. "Sir!" The soldier knocked on the door, his voice filled with fear. "Sir! The green-haired guy is back again." Favorite Bicey stood in front of Linda. He was still wearing only a piece of white cloth shorts covering his lower body, shivering from the cold. But his face was flushed, and he was obviously very excited. "Lord," Favorite Bicey said excitedly, "I have found the traces of the jackals. But there are too many of them, and they are too dangerous. I don't have weapons and equipment." As he spoke, he looked at the one-handed sword on Linda's waist, his eyes flickering with eagerness. It was obvious that he didn't mind taking the weapon away suddenly. But considering the size difference and equipment difference between the two sides, he still restrained his inner thoughts. Linda didn't mind using his eyes to warn the other party, to be honest. But he doubted that there was any point in doing so. If the player was forced into a corner, he could choose to delete the account and start over. He calculated in his mind, it will take half a day to revive again. Considering the problem of the resurrection point, the resurrection may take less time. This is already very scary. If the other party does not have any punishment, it will be another kind of disaster monster. "I think we have something to talk about." Linda asked him, "Would you like a bowl of hot soup? Can you still eat?" Zuei Bicey rubbed his stomach and nodded quickly. "Eat. I will eat." The narrow and dilapidated hut failed to limit Zuei Bicey's curiosity. After entering the house, he touched here and there, curious like a fool. Old Pete kept holding back until he saw his favorite Bicey reaching out to grab the fire. "Don't." Old Pete wanted to stop him, but he was a step too late. "Ah!" Beloved Bicey held his hand, and a piece of charcoal fell to the ground. He rolled on the ground in pain. "Fuck! It's so hot! It's burning me to death." Linda. Old Pete. Chapter 4. Hey. This is called the romance of players. Zuei Bicey didn't feel embarrassed. That's right. A person walking casually on the street wearing only a pair of underwear. I'm afraid he doesn't know what embarrassment is. He quickly got used to it. Although the hand was already burning, he had no expression on his face. "Oh my god. My hand is really useless." Zuei Bicey was still amazed, looking at the burned hand, as if it wasn't his. Anyone who reaches out to grab the burning coal will lose his hand. Linda keenly noticed the change in his favorite Bicey. It was impossible for him to suddenly become a tough guy who was not afraid of pain. He must have done something to make the pain disappear. Ahem. Linda felt that he had to get to the point first, lest this guy do something stupid again. Immortality? Is it the ability given to you by God? Linda asked, because he had just seen the other party eagerly looking at the pot. It didn't matter if he died, but the pot of hot soup couldn't be wasted. Zuei Bicey sat up straight, with a little solemnity on her face. But her emerald green hair and distorted facial features made this solemnity look grotesque. Yes. God guided us to come to this world. The fire of life in this world is about to go out, and someone must become firewood to ignite the flame. Before completing the mission, we are all immortal. Old Pete on the side was moved. It was unknown whether he was moved by these words, or because of these words. He was more convinced that the other party had a problem with his brain. But Linda ignored the other party's nonsense, and continued to perfectly play the role of a curious and tolerant lord. Star Dragon Outpost welcomes immortals with great ideals who want to save the world. Lin said, the magic ring is broken, and we also want to do our part to save the world. If there is anything we can help you with, please feel free to ask for anything you need. Favorite Bicey's eyes lit up. Can you give me some equipment? Weapons and armor. Those wolves are too difficult to deal with. Of course. Linda nodded very happily. Please follow me. Yes. Favorite Bicey excitedly punched. I will definitely get the equipment the fastest. Open up the wasteland. Open up the wasteland. Linda took Favorite Bicey to the next room, where there were a pile of worn-out weapons and a pile of armor on the ground. From cloth armor to heavy armor, everything was available. Over the years, Star Dragon Outpost has killed many thieves and robbers, and accumulated a lot of old clothes that cannot be sold, because they have no repair value. They are piled here. Although Linda and others are having difficulty in eating and drinking now, they are regular infantry of the First Army of the Land Kingdom. The armor and weapons on their bodies are all very sophisticated. With the equipment and force of 10 people, they can easily kill 30 to 40 bandits. If they guard the wall of Star Dragon Outpost and hold crossbows, it will not be a problem to kill 100 to 200 wanderers who rashly attack the city. So many equipments. Favorite White Silk exclaimed. He soon set his eyes on a set of dark green armor, and his eyes stayed on it for a long time. Linda remembered that it was stripped from a mercenary. The loot was not evenly divided among the accomplices, so one drugged the other, and the other secretly took out a knife and attacked, and then both died on the roadside. Linda pointed to the weapons on the ground and said, "You can choose a weapon. If you can kill and bring back the body of the jackal, I can give you the qualification to buy weapons and armor here." The soldiers standing guard were stunned. Qualifications? Sir, what are you talking about? Didn't you just say that you would help for free? It's too stingy to let people fight with only a broken weapon. Let people fight to kill wolves. But after completing the task, not only don't give weapons, but only give them the qualification to buy, even if they are immortal. It's too much. What they didn't expect was that their favorite Bicey with green hair excitedly said, "Thank you for your generosity, Lord. I will definitely complete the task." Generous. How can you tell how generous he is? Linda didn't say much, which made the soldiers on the side doubt countless times whether it was the Lord and the undead who had problems with their brains, or his own brain. Why did he feel that listening to their chat was very laborious? In response, Linda said that this is what players like, and asking players to spend money to buy tattered equipment. Isn't it a necessary experience of the game? Players don't like equipment that is given away for free. Starting with a dog. All the equipment is picked up. Hey, this is called the romance of players. Giving away divine equipment will be criticized by players as trash and unplayable. If you had Krypton gold, it will be pure game shit. According to the game, this is considered opening up purchasing rights to players. Linda is not short of that benefit. With the collapse of the world, the currency system has long collapsed, and the word buy will not appear frequently in this land. However, as an NPC who cannot issue tasks, Linda must have enough reward models. He just wants to do a preliminary test now, through constant conversations and tests, and then determine what players can and cannot do in this world. Now he was probably sure that the other party should have a game interface, because when he was looking at the weapons just now, his favorite Bicey kept staring at a certain place in a daze, looking for a while, and then shifting his gaze to the next one. But how much information he could see? Linda was not sure. Maybe he can see the health bar. Then how much health do I have? Linda was very curious. But unfortunately, he had no way of knowing. As for whether the players would be angry when they found out that these things were all rubbish, and no one wanted them, there was no need to worry. Isn't this normal? The pricing of equipment in the game is entirely up to the NPC, and players can't even bargain. If you don't have enough money, you can just go and swipe for materials. Favorite White Silk spent a long time choosing, and finally chose a one-handed sword, and left to kill wolves in a heroic manner. That sword was the best of the batch of junk. Linda could tell it at a glance with his years of experience in using weapons, and didn't need to stare at it for a long time like the players to compare the values. But he still envied the players' abilities. The values would make people feel very worry-free, and they wouldn't miss key information. Sir, the soldier was very confused, but he had too many questions, and didn't know where to start. Confused? Linda asked, seeing the soldier's hesitant expression. He said, "The way of thinking of the undead is different from ours. They don't need these weapons and armor, nor jackals and money. What they need is a sense of accomplishment and glory." Lin turned and stood at the door, looking at the figure wearing only shorts walking towards the gate of the Star Dragon Outpost, and said, "The heroes who are going to save the world need a sense of accomplishment and glory. So I am not selling things to them, but helping them find a sense of accomplishment and glory." The soldiers nodded. If the undead were really the Knights of God, it was understandable that their way of thinking was different from theirs. After all, the green-haired guy had been talking like crazy since just now. It is said that those who listen to the language of God are generally mentally abnormal and talk nonsense. They agreed with Lin's statement and tried to equate the weirdo wearing only shorts with the Knights of God. Although it was difficult, very difficult. Then they heard Lin continue, add more people to the warehouse, and guard it alternately at night and during the day to prevent the undead from stealing weapons and armor. The defense on the sentry post can be reduced a little, and the main focus is to defend here. Since all the players have come, the surroundings are destined to be killed and there is no grass left. So there is no need to worry about being attacked by monsters. He should worry about whether he will be stolen by players. Yes. Huh? The soldier just nodded, and then looked up in confusion. Sir, didn't you just talk about honor? Why do you want to steal things when you are dead? The Knights of God are not so mean. Right? If Lin knew their thoughts, he would just laugh. Not so mean? When I played the garbage collection game, I stole so much that I couldn't walk. There were plates and wine glasses, and I didn't leave any for the NPC. Some people are hamsters. You can't imagine the joy of stealing and hoarding. If there are no dead people who come to steal things, just hack them to death. Lin reminded again, as for the price of these weapons, wait for me to write a price list, and then strictly follow the exchange price. Chapter 5, by C teaches you how to save the magic world. Linda was not disappointed. When it was getting dark, the undead with a broken arm, by C, came back dragging a chopped jackal corpse. There was a crazy smile on his ugly face. Ha ha ha. Lord, I'm back. Linda, is this how the player looks from the NPC's perspective? With a broken arm and a big hole in his stomach. He still laughed loudly. It was really a disaster. Even scarier than a scavenger. You have passed my test, and you have gained the friendship of the Star Dragon Sentry. From today on, you can buy some goods here, and we will do our best to help you. Looking at the bloody, seriously injured and dying undead, who were still jumping crazily after hearing this good news, Lin sighed helplessly in his heart. He was once one of them, but now he has become a mortal NPC. The NPC will definitely die, because Lin had more than 9 soldiers under his command, and the dead soldiers were not. Refresh. If you die, you die. When facing players, strength is always the first priority. Not only must you be strong, but you must be strong enough to make players despair. Otherwise, all the benefits, goodwill, etc., are fleeting. Chaotic players will not be reasonable. At most, after killing themselves, they will sigh, he gave me equipment at that time. He is quite nice. The most beloved Bicey can be expressionless and not care about a serious injury. Linda can probably guess the reason. It is estimated that the game can adjust the pain. Is the technology on the Earth developing so fast? It's only been a few days since I traveled through time. So it must be the Earth in a parallel universe. The soldiers were more convinced that the undead was a monster. Even after their stomachs were cut open, they could still talk and laugh. If they weren't monsters, what else could they be? Zuai Bicey looked at Linda. Actually, you are an NPC. Do you know that? Linda. The corners of his mouth twitched. Should I say that I know? Or I don't know? As expected of an AI. Zuai Bicey sighed. Even when it comes to content that it doesn't understand, it can still react speechlessly. No, I understand. Without letting Lind ask a single question. The other party had already said a lot of key information. But his voice was getting smaller and smaller. The seriously injured undead fell to the ground with an ugly smile on his face. Sleeping like a baby. Bang. The body turned into a wisp of ashes and scattered on the ground. Sir? Many soldiers had not seen this scene before, and their voices trembled when they saw it with their own eyes. A living person just disappeared out of thin air. Even if they knew it earlier, they would be scared. Linda warned, when he appears again, keep an eye on him. If they have the inclination to attack, you must kill him first. The players cannot be trusted, but the soldiers under his command can be trusted. Linda really cannot guarantee that the players will not attack them because they are jealous of the soldiers' armor and weapons. At present, our combat power is stronger than the players, but not much stronger. If the players really want to grind us to death, they can still do it. Also, deal with the bodies. We will have barbecue tonight. Praise you, sir. The soldiers were overjoyed. On the other side, favorite White Silk was also forced to log off because the number of deaths reached the upper limit. Huh? Li Xiaojiang took off his helmet and sat up from the bed. He rubbed his stiff neck. High-tech stuff is really amazing. It's like jumping from the Stone Age into the Industrial Age. One moment, everyone was still naked and eating raw meat. And the next second, they were standing on the roadside in suits and waiting for cars. The technological gadgets that have appeared in the past few days have changed more than those that have appeared in the past 100 years. Li Xiaojiang could hardly suppress his excitement, and quickly sat down at the computer desk and opened the official website of Doomsday Ring. Doomsday Ring Internal Beta 1.01 version. 3,000 quotas have been issued, and the beta will start today. Li Xiaojiang's goal was clear, and he opened the official forum section. At this time, the forum was unusually quiet. It's a pity that the death limit has been reached. In reality, the number of resurrections is fixed at 6 o'clock every day, as if to warn players not to be too addicted. People in the game also need to go to the toilet and eat in reality. As for the nutrition warehouse set in the novel, it has not appeared yet. Given the game's penalty mechanism, I believe many people would rather not die once. Because if they die, there will be no more fun. You can play games while sleeping, just like having a completely remembered dream. And your body will not be tired. Except that the game helmet is like a motorcycle helmet, which makes it a little uncomfortable to lie down. There are really no disadvantages. I believe that third parties have already started to produce related accessories, and the nutrition tank is probably not a luxury. I just don't know where this game and helmet came from. It shouldn't be alien technology. Among all the complaints about this game, one post quickly caught Li Xiaojiang's attention. New. Please new post. Li Xiaojiang moved the mouse and clicked on the post. At Sister Li, am I out of luck? My spawn point is next to a group of scavengers. I died 3 times in a row when I first entered the game. I will be resurrected here again next time. What should I do? Is there any big guy who can help me? It's a bit miserable. Li Xiaojiang scrolled down and found that there were only sporadic replies. Haha. You can play games by wearing a helmet. Do you think it's SAO? Make a few fake videos. A forum that doesn't even have full functions and call it a game. Game? Where's the picture? No one still believes that there is such a game. After all, a few days ago everyone was cheering for a certain stitching game that stitched the world together. But no matter how much you cheer, you are still sitting in front of the computer. The only thing you have to pay is you get myopia plus 50. You get hemorrhoids. Constipation. You get tenosynovitis. Waiting for debuff. Guarding only a screen. People's perception of virtual games still stays on the JK girl playing Beat Saber. Now turn around and tell me that as long as you are not afraid of stiff neck, you can enter a completely real game world by wearing this motorcycle helmet. Do you think I believe it? Look at the time. It's only 1 o'clock in the morning. Li Xiaojiang rubbed his hands and decided to start working. How can a cross-era game be without his own video? In the context of high-traffic short videos, except for those old-fashioned game video bloggers who have accumulated a large number of fans in the early years and insisted on keeping the bottom line and not making money, it is difficult for new game bloggers to build their accounts. But there are ways. A game that is popular enough to go viral can help newcomers quickly accumulate fans. The Ring of Doom is obviously this game. It is the first to use virtual stealth technology that only exists in novel settings, which is completely different from the experience of wearing a bulky VR helmet. Li Xiaojiang recorded the entire game process. He exported the data from the helmet, opened the software to start rough cutting, dubbing, and subtitles. It was very boring and time-consuming, so he tried to simplify the process. Thoughts came like a spring, and it was very smooth to make the new video this time. Moreover, because there were so many recorded contents, and there were many interesting ones, there was no need to bother to select interesting contents. So it didn't take much time. Editing was as smooth as having a bowel movement in the morning. Finally, the video was exported, and it was dawn. He looked at the time. It was past 5 o'clock. What should I give it a title? After thinking again and again, Li Xiaojiang typed on the keyboard. By C teaches you how to save the magic world. Chapter 6. I feel bad when I think of this being the savior. Click upload. The review speed is very fast. Almost passed in seconds. And his video has become the only video submission in this section. However, Li Xiaojiang no longer cares about those things. He wants to eat some breakfast and then put on the helmet to conquer the magic land. After playing games all night, except for a little discomfort in my neck, I am in a surprisingly good mood. It must be the black technology of aliens. Just when Li Xiaojiang went downstairs to eat breakfast, his video was also quickly attracting a small number of people to watch. And this small number of people quickly forwarded it, attracting more people. The current situation is that, firstly, the game is really popular, but there are too few places for the internal test, and everyone is eager to play it. Secondly, many players who are eligible for the test are immersed in the game, or they die to the limit very quickly, and do not experience any game content. In short, everyone is waiting for a video that can be played in the cloud. As someone clicks on this video, a new hot topic is about to be born. Hello, everyone. Welcome to watch the game live broadcast brought to you by Bicey. Game features. First, create a character. If you don't create a character, you'd be embarrassed to call yourself a masterpiece. Just as the video started playing, sporadic comments began to appear on the screen. It doesn't look special, but the modeling of this face is quite high, just like a living person. And in this short while, the character in the video has been created. All the values are raised to the highest. The whole face has become extremely grotesque and ugly. The facial features are very unrestrained, especially the bright green hair, which makes people feel seriously uncomfortable, because the modeling of this game is too real. If a similar person really appears in reality, he must look like this, although ugly, but grown very reasonably. Please make it look like a person. Enter the game. Start CG. I love Bicey's voice as the narration. The desert battlefield is full of bones. The broken armor piled up into a hill, with a broken flag on it. The cold wind lifted the flag and scared away a group of scavenging birds. 3 or 2 twisted and hunched figures were walking on the battlefield. This is the battlefield and the end of the world. Until an indescribable murmur came, and I couldn't understand what the other party was saying, and I couldn't even tell the gender. But it brought an indescribable sense of horror to all viewers, as if I was an ant in a box, being observed by a giant. But I couldn't perceive the other party, and could only capture its existence from the murmur of the sound. A shrunken foot appeared in the camera, falling on the cracked ground. A dung beetle that emerged from the crack was unable to dodge, and was stepped on, bursting with juice. The owner of the foot staggered, and the camera gradually moved from the ankle to the calf, then to the white ragged pants, the skinny back, and the green hair. The camera switched, revealing the twisted and ugly face. The comments also increased at this time. Regardless of whether this game is real or fake, the graphics are really comparable to The Lord of the Rings. Soon the normal game started, with a pair of hands shaking left and right, still sighing at the reality of the game, because it was a first-person perspective. The video viewers could not see the unconventional green hair, but from just now, the barrage became more active. The voice of the favorite white silk came. I know what everyone thinks, but I'm sorry to tell you that I tried it, and you can't take off your pants in this game. We have to keep going forward. Maybe we can meet NPCs. This seems to be a battlefield, but the armor and other things are all rotten and can't be worn. Why is there no guide? Soon, a building with towering walls appeared on the screen, and the boring parts in the middle were all cut off. What a big city. Such high walls, but it looks a bit shabby. Could it be an elite monster base? Unfortunately, the official website does not reveal any information. But this is also the interesting part of the game. It's best to explore everything by yourself. Just like playing Bethesda games, you can freely do whatever you want. They are seriously underguarded. I can easily sneak past them. There's a newly repaired hole here. Let's go in and take a look. I'm also very good at playing Assassin's Creed, especially at lurking. Damn! I've been caught. Comments, ha 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 ha. 233,333. This is incredible. Wait, when you talk about Up's face, does the NPC react? What reaction? Blush? Huh? This is a game, right? How can the NPC tell the difference between beauty and ugliness? Soon there was an answer. Because a handsome, armored blonde young man came over, his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, his face solemn. Oh my God! Isn't this my face? James, is that you? I know your sister. Your sister is awesome. The following conversation between the NPC and the player was even more hilarious, as he was almost killed because he was too ugly. But it also surprised the people watching the video. NPC can really distinguish between beauty and ugliness. Wait, this is just a web drama, such as the daily life of a sole player and the like. There are similar videos abroad. It can't be said to be so unconventional. But there are always some players who hope that this game is real. It would be great if it was real. I really want to play it. But I don't know if the equipment is expensive. Because my face is too ugly. I was mistaken for a scavenger. Favorite Bicey's voice came as a narrator, trying to explain herself. But I still think that appearance should be related to the plot. Maybe if you are ugly, you can join the Chaos Camp. I suggest that experts who want to play high difficulty games can do the same as me. But there is one thing that is very magical. This group of NPCs can actually distinguish between beauty and ugliness. If the plot was changed according to the appearance of the people I created. The technology of this game is really terrifying. Just like they claim. They have the thinking ability of real people. Up is forcing himself to save face. Those who understand will understand. Indeed, I have never seen NPCs so realistic. What's realistic? This is just a skit shot by Up himself. I really thought there was such a game. Huh. The following series of actions by the favorite Bicey made the audience scream hack me. After he happily accepted the task, he picked up a stick and rushed towards the jackals. Then, he was pounced on by the jackals and died. The game screen was very bloody. As if he was really pounced on by the jackals. No one feels that there is anything wrong. Even if the NPC is fully armed and standing still. Isn't it natural for the player to risk his life? Don't talk about this game. In other games, the NPC is obviously not far away. But you are asked to run errands and act as a mouthpiece. Either picking herbs, delivering letters, or even finding the way with one click. Isn't it a group of people who think it is very reasonable? The footmen just like to do everything by themselves. You NPC should be disabled and it's best not to move. If you don't say this is a game. I really think this is a special effects movie. Are we being deceived? I also don't think it's real. I suggest you don't make an appointment. Leave the opportunity to me, and let me try the poison. When the screen shows that the favorite Bicey's brainless behavior of grabbing the hot coal caused the two NPCs to be silent. The barrage also increased the first person to die in front of the NPC. Come here because of the reputation. Why do I feel that when Bicey was about to reach into the pot, the NPC just changed the subject? Is it afraid that he would waste a pot of soup? Is it so smart? If there is a fool in front of me who is naked and reaches out to grab the hot coal. No. I feel embarrassed for the NPC. That's the NPC. It's programmed. What's embarrassing or not? It must be that the official has long expected it and prepared the Easter egg in advance. I feel uncomfortable when I think that this bee is going to be the savior. Chapter 7 The final right of interpretation is mine. Of course. In addition to these accidental or deliberate pranks, Zuai Bicey has a lot of timely content. First of all, he is the first player to establish communication with the NPC so far. And he is also the first player to get a weapon from the NPC and successfully kill a jackal. Other players are still running for their lives or struggling to survive. In addition to his enthusiasm for pranks and the novelty of being the first to release a video. Even if many people think that this is just a short drama shot with a brain hole, it is still enjoyable to watch. At least the special effects are good. The Star Dragon Outpost doesn't look like something that can be built in a small film and television city. The first video ends here for now. I have reached the upper limit of my resurrection. Next, I will mainly cooperate with the Lord to exchange equipment and explore. If there are players born nearby, you can come to me and play together. Just say my name. The NPC should be able to accept it. And from the reaction of this NPC Lord, you can definitely guess that he is the only NPC I have found who is willing to communicate with players. He must have a task. He made a final summary. Advice to new players. First, be careful when you are shaping your face. If I hadn't accidentally established a friendly relationship with an NPC, I really wanted to delete my account and reshape my face. Who knew that the face was also important in the game? Second, this game is too real. I suggest that you adjust the feedback to below 10 when fighting. You can adjust it higher when you are not fighting. You will find that the game is really real. But don't lower it below 5. Without tactile feedback, you will feel light and uncomfortable like dreaming. But if you default to 100 like I did before, hey, the feeling of grabbing hot coals with your hands, I really don't want to experience it again. It will be very discouraging. If you are afraid of blood, you can also turn off the bloody special effects. And the chopped head will turn into cabbage. Barrage. 100 is the same as the real world. I have a bold idea. If I let my roommate play a female character, you can't even take off your pants. You are very bold. But it's useless. There is also a third point. Everyone should have noticed that in addition to killing monsters to gain experience, the game system has a weak presence, and it is only used when upgrading and adding points. I guess it will be easy to get started if you know martial arts and can fight with weapons. If I didn't wake up in my own bed, I really doubted that I had traveled through time. But after all, it is still in the internal testing stage, and new features may be added in the future. The fourth point is a warning. Don't attack NPCs rashly. They are very smart. Otherwise, you may have to wait for the resurrection cooldown. It is meaningless to do it without any benefit. No one wants to wait for the resurrection CD and waste their lives. Okay, that's all for this episode. I'm Bicey. See you next time. Friends, the video has sparked a lot of discussion. Unfortunately, there are too few people in the internal test, and it's too early, so the number of views is only over 10,000. Li Xiaojiang came back after breakfast, washed up leisurely, and took a look at his data. He was excited. Unexpectedly, he achieved good results. The person who had posted for help before, Long Live Sisterly, contacted him. He watched the video and found that he was on a mountain near the Star Dragon outpost. He could see the outpost every time he resurrected, but he was surrounded by a group of scavengers and killed 3 times in a row. He hoped that Li Xiaojiang could go over to help. Otherwise the game would be broken. It seemed that he was the unlucky person who posted for help on the forum. If he couldn't be saved, he could only delete the account and play again. The force cooldown was inevitable because the account deletion also required going online first. Li Xiaojiang just said that he could try a monster spawn point. That represents experience. But he was unarmed, and couldn't even deal with the dog Firewick King. So why would he fight the scavenger? He put on his helmet and lay down. Continued to explore that magical world. The roasted wolf meat didn't taste very good. Especially at the moment, there was not enough salt. And there was no spice to season it. It was a bit like dog meat. But the taste was much worse. And the meat was very dry. However, no one would complain. And they were even glad to eat meat in the cold winter. And the 10 people ate happily. After dinner, the remaining wolf meat was cut by Old Pete and hung under the eaves. The cold wind is the best way to preserve it. A living person will freeze into an ice stick if hung under the eaves overnight. So there is no need to worry about the meat getting smelly. Early in the morning, Lin casually browsed the forum and accidentally saw the video White Silk teaches you to save the magic world. I didn't expect that the other party was also a video blogger. Isn't this a propaganda outlet? It must be cultivated well. He entered the warehouse wrapped in a coat. Soldiers Reed and Reeve followed in, having already sorted out their weapons and armor and put them aside. What they were going to clean up next was another pile that occupied most of the room. Sir, there is another box of Rand gold coins here. The dust rays made Lind raise his hand to fan the air. Take it out and count it. Yes. The 2 soldiers didn't know why Lind was suddenly interested in the gold coins, but they still took them out. The magic ring was broken, and order collapsed. The gold coins that used to be the core purchasing power have now lost their function. Only the relatively scarce gold coins have some collection value because of their excellent craftsmanship. No one would bend down to pick up silver and copper coins scattered on the ground. People have returned to the era of barter. A small number of camps will run their own set of rules to ensure that everything is in their favor. Just like the town of Prey near the Star Dragon outpost. As a large group town, if you want to complete a transaction there, you must use paper money called Golden Seal Ticket. It is said that it is a currency made by stamping a seal with residual magic power on paper. The seal makes the paper money very strong. The material becomes special, and has anti-counterfeiting capabilities that others cannot imitate. Linda happened to have a few gold medal notes in his hand, which he exchanged for when he hunted a jackal last time and sold the wolf's skin. Gold coins can barely serve as currency, and the final right of interpretation is mine. If he wants to drive players to work for him, he must pay them enough to satisfy them. Gold coins themselves have no value. After all, this thing is not made of gold. And even if it is gold, someone has to recognize its value. What players can buy with gold coins from Linda is its true value. The advantage of using Rand gold coins is that the entire Rand kingdom has not issued many of them, and the manufacturing process is complicated. It is said that the power of the powerful people who can fly and hide is used, and it is difficult for ordinary people to replicate. While letting the soldiers clean up the gold coins, Lin took a knife and carved several palm-sized signs with numbers on the wooden board. He spent a lot of time asking the soldiers to roughly classify weapons and armor according to their appearance and quality, and then hang them up on shelves like the night market clothes stalls. And each shelf has a price tag. Then he made a few signs for old Pete, who was in charge of cooking, and put up a wooden sign with the words, Temporary Corpse Recycling Center, at the door. The simple store and recycling center were done by hand. It's done. Just waiting for the players to come online. Chapter 8. I want to earn gold coins. He didn't have to wait too long. Favorite Bicey appeared in the Star Dragon outpost. Linda thought he had gotten used to her face. But when he saw her again, he still felt a serious physical discomfort. Sir, I'm here. Linda just glanced at him calmly, maintaining his NPC character. Favorite Bicey didn't think there was anything wrong. This was the lord of the initial camp, the village chief of the novice village. Handsome, and his aloof character was very normal. The game has changed so much. Did it change based on my mission? He quickly shifted his attention away from Lind and noticed the two wooden signs at the door. Weapon shop. Temporary corpse recovery. This game is full of details. Favorite White Silk subconsciously reached out and touched it. There was a layer of paper on the wooden board, and one corner was not pasted well and curled up. It was wet, probably because of the glue. Put it in your mouth and lick it. No taste? I forgot. My senses made me lower it. Zuai Bicey quickly adjusted the feeling to 100. And a bitter taste of mud instantly filled her mouth. Ugh. This little interaction detail is enough to crush any game on the earth today. Again, if she hadn't woken up, Zuai Bicey would have felt like she had traveled through time. But the feedback must be maintained below 10. Anyway, you can't take off your pants in this world. And it's useless to adjust it higher. You will only suffer. Weapon store. It's in the warehouse where Zuai Bicey selected the one-handed sword. He walked in and took a look. His face was full of joy. Sure enough, the purchase permission is open. A broken weapon. One is sold for 10 gold coins. And one similar to the one I picked yesterday is sold for 15 gold coins. Favorite Bicey was very happy. Fortunately, she had a good eye for treasures and made a fortune. The price of armor is divided into 3 levels. Cloth armor, 5 gold coins. Leather armor, 10 gold coins. Iron armor, 15 gold coins. Plate armor. But it also includes upper body armor, lower body pants, long boots, gloves, helmets, etc. If you want to get a good set of equipment, plus a bow and a few arrows, the price will go up to 100 gold coins. Hey, brother. He approached the soldier guarding the crude weapon stall and asked, How do you make gold coins? The soldier forced himself to control his eyes from looking at the disgusting ugly face, and remembered Lin's words. I don't know. Lin's order to the soldiers was to talk less with the undead. It was not because he was afraid of leaking secrets. Apart from being a time traveler, he had no secrets to leak. It was just that doing so could reduce the troubles of the soldiers, so that the idle undead would not pester the soldiers and prevent them from doing anything. Much more rigid than the Lord. It turns out that highly intelligent NPCs are rare. Zuai Bicey shook her head regretfully, her green hair swinging back and forth, not noticing that the soldier's hand was on the hilt of the sword, and she was about to draw the sword and chop people several times. After leaving the weapon shop, Zuai Bicey walked into the temporary corpse recycling area next door, where the old Peter she had met before was sharpening a butcher knife. Zuai Bicey was about to ask a question when she suddenly noticed a sign hanging on the wall next to her with a string of words written on it. The price of a complete jackal corpse, 5 gold coins. His. Then I'm making a lot of money? The favorite Bicey was shocked. The price of her one-handed sword was 15 gold coins. But she only killed a jackal yesterday, which was only 5 gold coins. She made 10 gold coins for free. Manpower? That's not called cost. When playing games, killing monsters is just a side job. I'm going to kill wolves. By the way, I'll go talk to the Lord first. Maybe I can take on some tasks. Favorite White Silk trotted away and found Linda, who was observing the growth of potatoes in the vegetable garden. He was very sure in his heart, the Lord definitely has a task. Maybe a side quest. Sir. Favorite White Silk stood outside the vegetable garden fence and waved. Sir, do you have a task? I mean, is there anything I can do to help you? Linda stood up. He could completely guess what the other party was thinking. As a player, what he liked most was to take on multiple tasks at the same time to save time. So he didn't mind making up a task for the other party temporarily, and let him work happily. After thinking for a moment, Lin said with a very serious expression, "Thank you for your enthusiasm. Immortal, recently, there are indeed a lot of troubles. If we want to spend the winter safely, we need to hunt a lot of jackals. If you hunt 5 jackals and bring back their bodies, I will reward you with 20 gold coins." He also wants the players to thrive. But they must grow with certain planning. It is impossible to give away equipment for free. Oh! Accept. Favorite Bicey was instantly excited. 5 jackal bodies can be exchanged for 25 gold coins. Plus the 20 gold coins rewarded by the Lord. It can be exchanged for half a set of good equipment. And it's all convenient. Complete the mission. Collect the corpse. Plus kill monsters to level up. I'll go right away. Looking at the green-haired figure running away, the soldiers guarding the vegetable garden were completely stunned. Why are they so interested in gold coins? That thing is just a pile of scrap copper and iron. Food, meat, salt, etc. are hard currency. Or is it that the brains of the undead are so abnormal? Yes, it's normal for the undead to have problems with their brains. Not long after the favorite white silk with green hair left, the soldier on guard on the city wall reported to Lind. "Another undead is coming." "Why are you sure it's an undead? Wearing only white cloth shorts in the middle of winter. What else can he be but an undead?" Linda looked at the 2 men and 1 woman in front of him, trying to maintain his expression. "Another new tool has come, which is really great. Is this the NPC in the video? He is indeed quite handsome. I wonder if I can get his face shaping data." "It should be. It is said that he distributes weapons. Go over and chat with him. Maybe it can trigger the task." The 3 looked at Lind, who was wearing a finely patterned armor, a fur coat, holding the hilt of the sword at his waist, with deep eyes under his golden hair, and a handsome face that said "keep away from strangers," which perfectly fits the image of a handsome knight who has experienced many vicissitudes of life in the minds of the 3 people. Lind did not show too much friendliness. After all, the 3 of them did not do the preliminary task of loving white silk the most, and he needed to treat them equally. The 3 looked at each other, and one of the burly men took a step forward. He was at least 2 meters tall, full of muscles, with a square chin and a big neck. He should have pulled his physical stats to the highest level, but he didn't feel very strong to Linda, and felt a bit puffy. He felt that he wouldn't need a second sword to kill him. The player's body shape does not represent their strength. "Dear Lord," the other party said, "we are the undead, who came here under the inspiration of God. Maybe you have seen our companion before. His name is Zuai by Sea." This sentence is very chivalrous. If the speaker was not wearing only white shorts and reading the most loved white silk, Linda was very willing to believe that the other party was an upright knight. Compared with the awkward and eccentric style of the most loved white silk, the person in front of him had a strong spirit of role-playing. In fact, the 3 of them were a little nervous. They watched the most loved white silk's video and happened to be near the Star Dragon outpost. But they didn't know what level of intelligence the NPC had. Could the other party really understand what they said? Or was it a program? They were looking forward to it. Chapter 9. Good brother. Let me catch. You are also undead? Linda frowned. This was the fastest way to show his doubts among the few remaining acting skills. Where are you from? NPC actually asked about the settings? What should I do? The 3 of them talked as if no one was around. Just tell the truth. I'm quite curious about the NPC's reaction. After a long while, the strongman said, "From a ruined battlefield in the north. We also came back from there after death. Unless you are willing to accept us, let us sit by the campfire and set up a resurrection point here." Bonfire? Resurrection point? Can you players please stop adding your own settings? Although the terms are a bit confusing, he can probably understand them. I see. Linda suddenly realized and loosened his grip on the hilt. He understood that the new player's birth point should be the so-called Northern Ruins battlefield. And he also had certain authorities, although this authority did not have the so-called ding reminder, which was more in line with the logic of a real world. Linda thought to himself, maybe I can go to the Northern Ruins battlefield to build a novice guidance village, and then lead the new players here. Then he nodded. As if he agreed with what they said, Star Dragon Post welcomes the undead, who have the will to save the world. At the end of the world, you and I should help each other. I allow you to stay at Star Dragon Post temporarily. Even if they don't want to. It is estimated that players can sneak in. And it is impossible to prevent them. And they may even be beaten. Brother Ching. So smart. The male player standing in the back touched the female player next to him with his elbow. Brother? Linda suddenly felt that something was wrong. Could it be? Look at the female player's face. Delicate and small. So delicate that it can be blown away. She has fair skin and a slim and tall figure. Compared with the male characters, she not only has white shorts, but also a white tube top, which can't hide her exaggerated figure. She is absolutely shaking when she walks. So, how should I call you? I think knowing your names will make it easier for us to communicate. Lind asked with the expression that a lord, novice village chief, pseudo, should have. The first one to speak was the muscular big man, Basalt Shield. Then the female player said, Moon Blade. Linda's doubts deepened. The last male player, who looked the most normal, said, Dragon Scale Sword. Linda tried to keep his expression unchanged. Very good. He almost sang just now. He was sure that the woman named Moon Blade was not dead. She was definitely a man. We can't talk anymore. If we talk again, he will definitely sing along. What a good name, full of exotic style. Linda tried to smile, and almost couldn't hold it back. His stiff expression made him look a little bit inhuman. If he continued to talk with the three people, he was afraid that his character would not be able to maintain. So he quickly used his greatest role as an NPC. Winter has compressed our living space, and the sobbing wolf howls make it difficult to fall asleep. Now my territory may have encountered some troubles. I wonder if you are willing to help. The three nodded in surprise. Yes. No matter what the task is. Please tell us as much as you want. Collecting firewood? Chopping trees? Or delivering a letter? Come on. There is a den of jackals nearby. Linda said, one of your undead friends has gone to deal with it. I would like to ask you to hunt the jackals and let those despicable creatures know what justice is. For every 5 jackal corpses brought back, I am willing to give you a reward of 20 gold coins. Zanuedo said, but we are unarmed. Lord. Let's get to the point and get the money first. You can pick a weapon. Linda said to the soldier beside him, Leo, take the 3 of them to pick one. Yes. Soldier Leo nodded. The 3 of them excitedly went to pick weapons and saw the weapon shop. A dazzling array of broken armors and old weapons that had not been maintained or polished for a long time, and were even broken. They have been playing games for many years, and have never been so poor as they are now. Now it's like going to a buffet restaurant after being hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. No matter what they see, they think it smells delicious. Unfortunately, they were only allowed to take one. So each person picked a weapon. Then the undead people saw the temporary corpse recycling area next to the weapon shop as expected, and saw that each jackal corpse could be sold for 5 gold coins. They shouted loudly, earn gold coins. And the 3 of them left the Star Dragon outpost with big strides full of enthusiasm. I hope there are enough jackals. Lin looked at the backs of the 3 people leaving, and he had no doubt about the player's combat effectiveness. Fortunately, he also had a lot of gold coins. The 3 people who left the Star Dragon outpost were still discussing enthusiastically. Zhang Yudao stroked his long hair. He was indeed a man playing a female character. And the 3 of them were buddies in the same dormitory. All 3 of them were qualified for the test, which made others drool with envy. This time, I want to have a good time in the game during the weekend. Zhang Yudao said depressedly, the equipment on the Lord just now is definitely a suit. The store doesn't sell it? The soldiers are wearing better clothes than the stores. It should be faction equipment. Maybe we can exchange it if we join the local faction. The strong Xuanwu Shield said, didn't you see those NPCs looked at us as if they saw a ghost? It must be because they didn't brush up their favorability enough. The last Dragon Scale Sword nodded, you're right. The favorability may be hidden. At least with the mission. We are no longer like headless flies. Brother Ching. The Dragon Scale Sword looked at the female undead moon-slashing blade. I didn't notice it before. You are really good at shaping people. The Xuanwu Shield beside him also nodded quickly, and then asked curiously, don't you feel anything? Is it heavy? Fuck. Being stared at by 2 people. Zhang Yudao got goosebumps all over his body. He didn't know why he had such delicate and accurate feelings in the game. But he shook his head again and again. Don't think about it. I tried it myself when I just made the character, and it didn't work at all. This game doesn't have that content. Do the characters you made feel in the crotch? No. The two shook their heads. These pants are attached to our bodies and can't be taken off. I guess we don't need to go to the bathroom. Going to the bathroom is too heavy. If you can really take them off. I guess some people will definitely walk on the street without clothes, Moonblade said, and found that his two friends looked at him at the same time. Am I so perverted in your eyes? Black Tortoise Shield was surprised. You playing a female character is not perverted? Dragon Scale Sword squeezed out a lecherous expression. Good brother. Can you let me catch? Get lost. Chapter 10 Wolves were killed and extinct. The three of them stopped playing after a while. They didn't notice it before, but now they realized that something was wrong with the surrounding environment. As they went deeper and deeper into the dead woods, they turned around and could no longer see the shadow of the Star Dragon outpost. The trees had withered and the bark was dry. The ground was cracked, and the three of them seemed to be walking on a land that had completely lost its vitality. They were already extremely vigilant. The subtle footsteps did not escape the ears of the three of them. Here it comes. Yeah. A gray-yellow shadow suddenly jumped out from behind the dead tree, and Xuanwu Shield, who chose a large shield as his weapon, immediately rushed forward and blocked it forcefully. His burly figure was actually knocked off balance by the skinny wolf, and he fell to the ground. My attributes are too low, but it's okay. I didn't break my defense. Xuanwu Shield supported the ground with his elbows and shouted, "Hurry up and kill it!" The jackal didn't expect that the burly guy was so weak, but he was blocked by the sneak attack and passively fell into the encirclement. One on the left and one on the right. Both of them chopped with long swords. Although they didn't have any tricks, they were not slow. The jackal was accidentally chopped by a sword. Wu screamed, and with hatred in his eyes, he was ready to pounce on the dragon scale sword that chopped him. Dragon scale sword. Back off. I'll take over. The Black Tortoise Shield, which looked very strong but was actually a paper tiger, had already climbed up and rushed up again with the shield raised, forcibly withstanding the jackal's pounce, and then sat down on the ground again. The moon-chopping knife took the opportunity to add another sword. It's low on health. Hurry! The three of them also gradually figured out the jackal's attack tactics, and they cooperated with each other and finally killed it. Huh? Wiping the sweat off their faces, the three of them laughed. It's great. I took the kill just now, Dragon Scale Sword said. I'll kill it later when it's low on health. You guys go up. It's okay. We're just fighting each other. Black Tortoise Shield waved his hand indifferently, and then asked, how much experience does a wolf give? 5 points, Dragon Scale Sword said. We need 40 experience points to level up by 1. And you can level up by killing 7 more wolves? Dragon Scale Sword shook his head and rejected the proposal. Let's all join in. We are in internal testing now, so we can play slowly. We are not setting up a studio. Moonblade nodded and sighed. But this game is really real. When we fought just now, it reminded me of a mad wild dog I met when I was in high school. I was so scared that my legs were numb. The wolves in the game are much more fierce than mad dogs. Turn down the pain. There is nothing to be afraid of. Don't forget that we can still be resurrected. The Black Tortoise Shield stood up. First, collect 5 wolf corpses and go back to turn in a task. Save money and stack some equipment first. Okay. The other two nodded in agreement with this plan. However, I think this game is definitely groundbreaking, and it seems that we can really make a living by setting up a studio. Thank you. Your heroic actions have won the friendship of Star Dragon Outpost. Linda stood in front of a small hill of jackal corpses and praised the 4 people in front of him. Although his favorite Bicey went to do the task early, his efficiency alone was obviously not as fast as that of 3 people. He spent a whole day in the game and lost 2 lives for it, and he barely killed 5 wolves. The 3 of them, Xuanwu Shield, Zhanyue Blade, and Longland Sword, killed 16 wolves together. And it can be said that the jackals in Star Dragon Post are completely dead. There are also a few wolf cubs on the pile of corpses, which are obviously used to make up the numbers. Except for Lind, who had expected the player's liver. The other soldiers were shocked and speechless. For people killed more than 20 wolves? And they were naked and only had a broken weapon. This is impossible. These undead people are too scary. Under the expectant gaze of the undead players, Lind began to distribute rewards. Although the money was distributed now, it would be delivered back to them in a few minutes. As expected, as soon as they got the money, the 4 people immediately rushed to the weapon store. Lind's soldiers looked at the pile of jackal corpses in confusion. Why is this happening? Especially when they saw the group of people happily walking out of the room with a pile of rags. They couldn't understand it. Forget it. Lord. Just understand. I don't want to think about it anymore. Linda also looked at the 4 people. He was very curious about whether the 4 people had upgraded, and what they could give by completing the tasks he gave them. The 4 people didn't hide anything and gathered together to chat without paying attention to others. By C. I saw you come here via video. How many upgrades do you need? Kill 2 more wolves. What about you? Xuanwu Shield. Moon Slashing Blade. 3 more wolves. I still need 2 more like you. Favorite by C was a little envious. It's great to have someone to team up with. You are friends offline. Sophomore. Roommate. Zuai by C looked at Zhang Yudao and was silent for a long time before he gave a thumbs up and squeezed out 2 words with difficulty. Awesome. There are 3,000 places. And the roommate got 3 places. Which is awesome. Of course. It's hard to say whether it's awesome in another sense. As they chatted, Linda learned more and more. For example, Zuai by C made game videos. And the 3 of them came to Xinglong Sentry because of his videos. He is a person who needs to be guided and promoted, which will help promote Xinglong Sentry. In addition, players can see the health bar of red-named enemies, but non-hostile targets cannot see the health bar. This leaves Linda with a little more room for maneuver. If he wants to establish a good cooperative relationship with players, he must have good things that can attract players. The most attractive thing to players is of course experience points, followed by various equipment, props, etc. He cannot provide experience, but he can still provide other things. Let's go to Prey Town to deal with the things first. Exchange them for some durable food. And fertilize the vegetable garden. Maybe we can grow some food and vegetables in the future. Lin looked at the pile of jackal corpses. At least, he didn't have to worry about having no meat to eat this winter. As far as he knew, some people had mastered a lot of survival skills in the barren Doomsday Land and could barely grow some food. On the other side, 4 people had already gathered in front of Lind. My lord, is there anything else we can help with? Seeing that the 4 people were bored, Lind felt that he couldn't let them be idle. Otherwise something would definitely happen. So he adapted some church myths in his memory and fairy tales he heard in his childhood, and said, when the disaster comes, the winter wind from the giant's mouth will take away the life of every poor person who accidentally falls asleep outside the house in the dark night. Even if you are undead, you will definitely not want to experience the suffocation of dying in the dark. I allow you to build a shelter in the Star Dragon Outpost to stay. The 4 people paused, and then exclaimed, fuck. You can actually build a house. Chapter 11 can actually build a house. In the eyes of other soldiers, this group of weird undead people have special hobbies. Talk nonsense. Always like to do thankless things. And now they are happy about building a house. They looked at the naked buttocks wearing heavy armor, or only wearing helmets and gloves, with the upper body exposed, or only wearing long boots. The soldiers reached a unified consensus in their hearts, the undead. Their behavior is more frightening than not dying. Especially when I heard them say things like we've exceeded the load, which were completely incomprehensible. It felt even weirder. Of course, the weirdest thing was the cheering because we can build a house. Only Lin thought that the cheers of the undead were too normal. People in this world will never understand how much fun it is for players to build houses in the game. Players are a very magical creature. The more extreme the situation and the harsh the environment, the more they love to build houses. For a doomsday survival game, as long as there is a home system, there will definitely be a lot of imaginative houses built. Even the famous worker girl. A group of players were unmoved, and they were only focused on building houses. Lin could even think that if he allowed it, the players might be able to replicate the golden city of Goliath next to the Star Dragon Outpost. However, thinking of some terrible consequences, Lind immediately walked over and said to the 4 undead, I will take you to mark the area. And the houses should not be higher than 2 floors. If there is no restriction, who knows what twisted things they will build. There are still restrictions. Dragon Scale Sword side. The other 2 were the same. They had a lot of ideas in their minds before, but now they could only build houses honestly. After determining the area, Lind repeatedly emphasized that this would be the collective resting place for the undead. He did not arrange beds, although he did not know how the players would rest. They could just log off when they were tired. Who would stay in the game and sleep, waiting for their equipment to be exploded? The vacant area of Star Dragon Outpost was very large, and it was not a problem to build 100 or 200 houses. However, over the years, countless lords who were exiled here did not have the mind to develop it. Everyone racked their brains to find ways and connections to leave. When Linda came here, the magic ring was broken, and he couldn't even eat, let alone build houses. Maybe after a while, after solving the problems of safety and food and clothing, Linda can consider letting players build houses here on a large scale, which is considered as waste utilization. What do we use to build houses? The 4 people gathered together. Among them, Bicey was the most excited. He had already thought of the content of the second video, which was called Bicey Teaches You How to Build a House in the Magic World. Schwanwushield said, "Stones? I see there are a lot of broken stones in the territory." Zanuedo said, "Why not secretly demolish the NPC's house?" Favorite White Silk shook her head quickly. "No. At present, our relationship with Star Dragon Outpost should be friendly. We can build houses and buy equipment. Before we find a buyer, we must not conflict with them." His words were recognized by the other 3. It's not that they have a sense of belonging to Star Dragon Outpost, but they just don't want to fall out with the NPC. If there is a chance in the future, they really don't mind assassinating 10 people including Lind and stripping their equipment. Then use wood and broken stones to build a similar one first. According to the Lord, the world will be very dangerous at night. Is it? I didn't feel anything when I strolled at night before. I guess it's a hidden plot. Maybe the monster value at night is not well developed. There is a bug. We will know when we try it at night later. The 4 people began to collect stones, and went in full swing to prepare to build a house. Yes, the Lord did not provide them with anything, but just drew a piece of land. Fuck. It's too real. Isn't it? Just throw the wood, and it will be built immediately. What are you thinking? This game strictly follows the rules of the real world. It won't let you be lazy. Lay the foundation first. Brother Bicey, are you a civil engineer? How did you know? It's a professional match. We have to go to the deadwood forest outside to get some good wood. I remember weapon shop. Do you have an axe? Let's go buy one together. I still have some money. In the soldier's astonished eyes again, the 4 bought axes and left Star Dragon Outpost, helping the Lord build a house without charging any fees or rewards, and even buying axes at their own expense. These undeads are too scary. Linda just told the soldiers to watch out and not let the undeads go too far. As long as they follow his rules, there will be no problems in the short term. The remaining soldiers gathered together to skin, meat, and bones the wolves. The reason for not letting the undead do it is that they are worried about wasting food. Food is the top priority now. The inedible internal organs are gathered together and buried in the vegetable garden after processing, bringing a little bit of nutrition to the almost lifeless land. At night, everyone fell asleep. One of the 4 undead went offline, and then came online again after a while. But fortunately, they did not choose to wander around at night. As far as Lynn knows, the night is the world of disasters, with a large number of monsters wandering around. Players may be able to kill 1 or 2, but they will also attract countless enemies. It is best to be careful before the defense force is insufficient. Players can be resurrected infinitely, but I can't. The next day, when Lynn woke up and drank the wolf soup, he took Reed, Leo, and Reeve, armed himself, and set off with the wolf skins he had sorted. For players, you can monitor them roughly through the official website. After all, the guy favorite White Silk is still shooting videos. If the other party wants to do something big, he will definitely not give up the popularity of this video. I have an eyeliner. After leaving the Star Dragon Outpost, I walked along the road from the gray morning to noon. A wide open area. Finally, a river was seen ahead. Len did not look very excited. Water is the source of life. There must be poor wanderers stationed near some water streams. It is easier to get food around water than anywhere else. Similarly, disaster monsters are most likely to appear around water because this is also their hunting ground. Sir, there are horse hoof prints, Reed said. Lind immediately went over to check. Is this a horse hoof print? It may be an elephant hoof. The horseshoe prints were as big as the head, but the shape of the horseshoes was not fake. Hurry up, Lind said seriously. According to memory, most disasters are not afraid of daytime, but they just resist moving during the day, and their schedules are different from humans. If they are unlucky and encounter a disaster monster that stays up all day, the 4 of them may not be able to deal with it. Fortunately, the rest of the journey went smoothly. They rested on the roadside, ate some prepared dried meat, drank some water to replenish their energy, and then kept on going until dusk. They finally saw the outline of Prey Town. Chapter 12 Magic Potion. The wall of Prey Town is not as high as that of Star Dragon Sentry, and it looks very earthy. As the National Border Defense Force of the Kingdom of Rand, Star Dragon Sentry is responsible for multiple tasks such as sentinel and releasing signal smoke, and it is a hard requirement that it cannot be breached. On the contrary, as a small town built by a small human lord himself, the wall of Prey Town is only a little higher than the earth wall, only 3 people high, and some barbed spears are inserted on the top of the wall to prevent climbing over. At the gate of the city, the 4 people were stopped. 4 people. Linda took out the gold stamp and handed it to the guard. The entrance fee is also one of the main sources of income for Prey Town. There is no food or drink in Prey Town, but it is safe. Many people will try their best to go out and search for various valuable things to trade in exchange for the opportunity to live in the town. According to Linda, this town has dozens of soldiers, although they are not like the regular infantry of the 1st Legion of the Land Kingdom. Their equipment is not much different. This place is more like the Star Dragon Outpost than the Star Dragon Outpost. Novice Village is indeed safer. Lin does not believe that only a few dozen soldiers can stop the disaster. He has seen zombie-like scavengers devour an army of dozens of people one after another, just like a fire burning through weeds, which is impossible to resist. If this world is really a game, then I am afraid that only players can compete with it. However, every game is destined to have a protagonist, and there is more than one. If you can find this person, it can be regarded as taking the right path and standing in the same camp as most players. The seemingly invincible players are very miserable and can only be footmen. They can choose who to join and who to kill. They only have the power to choose, but can never be chosen. The guards made way and allowed Lind and his 4 companions to enter the city. Not everyone can afford the high cost of living in Prey Town. There are also some small settlements that do not want to be controlled by others. They will hide in safer places and only come to Prey Town to trade when exchanging materials. There are many people like Lind who come to Prey Town to exchange materials. He had been here before and was familiar with the place. The sun was also setting below the horizon. Let's go and exchange the wolf skin for gold stamp notes first. Lind curled his lips in his heart. The mayor of Prey Town obviously thought the same as he did. Controlling the currency means controlling the resources. Now the surrounding area of nearly 100 miles probably only recognizes gold stamp notes. His only advantage over them is that he has intercepted the fixed consumer group, the players. This piece of wolf skin has been chopped up badly. If a noble lady wants to make a fur vest, she will definitely not choose it. Old Shay grabbed the wolf skin and said to Lind. Old Shay, who was in charge of the market, was the only one in Prey Town who could eat more than 20 wolf skins, because he worked for the Lord of Prey Town, Ronan. But no noble lady would use the smelly and ugly wolf skin to make a waistcoat. Lind thought to himself, they would use the skin of ferrets or even lynxes, if those noble ladies could continue to enjoy their beautiful and luxurious lives. But he didn't say this out loud. In other people's territory, you have to be cautious when speaking and doing things. Old Cherry, the price should be higher. We spent a lot of effort on it, Lind said. In his estimation, the price of this batch of wolf skins should be more than 1,000 gold stamps. The purchasing power of a gold stamp is very unstable, but in many cases it can be exchanged for a small bag of food half the size of a fist. If all of it is exchanged for food, there is no need to worry about food for the whole winter. However, with Old Cherry's style of doing things, I am afraid that the price of this batch of wolf skins will eventually be reduced to less than 200 gold stamps. He dared to do this because the Lord of Prey Town supported him, and his fist was bigger than Lin's. 800 gold stamps. Old Cherry didn't even raise his eyelids, and seemed to like the ragged jackal skin very much. Huh? Linda was shocked. Could it be that Old Cherry in front of him had his brain eaten by the disaster monster? I heard that those monsters have mixed tastes, and they don't care about meat or vegetables. Old Cherry, who is full of cunning and dregs, may be as stinky and fatally attractive to some disaster monsters as blue cheese and canned herring. Old Cherry lowered his voice and said, but you have to buy everything you need from me. Of course. Lind agreed immediately. If he was given 200 gold stamps and asked to go out to buy supplies, his purchasing power would be very limited. But if it was 800 gold stamps, unless the price was shamelessly quadrupled, Lind would buy more. He had originally planned to purchase goods in Prey Town. Lind picked some beans. He wanted to have a hot stewed bean sprout in the cold winter. If the wolf entrails could barely bring life to the small vegetable garden, he could try to plant some seeds. In addition, there is food that can sustain them for a month. It is not the coldest time now, but January. When that time comes, they can't go out normally, so they need enough food. There is also a bag of salt. Before the end of the world, the price of salt was high, and now it has increased several times. But they can't live without salt. Just buying salt cost him 150 gold stamps, which can support 10 people for a while. The price of the goods is quite normal, without obvious price increase, which makes Lind feel that something is wrong with Old Cherry. I want another portion of fireweed, Lind said. 10 gold stamps bought a large bundle. This is a red weed that starts to grow wildly after the disaster. It tastes similar to chili peppers. Grind it into powder and store it. Sprinkle a little on the meat every time you grill it. It can bring some happiness to your bland mouth. The only problem is that the process of grinding this chili pepper grass is very painful. Some people may cry for several days because of it. In severe cases, it is said that they will be poisoned by the spiciness and their skin will turn red all over. But Lind said it is completely fine. He has undeads. Don't treat undeads as humans and use them casually. The old crops died out, and new plants with stronger adaptability appeared. The world may not be so bad that it will be completely destroyed. It is probably only human society that will be destroyed. In this way, Linda spent 300 gold tickets of the 800 gold tickets he just got in a flash. But he still didn't plan to stop. Keep buying. With players here, the development of Star Dragon Outpost will surpass Prey Town. If you don't spend all the money, you will lose it. Seeing Lind's thoughts, Old Cherry became more certain of his inner guess, and then said, maybe, you can take a look at this. Although the price is very expensive. It was a thumb-sized crystal bottle, half full of azure liquid, as if a ray of moonlight in the night sky was stolen and poured into it. Magic potion. Lind's heart twitched slightly, and he admitted that he was attracted. Chapter 13 Sun Church. After the magic ring was broken, people could no longer gain power from it. But the method of drinking potions to obtain certain special effects in a short period of time still existed. This thing is not cheap. What does it do? Linda asked. In a certain period of time. Run faster? Be stronger? Make you less tired? Old Cherry scratched his cheek helplessly, and the sound of old peel being scratched sounded like the sound made by Linda scratching the soles of his feet. Only 100 gold stamps. Old Cherry, my money is not blown by the wind. At least it is a little harder than picking up money on a windy day. It is not easy to guide players to work. He had lamented that Old Cherry suddenly became a good person, but he did not expect that the other party was waiting for him here. Rather than drinking a bottle of magic potion, he would rather buy more useful things. Old Cherry sighed. This was given to me by a lady a few days ago. She said at the time that this bottle of medicine was worth at least 100 gold stamps. So I must sell it. She will come to get the money in 2 days. Does Ronan have a daughter? Lind was puzzled. Apart from Mayor Ronan, he really couldn't understand who Old Cherry would be afraid of. He was the manager of the vendor market, and countless people coming and going had to look at Old Cherry's face to do things. The mayor is not married, and she has no relationship with the mayor. Old Cherry whispered, but she is a witch who can brew all kinds of magical potions. The mayor needs her to make some things, like the bottle you see, but no one will spend money to buy such things. You know it's a waste of money, but you still let me buy it. If the players knew, they would definitely buy it. Linda muttered in his heart, then shook his head and said, it's a pity that I can't use it. 100 gold stamp tickets to buy this thing is not cost effective. So he decisively refused and turned away, looking at his back as he left. Old Shay couldn't help but sigh, and then looked at the fur that he had just bought back without much bargaining. The fur is indeed a hot commodity. If someone else came to sell it, Old Shay would definitely bargain to death. But a discovery made him feel that he couldn't offend Linda, and even had to show some goodwill, because Old Cherry found that these wolf skins were very fresh. They should have been killed within 1 or 2 days. Killing more than 20 jackals in a short period of time. Lin must have a very terrifying team. People always have to leave a little way out for themselves. The area of Prey Town is actually not as large as that of Xinglong Sentry. with crowded houses and narrow paths. Lin asked the soldiers to guard the purchased supplies and wandered around alone. The river water under the small stone bridge has not dried up yet, but it is only ankle deep, and it is difficult for any fish and shrimp to survive in it. Half of it was a ruin, which reminded people of the doomsday scene when the magic ring was broken. In front of them was a tall house where the mayor of Prey, Ronan, lived. It was said to be built like a castle, and could accommodate more than 100 people. The door was open, and a carriage slowly came out of the door. A group of dwarfs were crowded in the carriage, with bruised faces and noses, looking very miserable. There were many people watching the excitement around them. It was a rare rest time for everyone when it was almost dusk. They didn't have to worry about their work during the day, but it was not the time to shiver in their own houses at night. It's a dwarf circus. I heard they were performing for the mayor. It looks like they messed up. It's hard for ordinary people to survive in this world, let alone a group of dwarfs. There were many malicious speculators in the crowd. Seeing a group of dwarfs, who couldn't carry anything and could only act stupid on the stage to live better than themselves, quite a few people felt unbalanced. Lin didn't pay attention to this group of people. His eyes passed the ruins and looked at the church in the distance. As the state religion of the Rand Kingdom, the Sun Church is like a dandelion seed that spreads across every corner of the world. Some larger towns can see it. Lin hoped that the Sun Church could still function normally, at least so that he could contact Elias's family, or his ex-girlfriend, who had been out of touch for 2 years. But when he walked to the door of the church, he no longer had any hope. The famous Song of the White Knights of the Everfrost. The stone statue collapsed. The wings inserted on its back broke, and the spider unscrupulously pulled the web to define its hunting range. Walking past the collapsed stone statues blocking the road, weeds grew in the cracks of the finely paved stone road. This is a mutant plant with strong vitality. They can grow in any environment, but at the same time, no creature can get any nutrition and value from them. If you take them, you will be confused and dazed. Perhaps the only meaning of their existence is to tell passers-by that the land here is still nutritious. But we came here to take root. Guess what? Now this is a wasteland. The door of the church was open a crack. Lin looked up and saw the huge door of the church that was 3 people tall. The relief on the lintel was a figure wearing armor and riding a dragon. He pushed the door of the church, making a dull sound. Walking into the church, there was unexpectedly no pungent smell of dust. The evening sun shone in through the broken stained glass windows, making the interior of the church dim, but not so dark that nothing could be seen. There were several statues inside. The statue closest to the broken window was 1 person tall. The man had a huge sword inserted diagonally on the platform under his feet, and at the same time, he stretched out his head and let the huge sword stick to the back of his neck in a slanting manner. There was movement behind him. Lin turned his head subconsciously, and an old face full of wrinkles appeared behind him at some point, staring at him expressionlessly. He jumped away with a start. This was an old nun, wearing a black robe, with eyes that never blinked, more like a dead person than a living person. The old nun's voice was high-pitched, as if she was singing something. That is the Storm Knight, representing repentance and bravery. He was distressed that he could not save the baby at the border, and was willing to cut off his head to atone for his sins. Linda thought to himself, then he has a pretty bad temper. The old nun asked, "Are you a believer who came to worship?" Linda did not answer. He himself was not a believer at all, no matter before or after crossing over. He said directly, "My friend is a clergyman of Goliath's Sun Church, but I can't contact Goliath now. I would like to ask what the current situation is there." Although he wanted to show his attachment to his ex-girlfriend, Lin knew in his heart that he had just come here not long ago and didn't care much about the empty marriage in the corner of his memory. He just wanted to know the current situation of the distant capital, whether someone had organized a stronger force, whether His Royal Highness had any plans to rebuild the country, and the information left for the players to survive. Lin, who couldn't kill monsters and level up, had the only advantage of intelligence. It seemed that the other party was unlikely to know useful information. But since he was here, he still planned to know more detailed and useful information. After all, this was the Church of the Sun. Chapter 14 Praise the Sun. The old nun turned around and walked towards the center of the church. Lin followed her subconsciously. The magic ring is broken. Disaster emerges, and the fire of life is about to go out. I know. Lin had to interrupt the other party's speech that was almost like the opening remarks of the game. He found that the other party's mental state was not very good, as if he had been greatly stimulated. The old nun stopped, turned her head, and looked at Lynn quietly with her eyes that were almost bulging. It seemed to be saying, either you tell the story or you come. Linda smiled awkwardly and raised his hand to signal the other party to continue. The gods fell into a deep sleep. The old nun continued to move forward. The gods have abandoned us. Or they can't protect themselves. Half a year ago, we could still contact Goliath. What happened? Why can't we contact him now? Linda asked immediately. The old nun stopped and stood right in front of the stone statue of the Storm Knight's great sword gate head, letting the sun fall on her. The golden light enveloped her figure, looking full of sacred breath. The end of the world. Power lost, she said. They began to pursue a purer truth. But the truth is always hard to accept. Truth? Linda frowned slightly, not quite understanding. She led Linda to the depths of the church and pushed open the iron door. And a foul smell hit him, holding his nose. Linda looked inside and saw corpses wearing church clergy robes, with twisted limbs. It was the first time that Linda saw a person's legs become entangled like a DNA double helix, but maintain a sufficient distance so as not to disturb each other, or the double helix of the arm, twisted into a knot. There are also corpses with protruding spines, and the whole person is hung by the neck like a sunny doll. It seems that these corpses are twisting their bodies as much as they can, creating rhythm with their bodies to sense truth. Lynn also understood why Goliath could not be contacted. Everyone in the church was dead, and only the old nun was left. What truth are they pursuing? Lynn asked immediately. When the magic ring was not broken and the outside world could not obtain powerful power, the church half a year ago actually had the opportunity to pursue stronger power. Lynn was very excited. After the player appeared, he was sure that he could not be an ordinary person. He had no choice. He must have power. The moon's gaze, the gaze of the god of death, the shining of the sun. The world greedily asks for God, but they don't know that even a glance from God contains wisdom that mortals cannot understand. That is the truth of power, the truth of magic. She still spoke in a way like chanting a hymn. After listening to a few years, Lynn began to look at the bones around him, and finally found a book among the twisted bones. At this moment, the old nun stopped and looked at Lynn with her bulging and somewhat lifeless eyes. Praise the sun. Lynn thought to himself, the player will definitely like this book. He broke open the white finger bones that were tightly holding the book, picked up the book, and began to flip through it. This is a thin book written in black ink. A hymn? Lynn didn't know the tune, so he read it according to the rhythm of the two tigers, and found that it was surprisingly in sync. A strange book. It seems to be telling a certain history. It seems to be telling some knowledge, and it is more like a simple song of praise. He closed the thin book and found that the old nun was staring at him with a nervous look. Can you tell me in detail how they became like this? Linda felt a little uncomfortable with that stare, as if in her eyes, his body would be twisted into some kind of monster in the next moment. She said, potion to steal the power of God. Potion! Linda was a little excited. His previous life was not a cultivation genius, so he was not qualified to become a church knight. Nor could he be a strong man who could fly and hide. Taking drugs can make you stronger, but it suits me too well. After taking it, you will hear the whispers of God. The old nun intends to stop Lynn's thoughts. She has seen this expression on too many people. The wise are more crazy. The foolish offer flesh and blood. The obsessed are more paranoid. And only the chosen by God can live forever. She looked at Lynn, as if she thought Lynn was a fool or an obsessed person. Not even smart. So she didn't plan to tell him the information about the potion. These clergymen with twisted bodies are probably fools. Yes, of course. God always chooses some people with characteristics. Linda nodded, thinking to himself, it just so happens that there are gods chosen in his territory. They are definitely gods chosen. He can finally expand his merchandise. Excuse me, what's your name? For an old lady who talks nonsense, Linda has a better way to get information from her. A Luna. Okay. A Luna. Mua. Linda nodded, and he tucked the book under his armpit. I am Linda, the Lord of Star Dragon Outpost. There are a group of strange people there. I think they may be the gods chosen, you said. But their behavior is a little bit indecent. Linda said, A Luna. If you are interested, I would like to invite you to my territory to continue to preach the doctrine of the sun. He paused and said, "For this, I will provide you with enough food and shelter from the wind and rain." Eluna's cheek twitched slightly, and then nodded. "I think you may also be the chosen one of God. Please follow me. There may be something you need." "Of course. Thank you very much." Linda smiled. An old lady who is alone and helpless, guarding the dilapidated church, can hold on until now. It should be the limit. Winter is not as good as summer. Linda also believed that the other party would not refuse. Even if the church really had food, there should not be much left after half a year. While getting the so-called potion of stealing the power of God, you can also hire an old nun NPC who seems to be full of praises and muttering. Where can you find such a good deal? Dear players, I have found a poster girl for you. Although her face is full of wrinkles, and her temper is not very good. This is just a joke. He can't find an old lady with some mental problems as a poster girl, unless he wants to push the player undead away. Players are creatures of appearance, and good looks are the most important. The mysterious NPC will satisfy many players' imagination and give people a feeling of hidden plot. Linda can also take this opportunity to let Eluna Momo issue some specific tasks. But Eluna Momo must not be the poster girl. He cannot issue all the tasks himself. If Linda wants to make Star Dragon Outpost a gathering place for players, he must improve its functions and have multiple types of NPCs. It is best to make it a real novice village. Before officially hiring, he must have some requirements for the speech skills. I believe Eluna Momo can do it. After all, the church clergy are professional in speech skills. Lin followed Eluna to a room behind the church. On a collapsed bookshelf, there was a sheepskin book about 30 centimeters long. He picked up the diary called Stealing God's Authority and gently brushed off the dust. Chloe's diary. Chapter 15 Rabbit Witch. He looked at Eluna, who was staring at him with bulging eyes and expressionless face. Chloe, the Psalm White Knight of Everfrost Land. The Bishop of Prey Town has obtained his diary. Oh, the Psalm White Knight. Linda shrugged. His memories included the Psalm White Knight. Before he left Goliath, he had seen the Pope giving a lecture, and the white angel knights with wings on their backs fell from the sky, causing exclamations. Those guys were the Psalm White Knight. It is said that they have the power to destroy a city. They live in a place called Eternal Frost Land, and are responsible for guarding the road from the mortal world to the divine world. They are the most familiar angels, representing many beautiful qualities such as holiness, power, and fearlessness. People can actually become angels through practice. Lind is very interested. He opened the diary. The diary of the White Knight named Chloe, when he was still a human. I have listened to the hymns for 300 days and nights, and my soul has been cleansed, pure and dustless. But the desire to be stronger is growing fast in my mind like crazy. Ink dots. I know that is not allowed. Stealing through potions instead of waiting for the gift of the magic ring. But it is just a small trick. Existence is reasonable. I once again felt the blessing of the magic ring. The night made me feel stronger, but it never favored me. I could only watch my companion slowly become stronger. I still need potions. Yes, potions. Fortunately I got this. Linda stopped, because the next was a list that included detailed potion-making processes and techniques. The herbs were easy to say, as he had seen many of their names before. But two of them were very important. 1. Steal the power of the magic ring. 2. It needs to be consumed at dawn when the light is not bright. I know that's not easy. Linda continued to look through the contents of the diary. All lives bestowed by the magic ring have that power. They are born with the power bestowed by the magic ring. This is my attempt. I will not kill people at will. I stick to my beliefs. Monsters with magic power may be a good choice. Turn the page. Damn. The power of the magic ring in those guys is too weak. But they are so powerful. I must kill more of them. And I will find them. I want more. Turn the page. Haha. I succeeded and became a great knight. Turn the page. And then turn the page again. The records began to become chaotic. The extraordinary power of the great knight surged in my body. I was eager to release that power. I began to study and try day and night. Turn the page. I succeeded, gathering that extraordinary power in my palm. Imagining the sun, light, explosion, catharsis. In short, all good and bad emotions. And then guiding them. I will never forget the brilliance when it exploded in my palm. I call it explosion. Clowry's explosion. Turn the page. I can't give more gifts. So I can only hunt abyss monsters to make potions. The Pope admires my bravery. But I just want to collect more powerful disaster power, and seize the power of the magic ring in their bodies. It is said that becoming a third-level knight will usher in a qualitative change. I hope that day will come as soon as possible. Turn through several pages. The song White Knights of Everfrost. I always thought their wings grew on their backs. But when I got closer, I found that they grew on their necks. Weird but sacred. The diary stops here. Perhaps the owner of the diary suddenly changed the bad habit of writing a diary, and became a serious person. Perhaps there are more secrets, and it is too unsafe to record them in a diary. Lin's harvest is quite rich, including a potion formula for promotion to a great knight, and 2 techniques for using extraordinary abilities. They are respectively Clory's Explosion and Clory's Fury. He closed the diary. Lin sighed. Clory is definitely a genius. If those people in the church also want to steal power in Clory's way instead of waiting for it to be granted, then doesn't it mean that if you fail accidentally, you will become like them, and become a DNA double helix person? Should I take the potion? Lin didn't hesitate for too long, thinking that more and more players will come to this world. If he doesn't have strong power, it will definitely not be a good ending for him. Even if he rushed over and told those players that he was not an NPC but a time traveler, the players would probably just treat him as an Easter egg from the game company, and might even plan to kill him to see if there would be any Easter egg equipment. The next step is to collect materials and brew potions. Lin himself certainly couldn't do it. He didn't know how to brew potions, but he happened to know someone who could. You want to see Miss Miko? Old Cherry looked at Lin, who had returned in surprise. I hope she can help me a little bit. Linda nodded. Help me cook a potion. You can tell her. I will pay the gold stamp. Then you need to buy this potion. Old Cherry took out the potion again and explained. Otherwise I have no excuse to see her. Okay. It's just a potion. It's okay. The player will reimburse himself. Old Cherry left in a hurry, and Linda stayed in the house he rented temporarily with gold stamps. There are many empty houses in the town where no one lives. In name, they all belong to the mayor, and you have to pay if you want to live there. Knock knock. The door was knocked gently. Lin opened the door and found a slender figure in a black robe standing next to Old Cherry. You guys chat. Old Cherry winked at Lin and stood aside. What's this pimping feeling? Lin looked at the slender figure who walked into the room. The other party took off the hood on his head, revealing white shoulder-length hair. The cheeks were plump and soft, like a little rabbit or hamster. The skin was white, and there were not very obvious little rabbit teeth when he opened his mouth. A beautiful rabbit girl. She has a cute and adorable feeling. It would be nice if she could go back and be a poster girl. He stared at her for too long without daring to offend her. Ms. Miko, I hope you can help me make a potion. She nodded, as if she had no interest in Lin's handsome face. What potion? Let me tell you in advance that I can only make 3 kinds of potions. Which 3? Lin was a little interested. Ms. Miko cleared her throat. Healing potion, energy potion, and enhancement potion. As expected, Prey Town is the novice village. No doubt about it. You are the novice village NPC pharmacist. Why do you want to kidnap me more and more? I don't want to make these 3 kinds of potions. Linda took out the potion list. The only person who could make potions was Miko, so he had no choice. Miko frowned and looked at it for a long time, then looked up at Linda and said, I can make it, but the Heart of Disaster is very precious. If you are willing to spend 100 gold stamps, I may be able to get it for you. No problem. Linda nodded. He didn't know what kind of material it was, but since Miss Miko said she had it, it was a relief. Hee hee. Miko pulled a small bag from her waist and stretched out her hand to Linda. Give me the gold stamp. What? Heart of Disaster. She shook the bag in her hand. You are so lucky. I had some left after making the potion last time. I'll give it to you for free. Chapter 16 Promoted to Grand Knight. Lucky? He always felt that the other party was well prepared. Linda paid the gold stamp and took the bag. Inside was a black crystal, exuding an ominous aura. That is the crystal of the scavenger. Mike explained. 100 scavengers may not be able to dig out one. 100 scavengers dig out one. Linda thought. It turns out that the so-called Heart of Disaster is the material dug out from the monster. He thought to himself. Then it shouldn't be a problem to send a task to players to grind, and then buy it. It's not scarce in nature. Others would worry, but Lind wouldn't. As long as players can grind it out, There will be no problem. Slaughter happens to be what players are best at. As for the scavengers dying out, it is even more impossible. If those guys really died out, the world would be peaceful. Linda asked, have you made similar potions before? The magic ring is broken, Miko said with a surprised expression. Many people have used the disaster monster to regain the power of the magic ring. But no one in Prey Town knows about it. That Ronin also wants me to help him make potions. She pouted her lips, looking unhappy, but he was afraid that I would steal his potion formula. So he kept it hidden. He also wanted to learn how to make potions from me. You can't learn how to make potions. Only those who are chosen by Uni can listen to her voice. After saying that, she raised her chin with some pride. Linda didn't dwell on what she meant by listening. What Ronin was going to do had nothing to do with Linda. And they didn't interfere with each other. He was only thinking about the potion now. Miko clapped her hands. Since you gave me a potion formula for free and trust me so much, I will give me another 100 gold stamps. And I will also help you get the other materials and make it directly for you. What do you think? Maybe the potion formula is really precious. But it doesn't matter. Linda's interest is not in the NPC, but in the player. You happen to have some extra materials, right? Linda asked. Hee, looking at the beautiful girl with her rabbit teeth. Although she didn't say anything, Linda got the answer. He nodded. Okay. I just happened to bring everything with me. Linda. Sure enough. She is a hamster spirit, hoarding everything on her. As long as it can improve strength. Gold stamps and tickets are not important at all. Just do it. Watching her carry a small bag and take out a complete set of tools from it. The small bag seems to be able to hold a lot of things. Light the fire, and then stew it in the crucible. From time to time, add a little black or colorful things, and the liquid in the small crucible will change from white to yellow, and then to black. When the heart of disaster is added, the liquid begins to bubble, and the color becomes a more ominous purple. Miko took a spoon and gently stirred the liquid in the crucible, muttering something. Ignoring his cute and delicate appearance, he looked exactly like Gargamel in the Smurfs. Lin couldn't understand, so he just stood by quietly. Most of the night had passed. Lin traveled during the day and stayed up late at night, and he was extremely tired. Suddenly, a strange smell came. He suddenly perked up and looked at Miko's crucible. The liquid had turned light gold, exuding a strong temptation. She put the potion into a small bottle, and the whole process was extremely careful. She even opened the window to let the moonlight like broken glass shine in through the potion bottle. The moonlight fell on the pale golden liquid. Suddenly, a burst of fine bubbles arose, and when the bubbles disappeared, the liquid inside was only slightly orange-yellow. Okay. She handed a small bottle of potion the size of a thumb to Lind, and said tiredly, the potion is successfully brewed, but you must follow the rules to drink it. You should find a dawn that can't be bright, and then drink it. Linda looked at the potion, which was not very good in color. If he had not seen her complete it step by step, he would really think that this bottle of potion was ice black tea picked up from the tower crane. The dawn that does not shine should refer to the morning of a cloudy day. He thought it would be better to ask Elunamomo about this question, as Elunamomo had personally experienced the scene where the church clergy collectively took the potion and then all died. She must know what the dawn that does not shine is. Mika quickly packed up the crucible and waved goodbye to Linda. She consumed a lot of energy in refining the potion this time. Lin didn't waste any time and quickly headed for the church. That refers to the mental drowsiness, the state of being neither up nor down, and the inverted consciousness. Eluna said in her unique, mysterious way, when you are ignorant, you can hear the whispers of God. But self-righteous awakening makes people stupid and ignorant. Maybe you have to eat some grass that no one touches? Who knows? I understand. He understood the other party's clear instructions. Lin walked out of the church and bent down to pull out a few weeds from the cracks in the bricks. Seeing this, Eluna took him to a room full of twisted corpses. If he failed, he would become one of the twisted bodies. He stuffed the unpalatable weeds that had no juice at all, and even cut his tongue into his mouth and chewed them. His mind soon fell into a state of confusion. Linda seemed to see many elves dancing social dance in front of him. He couldn't tell whether he was standing on the ground or hanging upside down on the ceiling. At this moment, he was supporting the ground with his palms or hanging on the wall with his buttocks. Everything was possible. He just thought it was interesting. It seemed that all the rules were no longer important. Words flew out of the book Praise the Sun, and they were like chains tied to Lin, controlling Lin's body, so that he would not run away. It was time to drink the medicine. But Lin could no longer open the potion. A Luna came over. Did she put the potion into Li Qi's mouth or nose? He couldn't tell. The toot of the two tigers suddenly sounded again. He felt the pain of his body being torn apart, and a surge of energy rushed into his body. His heart beat rapidly, like a pile driver. There was a roar in his ears, but the more intense the sound, the more Lin felt he knew. The words flying out of praise the sun drilled into his body and condensed into a ring, right at the heart. It also locked the madness in the heart. When Lin opened his eyes, all the turmoil and restlessness stopped. A Luna held praise the sun and looked at him quietly. Ugh! Wow! Lin bent down and spit out the weeds mixed with sticky phlegm and blood. He felt stronger than ever. His vision was clearer, and his nose could smell a deeper scent, which was the aroma of dried meat. He felt more clearly the strength of his body, which contained a sense of expansion that was about to explode. He could even hear the aging and weak heartbeat of Eluna. With breathing, his keen hearing and perception were suppressed and gradually returned to normal. From passive to active. Eat something. She brought a piece of dried meat with a pointed mouth that still had small claws, a long tail, and even gray hair to Linda, who immediately shook his head. No. Thank you. Rats are a rare meat. But Lin feels that he can still hold on. He stood up shakily, thankful that his legs were not twisted. And even stronger. Even though he was so hungry that he couldn't stand, Lin still felt that he could kill his former self with one punch. There was also a strange power in his body. He tried to record it in Chloe's diary and guide the power to surge out. Boom! The explosion broke out against his palm, and the high temperature made his hair smell burnt. The body was even pushed back a few steps by the explosion. The body on the ground covered by the explosion was instantly blown to pieces, and part of it began to burn. Only about 1/20th of the energy in the body was lost. The power of Chloe's explosion was beyond imagination. However, it seemed that it could not be thrown out. A Luna, thank you very much for your help. Lin sincerely thanked the old nun, then asked, someone succeeded before me, right? Chapter 17. This novice village is different. A Luna's reaction was not like the first time she saw someone succeed. She was very familiar with the whole process and steps. Black Fire Brothers. The old nun's eyes were still bulging, trying to stare as wide as possible, when others went crazy one by one. They successfully confused their brains and listened to the whispers. They stole the unclean holy grail of black flame. They are betrayers and sinners. Linda took the information into his mind, but didn't say anything. After all, he was just a general believer. If other sects gave out eggs, he would definitely change his beliefs immediately. What concerned him more was that there was already a great night half a year ago, and this was just a corner of the world. Maybe the situation after the magic ring was broken was not as bad as imagined, and there were still some people who controlled the power. If they also discovered the abnormality of the players, they would definitely be interested in the power of the players. You only need to kill to become stronger, and you will not die. You are simply the best tool. I have a competitor. This is not good news. Lin put away the book Praise the Sun. Perhaps this book is the biggest gain besides the potion for promotion to the Great Knight. We should leave Prey Town today. There is a group of devout knights waiting for your guidance. Of course. A Luna Momo stuffed the rat back into her pocket, her face full of seriousness. This time, Linda bought a lot of things, so he specially found a two-wheeled flatbed truck when he left. A Luna Momo, who was aging, naturally sat on the flatbed truck and was pulled by two soldiers. The price of a livestock is dozens of times more expensive than before the end of the broken magic ring. It is no longer affordable for small forces. Human power is the cheapest. Sir, we have to be careful. Otherwise we might be targeted. Yes. Linda nodded. And all the way. His left hand was on the hilt of the sword, and his attention was also raised to the highest level. 4 people, an old nun, and a cart of supplies, simply told others loudly that there are fat sheep here. Come and rob them. Linda, who has successfully been promoted to a great knight, is not afraid of the refugees. And those who are not afraid of death can come. What he is worried about are those inhuman things. Although the possibility of encountering them during the day is not high, it does not mean that there is no chance. Those who covet the moon and fear the sun are ultimately low-level disasters. and no one can guarantee that there will be no higher level monsters. After walking for a long time, the expected attack did not appear. There are messy footprints here. Lind looked at the fresh footprints on the ground. They should have been planning to ambush here or have other plans. But it seems that something happened that made them choose to escape. The scene is very chaotic. He couldn't help but think of the huge horse hoof prints, like elephant hooves. The lower body is a horse, and the upper body may not be something that will be distorted by truth or faith. Tentacles covered with suckers? Tentacles covered with eyeballs? Or eyeballs covered with tentacles? But no horse hoof prints have been found so far. Only messy human footprints. In short, no matter what happened, we can't take it lightly. Sir? The four soldiers and Elena Momo have seen different meanings in his solemn expression. Speed up and hurry up. No matter what it is, we should leave quickly. After a day of non-stop travel, we finally saw the outline of the Star Dragon outpost. Like a beetle crawling on the horizon. Finally home. During this period, the favorite White Silk only released a video of building a house. And Linda only knew that everything was fine at the sentry post. It's the adults who are back. As soon as they approached the sentry post, the soldiers on guard on the city wall shouted loudly. The sentry post door opened heavily. The soldiers came out spontaneously to help carry the supplies. And they were full of energy and hope for the future life. These things are necessities of life. Linda routinely asked, have those undead people caused any trouble recently? No. They just built a house. The soldier shook his head. Linda took a look and found that a small shabby house made of wood and stone had been built within the scope of his plan. Although it was not beautiful, it was enough to shelter from the wind and rain. According to the players' thinking, it was the early stage of the land reclamation, and there was no time to stay here to build a house. After the novelty wore off, the players wanted to go out to explore and do tasks. Lord. Favorite Bicey was the first to see Linda and rushed over excitedly. Are there any tasks? After he howled, the other three players came over. Yes, Lord. Do you have any quests? Any quest will do. Any dragon or something. Giants. Undead. It's all fine. You are really not picky. Linda tried hard to maintain his expression. He suspected that if he continued like this, he might become a world-class movie star before becoming a local overlord. He changed into the solemn tone that an NPC must have when issuing quests. Alas! There's a chance. Seeing him sigh suddenly, the four players immediately became alert. Sure enough, Star Dragon Outpost is not an ordinary novice village. And the tasks issued by this lord are also different. During the 2 days and 1 night in the game, the four people did not really stay in the game without going out. They would quit the game to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. At that time, they would also communicate with other players. The game forum has long been filled with posts from players. Many players will check the forum after exiting the game. After all, it is the only official chat area. It is not only convenient to watch, but also can add friends with one click, exchange data, etc. The videos produced can also make money and cooperate with other video websites. So players really can't find a reason to give up the forum. It's really useful. But the official seems to have disappeared completely. And there is nothing except an internal beta announcement. The 3,000 players who tested the 1.01 version are not scattered. Especially after the first video of the favorite White Silk went viral. Many people started to form player groups. Like the major mainstream player groups. The four people basically joined just to get first-hand data and information. About 1,300 people successfully found the novice village to get shelter. Some of the remaining 1,700 people were transferred to the monster spawning point as soon as they were born. And they were directly broken and unable to move. Some were captured and made captives, with no freedom. Others appeared in uninhabited areas, and didn't know where to go, and were directly lost, with no gaming experience. If it weren't for being able to kill monsters and level up, and being able to exit freely, this world wouldn't really be like a game. As if it didn't care how difficult it was for the players. Besides, the players who successfully entered the novice village, unlike the four people who loved Bicey the most, the currency they came into contact with was not gold coins. And it could even be said that there were all kinds of different currencies. The currency is not unified, which makes players complain bitterly. The sunk cost is too high, and it will be difficult to change forces in the future. Secondly, other novice villages generally have important roles such as signboard, blacksmith, pharmacist, and merchant. Players can receive fixed daily tasks through the signboard role. Buy and repair weapons and equipment through the blacksmith. Buy red and blue medicine through the pharmacist. And finally buy or sell various materials through the merchant. Looking at the Star Dragon outpost. The wall is many times higher than that of the novice village. It is simply a fortress. There is no defense mission for those novice villages. Can the enemies such as wanderers and mountain people break the solid wall of the Star Dragon outpost? Although there is no poster girl here, there is a lord. However, the lord does not stay in one place for a long time like the poster girl. Linda's recent disappearance has made them depressed for a while. There is no blacksmith in the outpost, but there is a weapon shop, while other novice villages are still selling cloth and fur clothes. This place is already selling heavy plate armor, and even a set of equipment. When the four people put out the things that can be bought, the other players in the group were drooling, and they all shouted that they wanted to come to the Star Dragon outpost. But unfortunately, they couldn't find the way, and could only envy. The only pity is that there are no pharmacists and merchants, and the functions always give people a sense of imperfection. But in general, the four people are very satisfied with Star Dragon Post as a novice village. Some people have even analyzed that Star Dragon Post is not a regular novice village, but a hidden force, and it must have its own special plot. This is also the reason why the four people are patiently staying here. Chapter 18, We Players Know Stealth Best. Brave and fearless undead, Linda said seriously. Wild panting surrounds the sentry all day long, and the uneasy humming makes people toss and turn. I want to ask you to do a dangerous but significant task. Hiss. The four of them immediately became energetic. I love tasks. If it's not dangerous, I'm not interested. Investigate the situation of the wanderers based on the information around. The peace of the sentry cannot be broken. I hope this can be the last hope. Star Dragon Sentry will always remember your efforts. Of course, you will get a reward of 50 gold coins after completing the task. The four of them clenched their fists and beat their chests, shouting as if they were offering their hearts. Yes, Lord. The player, undead, sighed inwardly that his novice village was indeed different. The tasks he received were all hidden versions, and he didn't have to repair fences, check traps, or catch rabbits. Other players had never encountered the initial hyena killing task. For other players, hyenas would be considered elite monsters, not only difficult to kill, but also hard to encounter. But in Star Dragon Outpost, they could be killed at will. Maybe he and his friends are lucky enough to reach the intermediate map of the game. In short, it's awesome. The four of them put on their equipment and prepared to go out for investigation. But they looked aggressive. Not like they were going to sneak, but rather like they were going to charge into battle. Moonblade, it seems there's a new NPC at the sentry post. He saw a Luna, the wrinkled old lady in a nun's robe, and with a stern face fit all the stereotypes of old nuns in the church. And it's easy to make people feel that she is a key NPC. There are very few NPCs in this special newbie village. It is hard not to pay attention to a special NPC. There must be a task. I don't know how intelligent it is, but we can have a deep discussion. Dragon Scale Sword. It can't be a special task NPC. Through the game during this period, after talking in the game group, they also found the characteristics of this world. It's a bit too real. NPCs are like living people. Everyone has their own story, and they don't really follow the rules as strictly as in the game. In the past 2 days, they found that NPCs would be lazy, joke, and go to the toilet. Most importantly, the toilet time was not fixed. If they were not afraid of being chopped off as a pervert, they would really like to see if the animation of going to the toilet was made. It's like GTA. The key plot was not made, which is a pity. In addition, everyone was busy doing tasks during the game's development period. Otherwise, there would have been a group of people who were bored enough to follow NPCs and record what they did in a day. Let's go out and investigate the clues first. Xuanwu Shield sorted out his equipment and said, I guess there should be a combat dungeon. We won't be the first to open a dungeon, will we? The four of them were very excited when they mentioned the first dungeon. After all, new NPCs are not as attractive as new tasks. And Linda was in a posture of if you don't complete the task, you won't be allowed to see the new NPC. So they had to do their job obediently. After 2 days of building the house, the four of them had already felt bored. If they were not able to adjust their body senses, the four of them strongly suspected that they were not players, but laborers online. They left the Star Dragon Outpost together. There was no map function to guide them. Nor were there any highlight reminders. They had to find everything by themselves. This game was a bit too real. When the players left, Lin had simply arranged a place for Eluna and Momo to live. And he did not let Eluna and Momo meet the players immediately. The 9 soldiers under his command were okay. They didn't know much. As soldiers, they had never been to school and were illiterate. So there was nothing to talk about with the players. But Eluna Momo is different. She carries Linda's expectations. And Linda hopes that she can play the role of fooling, oh no, guiding the players. To put it in human terms, he hopes that she will continue to use that old charlatan's tone to give players a strong sense of role-playing. In a room with only 2 people, Linda said to the old nun after making sure that there were no outsiders, Eluna Momo, I hope you can learn the words I will teach you next, and use them flexibly. Eluna Momo looked at Linda expressionlessly, with only a pair of eyes wide open. Yes. She always squinted her eyes at people, as if she was surprised. But her face was expressionless, giving people a feeling of being mysterious. The process of teaching the words was very smooth, even smoother than Linda imagined, because Eluna Momo could draw inferences from one example, and brought up words such as gods, dreams, whispers, prophecies, etc., which were even more interesting than Linda's words. In short, full of soul. As the special task release tool that Linda expected. It was perfect. However, what Linda wanted most was Miss Miko. Not only was she cute and beautiful, but she could also make potions. If she was kidnapped to be a poster girl, she would definitely be able to control every LSP, regardless of gender. Eluna said in a dreamy voice, the ring is broken, but the king is nowhere to be seen. We have no gods to pray to. Even so, I hope you have a smooth journey. Right. Linda smiled. Eluna, please continue to adjust your state. I will have someone build a church at Star Dragon Outpost in the future. Oh, by the way, we will have stewed meat soup tonight. Gudong. Eluna swallowed her saliva. Yes. Sir. I will definitely work hard. It will be easy if we have food. She secretly pinched the rat in her pocket. She still kept this life-saving treasure well. If Lin turned against her and kicked her out one day, she would not starve to death. I hope I can satisfy the Lord. After leaving Eluna Momo's room, Lin returned to his room. Now he is advanced to the Grand Knight. But after the ring was broken, he didn't know what the future promotion path would be like. He only knew from a few words in Chloe's diary that the power stolen from the disaster actually came from the broken ring and was infused into his body in the form of potions. If you want to improve your strength, you must continue to absorb more potions. More potions, or potion formulas. If you can find the Black Flame Brothers, that would be great. Eluna whispered that the Black Flame Brothers had successfully promoted more than half a year ago, and Lin suspected that they had more useful information. While Lin was planning his future actions and thinking about how to squeeze labor from the players, a team of 4 players on the other side was on the way. We may have found it. Xuanwu Shield squatted down and checked the footprints on the ground. Among the 4 of them, 3 were college students, and 1 was a video blogger who changed his profession from civil engineer. Their awareness of field combat basically came from PUBG, and listening to footsteps was the only enemy-finding skill they had mastered. Unfortunately, after holding their breath and concentrating for a long time, they heard nothing. Fortunately, those people seemed to be in a hurry and did not hide their tracks. The soil near the Star Dragon post was not good. Almost all of it was sandy soil, and there was a footprint wherever you stepped on it. It should be nearby. We are here to find out information. It's best not to be discovered, Dragon Scale Sword said. Favorite White Silk immediately said, that's easy. Kill everyone who finds us. Stealth? The 4 of them smiled at the same time. Chapter 19, I have mastered parrying. Most players hate stealth when playing games. If they are not careful, they will be exposed and full of anger. They can only kill people without restraint. Even if they kill to the end, they will still feel a strong sense of failure. There are very few people who can do stealth well in the game. Most of them are forced into stealth for the sake of plot and length. That being said, the 4 people still acted very cautiously until they heard soft voices and sobbing in front. There is a sentry there. Red name. Only a few dozen HP. It seems they are the target that the Lord wants us to investigate. Go back. Or? Xuanwu Shield asked. No need to finish the sentence. Whether to go back to hand in the task, or rush up and kill all these people. They prefer to take action directly. But they are afraid that the task will be stuck after taking action. We are here now. As the 4 people slowly approached, they also saw more things and understood the approximate strength of the hostile forces here. More than a dozen men. Their equipment looked ordinary, with broken armor and rusty swords. With only 4 people, they were probably not their opponents. After all, the difference in numbers was too big. But looking at the children and women in the cage, the 4 players all felt angry. What they saw with their own eyes was different from what they saw on the computer screen. Those poor women and children who were half naked were like lambs to be slaughtered in a slaughterhouse. Until a bald man opened the cage, violently dragged the woman out, and pressed her to the ground with bad intentions. Fuck. I can't stand it. Long Lin Jian lowered his voice. Perhaps the game was too real, and even his angry veins were simulated. With more than 10 people, even if we win with fewer people, there will definitely be sacrifices. Xuan Wuxiel gritted his teeth. He was also very angry. But he still needed to think about the pros and cons after being angry. If he and others rushed forward, they would probably be besieged and killed directly. Not only did the 4 people have no long-range weapons, they didn't even have a full set of protective gear. Look at Xuan Wuxiel. He only wore plate armor on the upper body, and the lower body was barefoot in white shorts. If we go back now and ask the Lord to bring well-equipped soldiers, we will definitely be able to crush these wild monsters. But there is no time. The bald guy has taken off his pants. There are very few rational players, no matter what their real life is like. Except for some players. Most of them will force themselves to add the character of Knight when they enter the game. They come in a hurry, see injustice on the road, and leave their clothes after the matter is done, leaving only the legend. If you don't enjoy playing the game, then there is no point in playing it. What do you think? Can we lure these monsters by throwing things and assassinate them one by one? Zelda, Assassin's Creed, Hitman 47, too many. Almost all games have this setting. Throw things to divert the attention of the monsters, and then assassinate them one by one. Finally achieve perfect stealth, leaving only corpses on the ground. This is the most basic logic of the game. We players know stealth best. The action plan was unanimously recognized. Zui Baisi picked up a stone, walked forward a few steps, aimed at a man on guard, and shook his wrist. The stone fell into the grass not far away in an arc. It didn't make too much noise, but it attracted one person just right. Huh? The man tilted his head in confusion, and then pointed to the direction where the stone flew from, which was exactly where Zui Baisi was hiding, in the stunned expressions of the 4 players, and shouted, "Come on! There's someone here." Zui Baisi poked his head out like a rabbit in the bushes. Fuck. Why doesn't this wild monster play by the rules? What if the stealth is discovered? Kill everyone who sees you, and the stealth will be considered a success. So, players are the best at stealth. Favorite Baisi rushed out with a one-handed sword. As a master who had dealt with 3 jackals alone 2 days ago, he naturally didn't have to worry about micromanagement. He rushed over first and slashed at the opponent with a sword. But the opponent's reaction speed was not slow, and he raised his sword to attack from bottom to top. After struggling in this doomsday world, the instinct to counterattack has long been resident in his heart. The collision of swords has long been upgraded. Favorite Baisi, whose physical fitness is obviously better than that of the pale and skinny wanderer, won with one sword and knocked the opponent off balance. The force of the rebound also made him stiffen slightly. However, looking at the wanderer leaning back, Zui Baisi was overjoyed. Did he just hit the sword and cause stiffness? I mastered the rebound, he shouted happily. He quickly made another sword attack. For the first time, Zui Baisi did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt very happy. I have to say, this game is amazing. It's a pity that the opponent jumped out of the stiffness state immediately after being hit by the sword, and rolled away. Favorite Baisi was stunned. Eyes widened. This is not an ordinary wild monster. Wild monsters can show off their skills. Kill! The other 3 were too lazy to hide. Damn it. We 4 players can't kill a small wild monster base? Take it. Pain is lowered. Blood is turned off. And heads become cabbages. I am invincible in this world. The enemy is embarrassed. I will take off his clothes. Gaia. Ouch. Your godmother. There were screams everywhere. And in wild monster base. On the other side, Whether it was the red-named hostile wild monsters preparing to gather, or the women and children locked in the cage, they all stared in amazement at the 4 players with strange shapes shouting and rushing over. It looked like a mess. But the 4 players, as players who were not afraid of death, naturally had a sense of cooperation. The most feared thing in war is the lack of team awareness. But the cooperation between people is unavoidable. Fear of death. This is instinct. If you can hide and not get hurt, you will definitely consciously dodge, even if this may change the formation. But the 4-man team is completely different. Afraid of death? Not at all. Pain? Sorry. My pain sense is turned off. If you faint from blood, oil will come out of your wound. So the only thing left is to attack. Dragon Scale Sword even used the 3rd middle school Hutong fighting skills when fighting, kicking the wild monster in front of him. Just about to finish off. Damn. There's a shooter. Xuanwu Shield saw a figure with a cloth wrapped around his head and holding a crossbow in the distance, aiming at this side stealthily, and took the initiative to step forward, using his back to block the arrows for his teammates. Tanks must have the awareness of blocking damage. On the other hand, the people in the Wanderer camp were shocked by Xuanwu Shield's act of sacrificing his life for justice. They were just a group of wanderers who were temporarily united because of interests. Desires dominated their actions. But it did not mean that they did not admire loyal people. People would laugh at people who sacrificed themselves on the surface. But they would choose to make friends with such people because they would never be betrayed. For warriors who came out of nowhere and were ready to die made the wanderers pay attention to them. The encirclement of the wanderers gradually took shape, and they were surrounded from all sides. No matter where these 4 weirdos came from, they had no chance of escape. Chapter 20 Big Sister. Don't be afraid. We are good silver. Damn. We are surrounded. Favorite White Silk cursed. This game is too shit. The wild monsters can also use strategies. It seems that we can't escape from the battle. When there are too many people, we can only be beaten up. Come on. 1-on-1. I will definitely show him off. I will bounce back. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Zhang Yuedao thought the current situation was very reasonable, but the wild monsters in this small base are too alert. I guess there are stealth-type skills that can be learned in the game. Otherwise it is impossible for us to be discovered as soon as we approached. The other 3 nodded. They would not treat the wild monsters as normal people. Instead, they felt that they had no skills but wanted to sneak. So they were seen at a glance. Although there were no numerical values in the game. As players, they all knew that they just didn't show the numerical values. Everything that should be there was there. The 4 people's happy exchange of information and their fearless attacking posture scared the wanderers. Crazy. The black tortoise shield helped to block the hidden arrow with his body just now. And the dragon scale sword was not polite, and quickly chased after the wild monster that was kicked over to finish off. The sword cut into the back of its neck, and the huge force not only chopped off its head, but also sank into the soil. Oh my god! Such a high experience! Dragon Scale Sword exclaimed loudly, much higher than the jackal. And the head really turned into a cabbage. Not to mention, it's quite interesting. As he said this, he kicked the cabbage away. The good news of the experience bar rising greatly made Dragon Scale Sword excited. The other 3 people who received the good news also became excited. Although, Assassin's Creed became. Assassin is unparalleled. But it's cool to get experience. Who's going to level up soon? Everyone is about the same. Let Xuanwu Shield go first. He will recover after the level up and help resist the damage. The 4 of them talked and worked out an action plan in the shortest time. The Wanderers' camp had no idea what they were talking about. If they knew that the 4 players were arranging them like food, they would definitely rush over. We are a group of people. And you are only 4. It's too disrespectful. But they were afraid to rush forward. Have you ever seen someone who kills people with laughter? It would be fine if they killed someone. But they had to chop off the head. They kicked the chopped head away with a grin. Blood splattered all over them. But they didn't care. You were shot in the waist. Why are you still laughing? The 4 people looked like a disaster crawling out of the cracks in the abyss, which almost scared people to death. The players didn't know what the Wanderers were thinking. This is the game. It doesn't hurt. You won't die. And it's not even scary. Just chop it off, and it's over. So the scene turned into 4 people not only not running, but rushing to the place with the most people. Not to mention the Wanderers. Even the women and children in the cage thought it was outrageous. What the hell? I'm upgraded. Great. Who has ever seen 4 people almost fight their way out of a bloody road surrounded by a group of people and shot by arrows? The wanderers were killed and retreated step by step. They looked at the 4 people covered in blood and wounds, and they were actually filled with infinite panic. The wanderers just temporarily gathered together to keep each other warm. There are interests that merge, but no interests that separate. This is the case in the border areas now. As for whether it is trustworthy, whether it can cooperate sincerely, and whether it will be turned against, it all depends on gambling. It is better to be qualified to gamble than not to gamble. But I didn't expect that such a crazy group of people would appear in this land. The wanderer holding a crossbow aimed at a figure behind the shield. The shield and the slow-witted strongman gave him a strong sense of despair. No matter how he shot with the crossbow, the strongman would block with his shield or even his body. Even though he was bleeding and staggering, he never fell down. Finally, the wanderer archer seized the opportunity, and the crossbow arrow went through the gap and bypassed the shield, accurately piercing the knee of the dragon scale sword, who was chopping and killing. Fuck. Dragon scale sword. Bang. Kneeling on the ground, he shouted at the top of his voice, "It's over. I'm injured and my leg is broken and I'm debuffed." As the main output, Dragon Scale Sword's leg was injured, which greatly affected the strength of the entire team. By C. Hurry up. Just when the Wanderers thought that the strongest person was injured and the whole fearless 4-man team would inevitably end, a strange man with green hair that looked like a troll jumped out, not to mention being shocked by his hideous appearance. His daring and fighting state was no less than the one who fell just now. Hey, that's not right. The one just now. You were shot in the knee. Why did you still rush forward? Kill through. For players actually killed through more than a dozen Wanderers' small bases, and directly made the remaining Wanderers run away screaming. The momentum is gone. Run away? John Udall scratched the back of his head, very surprised. It was different from what he imagined. They only killed 6 or 7 people, and most of the remaining half ran away. He and his men were seriously injured. If they really attacked by force, they could win by sacrificing 3 or 4 more people. He didn't know that sacrificing 3 or 4 more people was something that the remaining Wanderers could not accept. Everyone fought and looted to survive, not to exchange one for one. This is not an arithmetic problem. What's next? Save these people and bring them back to the sentry post. The Lord might reward us handsomely. I think it's okay. The 4 dragged their seriously injured bodies closer to the cage. The women and children trapped in the cage were trembling with fear. Zuei Baisi was the first to approach. After all, he wanted to make a living by shooting a video and uploading it. Communicating with the rescued NPC is meaningless to ordinary players, but it is very important to bloggers like him. Don't be afraid. Sister, we are good silver. The woman's face was pale, and the child in her arms was screaming. Wow. Breaking tears. The favorite white silk. Looks too scary. Don't cry. The woman quickly covered the child's mouth, fearing that the monster in front of her would attack. Okay. The child is crying because of you. John Udall pulled the favorite white silk back and took the initiative to step forward. Little brother, don't cry. It's okay. With a turbulent wave and a carefully crafted top-notch appearance, John Udall comforted the crying child in an instant. The child even blushed. NPC really looks at the face. Oh, come on. Come on. I regretted it before, but now I'm sure that this face of mine will be useful in the evil and chaotic camp in the future. Okay, guys, let the people out first. And then, loot. Killing monsters gives experience, which is important but not important. Instead, picking up trash and searching bags after the battle is very important. You can wear any equipment you take off. Oh my, this equipment is good, but it's a bit too heavy, and I can't walk when wearing it. How do we divide the spoils? Equally or roll? Let's each take what we need first. We are all too poor. At least let the black tortoise shield cover our butts. Ha ha ha. We fought together to build a base. There was nothing good in the Wanderer camp. It was basically all rags. So we were quite harmonious and there were no disputes. Although Kneeline and the 9 soldiers at the Star Dragon post looked down on the rags, it still depended on who they were compared with. They were wearing the standard armor of the Rand 1st Regular Army Infantry, which was the best stuff that money couldn't buy. The weapons in the hands of the single players would only spark at best, so it would be better to smash them with a sledgehammer, which might even cause internal bleeding. The ones that Lind regarded as scraps and left behind were all pretty good armor. On the other hand, these wanderers were only slightly better than being naked, wearing at most a piece of leather armor. If it weren't for the overwhelming equipment, plus the fact that they were really not afraid of death, and upgraded to recover their status, it would be wishful thinking for 4 people to defeat more than a dozen people. It's up to you to send the people back. The first one to lose the support of the Xuanwu shield was the one who exploded and turned into ashes. The remaining 3 people were very calm when facing the death of their companions. Or rather, they didn't even bother to look at it. But the captured women and children were very upset. This group of people seemed to have a close relationship and could block each other's knives. But they didn't even blink when their friends died. A bunch of lunatics. Could it be that they just got out of the tiger's den and fell into the wolf's den? Chapter 21. Not a player, but a traveling frog. The undead returned victoriously. They also brought back 8 women and children. Looking at the 3 undeads eagerly waiting for the reward, Linda was still a little confused. Are you traveling frogs? Then Linda discovered a serious problem. He did not have a full map view, and he had no way of knowing the important events that happened to many players. Just like this time, he had no idea what the players had done. If it were a real game NPC, it should be able to sense the player instantly as long as the task is completed, no matter how far away the player is. His non-mainstream NPC identity cannot be exposed. It seems that I can only peek at the screen from the official website. However, on the surface, Lin showed a perfect expression, which was expressed by a fan-shaped diagram. That is, 3 points of domineering, 3 points of relief, and 4 points of expected. Well done, undead people. As for why only 3 undead people came back, one must have died. It's a small matter. Anyway, you can be resurrected. The life of the player is the least valuable. Lin looked at the panicked and helpless 8 people again. 6 ragged women and 2 children. They looked malnourished and timid. They were wearing thin clothes in the cold weather of December. One of the women had frozen ankles, and it was very difficult to walk. In large camps, women and children are very important population resources, especially women. Not for satisfying animal desires, but mainly for giving birth. Population is power. But in a small camp with insufficient food, women and children are a burden, and many wanderers pursue a carefree life. Linda is not in a food crisis for the time being, and he even welcomes the living forces to join him to strengthen his newbie village. NPCs will definitely not be enough in the future, and the soldiers will also serve as law enforcement forces, as a manifestation of their own power, and a background board every time they appear. Soldiers and players must be separated to maintain absolute dignity. Therefore, it is very important to have new NPCs who can issue tasks. However, the premise of accepting 8 people, and even other NPCs rescued by players in the future, is that these people must have good identities. Never underestimate a woman or child. They will turn into rats, wandering around various gathering places, looking for opportunities for the people behind them to kill. Good-hearted fools. All at once. Every time he went to Prey Town, Lin could hear similar stories. So the ending of a woman or child who was left alone was often not very good. If you are kind enough to save them, it may be rats will bring unwarranted disasters, but it's easy to kill them, and you won't let them go even if you kill them by mistake, which saves you trouble and effort. Kindness? Can that thing be eaten? Even if the Star Dragon outpost cannot be broken by ordinary wanderers, and even if they don't want to provoke it when they see the tall walls, if they can find loopholes from the inside, I believe no one will miss this fat sheep. However, Lin must show his kindness in front of the players sometimes. Kind idiot NPCs are always easier to get players' favor than sinister and selfish NPCs. Not to mention that he also needs to replenish the population. And the players don't belong to him after all. The player shut up and looked at Lin quietly. Of course, maybe they were just waiting for the plot to develop. I am Lind, the Lord of Star Dragon Outpost. Lind looked at the 8 cowering women and children and said, "Where are you from?" Among the 8 people, the oldest woman knelt down to Lind first, and the others followed suit. The 3 players on the side whispered, saying nothing more than, "Is there a hidden plot? Can equipment or decorations be dropped by killing them? Throwing them out to attract wanderers, and then killing the wanderers? Is it considered a bug to brush the rescue mission? Wait. It has to be you." As a first-level knight, Lind had sharp ears and eyes, and whispers could be heard without any special means to cover up. Fortunately, he knew that the player was like this. If it were someone else, not to mention the lawful and just NPC, even the chaotic and evil NPC would be scared. Where did this living devil come from? My lord. We were caught in the mountains north of Banshee Lake. Before that, we followed the hyena old man to wander around. Later, Old Mander was besieged by those terrible wanderers and left us behind. We had just been captured by those wanderers for less than 2 days when we met your soldiers. Your soldiers saved us. Wanderers equals thieves. Mountain people. Rats without bottom line. Old Mander? Lind frowned slightly, not caring about the players, who were already indignant. His emotions were not so easily mobilized. Although he had not been in this world for a long time, he no longer had the naive idea of choosing to believe others just because of a few words. He had never heard of Old Man. It was unlikely that he was making it up, and he was most likely a minor character. But in the eyes of ordinary wanderers, he must be a big shot. Leo, Reed, Lind waved, take them to find a place to settle down. I remember there are some tents, or simple shelters can be built in other places, not too far from the vegetable garden. The vegetable garden is in the center, not next to the city wall. So even if there is a rat among the 8 people, it can't do anything. He doesn't need to arrange the rest. Leo Reed knows what he means, and will separate them for questioning and investigation. As long as there is a clue, he can catch it in the first time. Even if he can't catch it, he can interrogate some more critical information. After making sure there is no problem, he will really accept them. He is really short of people. NPCs may not be more than players, but they must be enough. Yes. Leo and Reed nodded. Lord, we can also help. You see, the undead are anxious again. Don't worry. Linda shook his head. You have to report to me what happened during this period? Yes. What happened? I just asked you to investigate the traces of wanderers and scavengers. In short, open the map. Why are you killing so fiercely? Bringing back a group of people is fine. But where is the food? No food at all? Don't tell me it's because you don't want to overload. Be careful of my red name. Wait for me. I'm coming! I'm coming! Xuanwu Shield shouted and ran over. His resurrection point is still not the Star Dragon post. Seeing that he was running out of breath, the distance should not be close. Xuanwu Shield looked confused. What's wrong? Fuck. I won't miss the plot. Is anyone recording the screen? Favorite White Silk raised her hand. Recorded. Lord, you need to report what happened. Can't you submit the task in this game with one click? There's no golden question mark on his head, and no words on his waist. The main point is real. Don't you know? Don't be distracted. Otherwise you will miss the plot. It's too real. Who will come? I'm good at speaking. The 4 of them reported the situation to Lind. The whole process was described by them with great passion. We encountered wanderers. 15. 6 people. It's 18. 9. Moonblade. If you keep acting cute, I'll log off and shoot you. Let me continue. The justice in our hearts urged us to act, so we gave up hiding. We killed them. Hey, I used a counterattack. And then? Linda. Chapter 22. A Luna is going to be a red name. Linda knows the player's style of doing things too well, especially when he heard that there were 15, 6, 7, 8, and 9 enemies, and the 4 undead players gave up lurking and took the initiative to attack. He wanted to complain even more. Did you give up lurking? You must have failed in lurking, and immediately turned to unparalleled stealth to kill them all. The main goal is to kill everyone you see, which is equivalent to not seeing anything. After hearing the general story, Lin paid the money very decisively. It was just gold coins. Anyway, it would be returned to me in less than 5 minutes. The 4 players who took the money did not disappoint him. Don't say that men don't have the urge to shop. If they don't buy, it's because they don't want it. Look at this lamellar armor with a cloak for 50 gold coins. Just ask if it's good. Lind also heard the players' complaints. The properties of the weapons in the Wanderer's hands were too poor, and they would affect the weight if they carried them, so they didn't use them. So, it's really because of the weight that the food was thrown away. Linda was sad. Just because he didn't like food for the time being didn't mean he didn't need it. The more he ate, the better. If he couldn't finish it, he could sell it to others. Do players need to eat? Of course they do. But most players don't want to eat. They would rather be in a blood loss state. because it is a waste to spend money on food during the development period. Money should be spent on the handle, the blade. There is almost no penalty for death in the early stage, and everyone is around level 1. I believe that in the future, gourmet will still be a promising secondary profession. Linda himself is looking forward to it. He also wants to taste the food on Earth. At this moment, the players have finished their shopping spree. The equipment sold in the Star Dragon Outpost store is still good, strong and durable, with high attributes, and most importantly, handsome appearance. As we all know, handsome equals great attack. Linda never mentioned Eluna from beginning to end. Players need to explore it by themselves. He believes that players will not easily miss Eluna. He just told the soldiers to keep an eye on the 8 people again, and not let the players get close to them easily, so as to avoid the players wasting time by making jokes. I believe that the soldiers can tell who has problems with their quality. After returning to the room, Len took off the sword hanging from his waist, and at the same time his consciousness shifted to the official website of Doomsday Ring. There is no announcement, and no other things for the time being, but the videos have been updated sporadically. Yo, the dance is good. Someone actually made a beautiful woman dance the Red Velvet art troupe, which is really exciting. Linda gave a thumbs up as a tourist, and he was eager to register an account in the future. He also wanted to post a comment. I believe that Doomsday Ring can help video bloggers usher in a second spring in their careers. He browsed for a while and found that there were 3060 lady catching loaches in deep water. Authentic old gourmet explores the kitchen of the novice village. What would happen if I confessed to the widow of the novice village? And so on. In short, they are all extremely boring garbage injection videos, which are not much better than the Don't Laugh challenge. Especially the NPCs staring at the awkward and funny players with the same eyes as if they were mentally retarded. The atmosphere of digging a building with bare feet can be felt through the screen. Awkward. However, Lind understands their approach. From many people's complaints, it can be seen that players in this game are really too free. Not to mention those poor players who are still alone now. Most players are not trusted even if they join the novice village, and there are not many jobs they can do. Although the remaining few players have successfully gained a certain degree of trust, they are all doing hunting, farming, hard labor and other jobs. Many people are complaining that this game does not regard players as the protagonist at all, and why there is no salvation mission. Players who have nothing to do are reluctant to leave such a real world, just like traveling through time. So they actively explore and find fun. After all, it is now an internal test, so it is reasonable that there is no main line. Some people have started to make fun after confirming that there is no main line. Most of them are small video bloggers. Because the update was early, this group of people got the first wave of popularity. So no matter how rubbish the video is, the number of views can easily exceed 10,000 in a very short time. But it is hard to say in the future. The internal competition of players is unreasonable, and boring videos will definitely be eliminated. Compared with the video content, most players who can't play the game show a strong desire for the game Doomsday Ring. Linda also learned for the first time that this game on Earth requires a helmet to play, and the U-shaped pillow has become the best-selling third-party accessory. In the comment area below many videos, people are asking, is this really a game? Not a real-life role-playing game? Of course it's not a game. Linda feels that he is just a living person, without a system, and doesn't fight monsters. After confirming that most players are just lazy and unwilling to bite even a lighter, Linda lost interest. Now his main focus is still reading posts. The text is edited quickly and in a timely manner, and there are various subdivisions for posting, chatting, strategies, tutorials, making friends, etc. allow Linda to fully understand his current situation. He really likes to hang out in the official forum. New. I'm stuck in the map. Is there a good brother who can save me? New. I got the weapon. A good sword. So handsome. Attached picture. With tutorial. New. Is this game illogical? Why don't you care about me? I'm so annoyed. Highlights. A battle in which a player wins. Absolutely true and exciting. With teaching tips on how to bounce and counterattack. Highlights. Phase shaping. With detailed data. Gerald. Saber. Louis Fei. Miyazaki Ida. Thanos. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Steve. Does the existence of a highlights post mean that there is an administrator on the official website? Does the administrator know that he has become an NPC? And does the game company know? Is he an outsider? Or are the players considered outsiders? He had a lot of question marks on his forehead. And finally chose to wipe his forehead and pretend not to care. Since there is no answer, he will not look for the answer for the time being. And first figure out his own little piece of land. There are many people who are stuck in the map. Until now, many players have not even seen an NPC or wild monster, and have been walking all the time. If the scenery is not really good, the sense of substitution is also strong, and there is no new game on the market that can replace it. I am afraid that most people have already quit. Lee read the posts for a while, and when he came out for dinner, Linda found that the players did not surround Eluna Momo, but hid by the fire in the distance to chat. Hey, it's a bit strange. How could the players ignore a brand new NPC? Could it be that Eluna Momo was timid? Absolutely impossible, because he knew very well that Eluna Momo was definitely queen level in terms of talking nonsense, and could control the overall situation. You can hear all kinds of fancy lines from her mouth. But when you think about the last sentence, you find that there is no useful line at all. The main theme is colorless and tasteless, but very loud. This is the kind of talent that Lord Lin wants. I can only ask Eluna Momo for the reason. With the players, Star Dragon Outpost basically said goodbye to the problem of insufficient firewood. Lind even saw 8 women and children in the distance roasting happily. These undead players really like to keep and feed NPCs. Eluna Momo, who was holding a rat, looked at Lind at the first time. And the meaning was very simple. Is this what you call God's Night? I really want to spit shit on your face. They have nothing to do with the knights. And even half of their buttocks are exposed. Sister Momo was so angry that she was trembling. What happened? Linda also saw something from Eluna Momo's resentful eyes. The two sides did not have no contact, but had contact. Maybe Eluna Momo suffered a great loss. Could it be too beastly? Eluna Momo is already very old. The eavesdropping technique of the first level knight worked again. Favorite white silk. Hey, you said this old nun is so weird and doesn't respond to us. She keeps saying the same few words. Is there something wrong with her brain? Moonblade. It must be because the AI level is too low. In my opinion, she is not a key role, but a tool. But I asked her several times, and she didn't send any tasks. I don't think so. Dragon Scale Sword cleared his throat and said seriously, she is not stupid. She is just very upset with us. When I was face to face with her just now, I felt that she wanted to hit me. Then try to lift her skirt later? Stay away from us. You are too perverted. Linda, who was passing by, twitched his mouth. What did you do to Eluna Momo? If this continues, Eluna Momo will be red-listed. I see that many NPCs in the novice village seem to be similar. They all have sullen faces, and are unwilling to pay attention to players. Are the immortals discriminated against? Hey, I'm going to fight. Chapter 23. Let me copy it. Ignoring the nonsense of the undead. It is time for dinner. Linda, the 9 soldiers and Eluna Momo eat separately. The players don't have this treatment, and they don't seem to care much. If they are hungry, they are hungry. It's not a big problem. The undead seem to be planning to go out for an adventure at night. They were delayed because they had to build a house before, and now the time is just right. Linda casually gave them a patrol mission. There might be unexpected gains at night. He knows that those disasters can. Explosion. Materials are good for making potions. I'll send out a task for players to collect. Players will have new tasks and potion materials themselves. It's a win-win situation. The main reason for not sending out tasks now is that players can't beat the disaster. And it's just a waste. When the fragrant broth rolled in the hanging pot, and the aroma of meat filled the air, Eluna couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She controlled her expression very well, which is why Lin trusted her acting skills very much. She always looked at others with a pair of protruding eyes, and her wrinkled face was expressionless. Only when she talked about the Church of the Sun would she show her piety and pride as a believer. But Linda knew very well, and so did Eluna Momo, that there would be no more gods, and all prayers were just to make a living. Eluna Momo wanted to make a living from Linda as a believer, while Linda wanted to make a living from players as Eluna Momo's believer. The spoon stirred in the hanging pot, and old Pete picked up the bowl and scooped up the bottom, a spoonful of meat sticking out. Eluna Momo was very excited. How many rat nests would have to be destroyed to get this? But the next moment she felt the chef's power called shake. Old Pete shook the spoon. And what was thrown into the pot was not wolf meat, but Eluna Momo's bleeding heart. Give Eluna Momo more meat. Linda was also very respectful to the elderly. Due to the order of the Lord, Old Pete reluctantly scooped a small, half-spoonful of meat. He felt that his dignity as a chef was challenged. The dishes cooked without shaking the spoon had no soul and did not taste good. But after Lind opened his mouth, between loyalty and dignity, he resolutely chose the former. Eluna took the broth, and the rat meat in her pocket suddenly felt less fragrant. Her wrinkled lips approached the soup bowl, and she took a sip without caring about the hot air that suffocated her face. Hot! Burns the tongue. But it smells so good that tears welled up in her eyes. Sir, you are right. After seeing them today, they are indeed worthy of being called the cheese of the god. Lin looked at the old nun who was scalded by the hot soup and whose eyes were full of tears and whose tongue could not be straightened, but still spoke. And he was filled with emotion. This talent is not in vain. Linda asked, how did you see that? Of course he knew that the player was either a knight of God, or an enemy of God, or even possibly God himself. As for the player, the background setting must be amazing. Eluna, does it have to be like this? I'm just eating a bite of your meat. Don't insult my dignity as a nun. Do you have to praise me? Do you really have to praise me? It's very difficult. Even the soldiers who were waiting to eat with their bowls turned their heads to look over. As natives of this world, Old Pete and the other 9 soldiers once truly believed in the Church of the Sun. They had more or less heard the whispers of God, seen the Pope give lectures, and listened to the choir's hymns. But when the magic ring was broken and God no longer responded, the desperate soldiers chose to turn against him. From firm believers to firm atheists. Now that they have heard Lind and Eluna say that the undead are knights of God, they not only do not think it is wrong, but they think, what kind of God there is? What kind of knight there is? It's so true. Everyone wants to hear what Eluna Momo has to say. Linda is the same, because he sincerely recognizes the identity of the undead. So he wants to give more secrets and information from Eluna Momo, and maybe use it to fool the players in the future. Linda, who positions himself as the core village chief, justice, NPC, will never allow himself to lack lines. The performance effect in front of the players is very important. I swear by my faith in God and the honor of a clergyman. Eluna Momo lowered her head to drink a mouthful of soup, and took the meat into her mouth, saying incoherently, no one and nothing can make me lie. Eat quickly, lest if you say something unsatisfactory later, you won't get any more soup. As for swearing? Oh, faith is such an inconvenient thing. As you said, if they can come back to life, there are legends about them in history. Eluna Momo looked at the soup pot eagerly. She had already finished a bowl. Fill it up. Linda didn't care. This time, without Linda's order, Old Pete made full use of the chef's supreme skill of shaking. Under Eluna's eager gaze, he shook off all the meat in the spoon and poured the soup into the bowl. Eluna looked at the clear broth in her hand with a sad face, and said in the tone of an old nun talking about the past, the knight who came back from the dead, a follower of Zasa, one of the 3 gods in the legend, the god of death, who once helped a kingdom in history that was drowned by time. However, the strength of the Death Knight is very strong. According to legend, he has the power to destroy a city with one sword. Her meaning was also very simple. Those perverts who wanted to lift her skirt could not be the knights of the god of death. They were not even as good as the toe caps of the knights of the god of death, based on their strength, let alone destroying the city with one sword. It is estimated that the soldiers in the Star Dragon outpost could not defeat them. But Lin did not think so. Players can fight monsters and level up. It may be a bit difficult to destroy a city with one sword in the future, but it should be no problem for a group of players to destroy a city. He really felt that the explanation given by Eluna was quite reasonable. Although he knew that the undead players could appear here because of the game, not the gods. But this explanation angle was great. Take it and copy it. Of course he knows about the god of this world, and he knows it very well. After all, before the end of the world, the god of mainstream belief is the part that cannot be avoided. According to legend, when the world was born, there was no death and no life. Until the flame appeared, 3 people gained power from the flame and created a magic ring based on the fire of life. Under the illumination of the magic ring, people can draw strength from it and improve themselves. The most famous among them is the sun's proof Leo Lion, the god of knights, warriors, and merchants in the world, representing fairness, bravery, fearlessness, etc., and is the most mainstream god. The Storm Knight sculpture that Lind had seen in the Sun Church in Prey Town, the one with his head under the giant sword, was one of the 4 knights of the apocalypse under the legendary evidence of the sun. Yuni, the Moon Witch, is the god of magic and wisdom, and also the god of wizards, witches, sorcerers, and thieves. He represents mystery, wisdom, tricks, etc. He is a god with a threshold, and fools cannot believe in him. Zasa, the god of death, is the most mysterious and has few believers. No one can escape him. No one wants to get close to him, and eventually everyone will run to him. There is another saying that there are 4 gods in total, and it was the 4th god who used lightning to forge the fire of life and successfully created the magic ring. In the end, he carried the magic ring on his shoulders, so that the whole world was shrouded in the power of the magic ring. As for the credibility, not high, because there are also legends that there are actually 5, 6, 7, and 8 gods in total, and various sects are eager to give their own god. Put it in, bind, 3 gods group, get some traffic, and let the 3 gods help to promote the star. Linda feels that the part about mythology can also be explored and saved to tell stories to players in the future. I believe that no player can refuse a dusty history. In human language, it is called Hidden Plot. Chapter 24. Your job is to make them work. After dinner, Lind also got the reply from Reed and Leo. 8 people should be no problem. 6 women. The oldest is in her 30s, and the youngest is only 16. Both children are boys, only 4 years old. Normal children will slowly forget their memories before the age of 2, which means that since they can remember, the 2 of them have been living in the apocalypse. They are not wanderers, but a small camp occupying a clean water source somewhere. They make a living by catching mice and dung beetles. Their staple food is digging thorn roots. Occasionally, they eat grass stems that are juicy and have a lot of fiber. Although it is difficult to digest, it gives a strong sense of fullness. In the present day, when all species have to evolve because of the end of the world, thorns have buried nutrients deep underground to ensure their survival. The thorns on the top are wilted and difficult to eat, but the thorn roots below are rich in starch. The thorn roots as thick as fingers have a bad taste and can barely be regarded as potatoes, with a deteriorated taste and constipation. In addition, 8 people took the initiative to mention the power of the hyena Old Man. There are 6 adult men, 2 crossbows and 4 bows. Among them, Old Man was once a hunter and killed people. There was nothing much to say about the wanderers they encountered, for players killed their temporary camp. It was easy to kill the 6-member team of Old Mander. There is another wanderer settlement, far away from us. Reed reported worriedly. It is said that Old Mander saw them from afar. There are at least 50 wanderers. All of them are strong men, fully armored, and the leader is a 2-headed man. 2-headed man? Lind was stunned. Deformed child. The time I traveled to should be the magic apocalypse, not the nuclear war wasteland apocalypse. I don't know. I just know that the 2-headed man can tear a horse apart with his bare hands, and they just hide from a distance and dare not get close. Hiss. Linda was a little surprised. He was promoted to a great knight only 1 day ago, and he hasn't had time to take action yet. But his strength has almost adapted. He has his own believers to tear a horse apart with his bare hands, and it is not impossible for him to directly blow a horse to pieces with the power of Clory's explosion. The opponent is very likely to be a great knight, facing an opponent who became a great knight earlier than himself. Lind was still very cautious. Safety comes first. Players should be left to fight desperately. This is not called cowardice. If I can also be resurrected? There are 50 fully armed people, and their strength is stronger than that of Prey Town. We have to be on guard. Lind frowned and thought for a while, digesting the information. The news is mixed. The bad part is that a large force of 50 people wandering around makes people sleepless. Even with the help of the Great Knight, the high wall of the Star Dragon outpost is difficult to defend. Only after taking this step can we know how big the gap between the Great Knight and ordinary people is. The good part is that players can play in dungeons, but there are too few players. If more come, they will be killed even if they pile up their lives. Linda doesn't think that the 2 sides can live in peace. The other side may have known about the existence of Star Dragon Outpost for a long time. They didn't come just because they were not ready to bite off this hard bone. The sacrifice in siege warfare is huge. Moreover, wanderers are inherently more dangerous than vagrants. If wanderers represent desperate people, and wild dogs gather together for warmth, then wanderers are wolves traveling thousands of miles. And killing, looting and robbing are their happiness. Everything can only be prepared early. The most important thing for now is to improve our own strength and let the undead do more work so that our soldiers can recover and improve themselves. Let's go and see them. Linda's 9 soldiers can't do skinning work every day. And of course, he doesn't plan to let these women and children do it. The 8 people will be the first batch of experimental NPCs he will launch. He will summarize his experience with the 8 people. And then when he issues tasks as the Star Dragon Sentry Lord, he will be more secure. Some things players like, some don't. And they must be experimented. Lin took the initiative to find the women and children huddled in the cold wind. He also brought leftover broth. The tent was well set up. And there was a fire coming out of the tent. So it shouldn't be too cold. When Lin approached, 2 children poked their heads out of the tent, looking at Lin with fear and curiosity, until the people inside heard footsteps, and the women followed out. Then they exclaimed, "Lord!" A group of people knelt down again in unison. Only the 2 children, after their heads were pressed down to kneel, raised their heads unconsciously again. It was just downwind, and the smell of the broth was pungent. I was so greedy. Linda nodded and signaled the soldiers to put down the broth. The 8 women and children looked at the broth pot frequently, but no one dared to move. Their stomachs were just rumbling loudly. Linda pretended not to hear the leader's words, and he had to endure it no matter how hungry he was. I don't care where you come from. If you want to stay at Star Dragon Outpost, you can, and I can guarantee your safety. But there is no one who gets something for nothing. If you want to stay, you must work. Of course, the women didn't dare to refuse. Some of them even looked at Lind and the soldiers beside him with red faces. We are willing. What do you want? What do you think I am? Lind carefully looked at the women in the tent. They were mediocre, including the 16-year-old one. He became more determined and tough in his heart. What do you think I am? Humph. Okay. Since you are willing, let me tell you about the work you are going to do. Lind said, starting tomorrow, I will arrange your work and give you Rand gold coins. All you have to do is to find those undead with the gold coins. Tell them the work content. Let them complete the work. And then check the work situation and pay them the gold coins. Worried that these people were not competent for the work of NPCs, Lind had to start from the beginning and slowly teach them how to assign tasks to players and how to check and accept tasks after they are assigned. And he must not give players the opportunity to find bugs. After he actually starts assigning tasks, he will explain in more detail, including the lines. They are wanderers, and they are wanderers rescued by the players themselves. There are no requirements for the lines, and the main focus is on being sincere and in line with the character setting. Reed and Leo on the side said that these are all basic operations of the Lord. 2 days ago, they all thought it was abnormal. But now seeing that the Lord used a method that no one could understand to make the undead people behave obediently, they just thought it was too normal. Even if they were told that one day the undead people would give money to Linda and take the initiative to work, and even if they were executed by Linda, they would thank him profusely. They would not think there was anything wrong. They would only sigh, worthy of being an undead. Worthy of being a lord. Yes. The women nodded. It turned out that they were not sleeping with him. This was their job in the gathering place before. But then they all raised their heads. Master, what do you think our job is? Master, have you forgotten what you just said? No one gets something for nothing. Our job sounds like getting something for nothing. Linda repeated patiently. Your job is to get them to do the job. Ah? Chapter 25. Pure blood. Full of soul. Ah? Under the wolf-like gazes of his 3 teammates, the moon-chopping blade rubbed his body and said, Are you really going to do this? Hey, can you please stop looking at me? Brother Ching. The dragon scale sword cleared his throat and said, How many years have we lived in the same dormitory in college? Talk nicely. Don't play the emotional card. The black tortoise shield added, I think we are all brothers. If I were a female character, I would definitely let my brothers have fun first. Dragon Scale Sword raised his hand and high-fived the black tortoise shield. Good brother. Good brother. Agreed. I'll donate all the 10 million. The two turned to look at the Moon Blade in tacit understanding. Don't even think about it. The Moon Blade was very decisive. I play games with a female character, which is equivalent to my daughter. Nuanuan. Do you understand? I will buy skins, change equipment, dress up well, and shoot all kinds of videos in the future. Can you LSPs touch me? The Moon Blade's reason for refusal. I really have a cow. I think I need to emphasize that I am not old. Seeing the three people laughing. By C, who always had the screen recording turned on, had to speak. What do you think of the proposal? The three of them fell silent. Just now, the four players gathered together to discuss their actions. This time, the revenue from cleaning up the Wanderer camp was not very good. The weapons were damaged, and the armor was seriously worn. If they hadn't earned the reward in the end, they would have worked for nothing. Of course, it was also true that they enjoyed killing. The four people who couldn't rest discussed going out to explore. The main reason was that the spawn point of a player who was stuck on the map was nearby. And that place seemed to be a dungeon. A dungeon! No one has ever seen a dungeon since the game was launched. Moonblade shook his head. It's a bit dangerous. There are only 4 of us, and we have no skills or equipment. We can show our strength by fighting fiercely against wanderers. But it's not enough to face scavengers who are not afraid of death. We are just sending ourselves to death. Dragon Scale Sword also nodded. Yes. I know the one called it Sisterly. There are at least a dozen scavengers in his bad position. And it is said that there is a boss. We will die if we go there. Favorite White Silk was not willing to give up. Should we let the Lord lead the troops to go with us? Moonblade shook his head again. I don't think so. Favorite White Silk asked, why? This time the other two also looked at Moonblade, wanting to hear what he had to say. Moonblade hugged his chest and shook his hair. Can the village chief of the novice village go out to fight monsters? Hey, what you said is really quite reasonable. He is so old. He must be right. Fuck. You are driving my brother's car. Right? What should we do with our mission to investigate the scavengers? Yeah. We got the news from the official forum. What reason should we use to pass it on to the NPC? And even if we do, the NPC has to believe it. There is a consensus among gamers that completing a task requires steps. The picture is just the appearance, and the code is the core. A scene that appears in most games is that you accept a rescue mission and need to kill the boss of a certain dungeon. But you need to talk to an NPC before taking action. If the player skips the conversation and goes directly to the dungeon, even if he finally clears it, it is equivalent to playing in vain, and the mission is not completed. Then we must catch one. And then we can legitimately tell the Lord that we have obtained detailed information. In fact, I also want to take down the scavenger dungeon. It will definitely drop materials. And maybe equipment. Can it be done? Don't talk too much. Where can we catch a lone scavenger? The 4 were in a dilemma in the cold wind. It's easy to find a group of scavengers, but it's hard to find a lone one. The border of the kingdom of Rand at night was a little more gloomy than during the day. The pale moonlight covered the earth with a layer of white frost. The scenery was barren everywhere, with jagged dead trees, weeds and rocks. As the undead, the fated one, the wolf, and the old hunter, the 4 had already encountered 3 dogs killing God. Afterwards, they reached a consensus. This is a game with pure blood and full of soul. When walking on a road that is obviously problematic, you must be careful of being attacked and tricked. As for where the soul is, the answer is you are not qualified. So you are not qualified. The battle in the Wanderer camp during the day also made them more convinced that this is a game that does not focus on game mechanics, but must be very real and suffering. Do you want to try it? I think it's okay. I can die once, as long as my equipment is not dropped. I have contacted Sisterly once way, and he said that the Star Dragon post is at his 6 o'clock position. To our north? That's what I mean. The 4 of them hit it off immediately. They never took the danger they might encounter at night seriously. They just wanted danger and excitement. The direction is still easy to distinguish, with the Star Dragon post as a landmark. You can find the scavenger camp by walking north. As we move forward, we didn't encounter anything strange on the road. However, the wind was getting stronger and stronger, and occasionally a few strange howls could be heard from the wind, a bit like wild animals. The broken moonlight led the way, but visibility was getting lower and lower. Something's going on. It looks like a person. I'll carry the shield. I'll go over and take a look. Xuanwu Shield took the shield and took the initiative to walk in front. The four people slowly approached and found that it was a corpse. The corpse was torn to pieces, with more than half of the head missing, and the stomach was torn by not-so-sharp claws. The wounds were obviously uneven, and the internal organs had disappeared. Ugh! Long Lin Jian retched. Wait! Let me turn on the filter. Damn! This game is too real. It reminds me of when we killed a pig for the new year, and the intestines and other things just flowed out. Ugh! Stop talking. Zhang Yudao also felt his stomach churning. We are lying on the bed. If we vomit in the game, what will happen in reality? The four of them are from civilized society. They don't usually see dead people, let alone the slaughter of a chicken. The broken corpse under the broken moonlight brought them an extremely strong visual impact. When the blood was blocked and the gnawed brain turned into gnawed cabbage, the two people's emotions stabilized. The other two were still insisting. Xuanwu Shield liked role-playing, so seeing the corpse was naturally part of the role-playing. And Zuai Baisi was even more different. First of all, the official website of Doomsday Ring had a large review scale, so there was no need to worry about it being too bloody and not being able to pass the review. Secondly, he had to take care of some players. Some players just wanted to see bloody content. He could release two versions, one with mosaics and one without processing. But he absolutely could not release cabbage version, unless he doesn't want traffic anymore. Could it be a scavenger? I guess. I will never be able to look directly at cabbage again. Ugh! Ugh! There are footprints here. The four of them instantly turned into Sherlock Holmes, lying on the ground searching for a while. And they really found some clues. The footprints were obviously not human, and looked like the soles of bipedal animals. There was also blood dripping on the ground. They followed the traces and turned around, and finally found a problem with horror. The direction of the footprints was exactly the direction they came from, and they stopped behind a large rock on the city wall that was out of sight of the soldiers. It seemed that there were pairs of scarlet eyes in the dark, staring at the Star Dragon sentry. Here. They stopped here. And there are footprints here too. It's obvious that they have been waiting for a while. Don't say it. My scalp is tingling. Damn it! Encountering such a strange thing in the middle of the night. Do those disaster monsters have the IQ of humans? Does a monster-killing game have to be so thrilling? There's surveillance and surveillance. And there's no need to fight a siege. I hope they don't have Italian cannons. What should we do? Go back and tell the Lord? I think it's okay. The four of them finally chose to tell the Lord first. Now they have clues and a legitimate reason. If the Lord is happy to give another task. Hee. Chapter 26 Skip me. Right? Late at night, Linda was still awake, lying on the bed and browsing posts. Through some people's posts and videos on the official website, he found that the current state of the players was not optimistic, although some players were born optimists. Without the positive feedback of the game, if they wanted to continue playing, they would probably only rely on the game technology of Doomsday Ring, which was far superior to the world. If other game companies broke through the relevant technology, Doomsday Ring would definitely lose most of its players in a very short time. Without the world's favor, it's no exaggeration to say that the players can't move forward. And he found that the players mainly appeared in the Rand Kingdom area. A small number appeared in other kingdoms. Unfortunately, the players' level was too low, and they couldn't figure out which area they were in. They only vaguely knew that they were in the Rand Kingdom. The Rand Kingdom was very big. Sir. The soldier's voice came with a knock on the door. Lin sat up and put on his clothes, grabbing the long sword. He opened the door, and a gust of cold wind hit him in the face, making him squint. Lin, who is already a great knight, is very strong. Under his clothes are muscles as hard as rocks, and the chilly wind can hardly shake him. It's just that it's human nature to fear the cold, and the wind at night always carries a dead smell of disaster, which makes people always in a state of fear. Before the end of the world, people worship the night. After the end of the world, no one likes the night. What's wrong? The person who came was the soldier Pierre, one of the 9 soldiers under his command, and his nose was red from the cold. When he opened his mouth to speak, a large amount of white-hot air gushed out of his mouth, covering his head, and then was blown away by a gust of wind. The difference between the living and the dead in the dark night is probably who can breathe. The 4 undead brought back a corpse. The traveling frogs are really restless, always able to do something for themselves. Corpse? They also said that they found traces of scavengers. Lin's spirits lifted slightly. It has only been 2 or 3 days since the hole in the city wall was broken. And the players have only been here for 2 or 3 days. During this time, Lin and the players wiped out the jackals, went to Prey Town to be promoted to a great knight, and wiped out a gathering place for wanderers. There were so many things to do that the investigation of the hole in the city wall that was right in front of him had to be postponed. Of course, he also wanted the players to investigate the scavengers in his plan. But they were just a little too quick. Even Lin himself was wondering, was this how I played games before? Not following the mission obediently, running around and so on. A memory suddenly came to my mind. Let's explore the area ahead later. Who is talking in my head? Oh, I used to be like this too. That's fine. The main quest of the game can't control the players. So don't expect to control the players as an NPC without authority. Linda nodded expressionlessly. Let's go and have a look. Yes. When Linda saw the 4 undead, they were chatting excitedly. The cold wind after nightfall was like a sharp arrow that could penetrate the thick fur coat. But the 4 people were dancing and jumping. Especially when they saw Linda coming. They became more excited. Sir, we came across this corpse while patrolling outside. And then we found out that a scavenger has set his sights on our territory. An undead has come to claim credit. The faces of several soldiers around changed slightly. Even though they had heard about the scavengers before, they were still a little worried. Scavengers equals disaster. The doomsday disaster, which cannot be killed, would scare anyone. Linda looked at the corpse on the ground. I've seen it a lot, so I don't feel like vomiting. He squatted down to check the bitten head, searched other parts, and turned over the stiff hands of the corpse. The right hand was covered with calluses, although the left hand was also rough. The calluses were in completely different locations. This was a man who had been using a bow for many years. When he tore open his clothes, there were scars on his chest and back. An old soldier. Soldiers in the apocalypse were considered to be superior in strength. Soldiers who had experienced life and death trials and training were also good at sticking together. As far as Lin knew, many corps had established private forces on the spot after the collapse of the Rand Kingdom regime, and used their own armed forces to forcibly keep everything running. Compared to the old nobles like me, the new nobles who hold real power are the real masters. There happened to be a new noble in the eastern area of Star Dragon Outpost. Compared with him, the difference is probably like a chicken and a tiger. So after seeing the corpse, Linda was not in a good mood. There is now a giant hoofed horse of unknown origin around the territory. A group of fleeing wanderers. Wanderers who may be led by a 2-headed man of the Great Knight level. An unknown number of scavengers. And a possible team of soldiers. This does not include the defense corps of Prey Town and the new noble lords in the east. If Prey Town is really a novice village in the eyes of the players, then I am probably just a wild monster base. It's precarious. Star Dragon Post stands brightly on the horizon, as if provoking something. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin stood up. It's a scavenger, he spoke, and basically set the final tone. There are really scavengers near Star Dragon Post, and they are very close. The states of the soldiers and players are clearly polarized. Players, I knew it. Ha ha ha. Can we start a new mission? Soldiers, alas, they are different from players. They will die. And they can't kill monsters to level up. They really don't want to have any contact with disasters. The danger is imminent. Lin spoke again, attracting everyone's attention to himself. As an NPC who understands players very well, he can easily understand the situation of both sides at this time. Although he can sacrifice players infinitely, the real fighting power in front of him is not the players, but his 9 elite soldiers. Although the 4 players desperately killing the wanderers in the camp seem powerful, those people are just a bunch of poor people who can't even fill their stomachs. If the 4 soldiers of the Star Dragon Outpost were to kill the wanderers today, they wouldn't have to fight so miserably, and could kill them directly without any injuries. If it were Lin, he could make a pile of charred corpses on the ground in a very short time. Players are naturally weak, and all of them are useless people at the beginning. Therefore, the main force to eliminate the scavengers this time is destined to be myself and 9 soldiers. But the players are not useless either. They can use their lives to explore and investigate the enemy, including myself, the players and the soldiers. There are 14 people in total. It can be regarded as a strong force. It may not be able to deal with the wanderers, but it should be no problem to eliminate the scavengers. Linda has a guess. He has also read the post. One of the players named it Sisterly has been saying that he is in a scavenger nest north of the Star Dragon Post. It is almost certain that the information about the scavengers came from there. Remember that the number is not large. Undead people. For the piece of Star Dragon Outpost. Go investigate the situation of the scavengers, and give it to me as soon as possible. I need to know where the scavenger's nest is located. He turned to look at the soldiers. Others. Get ready and fight at any time. The soldiers could understand the solemnity of Linda's tone. Yes. The soldiers took the order, and disappeared in the night wind with torches. The swaying flames struggled like fireflies in the chilly wind. Looming. Even though they knew that there would be no good dreams tonight. They had to hold on tonight, in order to sleep peacefully in the future. But the players were completely different. Linda looked at the 4 players, and turned away from his sight after looking at each other. And then ran back. Lord. We have investigated it clearly. Linda. You don't even pretend. Just skip me. Chapter 27 Player Encounter. Is it really necessary to come here? This game is a bit too serious. The most important thing is that the NPC complained that we were cowardly and lied. We discredited the undead. Sigh. The channel we get information from is a bit irregular. And there is no way to explain it. Tell the NPC that we saw it from the post. The 2 people in front were still complaining. But considering that the continuous task was activated after all, and it was very likely to open the first copy, their inner complaints were suppressed. The Agile on Udao made his own suggestion. I think we should play this game according to normal people's thinking, rather than using the game mechanism. Seeing that the 2 people in front of him, and is favored by C, who played the photographer beside him, were looking at him. He cleared his throat. Think about it. This game is so real except that you can't go to the toilet. And the AI intelligence is also very high. It must simulate the way humans think. The method of skipping the problem-solving process, and giving the answer directly in other games should not be used here. We have to pretend that they are living people. They are NPCs. How can we pretend? Using our high IQ to communicate with them. We will definitely have a cerebral hemorrhage. That's true. I think so. The favorite white silk cleared her throat. This is still the game code. It seems that De Geer is dissatisfied with our perfunctory attitude. But in fact, the production team has long known the nature of our players. Buried the lines here, waiting for us to take the bait. If you say so, I understand. After receiving the task of investigating the scavenger's nest given by Lind, the 4 players stationed at the Star Dragon Outpost tried to skip the problem-solving process by directly giving the answer, instead of receiving the reward from the Lord. They were scolded. How precious is the white lotus that is unstained by the mud? Why is the warrior who is not afraid of the roar of the lion so respectable? Undead people. There are so many things. And they are so cool when scolding people. Fuck. The NPC looked down on us. They said that we players are timid and like to lie. So the 4 of them decided to really come and investigate the scavenger's lair seriously. Before coming, they also contacted its Sisterly privately, hoping to get more information about the scavenger's lair from him. The other party was of course looking forward to it. If it weren't for the fact that the scavenger's lair seemed to be a good dungeon, the other party would have deleted the account and reopened it long ago, passing through the rocks and walking through the barren path. Turning back, the Star Dragon Outpost has become smaller and smaller, and it is covered with a layer of haziness that is difficult to see with the naked eye in the broken moonlight. I found an item, Long Linjin suddenly said, holding a piece of rat jerky in his hand. Keep it. The food in the territory is not for sale now. Players also need to eat. Eating helps to restore blood volume. They will choose to resist when blood is lost, or simply commit suicide on the spot, and come back to pick up the equipment and experience that are dropped. There is still no money, and no food source in the early stage. With the first person picking up the meat, the rest of the people subconsciously lower their heads when walking, fearing that they would miss something. According to the instructions, it's unlikely that the 4 of us can eat the entire scavenger nest. Yeah, there should be a pre-plot. Or after we defeat the boss, De Geer will lead the soldiers to appear in the CG, and we will applaud on the side. Don't say it. It smells like that. The 4 of them kept talking, but they drew their weapons as they got closer and closer to the small hill in the north. The terrain around the Star Dragon Outpost is strange. To the west, there is a deadwood forest to the north, and to the west of the deadwood forest, there are mountains to the north, just like a towering wall encircling this place. There are hills in the northeast direction, which is their destination. The wolf-tooth-shaped hills aroused the attention of the 4 people. The countless wolf teeth are like the mouth of a disaster monster with hundreds of teeth. And they are walking towards the mouth of the other party step by step. The 4 players felt a chill in their hearts. And at the same time, they couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of nature. It's too real. So real that you can forget that this is a game. It's a quiet night, but it seems that there is danger in every corner. Turning back, the undead, who would not get tired, could no longer see the Star Dragon sentry behind them. The concave terrain blocked their view. The sight turned back again. I think luring the monsters is a good choice, said Cheelin's sword. Solve them one by one, and let the Calabash brothers save Grandpa. Investigation equals assassination equals annihilation. As soon as he opened his mouth, the other 3 immediately understood. It was exactly the same procedure as before for investigating the Wanderers. It was said to be an investigation. But in the end, they took direct action. We players are like this. Can it be operated? I don't think it's a question of whether it can be operated or not. Look at what that is. Favorite White Silk pointed forward. The veil of darkness failed to completely cover the eyes. A swaying figure had emerged from the darkness and walked towards this side on the mottled and barren path. It was also the first time that the players saw the appearance of the disaster monster in the true sense. The skin was dry and the body was hunched, like a mummy. But the monster's claws and feet were very large, which was very discordant. It was also this discord that made the mummy bend forward when walking. There is an empty bag on the belly. No, not a bag, but a belly. Have you ever seen someone lose weight from 300 pounds to 140 pounds? It's probably like this. Drooping. Do you want to do it? We are not here to investigate. Who can tell me how to investigate to complete the task? I'm not here. It's not our turn to choose. It has sensed us. Fuck. It's sharper than a dog's nose. If they saw scavengers in real life, they would definitely scream with fear. The kind that they would be scared to death if they saw them on the roadside on Halloween. But in a game, heh, what's there to be afraid of? Play it. 1v1. I'll do it. I'll parry. Favorite Bicey took the lead and took a step forward, raised her sword, gathered her strength, and took a stance in one go. He took the initiative to take a step forward, which was like a provocative signal in the eyes of the scavenger. Ouch. The scavenger did not attack, but raised his head and howled. Fuck. Why are you calling for help again? The 4 players were confused. This game is unreasonable. Why does the opponent always call for help every time they are about to fight? How can we players show off when you guys are like this? Run. Or fight? Go. Players don't have the concept of being cowardly. It won't hurt anyway. You guys get out of the way. Favorite White Silk said, I'll lure the monster first. If I can't deal with it, you 3 can let it taste the 3-dog killing formation. IUN% hashtag. After dragging the scavenger with an empty belly like a bag and howling at the top of his lungs, he kicked off with his legs and ran straight to the nearest Favorite White Silk. The bloodthirstiness made the scavenger not miss the opportunity to fill his stomach. The claws raised high drew an arc as he jumped and stabbed at the highest point. The Favorite White Silk, who had vowed just now, instinctively swung a sword. He rebounded. Too early. Fuck. It's actually a fast and slow knife. The body instinctively rolled forward to avoid it, because the Favorite White Silk flashed forward. The scavenger naturally fell into the trios. 3 dogs killing God formation. That is, 3 people attacked from 3 directions. Ding bang. The claws hit the shield, and Xuanwu's shield was knocked down with the shield. I'm fine. Xuanwu's shield gritted his teeth. The defense was almost broken. The dragon scale sword and the moon-chopping blade quickly made 2 more cuts, and the weapons left 2 hideous wounds on the scavenger without any hindrance. It's okay. It has high attack and low defense. No one was afraid. On the contrary, they were enthusiastic. This is what it feels like to fight a boss. Chapter 28 Start of the cutscene CG. Linda looked towards the north. Even though his vision was far superior to that of an average person, all he could see was a vast expanse of blackness. Players could contact other players through posts, and knew that there was a scavenger's nest north of the Star Dragon outpost. So Linda certainly knew that. It was not in his character to take the initiative to cause trouble. At least not in his character before he was weak. Because he was very clear about the advantages of the players and himself. As long as he had time to develop slowly, the so-called scavengers would not even be a problem. Even the players who loved to fight monsters and level up would not let go of the scavengers. As time goes by and the map is explored, the scavengers will be digested naturally. If the players hadn't discovered that the scavengers had sneaked to the vicinity of the Star Dragon outpost, Lind wouldn't have let the players investigate first. It feels bad to be targeted. He needs to develop steadily. If there are unstable factors, then eliminate them and continue to develop steadily. This time, the role of the players is not scouts, but bait. He also wants to know why the low-intelligence scavengers choose to investigate and follow. Perhaps there is a highly intelligent high-level disaster behind the scenes controlling the scavengers. This is very bad news. My lord. The soldiers have gathered. The sophisticated Rand infantry armor gleams in the moonlight. Even though they have been in service for several years, the soldiers, including Lind himself, cherish their armor and take good care of it every day. Armor can not only protect the body in the best way, but also is a symbol of identity. They were once the elite of the Rand Kingdom. What supports people in this barren doomsday is not only the desire for life, but also honor. Especially after the collapse of faith, honor becomes extremely precious. A long sword, a short-handled axe, and a crossbow quiver are hung around the waist, and a shield is carried on the back, leaving behind the elderly old Pete and the more clever Leo. The remaining 7 people are ready to go and look at Lind. They stare at Lind's eyes burning with fire. Lind seems to see the Rand elite in his memory again. The scene of being invincible on the battlefield. The blood in his body began to burn. There was no pre-war mobilization, because everyone knew that this was a battle that had to be faced. Let's go! Lind's voice was sonorous and powerful, like the roar of a lion. The cold wind could not cool the blood of survival. The gate of the Star Dragon outpost slowly opened. An elite team of 8 people rushed into the cold wind, just to protect this last ideal civilized place. Old Pete and Leo stood at the door and watched the team disappear in the night, punching their chests to pay the highest respect. Beside the vegetable garden, the 8 women and children who noticed something did not come out, and hid in the tent and shivered obediently. The previous heated discussion about the scavengers also spread here, so it is self-evident what the emergency action is for. The woman hugged the child, looking at the direction of the city gate, as if her eyes could penetrate the tent and pray for the Lord, who was traveling far away. The smell of meat in the pot had long gone. The 2 children asked eagerly, "Can we still eat meat tomorrow?" No one answered, but the women subconsciously prayed silently in their hearts. Was it for this tent that could be blown over by the wind, but was very sturdy? Was it for the Lord who didn't attack them? Or for that pot of broth? I didn't even know who to pray to or for whom to pray. Just praying. In a room, the old nun sitting on the bed lowered her eyes and reviewed the lines Lind gave her. We don't have a God to pray to. Even so, I hope you can return victorious. As I expected, if I let the players go out to investigate, they will definitely fight. Lind has gotten used to it. After all, he is an NPC with no authority. It's okay to hang around, but he has no say. But he can see from the official website that players don't have mini systems. When facing mini NPCs, there will be no dialogue box popping up. Many tasks are verbal, so he doesn't have too many disadvantages. The game Doomsday Ring should focus on combat, and everything else is secondary. If there is no upgrade, the concept of resurrection and the undead are really not players. They are simply carrying their souls to the end and suffer it all the way. It also causes many players to do useless work. He has seen many players work hard, but in the end, they were told that there was no reward. And then, they got into a fight with the NPC and were killed by the other party. In this doomsday, if you believe what others say, you deserve to be deceived. The seemingly cunning 4th disasters are as easy to bully as little lambs here. Only Lind understands the real role of players and knows how to invest. So he should be the only one in the world who is good at players. Good. NPC. Letting the players serve as bait is also for their own good. So I am here to help. When Lind led the team to arrive, 2 people had already fallen in front of him, in a dying state. The Xuanwu shield, whose leg was bitten off, was still waving his fists wildly. And the favorite Bicey, who was shouting, "3 dogs kill the gods." Rebound was also surrounded by scavengers at this time, and her state became more and more miserable. Grass, grass, grass. The fist hit the scavenger's head, but it didn't work at all. I'm going to die. It's such a miserable death. Not only did he fail to kill a scavenger, he was even crushed by the scavengers that came after him. Swoosh! An arrow brushed his ear and pierced the scavenger's eye socket accurately. The huge penetrating force pushed the scavenger's head back. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 more arrows. Like pushing a person down from the edge of a cliff. One wave after another of force knocked the scavenger down completely. The lame Xuanwu Shield turned his head in horror, and watched the usually taciturn Star Dragon Sentry soldiers holding crossbows and shooting steadily. So accurate. 2 soldiers rushed forward quickly. The soldier on the left took off his shield and held it in front of him. When the scavenger tried to get up, he turned sideways and hit him with his shield. Bang! The scavenger, who had just supported his body with his arms, was crushed again. The other soldier held a long sword with both hands, one hand holding the hilt and the other holding the blade. He stabbed down hard like a wood stake. The tip of the sword pierced the scavenger's head, entered from the left ear, and drilled out from the right ear, nailing the head and the sword to the ground. Xuanwu Shield in the first row of the audience saw with his own eyes that the scavenger who had just beaten the 4 of them was crushed like this. The scavenger's resistance was very strong, and the soldier almost overturned the shield with his body weight. Another soldier had given up the long sword, and quickly pulled out the short-handled axe from his waist, raising his arm high. The short-handled axe flashed brightly in the moonlight. He aimed at the neck of the scavenger whose head was nailed to the ground and chopped it down. Crack! Xuanwu Shield's heart twitched. Why is it a bit handsome? Gotcha! So cool! Gotcha! 3 axes. The scavenger's head was chopped off. The rough action made Xuanwu Shield's blood boil. It turns out that these NPCs are so strong. Too cool. The soldier rubbed the short-handled axe on the scavenger, and then put it back into the axe sheath on his waist. He raised his right foot and stepped on the scavenger's head, and pulled out the sword. As easy as eating a skewers. Xuanwu Shield, who witnessed the whole process, felt his scalp tingling. So cool. Completely different from the games he played before. There are no fancy skills. Only punches to the flesh and axes to the bones. The most primitive killing fire in his heart was aroused. Rumble. 7 soldiers did not stop, and rushed to the scavenger one after another, actively rescuing the favorite Bicey. Huh? The Xuanwu Shield, who only had 1 leg left, moved his butt. He glanced at Lind, who had not yet taken action. The cutscene CG should start. But why didn't the boss appear? Chapter 29, Clory's Fury. The soldiers of the Star Dragon Outpost, with tacit cooperation, combat skills, equipment, experience and other aspects, crushed the players in all aspects. Facing the scavengers who also crushed the players, they quickly formed a city triangle formation and made the best response in the shortest time. Chaos and order collided, and a thunderous sound broke out in the dark night. Boom! The scavengers rushed towards the soldiers crazily. Although they looked skinny, they were very flexible. In contrast, the Star Dragon Sentry soldiers were heavily armed and not very agile. This was a battle between spear and shield. For the first time, the players saw the invincible scavengers being blocked by the iron shield wall of the Star Dragon Sentry soldiers. The shield screamed and roared during the collision, and the soldiers' bodies trembled. The defense line did not retreat at all. Compared with single combat capabilities, the soldiers showed the undead players what teamwork is. The players who were complacent about the cooperation of 4 people to take down a wanderer camp opened their mouths slightly, and were only surprised. So this is what a real battle is like. That fierce aura is not a reckless rush forward, but a strategic action, integrating the training day and night into the bones, and making the best choice at the moment of swinging the sword. This world has a sword master per capita. Right? Linda doesn't care about the life and death of the players. The soldier's performance is also in line with his expectations. If the infantry of the Land Kingdom doesn't even have this ability, it's better to die. He kept his eyes on the scavenger, his expression a little solemn. Fuck. These scavengers are using a formation. I can't help but swear. Playing games means swearing. No matter what game a good guy plays, a butter guy will swear. Scavengers are very strong, not afraid of death, and do not feel pain. This is why Lind and his soldiers are unwilling to clash with scavengers. People hate mad dogs, but they are not afraid of them. They just don't want to get involved with them. It's too troublesome and has no benefits. And it's easy to get into trouble. But it doesn't mean that you can't beat them, because the scavengers have no rules and move loosely. They can only passively take the beating when facing soldiers in formation. But if the mad dog starts to use the formation to target itself, it will be completely different. The previous guess was correct. There is a controller behind the scavengers. Just like the queen bee to the bee colony. A scavenger swung a big belly bag filled with a lot of things, stepped on the head of his companion, and strode across the soldier's defense line to pounce on Lind. Under the broken moonlight, the hunched body flying was like a desperate chain flying out of the abyss, heading straight for Lind's neck. The bone claws stabbed down fiercely. The black tortoise shield, who had watched the CG, could not help but exclaimed, "How would the newbie village chief Tagir respond?" He turned his head and looked at the handsome man, who was holding a long sword with a blank expression, and raised it. "ZZ, I wonder if it was an illusion or a bug in the game." The black tortoise shield found that the blade of the long sword in Linda's hand turned red for a moment. A red light flashed, and a crescent arc was drawn from bottom to top. Puff, puff. The scavenger that pounced on Lind fell to the ground, making two obvious crashing sounds. The sword that was slashed diagonally cut the scavenger in half without any obstruction. Could it be that there was something different about the weapon in the Lord's hand? Looking at the scavenger with a smooth cut, Xuanwu Shield, as a bystander, began to exclaim, "Fuck! A skill! It's a skill!" "What?" The other two players, who were barely alive, and the favorite Bicey, who had just escaped from the battle with bruises, all turned to look at him. Although he was about to die. That was a skill. Does this game really have such a thing? I thought that such a real world would not have such a thing. Durgo did it just now. He gestured with the basalt shield. He was not so excited when his broken leg was rescued. "Durgo? What's your nickname?" Linda forced himself to suppress the change of his expression. He did use the skill Clory's Fury just now. Ignite the rage with the power of the Great Knight in the body. Burn the weapon. Make the weapon sharper and add fire damage. And double the power. There was no need to ignite all of them. After all, his original strength was enough to easily tear the scavengers apart. The anger was just a little bit of thrust, helping the blade to be sharper. The number of scavengers was still increasing. The soldier's defense line was still holding on, and had not been broken. The number of scavengers coming from the surroundings was increasing. And anyone with a discerning eye could see that the pressure on the soldiers was rising. However, the elite combat qualities were also fully demonstrated at this moment. If it were ordinary soldiers, just blocking the attack of the scavengers, like a flood, would consume all their physical strength and energy. On the other hand, the Star Dragon Sentry soldiers not only blocked the attack, but also fought back. The long swords extending from the gaps in the shields could always accurately pierce the scavengers' heads and throats, causing the greatest damage. To achieve this, you need not only strength, but also sufficient combat experience. You can't kill them all. You can't deal with them. And there are more and more. The only good news is that there are only a dozen scavengers. As long as you keep fighting, you can win. The premise is that the scavengers will really be stupid, and only attack from the front. And they must break through from the front. If someone is behind the scenes to command, this will naturally not happen. Everyone present noticed that these scavengers seemed to deliberately bypass the impenetrable copper wall, and instead cooperated with each other to bypass from the top, left and right sides, and aimed directly at Lind. "Sir!" Soldier Reed turned his head and looked at the scavenger that passed over the shield, and his heart was lifted. Others also reacted, and the first thing they thought of was to abandon the defensive formation they had built and rush back to Lind's side to protect him. The only ones who were really calm were probably the players. If an NPC died, it meant that he was not an important NPC, and the plot would definitely introduce new NPCs later. If the NPC did not die, it meant that he was an important NPC. We players are still watching the CG. Don't worry, Lind faced 7 or 8 hunched figures rushing towards him, and grabbed the long sword with both hands. Clowry's anger burned. Boom! The flames ignited by the sword instantly turned half of Lind's face red, and the flames were reflected in his pupils, as if a lion was ignited by anger. The twisted red flames were like boiling blood. Just like Lind's expression at this time, he turned his wrist and swung forward, waving the long sword wrapped in flames. The surging heat waves spread in all directions. The basalt shield lying on the ground closest to Lind felt it first. He seemed to hear his hair being burned by the high temperature. Sizzle. The scavengers that had made everyone powerless just a moment ago were now like moths to a flame. The ground shook, and everyone seemed to hear the roar of a lion. The naked eye could see the blond man waving the flames. It was the flames that dragged him to move. Or, he was controlling the flames. The flames rolled like angry fire, roaring, devour everything, swallowed up the screams of the scavengers, the fast-swinging long sword, the powerful chopping, the sharpness that was as easy as a hot knife cutting lard, the unstoppable forward momentum. Everything made Lind as fierce as a lion entering a hunting arena. The scavengers were just prey in his eyes, and they did not bring any risks except providing a little fun. Even the flames wrapped around the blade were no longer the protagonists. The flames were just the lion's red mane showing off its majesty. Lind was the lion. And in the eyes of the players, there was only one thought. Fuck. So handsome. Chapter 30 Boss. Still full of energy. The power of Clory's rage is very strong. But the degree of consumption of internal energy is no less than that of the explosion. And it is continuous. Fortunately, Lind has a strong control over his body. It may be the ring carved on his chest by Praise the Sun that allows him to accurately control every bit of power in his blood. The flames are extinguished, and the power extraction suddenly stops. People can also breathe a sigh of relief. Physical energy is recovering quickly. If there is really data, Lind's MP should be -10 at this time. And then +2 +2 +2 +2. Even without data support, he is very familiar with his body. This familiarity comes from taking magic potions and becoming a great knight. I don't know if all the great knights in the world who take magic potions are like this, or if it's just me. There are only the corpses of scavengers that have been chopped into pieces on the ground. The soldiers are very smart in combat. After realizing that their lord is not in danger, they immediately choose to hold their positions and vow to control the remaining advantages in their hands. The players were also looking at Lind. The main reason was that the flame in Lind's hand had gone out, but the dark red blade still remained, shining with a strange brilliance like a magic sword. The cold wind at night and the scorching heat of the blade interacted, blowing on the face, sometimes cold and sometimes hot. Favorite white silk was the most excited among them. He recorded it. This is all material. Awooh! The remaining scavengers received a certain signal and retreated quickly. The soldiers did not pursue the victory. They needed Lind's further command. Sir! They looked at Lind with burning eyes, not disguising their admiration. Keep going. Lind looked at the sword in his hand. The high temperature seemed to make this elite weapon from the 1st Rand Infantry Regiment a little brittle. Others didn't know, but he knew from the post that there were only these things in the scavenger's nest. The last head must be hidden deep in the nest. If he didn't rush in now, he would miss it. Before he could go far, a figure staggered out. Pants? No damage. But the face is quite unique, with a beard and monkey cheeks. Cosplaying as Sun Wukong? Players always like to do something with the face. The man shouted, finally here. Dagur! Dagur! I brought the boss to you. It's the undead. The soldiers had already confirmed the other party's identity, and they also knew that their lord was very friendly to the undead. Otherwise, if the other party had just come over like this, they would have sent him a beheading meal. How to tell that they are undead? Once you have been in contact with undead for a while, it is hard not to recognize them at first sight. They are completely out of tune with this world, with a weird personality that is happy even though it is the end of the world. And they always say lines that have never been heard of in the kingdom of Rand. On the contrary, the ability of undead is not very special. After all, no one can stab someone to death directly when they just meet. Scatter! Lind heard the other party shouting, and even used the power of the great knight when he shouted, like a lion's roar. As Lind once said, not afraid of a lion's roar. It is bravery. A roar from the top of the food chain. And it is definitely not something that can be controlled by saying I'm not afraid. At the same time, lions also represent bravery and fearlessness. In the Land Kingdom, lions are also the most ferocious representatives of land beasts. If they were on Earth, many people might want to have a debate between lions and tigers. But here it is not necessary, because there are no tigers in the Land Kingdom. The sound of the wind. The ground is shaking. A figure about the size of an adult hunter horse rushed over quickly. Lind's shout was timely, but compared with the opponent's speed, the heavily armored Star Dragon Sentry soldiers were completely at a disadvantage in terms of speed. With the vision of the Great Knight, he saw the appearance of the approaching person earlier. Scavenger. The difference is that it completely abandoned upright walking and crawled on 4 legs. Its forearms were slender and long, but a broken sword was stuck in the arm bone of its right arm, shining brightly in the moonlight. It didn't have the huge belly of an ordinary scavenger. but it had many horny bone spurs on its head, like a crown on its head. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the Star Dragon Sentry soldiers immediately formed a formation, curled up their bodies, and stacked their shields into a semicircle. Boom! It collapsed at the first touch. The soldiers howled and vomited blood and flew backwards. There was even a shield that turned into a beheading knife and spun towards Lin's neck. He couldn't dodge. If he retreated now, the giant scavenger on the opposite side would think he was weak and could be bullied. It was not as weak as the previous ones. From its shriveled eyes, Lin could see thinking and cunning. Step forward. Lin raised the blade in his hand high. He grasped it with both hands. The power of the Great Knight poured into the sword. Boom! The flames gushed out from the hilt, spiraled around the blade, and pushed the flames out to a length of 2 or 3 meters. He chopped down with a sword. True New Year's greeting sword technique. The surging waves of fire followed the blade and dragged an exaggerated crescent of flames in the air. The high-temperature blade directly split the flying shield in half. Lin himself was also a little surprised. But the flames completely blocked his face. Only the flames in the world could know his mood at that moment. He felt that he could knock the shield-bearing soldier away with one punch. But he could split a well-made Rand infantry shield. This was not something that could be done with great strength. The shield might be penetrated, but it was definitely not so easy to split. It was not due to his great strength. Lin felt sharp for a moment. It should be that the flame on the sword suddenly became sharp. Just as he thought, it turned into a lion's fang. And everything still originated from the ring on his chest. Praise the sun. At this moment, Lin really wanted to praise the sun. The sword and the shield collided. Iron flowers flew into the sky, directly expanding the illumination range by more than 10 times. And this area also had a moment of dawn. Sisterly Wanswei, who was dazed, opened her mouth slightly. And even Xuanwu Shield and others, who were in the countdown of their lives in the distance, were attracted by the fire. They could only hear the movement just now. But when the firelight from Linda illuminated them, they successfully saw the true face of the first boss. Thin as a jackal, tall as a hunting horse, and ferocious as a lion and tiger. The Scavenger Princess? Favorite White Silk became excited. Level 12. The health bar is really long. Can Dagir beat it? Of course. Xuanwu Shield had absolute confidence in Linda. This is a cutscene CG. The production team must have deliberately arranged for the NPC to show off their muscles in front of us. That's right. Favorite White Silk nodded. The trusted Linda dug the ground with his toes, and his muscles transmitted the power to his calves, pushing on the ground, and then exploded. 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 The body was actively attacked by the power towards the Scavenger Princess. However, the Scavenger Princess just raised her arm, and the short blade embedded in her arm bone collided with the long sword in Linda's hand that was bursting with flames. Caw! The sound made everyone freeze. Chapter 31: The Sword Dance of the Scavenger Princess. Sparks flew and fell to the ground, exploding into clusters of flames. They fell on Lin's armor, blooming and burning into a fiery lion's mane, as if Lin was wearing a coat of flame. More crackling sounds hit the body of the Scavenger Princess, illuminating her wrinkled old skin. Crack! The sword broke. The long sword in Lin's hand, which was wrapped in Clory's fury, was destroyed the moment it collided with the broken sword of the Scavenger Princess' arm bone. Even though the flames finally succeeded in burning the opponent, his weapon was as fragile as tofu, which made Linda look unhappy. He twisted his body, bent his knees slightly, and slammed his feet into the ground like wedges. Linda threw away the broken blade. He could force himself to stop with his strong body control. But the boss, the Scavenger Princess, was not so easy to control inertia and was still rushing forward. The Scavenger Princess's 2 front paws pierced the ground. The body suddenly swung and turned around, with the coordination of the 2 front paws digging on the ground. He forced himself to stop after sliding for several meters. The claws scratched the ground, digging up a lot of dust. The ground was dug into trenches, and the damage to the terrain was far greater than the impact of the dozen scavengers charging together just now. Lin reacted quickly. He realized that the arm of the Scavenger Princess injured by the broken sword could not exert force, although the broken sword embedded in it made her attack fiercely. It was also because of the broken sword that she was injured. This was his chance. The core concept of fighting is to kick the cripple's broken leg hard. Clory's explosion. The ring on the chest mobilizes the power in the body. as Lin's mind was flowing. The power in the body was 100% controlled and gathered at the soles of his feet, following his subconscious. Sisterly, who had been watching the fight, widened her eyes. What the hell? The flame spray and the reverse thrust of the explosion directly sent Lin high into the sky. Moreover, compared with the previous time when Lin used all his strength to push the ground and rely on the reaction force to jump, the thrust brought by the explosion at this moment was more sufficient and faster. Oh no! It's going to fly off the track. The thrust brought by the power made Lin reach a height far higher than the scavenger princess. Reaching above her head, he raised his hands to the sky. Clory's explosion has about 30% output. Even Lin himself didn't know why this microcontrol could be so arbitrary. The explosion sprayed frequently, adjusting in the air to help Lin adjust the angle. In the eyes of the players, Lin flew into the air, and then used the double-handed thrusters to adjust the angle like Iron Man. Is this how you play the game? The surviving players looked at the figure in the sky and were shocked. Aren't skipping classes, showing off skills, and the exclusive domain of us players? You are such a good NPC. Do you want us to copy your homework? So, can we copy it for a bit? The scavenger princess, who had just stabilized her body, noticed Lin approaching. She raised her arms to try to grab him. But she didn't expect Lin to suddenly twist his waist and abruptly stop the trend of falling. Explosion! The body changed the angle of falling, and was lifted by the thrust of the explosion, and directly moved sideways to the right side of the scavenger princess. Only a scorching hot wind was left. At this time, the scavenger princess's right arm was raised high because she tried to catch Lin just now, and only 3 legs were left to support the ground. Very good. Now the door is wide open. Lin leaned forward, and this time he did not borrow Clory's explosion, but accumulated strength in advance and prepared while exerting force with both legs, and jumped under the scavenger princess with a big jump. The opponent's arm pulled back again, but it was too late. Clory's fury. The flames attached to Lin's armor, but only brought a slight warmth. It was not that the flame temperature was too low, nor that the armor's defense and heat insulation effects were too good, but that Lin's control over his abilities had exceeded his own expectations. The ring on his chest was like a control center, allowing the energy in his body to completely become a part of his body. Not an external object, but a third hand. No one would be confused about why fingers can make so many subtle changes. Why fingers know to pick ears instead of noses. Because this is something that can be done instinctively. Now, the energy in the body is completely Lin's instinct. So, praise the sun. Like a lion's claw raised upward. Lin has no sharp blade, but the flame is his sharp blade. With strength alone, Lin is enough to tear a horse alive. The scavenger in front of him is about the same size as a horse, so it can also be torn to pieces. The flame cuts the flesh, and the burnt smell flies out like a dart and pierces into people's nostrils. While the scavenger princess suffered a heavy blow, the arm finally caught up. But before that, Lin's 5 fingers of his left hand wrapped in flames pierced into her neck, using it as an axis. And at the same time, his right hand exerted force diagonally downward. Explosion! The flame pushed Lin to draw a semicircle and ride on the neck of the scavenger princess, grabbing the horny crown on the head of the scavenger princess with one hand. After stabilizing his body, Lin gathered his strength with his right hand and punched. Punches hit the flesh one by one. The disaster, which was far more ferocious than a lion, was knocked crooked by Lin's 3 punches on the neck and staggered. With his hands around the neck of the scavenger, Lin suddenly jumped down and stabbed his feet into the ground. Boom! The scavenger princess was directly thrown to the ground. An over-the-shoulder throw with a huge size difference? Linda's series of operations in a very short time not only stunned the scavenger princess, but also the players. So, this game allows you to show off your skills like this? Slurp. I'm so greedy for skills. Linda has never seen the strength of the great knight who took magic potions other than himself. But in terms of body control, Linda feels that he is very talented. Although this talent may come from the ring on his chest. Absolute control allows him to get the greatest benefits with the least consumption. Seeing that the Raging Fist could not kill the Scavenger Queen, Lin had to settle for the next best thing and prepare to find a suitable weapon to give it a fatal blow. Then, he saw the broken sword stuck on the arm of the Scavenger Queen. To say it is a broken sword depends on what race it is compared with. The broken sword on the Scavenger Queen is a long-handled palm-wide giant sword in Lin's hand. The length is estimated to be 1.5 m. If the sword is not broken, it must be more than 2 m long. This sword can penetrate the body of the scavenger princess. And naturally it can also kill her. He took advantage of the scavenger princess falling to the ground and grabbed the hilt of the sword. There was a noticeable stagnation. And he kicked the scavenger princess's arm with his feet and pulled hard. Ah! The scavenger princess screamed. The sword was in hand. Lind was stunned. Because the moment he got the sword, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. He grabbed the broken sword with both hands. His body was erratic. And the wide sword became light in his hands. This is similar to Clory's explosion, which players may call a skill. The difference is that Lind first took the potion to learn explosive fire and rage, and then learned it from Clory's diary. And this strange sword dance comes from the sword itself. Maybe if the sword is taken away, the knowledge in Lind's mind will disappear. The next moment, purple-gray smoke floated out of the broken sword. A scavenger princess, who looks almost exactly like the scavenger princess in front of him, but is made entirely of purple-gray smoke, appears, with the front half of her body sticking out, and the back half of her body connected to the broken end of the broken sword. The smoke scavenger princess leaned forward, raised her claws and slapped the boss scavenger princess, then collapsed and disintegrated. The scavenger princess, who was about to get up, was slapped to the ground with a slap, and a big hole was smashed on her head. Hiss! Lind felt a sharp pain in the ring of his chest, as if reminding himself that his strength was about to run out. This broken sword from the scavenger princess consumed so much that he couldn't bear it. The power of the great knight in his body was in danger, but the physical strength was still there. In other words, the blue bar was exhausted, but the physical strength bar was still left. He raised the broken sword with both hands. The anger was rekindled. From the broken end of the broken sword, the lost blade was recondensed with flames. Then he aimed at the head and chopped down. Chapter 32. The game has some cracks. Linda led the soldiers to complete the task of exterminating the scavengers. Several players resurrected in time and volunteered to act as scouts to search the scavengers' nest. Corpses, bones, and tattered clothes. Without food, scavengers eat all kinds of meat, but they have no concept of hoarding food. It shouldn't produce the shadow of disaster. Linda checked and reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. Scavengers are monsters that appear after the magic ring is broken. But ordinary corpses will also change and be affected by the power of disaster. Resurrection from the dead will become a shadow monster. Not to mention that the disasters will be born again after being killed, which is endless. However, it is not a complete loss, because there are a lot of equipment and weapons. These all belong to the Star Dragon outpost. The players originally had some ideas, but after receiving the task from Lord Lind, they immediately turned into oath-keeping knights and absolutely did not take a needle or thread. They must transport all the weapons and equipment back. It's not that the players succumb to physics. Not being able to beat and surrendering are two different things. At worst, they can delete their accounts and stop playing. Rather, they were envious of Lind's skills and strength. Lind cut open the stomach of the scavenger princess and found a human arm that was almost digested. The skin was gone, and most of the muscles had melted. He cut open the chest, but there was still nothing. He cut open the head, but it was still empty. Is Miss Miko lying to me? Lind thought of the rabbit witch. Although she was greedy, she had no reason to lie to him. He set his eyes on the arm that had been pierced with the broken sword, and used the broken sword of the scavenger princess in his hand to chop off the arm. A small heart of disaster glowed. Oh my god! What is that? It should be a strengthening material. I think it should be an important item needed in the future. 5 players gathered together and discussed. Do you think there is a flaw in this game? What flaw? Before, I thought it was a soul system, and the thief suffered. But when Dagir took action, it was clearly the devil may crying. Thinking carefully, his fighting style with this large boss has a sense of deja vu of Monster Hunter. Flicking knives, crippling, dissecting materials, and by the way, did he just use a big sword to awaken the boss? I think it's not enough to sew. I suggest you sew the Pokemon as well. Hey, do you think you can learn skills from the Lord? Skills? On the way back, the players played the role of old workhorses, but they still had the mind to ask Lind questions. I can teach you, but you may not be able to learn it. Lind shook his head. If you want to master this power, you must become a great knight. What is a great knight? Sisterly Wansway was a little excited. One turn. What else can it be? The trio smacked their lips. And suddenly everyone was silent. Players have no worries about survival. Only how to show off to be more dazzling. So, even if they have nothing now, they are still in trouble about changing jobs. They don't know how many options there are for changing jobs. And they don't know what they can change to. If they can really change jobs. The Great Knight sounds like a melee profession. It's okay to sit in front of the computer and play to make progress. But for an immersive game like this, playing a wizard is the most romantic. How can I change my job? I think we should upgrade to the maximum level first. And the gear must know that. Do you want to improve the Lord's favorability? Moonblade. It's up to you. New. Highlights. Scavenger encounter. New. Highlights. On how strong the NPCs in the game are. Star Dragon Sentry Infantry slaughters scavengers. New. Highlights. The game's exciting cutscenes are far better than Hollywood blockbusters, including skill analysis. The first interpretation on the entire network. New. Highlights. Scavenger Princess vs. Star Dragon Lord Dagger. The battle in the Scavenger's lair went smoothly. Players who watched the dazzling battles began to discuss on the internet. The main chat directions are divided into 3 types. The first type is envy of the plot and the grand scene. Why is the cutscene CG of our novice village a mountain village war? I wore cloth armor, held the village sword, and led 3 rural old men carrying sickles to negotiate with the wandering mountain villagers. In the end, it developed into a battle with stones thrown at each other. The throwing of stones even killed an old man. I was so frustrated. I didn't see the scavenger, but I saw a crazy person. Damn. Crying and howling. And he jumped on people when he saw them. Can anyone explain why I strangled him to death, and then I walked a few steps and then died? I was alone and lonely. I wanted to communicate with my sister late at night. You can drop in from anywhere in the country. Add V176XXXX. Report to the above. In addition, is this a fixed plot for all players? Or does everyone encounter a different plot? If they are all different, how big would the game be? The second type is arguing about skills and combat. And this type of discussion is the most discussed. So, this game really has job transfers and skills. Not soldiers, hunters, priests, etc. Right? Fuck. I was both a son and a grandson to an old hunter. Taking care of shit and urine. Just to transfer to a hunter. And then you tell me that he doesn't provide skill teaching. Right? You tell me the difference between hunters and others. Which one has a bow? Is there anyone who can tell me what skills the NPC uses? And whether we can learn them? At upper floor. Why do you always bother us big guys? You little ones should also try your best. Just look at the skills. Do you know that NPCs and players are 2 different species? Moreover, NPCs have no stiffness or pre-swing. I guess even if you learn the skills, you can only light a cigarette with fire in your hands at most. What's wrong with that sword? It seems that it can use skills after you get it. I guess it's a plot weapon. I don't know if it's the only one. Is there anyone who goes to Star Dragon Outpost to kill the Lord with me to grab the weapon? I watched this battle over and over again, and found that De Gear's operation was very detailed. And he was so good at controlling the flames that people who didn't know him would think he was Astro Boy. I wrote a possible control technique, and I will analyze it frame by frame with the video later. If you are interested, you can click on my avatar. I stared at the frame and identified it as a pure detail monster. Is it a ring capture? Does anyone have a big talk about the Star Dragon Sentry? How can I learn the skills? Also, by the way, ask about the location of the Star Dragon Sentry. If I am nearby, I will go there to join. The third type is those who chat and talk nonsense. Damn. The scavenger is too ugly. I feel like I may just be a casual player in the future. Can I not leave the novice village? Found a magical outfit. Steal the tea paper pants of the widow in the novice village and put them on. You can replace the white shorts. See the picture.jpg. Who is De Gear? I think it's normal. This kind of scavenger princess will definitely be an ordinary monster in the later stage. It's not worth mentioning at all. It's not as good as me. I'm about to learn magic. Isn't it more handsome than this rough guy? The above person knows nothing. Do you know anything about the big sword-stopping dragon car? Being handsome is the king. I want to quickly make a guts. So the official. Can you release more inside quotas? I beg you. Daddy. Daddy. Ors. Chapter 33 102 Update. Chapter 33 1.02 Update. The gate of Star Dragon Post is open. Blood and Stench are locked outside. Lin casually threw a task and asked the undead to patrol around Star Dragon Post. Undead without a task are not trustworthy, because you are not sure what tricks they will do. Undead with a task are definitely trustworthy. Even if their father comes, they will not betray the task. Basically, they will not betray. The traveling frogs have their own ideas. And Lind has seen that several players have been excited because of his display of skills. And now they are thinking about killing monsters and leveling up. Not to mention that Lind is an NPC without authority. Even if he really has authority, the players will never listen to him. They just want to break through and become a great knight. But Lind has no plans in this regard for the time being. At least, he has to wait until he goes back to read more posts from players and see their analysis. Fortunately, the masters of the game know how to use traffic, and they won't keep their technical posts and videos to themselves. So Lind can see the players' game progress most directly. So far, the players' levels are not high, and the most beloved Bicey and others are already top players in the game. There is no blood or odor on Lind's body, and Clory's anger burned the dirt for him. He simply washed his hands and face with hot water, and then lay on the bed. He undressed and looked at the ring on his chest that was glowing slightly. Lind closed his eyes, unable to sleep. He decided to check the forum first and see what other tricks the players had. The Kingdom of Rand was huge, and this magical apocalypse was even bigger, with many countries. Players were likely to appear in every corner, and they might be able to help him observe what was happening in each area with his own eyes. Help him observe, and get information and intelligence at the first time. However, after a simple look for 3 or 5 minutes, Lind was disappointed. He felt that these players did not grasp the essence of the game, and they did not even really get started. Most of the people are still wandering in the wild, and the rest are captured as slaves, used as food reserves, or even helped to farm. Players who get weapons and equipment are rare. If I have the authority, I will definitely squeeze them hard. Squeeze them hard. Send hundreds of tasks every day. Let the players build houses and fight monsters for experience, and directly become the 4th disaster. See which is more powerful, the disaster or the 4th disaster. Unfortunately, I don't have it. So Lind has never thought about controlling the players. He only wants to make some benefits on the way of guiding the players, and strengthen his own strength and power during this period, improve his survivability, and avoid dying at the hands of the players. After confirming that he could not get any useful information, Linda turned his eyes and looked at the video area. It should be said that these people are really good at making things happen. The character creation is too free, and the players have a lot of control, especially dancing. I think there should be a dance area, and those stinky girls who are on the edge can finally stop using filters and padding. Anyone can be a top beauty here. Original? Doomsday magic ring equals circle equals original. Understand? When a joke needs to be explained, it is no longer a joke. The original group will go away. And my wife is cute. Ignore the sarcasm. We dance just for fun. But the bear has grown again. Haha. Lick the screen. Linda watched videos with a critical eye until the middle of the night. He fell asleep in a daze. When he woke up again, it was already dawn. It was 3 days after the player arrived. Linda put on his clothes and picked up the broken sword of the scavenger queen. The undead didn't come back, and it seemed that he would disappear for a while. My lord. Old Pete bowed to Linda when he saw him. Other soldiers, women and children also bowed. What happened last night was no longer a secret. With only a few people, they could not avoid it when chatting. The Lord has great power, and his future life will definitely be better. Lind nodded. Reed, come and help me make a sword sheath. Reed nodded. Yes. After years of repairing and maintaining weapons and armor, and without a blacksmith, the soldiers basically know everything. Lind lost the sword that was quite useful before, but it didn't matter. He gained a stronger and more useful giant broken sword. The sword could not be hung on the waist, but a sword sheath could be made and carried on the back. It is not difficult to make a sword sheath with leather and small iron ingots. It can be done in half a morning at most. Breakfast is still hot soup and meat. No staple food. Linda looked at the women and children who were holding bowls and carefully queuing up to get their meals. The bowls are not precious, but the food is precious. After receiving the broth, the 2 children cheered. and then bowed to Linda under the guidance of the adults. Linda nodded gently. There is still a lot of wolf meat, but it is important for the soldiers to eat. As long as the women and children who have no fighting power do not starve to death, it will be fine. At least that is the situation at the moment. This distribution was not only Linda's idea, but also the women and children had no objection. With a shelter and soup with oil every day, they would have more chances to survive the cold winter. Not eating staple food would make you hungry too quickly, and meat was too precious. He inspected the territory, as usual, to see how the potatoes in the vegetable garden were growing. He hoped that the potatoes would grow quickly, and then expand the scale. What's going on? Linda pushed aside the straw, a little confused. The potatoes were not growing well. He asked a woman who had farmed before to ask about the situation. My lord, potatoes are already hard to keep alive. She looked at the sprouted potatoes buried in the loose soil, feeling a little regretful. Perhaps because she felt that this method of planting was a bit wasteful, and it would be better to eat them directly. We have tried to grow grain before, and found that the grain will grow. But after growing to a certain extent, it will be absorbed by the soil, and will not grow at all. It was the first time that Linda understood the end of the world from the perspective of farming. But the potatoes have sprouted and grown like this, so they are definitely not edible. Just plant them in the ground like this. The undeads had not returned yet, and the idle women and children had no chance to take on the NPC's mission. So they took on the task of cleaning up the spoils. Simply clean the plasma on the weapons and armor and wipe them dry. The soldiers will then maintain them uniformly. All the equipment is sold to the undead, so they must be treated well. Patrol at the sentry post. Chat with the soldiers briefly. Then Lin's attention was turned to the official website of Doomsday Ring. The number of posts has exploded, and he is overwhelmed by various help posts. Although his battle with the scavenger princess was very popular, the most popular video was not his video, but a post called Tips for Improving NPC Favorability. The other party detailed how he gained the favor of an NPC. As an undead man who could not take off his pants, he made a female businessman like him and gave him a set of equipment, including a good sword, while others were still struggling to farm and kill monsters. He had already changed into a good set of equipment and went out leisurely. A group of people shouted, "Boss below! Get out of the way! I'm trying to show off .jpg. Games? That's not how you play .jpg. The Doomsday World. The Duck King has found a new job. Please help me. I want to capture Brother Duh." Linda, who was having fun, seemed to be kicked by someone, and the smile on his face disappeared. He immediately exited the post. Those undead players are really capable of doing such things. Even if you make yourself into a fairy, I will never be fooled. If an NPC is screenshotted because of lust for a player who is not sure whether it is male or female, the life of the NPC should end here. Then Linda found out. The official has already issued a new announcement, but he has never noticed it. The Doomsday Ring Beta version 1.02 update. Fix the problem of players stuck on the map. Lost players will be teleported to nearby population centers. Chapter 34. Still talking tough. In a hidden valley in the Land Kingdom, a barren mountain range with dead trees. The clawed rocks seem to be attached to an invisible tree, winding and growing upwards, with their claws spread out at the top in a miraculous manner, like arms reaching out from the abyss. The sky was clear, and the sun fell on people, but they could not feel the warmth. The air was quiet, with only the sound of feet stepping on dead branches. Kabie. Don't push. I can walk. 3 people were tied up and pushed forward. 2 men and 1 woman, dressed in standard white shorts. Behind the 3, several weirdos covered their bodies with black cloaks. Occasionally, pale hands stretched out from under the cloaks, like vampires who have not seen the sun for many years, so pale that they are creepy. "Where are you sending us?" the man walking at the back asked, his voice a little excited. The man in front said, "It's hot. It must be a sacrifice." "Romantic eater. What's wrong with you?" The man behind saw the girl walking forward with her head down, and asked in a not-so-suppressed voice, "I'm so hungry." Romantic eater pouted, "I'm losing weight in real life. People say the taste system in the game is very good. I wanted to eat to death when I came in, but who knew I would keep walking after being caught? I'm almost starving to death. We must be escorted because of our special bodies." The man behind shook his head, although he knew that the 2 companions in front could not see his movements. And he was even kicked because of this movement. He had no expression. "It's a hidden plot. Do you know? I want to eat." What do you want to eat? You are distracted while playing games. Stop kicking me. I have tolerated you for a long time. There was another round of punching and kicking. The team fell silent again. They passed through a very long mountain road. The sunlight was blocked by the rugged mountains. The shadow on the back of the mountain was like a big blanket, covering the top of the head at an angle, where the light could not reach. Nothing could be seen. The escort team lit torches, and the swaying flames illuminated the road ahead. After walking for a while in the dark, we finally reached our destination, a dilapidated church. The church had lost its roof, and the statue of the evidence of the sun had long been kicked down and turned into a temporary stone bench. The densely grown weeds were tugging at the sculpture of the dragon knight, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, weaving a set of green scarves full of barbs for the giant dragon under its crotch. A cage was placed on a small piece of cleared space, and after the 3 undead entered, the cage was locked. Ace Aimu is still stubborn. What should we do? Romantic Eater finally asked questions other than eating when facing 2 friends who met temporarily, being escorted like a prisoner all the time. No matter how fun the game is, it will be boring. If she wasn't so immersed, she would definitely log off. The investment cost of playing so far is too high, and Romantic Eater is also curious about what will happen. But if what she gets in the end disappoints her, she will definitely curse the game planner for not having enough food every meal. And every time she wants to eat meat secretly, she will be discovered by her mother and completely become a herbivore eating salad without salad dressing. The next part must be a hidden plot. Still sticking to his ID, he said, I think someone will give us a task in a while. We can join them as long as we complete the task. Join them? They don't look like good people. Romantic Eater hesitated. I watched the video on the official website. Several novice villages are richer than here. At least the houses have roofs. I won't go hungry if I follow them. This is a gathering. A secret gathering. Still pretending to be stubborn, thinking that the girl in front of him has a problem with her thinking. Hidden missions are like this. Right. Ace admiration? I'm a hen. I came here to play games. Anything is okay. Cousin, your accent is a bit heavy. Still pretending to be stubborn and chatting with a smile. I heard that you all drink raw cola there. My penis will glow. Ha ha. The romantic glutton laughed. When she found that the 2 were looking at her, she pursed her lips and pulled the corners of her mouth down hard, trying to make a sad expression. Hungchi. Hungchi. Shoulders trembled. It was hard to hold back laughter. The optimism of the 3 people did not affect the actions of the group of people outside. They gathered together and sang Goosebumps softly around a bonfire. I couldn't understand it, but the tone was very strange. Until boom, a ball of blood-red flame appeared out of thin air. I said it. Still stubbornly excited. The investment of the past 2 days paid off. A man in a black robe came over, opened the chain and dragged Ace Aimu out. Handsome. Congratulations. He was still smiling and envious. But he also knew that this kind of plot must have happened to everyone, and it would be his turn soon. The blood-red flames fell from the sky and engulfed Ace Aimu. Ah! Screamed. The flames returned to the sky and grew a little stronger. But Ace Aimu disappeared. What happened? The smile on his face froze. The situation seemed different from what he imagined. Soon, Romantic Glutton and Still Talking received a private message from Ace Aimu. Ace Aimu, I died directly. Not only did I lose experience, but I also lost my level. 3 days of playing wasted. I'm screwed. I'm going offline. Romantic Glutton was very decisive. And then she said with a sad face, you can't quit during the battle. The cell door opened again. This time it was Romantic Glutton who was dragged out. She stood there with her eyes closed, waiting for the judgment from the blood-red flames. It turned out that this was not a judgment at all, nor was it a selection. Qualified candidates, but a simple sacrificial activity. The 3 undead are the sacrifices. Watching Romantic Rice Bucket disappear in his sight, he was still stubborn and really anxious. Romantic Rice Bucket sent a private message. The game seems to have been updated to 1.02. I am now in the wilderness, and should be teleported to a nearby gathering place. You die quickly. Hearing this, he was still stubborn and looked at the blood-red flames in the sky expectantly. Death is indeed the most cost-effective, because his level is not high and his experience is not much. And he also wasted 3 days. Come on! But the weird cultists didn't move and were still singing. Romantic Glutton, I was teleported to Star Dragon Outpost. Wow. They gave me equipment right away. Ace's love, I'm at Star Dragon Outpost. Where were you teleported to? Brother? Maybe we can play dungeons together in the future. Still talking stubbornly. I'm not dead yet. Finally, as he was looking forward to it, the blood-red flames devoured him. Ah! After being resurrected, he was still talking stubbornly and was stunned. I was not in a gathering place or camp, but in a wilderness. It seemed to be the place where I died and resurrected last time. Could it be that I was with those cultists just now? And the game thought I was in the gathering place. So I was not teleported away. Faced with the concern of two netizens I just met, I still replied stubbornly, I'm lucky. Although we were not teleported together. I will take you if we have the chance to play together in the future. Ace love, thank you. Romantic eater, Omega. Looking at the wilderness in front of him, he still let out a breath. Star Dragon Outpost. He also wanted to go. However, he took off the game helmet first, then sat in front of the computer and logged into the official website. I happened to see someone discussing Linda versus Scavenger Princess, and most players were eager to learn Linda's skills. He quickly typed on the keyboard and replied casually, I think it's normal. This kind of Scavenger Princess will definitely be an ordinary monster in the later stage. It's not worth mentioning at all. It's not as good as me. I'm about to learn magic. Isn't it more handsome than this kind of rough man? Chapter 35 The second batch of undeads. 1.02 has been updated. Lin sighed as he looked at the Kozers who appeared outside the gate of the Star Dragon Outpost, wearing only white shorts and white tube tops. There were about 40 or 50 of them. Gerald, Son Goku, Uzumaki Naruto, Tathagata Buddha, Bald Chong, Frieza. There were also those with normal looks, but they were either extremely handsome or extremely ugly, with a serious polarization. As soon as Linda showed up, everyone started to get excited. It was difficult to control at least 40 or 50 players with 9 soldiers. Fortunately, these people had seen the video of Star Dragon Outpost. Even if they hadn't, they would search for the relevant strategy of the territory online as soon as they found themselves being teleported to Star Dragon Outpost. So they were quite cooperative and knew that the Lord here was a CG-type tough guy who could kill boss. The Lord is out. Brother duh. We're coming to you. Fuck. I have to say, it's really cool. Not to mention that Linda was shocked. Even the soldiers, who had been controlling the place, were also shocked by the sudden enthusiasm. Just now, this group of people were still chatting enthusiastically. But as soon as their Lord showed up, they jumped up and down like chicken blood. Could it be that the Lord is a big shot in the eyes of the undead? Forget it. I can't understand it anyway. The soldiers looked very serious. If so many undead rioted collectively and launched a suicide attack, how many times could they be stopped? Why are there so few people? Linda was still a little disappointed. The update said that some people would be teleported to a nearby gathering place, and he thought there would be hundreds of players. After all, this is not a novice village, so just be happy to have these. Linda cleared his throat. Should I say you came at the wrong time? The world is ending. The magic ring is collapsing. Cowards should hide in their mother's arms with snot twisting their noses. Star Dragon Outpost is not a cradle for good babies. And no one is good at humming Uni's ballads to coax you to sleep. All the players fell silent and looked at him. The soldiers were amazed at Lin's controllability, and they sighed again and again in their hearts about the influence of the Lord on the undead. How much respect these undead must have for the Lord, that they cheered and jumped for joy when the Lord first appeared, and remained silent when he spoke. It was just like their expressions when they still believed in the Church of the Sun before the end of the world. Facing the Archbishop. Worship. Conviction. Obedience. Lust. Greed. Wait. Several soldiers found something wrong. Some of the players looked at the Lord in a strange way. Only Lin knew that the players were watching CG. You came at the right time. The world is in great trouble. A savior who is not afraid of death is in urgent need of. Looking at the undead with shining eyes, Lin glanced at them and focused on a figure inside. Did they drool at him? Why do I feel something is wrong? The speech needs to continue. He raised his voice. Star Dragon Century welcomes undead with great ideals who want to save the world. Ouch! The undead screamed loudly, although they didn't understand why they screamed. But it's cool, isn't it? It's as if they are not playing a game, but a group of people who have traveled to the Doomsday Magic World. gathered in a small border territory, and are ready to save the world. Desolation, hunger, mission and faith. The epic feeling is there all at once. A total of 55 players arrived, which really made Lind a little stretched in terms of arrangements. The first is the placement issue. The soldiers were still hesitant about how to place them, but Lind waved his hand and let them all in. Players are all easygoing and have a strong rebellious mentality. The more you forbid them to do something, the more they will do it. Crossing the air wall is even more important than beating the boss. So it is also important to open up the venue appropriately. The soldiers are free to do it. After receiving Lind's order, they go on patrol. As for the accommodation, let the players go to the small house built by Zuei Baisi and others. If they don't want to play, they can log off. There is no need to sleep in the game. The second is the use of manpower. There are 60 undead players in total. If they are used well, they are 60 cows that will not get tired and do not need to eat food. And it's not that he wants to exploit the undead, but if he doesn't give them a reason to work hard, they will be unhappy. Considering that if there are not enough tasks and rewards, these 60 players may all run to Prey Town. Lind began to worry about how to deal with the tasks. He needs a lot of tasks to satisfy the undead. Find work for them. In Lind's eyes, Prey Town is more like a player camp than Star Dragon Outpost. So it is important to improve his competitiveness. Otherwise, he doesn't think that the undead will go to Prey Town and be willing to use it as a base. You want to help? Linda already had a few ideas and planned to let the undead do something. Unexpectedly, they were more anxious than Linda and took the initiative to come to him. Of course, Star Dragon Sentry always needs people who are willing to lend a hand. Linda's voice was a little tired, although this tiredness did not come from the battle with the boss scavenger princess, but from watching videos last night to learn how to dress. But tired is tired. There is absolutely no acting element. Our walls are not strong enough, and the scavengers who were eyeing us have been eliminated. But the undead with rich combat experience. You must also know that they are definitely not the last venomous snakes. The player nodded vigorously. Rich combat? That's right. We are all experienced. We like to hear more praise. Go and repair the previous holes in the city wall. Make the wall stronger. And let us sleep well. I am willing to pay 10 Rand gold coins as a reward for the undead who help. If you want more people to do this job and split it equally, that's fine too. Are there any other tasks? The players were not in a hurry to act. 40 or 50 people gathered together and looked at him eagerly. Lind continued, the crisis of the scavenger's nest has been resolved. But there may be something else hidden. I am very curious about the appearance of the scavenger princess. Maybe you can investigate some secrets. Compared with the previous task, this task has no rewards, no monsters, only vague secrets. Although the players' eyes are shining, no one is willing to accept the task, because there are 56 players here who are unlucky players with nothing, who have been strolling around before and have gained nothing except seeing the scenery. Only the 4 old undeads, including Zuei Baisi, were more concerned about this mission, although their combat power was not strong. After another level and equipment upgrade, they had completely opened up a gap with this group of players. What if there was a hidden plot? What if? Lind continued, Star Dragon Outpost needs food. Hunt or go find food. For every 10 pounds of meat or 10 pounds of food you find, you can get 2 Rand gold coins. That's all for now. Maybe we can talk about the development of the territory in the evening. This mission made the undead very excited because they didn't need to fight monsters. They just needed equipment now. So they were short of money. The players started to discuss in front of Lind. I think this should be a bug. As long as we find enough food, we can keep earning gold coins. Is food expensive in this game? Doomsday. It should be to respect the background setting. But I think it may be the negligence of the production team. What if 1,000 pounds of food can be directly exchanged for a set of suits in the future? We will be very unhappy. I want to buy a set of armor. Linda smiled as he watched most of the players who had left and were rushing out to find food. Bug? No. I just want food. Food. If there are really 1,000 pounds of food, what's the use of giving you a suit? As long as there is enough food. The benefits he can get are definitely more than the players can imagine. But there are still 10 players left who have not moved. Even though Linda has said that there are no tasks for the time being, they are not in a hurry. Instead, they choose to chat and interact with the surrounding environment. And emit bursts of, "Oh!" sounded. The players who left in a hurry just now were obviously achievers, type players, and they were also the players that Lind needed for development. This group of people were old players, and they played games very passionately. Note 1. The remaining 10 players should be the most useless socializers, who were more interested in making friends than playing games. It was obvious that the rewards and punishments proposed by Lind could not satisfy this group of players, who had no desires. Socializing was more important to them. Lind currently labeled himself as Soul Games, not Pokemon Go or Animal Crossing. So, it's a bit difficult to use them for your own benefit. Note, Richard Battier divides the behavior of players into 4 types. 1. Killer. This type of player prefers to compete with others, pursues to surpass other players in the game, and likes to get happiness by defeating opponents, such as participating in PvP mode or showing their skills through competition. 2. Explorer. This type of player prefers to interact with the game world, explore various elements and content of the game, and like to explore and discover, such as studying hidden elements of the game or completing various challenges in the game. 3. Socializers. This type of player prefers to interact with other players, enjoy the social atmosphere of the game community, and like to establish and maintain social relationships in the game, such as joining a guild, participating in team activities, or communicating in the game. 4. Achievers. This type of player likes to achieve achievements in the game, pursue goals and victories, and likes to challenge themselves, such as completing all achievements in the game or personal bests. Chapter 36. It's actually a farming chain task. How do you know she is an important NPC who manages the vegetable garden? Because she is holding a hoe, but she is not digging the ground. Do you really expect NPCs to farm in the game? Then why are you staring at it? I was wondering if this game will have a farming function. Oh, I'm studying the game system. What are you studying? I'm studying what to eat later. Romantic Eater and Ace Imu stood outside the vegetable garden, briefly discussing the conversation just now. The two were old friends, as 2 of the 3 unlucky people who got lost and then were caught and sacrificed when they entered the game. They were lucky enough to be arranged in a more famous novice village. Among the 3,000 internal testers, Star Dragon Sentry ranked in the top 5 in terms of purchasable equipment resources. But if calculated based on long-term development, it might be at the bottom, with a total of 9 soldiers, which was more pitiful than many small settlements. It is impossible that other territories do not have NPC heroes above level 10 like Lord Lind. So the competitiveness of Star Dragon Outpost is not strong. It is only regarded as a special novice village that is most suitable for early development and can get the best equipment. The 2 are casual players, the type that Lind does not want the most. Although it is said that if you are not motivated, you will not be attracted by other forces. And casual players are the most loyal type. But not being motivated also means that you will not be involuted and will not fight hard to bring more benefits to Lind. You don't spend money on games, and you don't play hard. That's too much. Ace Imu walked towards the girl carrying a hoe in front of the vegetable garden. If he were to rank his favorite games, they would probably be Summer Rhapsody, Winter Rhapsody, Country Rhapsody, and Stardew Valley. Yes, he is a player who loves farming and management games. So when he saw that the other party seemed to be farming, he immediately came over. Hello. How can I help you? The girl was startled by the sudden call. She kept in mind the job given by the Lord. If she wanted to survive in Star Dragon Outpost, she had to complete her job and be careful in her words and deeds. Her job was to guard the vegetable garden. Although the Lord knew that potatoes could not mature, and sprouted potatoes would only keep sprouting and finally rot. Her job was like this, especially after a large group of undead suddenly appeared today. Her task became to guard here from waking up in the day to night, except for eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. The main content of her job is to randomly command the undead to do something when they come to chat with her. And the Lord also gave her a lot of Rand gold coins. A few years ago, she would have regarded such a heavy thing as a treasure, and one piece could buy her whole family. But now she just feels that it is very heavy, and it is very cold and uncomfortable to hold in her hands in winter. Ace Imu stared at the other person for several times. The girl looked very ordinary, with a pale face and thin body. Her lips moved slightly, but she didn't dare to speak. What a pitiful girl. After confirming that she had arrived at the Star Dragon Outpost, Ace Imu immediately watched the relevant videos. especially the battle between Zuei Baisi and others, and the Wanderer camp, which was also watched by many people at the first time. Asaimu knew that this girl should be one of the women and children rescued by Zuei Baisi and others. The girl pinched her clothes with her fingers. She knew how powerful the undead were. Although she did not see the battle last night with her own eyes, she heard the details from several soldiers. Of course, the Lord was the bravest. But those undead, who kept coming back to life, were even more terrifying. Are you farming? Asaimu squatted down and felt that he should take the initiative to talk. What are you farming? Potatoes. The girl answered with difficulty. She added in her mind, although it will never be possible to grow them. I remember that food is very scarce in Star Dragon Post. Although Asaimu is not keen on killing and arson, it does not mean that he does not understand the situation. Especially the high price of 2 Rand gold coins for 10 pounds of food offered by Lind. Which is impressive. The whole world is short of food. The girl realized that the 2 undeads had no hostility. And her attitude finally relaxed. Like a cat with its fur standing up and bending over. But this land has been abandoned by magic and cursed by disasters. And it is impossible to grow food anymore. Can I take a look? Asaimu took action directly. The player doesn't care what the NPC thinks at all. The reason why he asked this question was subconscious. And he subconsciously regarded the other party as a living person. After asking, Asaimu himself was stunned for a moment. He sighed in his heart. This game is too real. Whether it's the expression, atmosphere, or action. If he didn't know that he could quit the game, he would really think that he had traveled to a magical doomsday world. He suddenly felt a little interesting. If there really was a time traveler who came directly to this world, how pitiful it would be, haha. After getting rid of the random thoughts in his mind, Asaimu dug up the loose soil and saw potatoes, sprouted and shriveled potato pieces, in a state of growth and death. Can't grow? Asaimu asked, pinching a potato. Coincidentally, he was studying at an agricultural university. Yeah. The girl nodded and repeated what she heard from somewhere. The land has been cursed by disaster. Asaimu didn't take it seriously. Repeating the line showed that the NPC's intelligence level was not high. That's not right. If you can't grow, what do you eat? He suddenly became interested in the logic of this game. The land that can't grow food and the people who must eat food. There must be a bug. There are mutant crops. The girl looked at Asaimu strangely, not understanding why he didn't even know common sense. Ahem. Asaimu choked, and at the same time grasped the key point in his heart, mutated plants. Why don't you grow mutant crops? But this kind? He shook the soft sprouting potatoes in his hand. Mutated crops only grow around the shadow of disaster. And that kind of thing is difficult to digest. If you eat too much, your body will mutate, the girl said. And she also added in her heart, even if it is mutant food, you can't eat it just because you want to. Debuff food. Ace nodded in understanding. If you eat too much, you will probably grow several eyes or 2 heads. Then these people look normal. Is it because they eat normal food? So they are fine. Or they can't even eat enough mutant food. So they have no chance to mutate? He looked back and found that Romantic Eater was eager to try. Hey, Romantic Eater. You don't want to try it, do you? No. Romantic Eater shook his head. I know. At least it has to be cooked. You'd better know. So, normal food can't grow in the field. And mutant seeds must be planted in the shaded area. Asaimu's eyebrows suddenly twitched. Hey, didn't Dagur say the scavenger's nest before? It seems that he found a natural planting field. Dagur didn't say that debuffed food can't be handed in. Asaimu's eyes became brighter and brighter. He looked at the girl. Where can I find that mutant seed? I don't know. You may have to ask someone else. The girl shook her head decisively. Mutation? Disaster. Now that she has moved into Star Dragon Outpost, she hopes to be as far away from those things as possible. I know. This is a chain mission. He stood up and looked at the romantic glutton. Let's go and investigate the information of the mutant seeds. Chapter 37. Not a lord, but a service industry. The broken sword of the princess of scavenging emits a bright light. Hide the sword in the quilt and take a closer look. Oh! It is still luminous. It seems to breathe. Flickering. Green weapon. Linda checked the posts on the official website and found that some players have begun to speculate on the attributes of the broken sword of the princess of scavenging. However, due to ownership issues, the Immortal Seed data with a glance ability cannot be used. and can only rely on imagination. There were also a group of players who were discussing trying to kill Lin to get his equipment. But these players would add a dog head emoji after speaking, which could be identified as talking nonsense. In the Star Dragon Outpost, the undead began to work hard or harass the NPCs, with several women and children bearing the brunt. After a short while, the women found their form, and occasionally giving out a useless rand coin would make the undead work hard. But no one dared to really play with the undead. They just took it as an opportunity to stay in the Star Dragon Outpost. Although the Lord did not say it explicitly, everyone could guess it. If the undead do not need you, there is no need for you to stay. As the Lord, Lind is patrolling, but not to supervise the undead, but to see if others are fulfilling their NPC responsibilities. Lord, I think we should use number 42 concrete to repair the wall, because the length of the screws can easily affect the torque of the excavator. Lind, who just walked to the broken wall. Do you think you are humorous when you play a joke on an NPC? This seems to be what they are passionate about. Yes, we players are like this. He took a look at the hole in the wall. He had barely covered the hole before, but it was just a cover-up. Although the idea of arranging this task was to keep the undead from being idle, it was also to solve the last hidden danger. Hole in the wall. No more good dreams. Several players seemed to have suddenly opened their minds. Cancer. How to make concrete. You should learn it. This wall looks very thick, but it seems to be made of pure stones. If it is demolished and reinforced concrete is used, is it okay? Why not just renovate it at this level and build a castle? How about DIYing a medieval castle? Hogwarts? The sense of participation is overwhelming. Dig a moat outside, and bury dragon spears under the corners of the wall. I'll ask a few of my MC friends. They are all out exploring. You can do it when you have nothing to do at night. I'll go offline and look for some information and tutorials later. Looking at the people who were discussing enthusiastically, Lin wanted to remind them that he only needed to fill the hole with something more solid, instead of just smashing the whole wall and redecorating it. But forget it. As long as the undead masters are happy. Although he is an NPC lord pretending to be the head of the novice village, he is actually in the service industry. Script killing? Immersive game experience? In short, we must provide the best performance to satisfy them. Besides, there is no reason to refuse a group of people who want to help rebuild the city wall. It's just rand coins. It's good to let them settle down temporarily. The undead people who stay in the Star Dragon Outpost are a minority after all. More players go out to explore and investigate, hoping to find food to return to complete the task, earn money to buy equipment, and want to kill monsters and level up along the way. This is also the real way of playing the game for most players. It is very unrealistic to tie people in a territory and not let them go out. Even the air wall can't trap them. How could there be a player who really stays in one place and doesn't move because of a game task? If they were really so obedient, they wouldn't play games. When they were young, their mothers said that games were tigers. The immortals were like traveling frogs. They would act on their own after leaving, and then bring back surprises. The premise is that they really want to come back after leaving, instead of being dazzled by the colorful world and leaving the small Star Dragon sentry behind. What is my core competitiveness? Linda suddenly wanted to write a PPT, and then hold a small meeting with his NPCs to discuss this issue together. My core advantage is that I can access the official website and understand the true identity of the undead and the bad jokes they play. It is impossible to take the joke, but I can understand the needs of the undead and provide some emotional value from the side. Make Star Dragon Outpost. Easter Egg City. You have to come. The more I think about it, the brighter the future seems, until my stomach starts to growl. My lord, it's time to eat. 2 pots of broth are boiling in the hanging pot. One for Lind and the soldiers, and the other for Lind and the soldiers. As for the women and children, they can drink some meat soup. After the battle last night, the physical strength was greatly consumed. Although the strength of the great knight in the body has been slowly restored, the body still has a feeling of weakness. Linda ate meat and drank soup in big mouthfuls, and his physical strength was recovering rapidly. When he was serving meat to rest his teeth, he would also exchange a few words, talking about the surrounding situation. The crisis did not disappear with the death of the scavenger princess. Basic living problems such as food, water, and keeping warm have not been completely solved. Wanderers, giant horseshoes, the new nobles in the east, the town of prey in the south. and the bodies of veterans accidentally picked up by players all represent crisis. But compared to 3 days ago, everything is stable and improving. Although the soldiers don't understand immortality, they are also imagining the future. Even Elena Momo squeezed out a wrinkled smile on her face because of a few more pieces of meat. Old Pete's hands didn't shake so badly this time. God will bless him. Which God? Elena Momo said it doesn't matter. Whatever. Several people talked about the changes in the past 2 days and made the next development plan. It is difficult to determine the plan because the players are too uncertain and must be changed at any time. The most important plan is to find a way to improve strength. According to what Elena said, finding the Blackfire brothers may help us know how to go next. Miss Miko, the rabbit-toothed witch in Prey Town, may also know some secrets after the end of the world. Everything cannot be rushed. I have just left Prey Town for more than a day, although a lot of things have happened in this day. The 9 soldiers were old men who followed him, and Elena and Momo were the poor people who needed shelter the most. So Linda still had the final say. Guard your weapons and protective gear well, and use warnings as the main method for dealing with the undead, supplemented by actions. Linda warned one sentence after another. He was afraid that the soldiers would mistakenly think that the undead were weak and could be bullied because they always nodded and bowed to him. The players were all dog-faced. What's more, Linda's positioning for himself was very clear. The service industry. While beating up the players, he asked the players to work for him. And he also scolded the players. It seemed that he was taking the absolute initiative, but only he knew that he was role-playing for the players and providing various emotional values. Good performance. You kick them. They are reluctant to kill you. So it is not wrong to say that it is a service industry. He looked at Elena Momo again. The old nun had a mouth full of oil and had just licked the bowl. Maybe she felt that everyone was having a good chat. So she naturally reached out and handed the bowl to old Pete. My lord, I am afraid that the meat will not last long. Old Pete shook the spoon and served Elena Momo a bowl of clear oil soup under her cursing eyes. God will curse old Pete. Which God? Of course, every God. Old Pete ignored Elena's murderous gaze and said, even if those undead don't need to eat, there are now 9 more mouths to feed. We need more food. There was a sudden commotion outside. A woman's voice came hurriedly, my lord. My lord. We got the food. Chapter 38 Soilless Cultivation. The woman with a strong accent called out Lind. He pushed open the door, looked at the 2 panting undeads, and saw what they were carrying. The iron needle vines, like gourd vines, were tied with a bunch of thumb-sized tubers, some of which looked like potatoes, with thick black mud. Just now he said there was no food, but he didn't expect the undeads to bring him a surprise in the blink of an eye. They really deserve to be his traveling frog. The other undeads must be working hard too. Well done, undeads. With your help, Star Dragon Outpost will have more confidence to survive the cold winter. When Lind spoke, the aroma of the broth on his body drifted to the other side. The female undead sniffed slightly, her eyes fixed on him. Don't worry. I will have someone estimate the weight and pay you immediately. He thought the other party wanted to get paid immediately. Some soldiers have come over, but the vines are definitely not counted. Only the weight of the fruit can be calculated. This job doesn't need to be done by the NPCs of Star Dragon Outpost. The undead need to solve it themselves. Rand gold coins are not so easy to get. Gurgle. The stomach growls very abruptly. Lind. Silence for a moment. Would you like a bowl of broth? He invited. Is it okay? This time it was not the female undead who answered, but the male undead next to him. Of course. You are also a member of Star Dragon Outpost. Lind smiled and nodded. I said that Star Dragon Outpost welcomes undead who want to save the world, and will provide all the help I can. The male undead quickly said, Lord, I am Asaimu. I am willing to burn myself for the Star Dragon Sentry to save the world, even if it means throwing myself into the fire. Thank you for your generosity. The female undead on the side looked at her companion in confusion, asking with her eyes, didn't you say not to eat casually? Why are you so proactive? Asaimu responded with a look, yes. It's just what you thought. We really succeeded. The female undead's eyes were shocked. So, you also want to try the broth? Right? No matter how you eat it, it won't be a burden. Asaimu smiled. Yes. This should be an important part of the chain mission. Finally, it's time to my favorite farming part. Lind looked at the 2 undead people staring at each other, and sending secret signals with their eyebrows. He couldn't help wondering. Shouldn't they be able to chat privately? Why did they use this method to communicate? I am a romantic glutton. The female undead, who confirmed her companion's thoughts, finally came back to her senses and said, "Thank you very much." I gurgle. My stomach learned to answer quickly. Romantic glutton. Asaimu. Lin nodded. Nice to meet you. The food was weighed, and it was just over 10 pounds. Lin happily paid them with rand coins. This little bit of food is not important. But as long as the undead can continue to bring back food, the survival pressure of Star Dragon Outpost will be reduced sharply. It is indeed more realistic to treat the undead players as traveling frogs than to treat them as puppets, who will do tasks obediently. They always bring surprises. Asaimu and Romantic Eater followed Lind into the cabin. He and Romantic Eater had originally gone to the scavenger's nest with the idea of giving it a try. But they actually found mutant food. Thanks to the players' built-in see the truth at a glance panel ability, they can distinguish which ones are food. In the hut, the smell of meat is rolling. The soldier who manages the weapon store, the veteran who manages the recycling point, and the mysterious old nun who always stares, etc., are sitting around. It seems that this game really arranges NPCs to be alive, instead of disappearing after leaving the player's sight. For most players, the only building open to the public in Star Dragon Outpost is the small shabby house built by the most beloved Bicey and her friends, which is used for logging in and out. No one can enter the NPC's house. I can actually see the NPC eating. Asaimu is more confident in the chain mission. This kind of performance is obviously an important plot. Old Pete, serve them the broth, Lind ordered. Old Pete began to shake the spoon after hearing this. The romantic glutton, whose stomach had been rumbling for a long time, turned green with envy. The sight of the ant serving food came to them, and the two couldn't help but complain in their hearts that the game producer had too much bad taste. Fortunately, there were still 2 pieces of meat in his bowl of soup. Asaimu was in no hurry to eat. He only took a look at the broth and confirmed that there was no special benefit. Then he took the initiative to start chatting. Lord, those grains are what we brought back from the scavenger's nest. Hulu hulu. The disaster shadow area is very suitable for growing some plants. Slurp. Holyulu. I think. Gudong. Holyulu. Asaimu stopped helplessly, and turned to look at the romantic glutton who buried his whole face in the bowl and ate seriously. He really didn't understand. In the real world, there are so many delicious foods that you can't eat. Even if you're too lazy to go out, you can still satisfy your appetite by ordering takeout. On the contrary, the food at Star Dragon Outpost is very bland. He just tasted it and added a little salt. The meat is tough and sour, and you won't eat it even if you starve to death. The romantic glutton also noticed his gaze, put down the bowl he licked clean, and gave a thumbs up. The eyes conveyed a signal. You think it's great too, right? She was almost obsessed with losing weight. Her work required her to maintain her weight, and she happened to be very easy to gain weight, which led to her not daring to add sauce to her salad. I dare not drink water when I am hungry at night, because I will get edema the next day. The broth with only a little salt is not delicious? It is a wonderful thing to be able to eat broth without worrying about getting fat. Asaimu suddenly felt that there might be something wrong with the eye contact between her and Romantic Eater. Could it be that the other party really came in to eat? Can I have another bowl? Romantic Eater smiled and handed the bowl over. The shaking chef Old Pete is online again. Asaimu forced himself to ignore her dry eating appearance and said, My lord, maybe we can try to grow our own food to solve the problem of food shortage. Collecting food and exchanging it for gold coins is very important to other players. But for Asaimu, who is keen on farming, he just wants to get official support for farming and open the farming part as soon as possible. It's difficult to grow edible food on this land, said Lind. If he could really grow food himself, he would certainly not refuse. The truth is that food buried in the soil will not survive, and mutated food is not inedible. But finding the disaster shadow area to dig food will result in much less sacrifice than harvest. I have a question, Asaimu asked. I saw the soil in the vegetable garden sprouted. Did the potatoes sprout before they were planted in the soil? Or did they sprout after they were planted in the soil? After they sprouted, Linda replied. In other words, there must be something wrong with the soil. Asaimu was a little excited. Sir, if I can grow food without soil, He suddenly stopped because it was so real that he subconsciously forgot that this was a game. And the logic followed by the game, and the real world was different. Lind instantly understood Ace's idea. Soilless cultivation. It's a big idea, but it's hard to realize. But if it really succeeds, maybe we can really eat food without curses or pollution. He is not worried about mutation caused by excessive consumption. It's nonsense to talk about toxicity without considering the dosage. If you don't eat mutant food for more than 10 years, you are not qualified to mutate. But before that, you may starve to death. Oh, do you have a way? Lin showed his doubts at the right time. Do you have beans? Ace Aimu wanted to try out the rules of this game world first. Yes. If you can really grow bean sprouts from beans, it means that soilless cultivation is feasible. Ace Aimu didn't mind the NPC hearing him talking. The technology was too difficult, and the NPC couldn't copy it. He also felt that the NPC couldn't understand him at all. These words were meant for the romantic good-for-nothing next to him. But when he noticed that all the NPCs were looking at him, he subconsciously lowered his voice. The game is too realistic. Being watched by others is very stressful. If it is really feasible, he will have to collect information offline. And with the background of the end of the Middle Ages, soilless cultivation technology must be started from scratch. There is no plastic, so I have to refine it from scratch. Do I have to find oil? I suddenly missed the workbench of MC. It was just a sigh. He was not sure to what extent the game could support it. And this is a magical world. If you use a completely scientific method to play it, it will lose its characteristics. Soilless cultivation is just a guess. And it is a product of the brain that has just been born. Ace Aimu then said his second idea, which was also his original plan. Lord, maybe we can try to plant mutant grain seeds in the disaster shadow area. The scavenger's nest is a good farmland. Linda raised his eyebrows. Your idea is good. Then Ace Aimu. Romantic glutton. Romantic glutton. Who was eating. Heard the voice calling him and looked up in confusion. Here. Go collect information on mutant seeds and solve the problem of food shortage in the territory. If you can solve this problem, maybe you can rent a piece of land for farming. And you can also recycle the food you grow in the future. Ace Aimu's eyes lit up. It will definitely be achieved. The farming system is turned on. Right before our eyes. Chapter 39 Smoke? Burn cement. Soilless cultivation completely aroused Linda's interest. It has only been 3 or 4 days. And this group of undead has brought him unexpected gains. It is really a surprise. However, he also knows that even with the data and knowledge of the Earth as support, if he wants to cross from the Doomsday Middle Ages to the modern society, no matter how many shortcuts he takes, the gap in the technology tree cannot be crossed in a short time. Distant water cannot quench nearby fire. When the technology tree climbs up, maybe he and the players have reached a higher position. On the contrary, what Ace Aimu said about planting mutant plants is most suitable for the current situation. Planting can solve the problem of food shortage. There are only 2 troubles. One is that eating too much may cause mutation. But it is not important. Being able to eat enough to mutate is a good thing for most people in this world. Second, planting in the disaster shadow area is not as simple as imagined. The disaster shadow will continue to breed. In layman's terms, farming in the enemy's spring is really a bit of a show of face. Until the afternoon, no undead came to submit the task. The process of searching for food is obviously more difficult than imagined. Lin can only hope that his traveling frogs will want to come back after leaving, instead of being attracted by someone. The broken sword of the Carrion Princess has been carried on his back, which means that Linda's strength has been improved. And it can also get unexpected effects in the eyes of players. With Guangwu, you have style. Appearance and decoration are also part of the work content of the service industry. Suddenly, thick smoke came, and the cold wind made people's eyes sore. His first thought was that something happened. What happened? Linda walked over quickly and found that the undead people surrounding the hole in the city wall were burning things, and the thick smoke came from their hands. However, the situation of the undead people wearing only white shorts was not very good. They squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Another undead person was very experienced and put his wrists together and pointed his index finger at the fire beside him. Linda subconsciously glanced at his wrists, and there was no silver bracelet. It can only be said to be muscle memory. The soldiers were on edge, ready to pounce and chop people at any time. Misunderstanding? It's all misunderstanding. The development of the matter was a little different from the undead's expectations. Dare to set fire in the sentry post. Soldiers are impartial. strict and selfless. Fuck. Are you going to be red-listed? The undead's face changed drastically. Someone said that arson will lead to jail time. Wait. At the critical moment, Linda stepped in. What's going on? Although he doesn't mind fighting with players. The premise is that they are bad players. For players who are not so bad, they must be guided and tolerated. The reward mechanism and spiritual feedback will guide them to do good things. It is also possible that those who harm others and do not benefit themselves just like to do evil and kill people. Fortunately, there are no such undead players in Star Dragon Outpost at present. Seeing Lin coming, the soldiers took the initiative to tell the story. According to the soldiers, at first only a few undead gathered together to study how to repair the holes in the city wall. And then for some reason more and more undead came, more and more. This group of people said incomprehensible words. And then dug stones, dug pits, and burned fires. When the soldiers saw the thick smoke and realized that something was wrong and came to stop it, the smoke had already rushed up to the sky. Undead? What are you going to do? Lin waved the soldiers away and tried not to use force if possible. Because he was a civilized person, he always believed that most players were reliable. However, releasing the smoke signals was indeed excessive. Even if it was the end of the world, suddenly releasing thick smoke could attract the attention of the surrounding settlements. Even if the existence of the Star Dragon Outpost was no secret to the people around, a big fire could attract something other than people. Just the act of releasing the smoke signals was enough for Lin to kill them. Do you think they were waiting for an airdrop? No wonder the soldiers were angry. Lord, we are going to burn cement. An undead squatting on the ground with his head in his hands said, use cement to repair the hole in the wall. If you only use stones to fill the hole in the wall, the solidity is too low. Cement? Linda didn't expect them to be so efficient. But what does making cement have to do with setting off smoke signals? It's obvious that they used undried firewood to burn. Could it be that these undead people are arrogant but incompetent? Living in a civilized society, how many people really know how to live and cook? Most of them are just talking about it on paper. Even those who know how to talk about it on paper are considered to have a life. The more exaggerated people can't even tell the difference between food and weeds in the field. What else can I do? I managed to bring them here with great difficulty. So I just pamper them. Cement can also be used to build houses. An undead person immediately added. I also found a very hard variant of bamboo. We can directly arrange bamboo reinforced concrete. Theoretically speaking. If you ask me, I'd better make steel directly. I've watched a lot of short videos before. It just happens that I have the materials and the homemade cannon. Aren't you interested in the dwarf alchemical cannon? Just pick people up. You'd better be talking about the dwarven cannon. Seeing that I am the fish on the chopping board, I squatted on the ground with my head in my hands. And my attitude was pious. But it didn't mean that the undead would be afraid. It's just that Linda felt that this group of people were very excited about the discussion. But their hands-on ability should be undeveloped. However, support must be given. Players who like farming, players who like infrastructure, and players who like exploration are all talents. They have the knowledge of the real world as a backing. And what they lack is only technology and experience. Even life crisis is no longer a problem. Experiment slowly, and you will succeed. Only social players are the most troublesome. Pure idiots cannot create any value. After complaining that social players are useless, Lin nodded. The territory needs stronger walls and more houses. I have sensed your enthusiasm. I will allocate an area for you to build and renovate. Cement is not a difficult technology, but reinforced concrete, foundation construction and house building are all in Lin's blind spot, and he has no time to study them. If they really master the construction skills, he, the soldiers, women and children could all live in new houses, which would be more cold resistant and more defensive. Not to mention the further benefits of studying the building materials technology tree. Simply letting a group of undead people do construction work honestly and stay here without wandering around would be a very worthwhile task. Find a job for yourself. Do anything. Just don't run around. On the surface, he certainly wouldn't say that he would let the undead people study reinforced concrete, but said, the stronger the house is, the better the environment is, and I will give a high reward. After saying that, Lin was worried that the undead would not take it seriously. So he added, as long as you pass the test, I will give you 200 rand coins as a reward. The better you do, the higher the reward. The undead breathed rapidly. How long would it take to collect food and kill monsters to get 200 Rand coins? Long live the Lord. Don't worry, Lord. I will definitely build a good house for you. What style is better? European? Chinese? Nordic or Japanese? Looking at the lively discussion of the undead, Lin felt that he still had to take precautions. Research materials and construction planning should be carried out outside the Star Dragon outpost, so as not to affect the normal operation of the territory. Don't affect the normal operation of the territory. In human terms, don't burn my house down. After giving the order, Lin led the soldiers away. The signal smoke may cause some trouble. It is well known that players do not have static vision. If there are really people with bad intentions approaching, it is very unrealistic to rely on players to patrol and capture them. The extremely long time consumption also makes players impatient to do such things. This kind of work can only be done by Lin and his soldiers. That is why Lin hopes to recruit some more native NPCs for his own use. It should be okay. Lin stood on the wall and looked into the distance. And then a thick smoke was sent up by the wind and rushed towards him as if it had eyes. Applying scientific explanation. The air pressure is lower when people move, and the internal and external pressures are unbalanced. So the external air will move closer to the body, and the smoke will naturally move closer to the person. But now Lin has no scientific knowledge in his mind. Only a feeling of unreliability. Are these undead people really okay? Chapter 40 Human Face Bug. Romantic Eater has work to do, and is offline. As a lone wolf farming player, Asaimu can only explore alone. Star Dragon Outpost may not seem big, with only 60 players, but it is actually divided into several small groups. Dialect groups divided by region, groups divided by age, groups divided by play types such as building houses, fighting monsters, exploring, etc. Asaimu and Romantic Eater have been captives for the first 3 days without any strength, so they have to keep each other warm. He doesn't really like the part of fighting monsters, although the fancy skills are cool. Not everyone can fight against things with distorted appearances. Unlike VR games, the fully immersive game experience of Doomsday Ring makes many timid people feel very entangled when playing. The gloomy atmosphere and the sun hanging in the sky like a refrigerator light that makes people feel unsafe make people feel terrified when playing. Asaimu is not afraid, but his interest in playing games is not in fighting. He just likes farming. If farming is combined with emotional lines, stealing vegetables, forging, etc., it will be a masterpiece in his mind. Now the Doomsday Ring is gradually replacing Stardew Valley in his heart and becoming a masterpiece. The aura of disaster in the scavenger's nest gradually dissipated, and he had to set out to search for seeds and find new disaster shadow areas. Before leaving, he soaked beans in water, hoping to see the beans sprout after returning. Swishing. There is movement in front. Who? The naked Asaimu is not afraid. He was afraid at first, and then became excited. Ha! He jumped on it, and after seeing clearly that it was actually a bug the size of a thumb, he got goosebumps all over his body. He forced himself to change his movements, causing his left foot to trip over his right foot and fall to the ground. His face was shattered, but at least he didn't jump on it. But he was still very close to the bug. It was a bug with an ugly human face, without legs, but it looked very much like an arthropod. It was like a caterpillar wearing insect armor. That human face was wrinkled like a baby's face. Gulu. The human-faced bug turned its eyes and looked at Asaimu. Asaimu suddenly felt his scalp tingling and ready to explode. It was this kind of weird thing that made people shudder. So he got up decisively and gave a fatal kick with his usual instinct to deal with southern cockroaches. It exploded. His feet felt a little soft and sticky, and there seemed to be a lot of stickiness between his toes. I remembered that I didn't have shoes. Ugh. I felt like vomiting. It felt like stepping on poop. And Asaimu rubbed the soles of his feet hard, almost rubbing his feet until they were broken. Huh? He tried to empty his mind and not think too much. The road ahead was barren. After leaving Star Dragon Post, Asaimu chose to go west. It was said that there was a den of jackals here before. Now he walked to the former jackal den. It has only been 3 or 4 days, and the smell of dirt and rot in the den has not yet dissipated. This is obviously not the disaster shadow area. Asaimu continued to walk west, and it seemed that he had not seen anyone else walking west. Many undead people chose to go north. The scavenger's nest is just north of Star Dragon Post. Going north may be rewarding. This is the experience of playing games. Many games don't have route guides, but following the distribution direction of the monsters can probably help you find the right route. The level of the monsters along the way can be used to determine whether you are on the right route. From dawn to dusk, he didn't encounter any strange events on the road. However, along the way, he did pick up a lot of mutant plants. There aren't many edible ones, but many of them can obviously be used to make poison. It should be considered an expansion of seed types. My knife is coated with poison. Swish. Ace Imu subconsciously stretched out his tongue and licked the knife in the air. Unfortunately, he could only get sick alone and no one knew. He went offline and went to the toilet. When he came back online, he couldn't even tell how far he had walked or the direction. He chose to climb up a tree and look far away. Maybe he could determine his position. Although climbing a tree is a bit difficult, he immediately gained something when he actually climbed the tree. There were houses in front of him across a small hill. It should be a village. And you can still see people staggering around. Turning his head again, Ace Imu noticed that there was thick smoke in the direction of the Star Dragon post. What's going on? Ace Imu was at a loss. Did he miss an important plot? I won't miss an important plot. Favorite White Silk put his hands on the awning and looked in the direction of the Star Dragon post. The video content shot today was a bit boring, so he headed towards the southwest of the Star Dragon post, ready to open the map and look for some interesting content. I always feel a little unwilling to log off like this. Xuanwu Shield and the other three are not together. After all, they are still students, and they are just a temporary team. The video content shot by Zui by C is not suitable for too many players. The noisy style does not match the live game style he complained about. Whether to continue to move forward and explore, or turn around and rush back to Xinglong Sentry. You need to make a choice. No. Keep going forward. Zui by C made a decision immediately. Even if he turned back now, he would only get secondhand information. This crappy game doesn't even have Hearthstone, so he could only hurry on his feet. By the time I got back, the daylily was cold. Passing through the dense forest, the silent air and the dark clouds above were like a thick quilt pressing on the top of my head. It was stuffy and a bit hard to breathe. I could faintly hear people talking in my ears. Someone. Favorite Bice's eyes lit up. Whether it was a wanderer or other NPC, it was good news to meet someone. He tiptoed forward, crouching with his heels raised high, and covered his ears at the same time. The game is very metaphysical. As long as you can't hear it, the other party should not be able to hear it either. Crack! Zui by C accidentally stepped on a branch, and the sound was very crisp. No reaction? Very good. But with a previous experience of stealth, Zui by C felt that he should prepare for the worst. His attitude towards work is always to make the greatest effort, report the smallest expectation, and make the worst plan. He is used to being cautious. In the distance, there are 6 men sitting around a campfire. The smell of meat and strong wine on the fire wafted over, making Zui by C swallow his saliva subconsciously. Barbecue. As long as it is sizzling and oozing with oil, it is a delicacy. The drunken people seem to be completely unaware of the approach of a strange man with green hair in the dark night, even though his footsteps were so heavy that they made a loud dong, dong sound, even though his shadow was swaying in the light of the fire, even though his rusty armor would make a grinding sound every time he moved. Favorite White Silk, my stealth skills have really improved. Chapter 41. It's Assassin's Creed time. The bonfire flickered, driving the figures to sway like reeds. The few people gathered together deliberately spoke in low voices. Old man, those damn wanderers have dispersed. Sheepy caught one today. The person who spoke raised his hand and waved. Cut it off. You should know that we have no hatred. Old man rolled his eyes and pretended not to understand what the other person meant. The people living on this land have no hatred. Everyone is just a wild dog digging for food, because every time they meet, they have to fight for life and death, under the instinct of survival. The enmity seems a little petty. The companion smacked his lips. I mean the women they took away. Old man emphasized, those women are a burden. If those women are encountered by him and others again, they will not have a good end. Although they will not have a good end if they fall into the hands of others. As long as they don't suffer in front of him, this is his only remaining conscience. If there is no food in the settlement, women are a burden. But if the settlement is strong, women are the most valuable ornaments. Besides, the companions have long been dazzled by Lord Saran's appreciation. Of course they were a burden before. But as long as we surrender to Lord Saran, women who can give birth are wealth. I heard that the new noble lord in the east that Lord Saran is loyal to is collecting children for training. And each can be sold at a good price. Lord Saran's request. Ah. Old man sighed. Ever since his settlement was breached by wanderers, he and several companions embarked on a wandering journey. In fact, they are just wanderers in a different form. But they still have their own bottom line. For example, they don't eat their own people. It's probably not that easy to complete Lord Saran's mission and officially join Lord Saran's team. Crack. The sound of breaking branches came, and Old Mander looked over the campfire and looked at the dead forest in front. It was so clear that it was really hard to pretend not to hear it. Someone is approaching. Not only Old Mander noticed it, but the others did too. Old Mander gave a look, and his companions understood and pretended not to hear the other party's voice. They couldn't figure out who was coming, although it was in a corner of the border. The forces in this area were not simple, and could even be said to be very complicated. There were several people that Old Mander couldn't afford to offend. Boom. Footsteps. The other party should be wearing iron-studded boots and armor, and the movement of his walking was very loud. Could it be that the other party was very powerful and came directly to kill? Old Monde looked very unhappy. Although they thought they were strong, they knew their own business. If they really met a master, even if there was only one of them, they would be easily defeated. The others were the same. Their swords were slowly unsheathed and gleaming in the firelight. The voices of the chats also unconsciously lowered. Suddenly, Old Monde found something a little wrong. The other party was hiding behind a tree. From Old Monde's perspective, he couldn't see him, but the light of the campfire dragged the other party's shadow behind the tree diagonally and spread it on the ground. Crouching. Approaching like a thief. Does this person think he is not discovered? It can't be so funny. Old Man's expression is a little strange. It was dark, and only his companions who were close to him could see the changes in his expression. Those who were far away could only see a sticky black and a shaky red on his face. So, Old Man's voice rose, so, which force should we attack? The person who was approaching quietly stopped and seemed to be listening. This means that the other party is a powerful force nearby. So, where did they come from? Prey Town? Or the Wanderers? Apart from these two places, I really can't imagine a third powerful force. Conquering and gathering the forces west of Longya Mountain Road and east of Misty Cliff, or harassing and beating them, is what Lady Saren wants. The companion understood the look in Old Man's eyes and immediately said, "Start with Prey Town? But it's a bit difficult. I know there is a small gathering place nearby with many people." Old Mander's hand holding the sword became stronger and stronger. He actually had no intention of chatting. He just used the delayed and elongated tail tone to pretend that he was thinking. In fact, he had already instructed his companions with his eyes and gestures. Next, it's time to fight. The favorite white silk is stealth. After the experience of the last failed stealth, he learned from the pain. After several deductions in his mind and searching for special forces stealth skills on the internet, he finally figured out his own stealth skills. After seeing the fire and hearing someone talking, he immediately entered the state. Although he stepped on a branch in the process, he was not discovered, which shows that his stealth skills are very successful. Reassured, the favorite white silk slowly closed the distance. He will not make stupid mistakes again, and will not use the stupid method of throwing stones to test the water. Now, it's Assassin's Creed time. Stealth. Assassination. Turn around and leave, without anyone noticing. Showing off. If possible, he will deliberately leave one person for interrogation. The Lord Saran they were talking about was obviously a boss-level character. And there were also Prey Town and the Wanderer, which were definitely key information for the plot. This is the fun of opening the map. Favorite White Silk was getting closer and closer. He raised his sword. Sneak attack from behind. Assassination. Hee hee. We players only talk about 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Send the sword forward. Try to ensure that the movement is not too large. Try to ensure that it does not make too much noise. And try to ensure that it will kill with one blow. Damn. I missed the stab. Zuei Bai Si suddenly felt something was wrong. Especially when she kicked him in the chest. That subtle feeling immediately surged up, like a rising tide. He was not injured, but his body was slightly shaken. And he took a step back with his right foot to support the trend of retreating. As the first undead to encounter Lind, Zuei Bai Si had long discovered that as he continued to upgrade, his body was also strengthening. This is normal. If the player cannot be resurrected infinitely, if he cannot beat monsters and upgrade, then there is no need to be called the fourth disaster. Both are indispensable. His body has strong defense, and he is wearing a very rare and excellent armor. The damage to his body is better than nothing. At most, he was pushed by someone and staggered a little. What made him uncomfortable was that this group of wild monsters seemed to have discovered him a long time ago. They were pretending to wait for him to get close. Fuck. Are the wild monsters in this game all spirits? When fighting jackals before, he was caught by the dog Fire King. It's nothing. The other party is a beast. Later, he and the three of Xuanwu Shield were lurking together to investigate and encountered wanderers. Everyone knew how to fight and beat them so hard that they were tied up. But it doesn't matter, because he won in the end. Last night's battle with the scavengers was beyond his imagination. The four of them were beaten by low-level monsters and didn't even have the qualifications to fight with the scavenger princess. But at that time, he still thought it was nothing, because it was a cutscene CG for Dagir to show off his muscles. Now he was lurking and was crushed by wild monsters with intelligence and acting skills. And he felt very uncomfortable. This game is really full of malice towards players. Each monster is so strong. It's okay to fight, but you can also use your brain. Although he complained a lot in his heart, it was only for a moment. The man who looked quite old drew his sword, strode around the campfire, and rushed to the front of Zuei Bai Si, holding the sword high with both hands, and slashed down with the New Year's greeting sword technique. Rebound. Zuei Bai Si reacted very quickly. He liked the mechanism of rebounding very much. According to his experience, as long as he raised his sword and slashed at the moment when the opponent raised his hand, he would create stiffness. And then, bang! The sword was smashed away by the downward slash of the New Year's greeting sword technique. Zuei Bai Si's eyes widened. The plot was a little different from what he imagined. Why couldn't he even rebound the downward slash of a wild monster? Chapter 42 Blood Lamb. Ignore the counterattack. Or is my posture bar full? The New Year's greeting sword technique that was blocked by the sword continued to fall and chopped on the shoulder of Zuei Bai Si, before he felt any pain. Zuei Bai Si turned off the pain. He came to play games, not to be played by the game. It was hard, and he couldn't bear it. Then he was kicked in the chest again, and his body fell to the ground without control. The disadvantages of turning off the pain were also reflected. There was no way to respond according to instinct, because there was no touch. It felt like floating all the time. How much effort was used? What angle? No feedback at all. The parry failed. It must not be the problem with my parrying posture. So there is only one other possibility. This is an elite monster? Zuei Bai Si quickly found the reason. A domineering elite monster. Looking at the several people who rushed up to surround him, and the swords in their hands, Zuei Bai Si chose to squat down honestly with his head in his hands. From his series of reactions, several people didn't even dare to continue attacking. It was really too cooperative. So cute. Which faction are you from? Old man asked, with his sword on his neck. Judging from the equipment on Zuei Bai Si, he should be from a powerful settlement, but not a very powerful one, because his armor was a bit too rusty. Life-saving items must be well maintained, and they would never be worn casually like him. He looks ugly and ferocious. In other words, he took too much mutant food? No. The mutation should not be to this extent. This is already a hybrid of disaster and mutant humans. I have never heard of them being able to mate and give birth. Even if they can, the post-apocalyptic disaster has only been around for 2 or 3 years. How could they grow so big? Ugly. And ugly for no reason. Prey Town. When asked, Zuei Bai Si was very cooperative. He didn't know where Prey Town was, but since they mentioned Prey Town just now, he had better come from there. As for Star Dragon Sentry, players will never take the initiative to be traitors, especially not to the novice village, especially in Star Dragon Outpost. There are a lot of other players. It's just a game. Players can choose not to do good things, but they must have a bottom line. Otherwise they will feel disgusted while playing. This disgust does not come from the moral bottom line of keeping promises. Players can have no bottom line. The root of this disgust is the superior mentality. Players look down on NPCs and think that NPCs are fake people and data. If they are betrayed by NPC's false threats, it will be really disgusting. Old Mander's eyes lit up slightly after hearing about Pre-Town. Take him back. Beloved Bicey, whose hands were tied and whose weapons were confiscated, did not struggle or resist, and followed the others very obediently. On the way, he wanted to chat and inquire about the situation, but Old Mander and his men were unwilling to communicate with him at all, and taught him how to shut up. When beloved Bicey was brought to the gathering place, he was very happy. Instead, the man who was holding him down was confused. What are you happy about? Is this a gathering place for a group of wanderers? It shouldn't be the two-headed wanderer team mentioned in the previous plot. I didn't see any enemies with two heads. The group is composed entirely of men, with about 20 people. Tall, short, fat and thin. The equipment on their bodies is very ordinary, and the weapons are even more varied. Tying a knife to a long wooden stick to pretend to be a spear is considered the standard weapon of this group of people. But everyone has a fierce aura and red light in their eyes. There is something wrong with this group of people. The bubbling soup pot gave off a fragrance that made his favorite white silk scalp numb. He really couldn't imagine that there was anything in the world that could be so delicious, until he saw a fat man throwing a bloody piece of meat that looked like a lamb into the soup pot. The fragrance tickled his head. Sniffing, his favorite white silk suddenly felt greedy. He realized later that he had closed all his senses and should not be able to smell the smell. Why did he feel it was so fragrant? The greed for fragrance comes from the instinct of the body and the spirit, not the stomach. Go in. Bang. The favorite white silk was locked in a cage. There were several timid figures in the cage next to it. They curled up and whimpered because of the arrival of the favorite white silk. He roughly understood his own situation and the situation of the figures in the cage next to him. Don't be afraid. The favorite white silk comforted the little guys next to him. Although he knew that this was a game, he couldn't help but feel sympathy when he saw the poor little ones. As long as he was a normal person, it would be hard not to hate the bastards outside, and it would be hard not to pity the poor little ones in front of him. Don't worry. I will rescue you. Zuei Bicey reached out to the cage next door and waved, trying to express his goodwill. The poor little ones didn't dare to approach, and shrank back. Zuei Bicey didn't take it seriously, and he quickly posted. New. Star Dragon Sentry went southwest and found a nest of enemies, about 20 in number, with an average level of 5. And there are elite monsters. Then the post content, grab the sofa. Come quickly. I am not alone. It's on fire. After posting the message, Zuei Bicey once again cast his eyes on the short figures in the cage next door. Woo woo. As if they felt his kindness, the little guys squeezed out from the dark corners and made their bodies appear in Zuei Bicey's sight. The moment he saw their appearance clearly, Zuei Bicey's eyes widened, and he felt a tightness in his chest and a little breathless. The little guy. Isn't it the bloodland that was thrown into the pot just now? The size of a human baby. But the bones are distorted. The face is full of pain, and the body is covered with blood. Every time he walked, his body was shaking. Don't be afraid. Zuei Bicey still stretched out his hand, trying to comfort him. The little guys came closer, tentatively approaching, as if they were going to touch his hand with their heads. That humble temptation made Zuei Bicey feel sour in his heart. Although they looked very ugly, Zuei Bicey did feel that his heart was healed for a moment. These poor little guys. Fuck. Zuei Bicey couldn't help but swear. The little guys who were pitiful just now suddenly changed their faces, pounced on his arms, and gnawed them crazily, turning into jackals. And one arm was torn to reveal the bones in an instant. Grass. 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 He reached out with his left hand and grabbed a bloody little monster, and threw it to the ground like a sandbag. Although these little guys have sharp teeth and look fierce, they are actually very fragile. Their necks were deformed when they were smashed to the ground, and they died immediately. He finally pulled his hand back, and looked at the little monster moving slowly on the ground, and his scalp continued to numb. The background setting of this game is too cult. He hasn't figured out whether the bloody little monster is human. But people who eat this kind of monster must be abnormal. The other little monsters rolled to the ground, whimpering and wailing, as if they were not the ones who were bloodthirsty just now. Hiss. I am still too young. Favorite Bicey held a grudge and planned to chop these little bastards after getting out, and then divert attention. I took a look at the post. Good. Someone has responded. More and more people responded. You must help me get revenge. Brothers. Chapter 43. Not afraid of torture. Not abandoning. Not giving up. Chapter 43. Not afraid of torture. Not abandoning. Not giving up. Old man, who had just drunk a bowl of meat soup, came over and smiled at the miserable-looking favorite Bicey. But the favorite Bicey didn't smile much. After knowing what old man was doing, the favorite Bicey felt her stomach acid boiling. But it smelled good. It smelled very good. Old man, didn't your Mayor Roning say that you should never trust those mutant freaks? I never said that. Favorite White Silk puffed up her cheeks, afraid that she would vomit. What a good game. Why do we always have to make some cult stuff? He was so angry now. He would definitely not want to provoke old man and others directly and be hacked to death by random swords. Now he just wanted to wait for his own people to arrive, and then watch these bastards get hacked to death. To delay time. You can also do eye position. Real-time supervision. Tell me everything about Prey Town. Seeing that favorite White Silk was so well-behaved and obedient, old man felt that the heavy punishment could be omitted. He liked spineless enemies the most. No worries. Prey Town. Favorite Bicey opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. At the same time, she was muttering in her heart, could it be that this is some special process task? But I came here by accident and skipped the key plot. It seems that we have to find the so-called Prey Town first, and then follow the plot guidance there, and then come here to let the plot proceed. He thought well, but old man obviously wouldn't let him leave, let alone let him go to Prey Town to complete the pre-plot. There are a lot of people in Prey Town, and everyone lives a good life. Favorite White Sea said dryly, yeah. Very good. He didn't even know what that place was. I underestimated you. Old Mander shook his head. How could anyone who can survive in this era be spineless? Open the cage and start the torture. Fuck. What is this? Cutting off a finger? Being pulled out. With one hand pressed on the table. Favorite White Sea asked curiously. Seeing that he looked relaxed, Old Mander pulled the corner of his mouth and pulled out a dagger from the sheath of his boot. The sharp dagger pressed on the little finger of Zuai Bicey and easily rubbed out a red line. Blood spilled out. The table was pooled with blood. Hiss. Zuai Bicey took a breath of cold air. He had blocked the pain, and it didn't hurt at all. But seeing his finger being cut by a button and bleeding, there was still phantom pain. Seeing Zuai Bicey's grinning face, old man smiled with satisfaction. It's easier to deal with it if you are afraid. People only have 10 fingers, but men have 11 chances. He had a way to scare his favorite Bicey and make her cooperate and answer his questions. He raised the dagger slightly and pressed it down suddenly. Crack. The little finger was cut off. Fuck. The favorite Bicey screamed. Ha ha ha. Old Mander laughed heartily. Others were similar, admiring the panic and smile on the face of the favorite Bicey. Wait. A smile. It's interesting. Iron juice. The favorite Bicey looked at his severed finger curiously. It was the first time that someone had cut off his finger. When he watched movies before, he had seen those tortures and tried to put himself in them. Then he found that the phantom pain made him unbearable. Imagine a bamboo stick stuck in the fingernail. Hiss. And now, his favorite White Silk smiled at the torture and faced the enemy with a shocked face. He actually felt a sense of being recognized. So, this is how it feels to bear torture and pain in order to defend your bottom line. He didn't feel the pain, but he felt the feeling of giving up everything just to protect the secret in his heart. The feeling of going forward even if there are thousands of people against him. I was a little moved by myself. Tears welled up in my eyes. It was just a little imperfect. My hard work had nothing to do with Prey Town, and I didn't want to tell Prey Town secrets. But I really didn't know. Forget it. I'll continue to be handsome. It's interesting. I want to see how long you can endure it. Old man pointed the dagger at the ring finger of Zuai Bicey. The finger fell and broke. Wow. Zuai Bicey didn't change her expression. Old man stared at the extremely ugly and hideous face under the green hair, trying to analyze the fear and pain from it. But he was disappointed. Except for the initial surprise. There was only surprise in the other party's eyes. It was as if he could not feel any pain at all. And the arm was not on his body, but on someone else's body. Old man gritted his teeth. Take off his pants. Fuck. What are you doing? Favorite White Silk suddenly panicked. Cutting your own fingers didn't work. So you started cutting cow paper. Right? You are a bastard with only red, orange, yellow, green and blue. The more he struggled, the happier these bastards without blue or purple were. Old man, what's wrong? You are quite skilled at taking off pants for women. But you can't do it for men? No. This ugly man can't take off his pants. What? Old man looked at the white pants that seemed to grow on his flesh and fell silent. This must be some kind of magic. But why use magic to make pants grow on flesh? How to go to the toilet? How to vent? He looked at the most beloved white silk with sympathy. The most beloved white silk was broken. Fuck. What's that expression on your face? And who are you calling ugly man? Is my handsome face related to ugly? Having fingers cut off. Having cow paper cut off. And loving Bicey the most. Have never been as annoyed as now. Let's try another method. Old Monday didn't know what to do when he met this weird guy who was not afraid of anything. He certainly couldn't kill him. They followed the order of Lord Saran and had to find out the situation in Prey Town. The living captives were very useful. It would be best if the problem could be solved without bloodshed. After all, this matter was not only Lord Saran's order, but also the goal of another lord to expand his territory. Tortured, laughed, tortured again, still laughed, until his right hand became bare. Zuei Bicey still didn't spit out any useful information. I admit that I underestimated you. Old man was tired and stabbed the dagger on the table, looking at Zuei Bicey, who didn't change his expression. It was the first time he saw such a tough person. There are people who are not afraid of death. But are there really people who are not afraid of torture? Kill it. Old man waved his hand. Instead of wasting time, it's better to kill it and eat the meat directly. Wait. When he heard that he was going to be killed, Zuei Bicey was a little panicked. He was a hostage and also a ward. If he died, what would happen to the undead who hadn't arrived yet? How could he determine the final credit and get the kill? Oh! Old Mander smiled again. Being afraid is a good thing, which means cooperation is possible. Zuei Bicey stretched out his voice. Can. Put. No. Tell. You? The tail tone was deliberately prolonged, and he had to take a deep breath after each word. If Old Man and others still couldn't see that his favorite Bicey wanted to make trouble, it would be a waste of his life in the Doomsday world. You are stalling for time. Who do you think can save you? Old Man sneered. Even if you are the guards of Prey Town, without the protection of the city wall, you will only die if you come here. He and others have nothing left, and now they have sacrificed everything, including their souls, to survive. The people around Old Man were not his subordinates, but they were all wanderers, all hoping to be loyal to Lord Saran, and all ate mutant freaks. Those blood lambs. Sacrifice something, and you will gain something, as long as you can survive. All sacrifices are worth it. Unexpectedly, Zuei Bicey nodded in agreement. All he wanted was to delay time. No matter what he talked about, he was just sitting here to talk to you. Someone had already contacted Zuei Bicey, including the 3 people who played games with him before. Xuanwu Shield, John Yue Blade, and Dragon Scale Sword. They have arrived, facing the chattering old man, who looked like he had won the game. Zuei Bicey just wanted to sigh. Look, the corpse is talking. Chapter 44 Waiting for 1 shield T. 41. Chapter 44 Waiting for 1 shield T. 4 is equal to 1. Who is it? There were footsteps around. Very messy. It sounded like he was hiding his whereabouts. But the sound was not hidden at all. It was similar to jumping on tiptoe. Old Man's face changed slightly. He stared at his favorite white silk. Ronan's people? It's no wonder that he quickly confirmed it, because he really couldn't think of other possibilities of exposure. He should have known that the ugly man in front of him was not a fool. He was not afraid of torture. He seemed to be unable to bear the slightest torture and always cried out to the sky. But he never revealed any useful information. So, everything before was a disguise. He would not be a weak and vulnerable fool, but a good performer. He might even be caught on purpose and leave various secret codes just to attack his gathering place at night. It must be said that although the process and assumption of Old Man's guess were wrong, the result was right. But there are still many things that I don't understand. For example, if Luo Ning really dared to mobilize all the troops, did he have such courage? The plan of our side has not yet been implemented, and even the target has not been determined. And, if you really want to assassinate, You should ambush and approach without making any noise. And kill as many as you can, even as an enemy. Old Man couldn't understand the operation of this group of people. Or you really sneaked. But you didn't sneak well. Old Man's eyes were on his favorite bicy. This kind of stealth technique that seems to hide the identity, but in fact can only deceive yourself. Old Man had just seen it on his favorite bicy not long ago. Here they come! The favorite bicy was very excited. He had endured humiliation until now. Waiting for now. Come out, my little darlings. The men in the gathering place, with red eyes, looked at the group of weirdos in white shorts, who suddenly rushed out. Looking at the group of weirdos rushing forward with only weapons. It was as if they were surrounded by wolves. Bang! An undead was kicked away. Fuck. What a monster. The undead who was kicked away howled, "The power is too great. Just kick me straight." The same situation continued. In the first collision, the undead suffered massive casualties and were defeated. However, the undead had a certain advantage in numbers. There were only more than 20 people on this side. But there were 40 or 50 undead. Not every undead was a white-board fragile skin. And a considerable number of them were as strong as the red monsters present. Especially the 3 people with the black tortoise shield, the moon-slashing blade, and the dragon scale sword. They followed Lin to fight one battle after another. And they also had various weapons and equipment. They rushed into the gathering place like 3 tigers, relying on superb cooperation to overturn all the enemies blocking the way in front. However, the strength of the 3 is ultimately a minority. And they are not truly invincible. They can only barely hold on. The casualties of the undead are still increasing. Even if the injured fall down, they will not give up and continue to rush forward. Even if some undead are killed, no one cries for them. There are only undead who continue to fight. They are crazy. Much crazier than the old Mander's men with red eyes. Crazy. These bastards are crazy. The old Mander with red eyes only felt a gust of cold wind. This group of people is a disaster. He had never seen such crazy and desperate people. It turned out that the weirdo whose fingers he cut off was not an exception. Lin Bei is coming. A man rushed over. Without any tricks, and with many flaws. Old Man pierced the opponent's chest with a sword. The opponent did not howl or cry in pain, but smiled, carrying the sword and continued to move forward, letting the sword pierce his back, getting deeper and deeper. Old Man had never felt so scared as he did now. The contempt for life, and the madness in the other's eyes made his scalp tingle. But the other just grinned. "Here's Johnny." The other raised his sword high, and Old Mander instinctively stepped back. But the distance between the two was too close, and he could only watch his nose being cut off. Pain, panic, anger. Old Mander's arm muscles swelled up like blowing air, and the armor creaked. The undead was like a skewer of meat pierced through the sword, picked up by him, and then fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Old Man stared at the undead, who turned into ashes and disappeared, and looked at the empty long sword. The anger on his face turned into dullness. It's a disaster. As the number of dead undead increased, the wanderers under Old Man finally discovered the problem. They were not fighting ordinary people, but a group of monsters that would turn into ashes after death. When there is a slight mistake in the formation, don't underestimate the players. They will definitely be able to accurately detect the key. As an undead pierced one of the throats with a sword, the horn of counterattack was officially sounded. Like a domino, the death toll on Old Mander's side kept increasing. Remote support? Where's the shield? Help me. Fuck. Who's stealing my head? If Lin was really the head of the novice village, he would definitely not panic, let alone be anxious. Unfortunately, he is not. So he is a little anxious now. Even though he was a former player, he can understand the various tricks of the players. But he is only one person. The undead player, who does not play by the rules, has 60 territories. While he was still thinking about the development of the territory, soilless cultivation and mutant food planting, the undead working in the territory, and the undead, who came back to hand in the food task, suddenly dropped their work and shouted to go into battle to kill the enemy. The night before yesterday, he was promoted to a great knight. Yesterday, he destroyed a wanderer camp, a scavenger nest, and a boss scavenger princess. Why did they fight again today? According to the rhythm of the game, it was just right. But for a lord, he really felt that he was very busy. It must be that the players have done something outrageous again. Why do other undead players honestly farm? raise livestock, and mine. But only the undead in my territory go out to catch chickens and chase dogs all day long. Fortunately, players are very keen to leave messages and post on the official website. Of course, the main reason may be gaming helmets. Only the official website and official website related content can be accessed online, and players cannot install various apps. Lind also quickly found the cause of the problem. The most beloved White Silk post for help. Zuei by Sea was caught while exploring. He really couldn't leave a mark in front of a group of people, but he could take screenshots of the game screen and record the screen. So, the seemingly hidden base was completely exposed under Zuei by Sea's out-of-the-box operation. But Lao Man and others still thought they were good at hiding, excluding those who were not online. The remaining more than 50 people responded. What farming? Burning cement? Forging iron, all are not important. Players helping players equals WHW. And reflected in the Star Dragon outpost. The style of painting has become, oh my god, found an elite monster. All swordsmen. Waiting for 1 tank. 4 is equal to 1. Hurry up. Get in the car and hurry up. Chapter 45, Yang Daimai. Old man's body swelled up like a bull, with blue eyes and black beard, and the flesh and blood of the mutant monster flowed through his body. The skin exposed outside the armor bulged with small bags, like mice burrowing around. He's gone berserk. Fight. Ba Ti. There's nothing we can do. Fly the kite. The undead had a great advantage. But as the group of people led by Old Man suddenly swelled up, the battle situation was directly reversed. The long sword in his hand seemed extremely disproportionate to his swollen body. Old Mander swung his wrist quickly and turned the sword into a windmill. Blood burned, and the severed nose became a dragon head, and blood gushed out. He could no longer hear other sounds in his ears. Only the sounds and pictures in his mind were still echoing. Just a while ago, he and his companions were attacked by wanderers, and Old Mander and his companions who fled in panic met that adult. My dear friends, have you had enough of the turbulence of the troubled times? You may have chosen to devour people, but you still have a human heart. You fled in panic just to survive. You are not aimless wild dogs. Just because you have not met me before. Lord Saran's voice is elegant. His posture is noble, and his appearance is delicate. But it is difficult for people to mistake him for a woman. A crazy lunatic will not be entrusted with an important task. Only those who do not care about dignity and strive to defend their lives can be called strong. I think you can stay and work for me. Lord Leon's territory is expanding. He will create an absolutely peaceful and prosperous world. I am his knight, and you will become my weapon. I need talented people. Are you willing to become such a weapon, even if you have to sacrifice yourself? How did I answer at that time? Old Mander's voice trembled. Yes, sir. A homeless wild dog finally had the opportunity to mix into the wolf pack. He immediately knelt on one knee as his most pious response. On the other side, the undead people who were entangled in the fight found another opportunity. Although the crazy enemies were extremely powerful, they had lost their minds. The kite-flying tactic will never go out of style. Wait, look at that elite monster. It seems to be entering the second stage. An undead noticed the kneeling Old Mander. The elite monster has entered the second stage. It can't be a wild boss? The undead looked at the kneeling Old Mander, whose body had swelled to 2.5 meters tall. Even if he was kneeling on one knee, he was more burly than an ordinary person, bleeding from all 7 orifices. But his face was full of piety and fanaticism. Bloody, crazy. But, Lord Saran, even if you gather all the wanderers around Prey Town, you still lack the power to break through Prey Town. Maybe we should sneak into Prey Town, and then capture a few hostages to make those soldiers afraid to act rashly. They are used to a good life and have families. Changing a more powerful mayor is nothing to them. Ronan is not the first mayor. Hostage? No. Lady Saran smiled and said, when I appeared at the gate of Prey Town, all Prey Town men, women, young and old were hostages. The Old Mander had doubts in his heart before, but the Old Mander now has a boiling blood and is fanatical. He understood. Ah! Old Mander raised his head. Blood spurted out from the gaps in his armor. Pieces of iron fell off as he moved, revealing a body that was beginning to twist and almost beast-like, especially the heart, which was emitting a red light. With every heartbeat, the body pumps blood, and the heart is like a mad dog in a cage trying to get out. Ouch! Old Mander dragged his long sword and pounced on an undead man. kicking him over with one foot. The flying undead man exploded into a ball of ash in the air. His health bar has shortened, but he has fallen into a completely frenzied state. Who wants to touch him? Everyone wants to touch him. This is a great opportunity to kill monsters, level up and grab heads. But no matter who goes forward, they will be easily crushed, including the strongest Xian Zhanlong trio. As a war correspondent, the favorite Baici faithfully recorded the scene in front of him. As long as the level and equipment are sufficient, it's fine. Keeping up with the team's rhythm and shooting enough materials to make money in the real world is his real purpose. The fire pots were kicked over one by one, and the bonfire was scattered. The old mander with hot blood burning on his body was like a flaming beast. He would not get tired, and kept attacking, stabbing, impacting, and then crushing. In the distance, the fire suddenly came. It was a more dazzling fire than the old mander. If old man is a mad hyena, then the one stepping on the flames is a lion. Am I too late? The surviving undead players looked at the figure holding the luminous broken sword of the scavenger princess and resisting old man's attack. They all breathed a sigh of relief. An indescribable sense of security came over them. It was absolutely great to have such a reliable big brother NPC in the game. However, there were still discordant voices. I'm awesome. I'll always bring my sister. The broken sword thrust upward. Old Mander's advantage is only against the naturally weak undead. When facing a great knight like Linda, the huge gap makes it impossible for him to resist. The jaw was broken. Old Mander's strength has no advantage over Linda. Chop. Cut off the head. And win. Old Mander, who was crushed by a group of undead with a fierce momentum and couldn't raise his head, was just a big fool who could only take a beating when facing Linda. Sing the Song of Triumph. Star Dragon Outpost ushered in another victory. Only one day after the last victory, the high frequency of fighting made the soldiers of the Star Dragon Outpost mistakenly believe that they were still in the period of war between the two countries, rather than the doomsday when the population was becoming increasingly scarce. They had been here for more than 2 years, and the days seemed quite peaceful. Why did this group of undead people just come here for 3 or 4 days, and they kept fighting and killing? The soldiers were confused and stepped up patrols. As for the final spoils of this battle, of course, they all belonged to Lind. No undead had any objections. After all, the plot was more important than anything else. No matter how you looked at it, these spoils would have a chance to be put in the store in the future for them to buy. If you calculate it this way, it's a huge profit. So, what rewards did we get from defeating this wild monster stronghold this time? Does upgrading count? It should count. But I don't think it's enough. I think it should be a hidden plot. The undead whispered to each other, while Lind, led by his favorite Baici, saw 3 trembling and screaming blood lambs. Lord, don't look at these little monsters, because they look smelly and disgusting and seem weak. In fact, they are monsters that can chew people's arms alive. Zuei Baici had a broken arm, but was in good condition, and that group of people used these little monsters to stew soup to increase their strength. Do you think we can also raise them and distribute the meat of these little monsters to other undead people? Linda's pupils trembled, and he looked at Zuei Baici. He found that the other party was asking very seriously. So, heavy taste? Even if Linda knew that eating these blood lambs could increase strength and speed in a short time, he would still fall into madness. The blood lambs were obviously mutant freaks. Maybe humans. Maybe animals. And distortion often means people are uneasy. Lin can eat some mutant food, but it is difficult to eat mutant monsters. The madness of the two is completely different. An undead is eager to try his livestock farming open. It should be the berserk potion. I said that those wild monsters can't appear for no reason. They are definitely tool monsters to open the plot for us and provide berserk potions and other things. Blood lambs are so cute. I want to raise one. Looking at the undead people who are eager to try, Lin suddenly found that it seems that it is not impossible to let them toss themselves. Undead people, take good care of the blood lambs. Find food to feed them, and how to breed them. Maybe you can get some of the blood of madness as compensation. Linda, isn't it just animal husbandry? Come on. It doesn't make sense that others can raise them and I can't. Since Old Man and others can raise and eat them, it means that they can be reused and have very little impact on the body. Probably the biggest side effect is death by blood explosion. For the undead, this punishment is not too high. Is it really open? Long live the Lord. Chapter 46. labor spoilers and involution. Blood lamb. Type, mutated creature. Effect, after taking blood and flesh, the body can be strengthened for a certain period of time. And the madness effect can be obtained. Madness plus 1 layer, 99 layers are stacked. And the mind is lost. Lord, I think our territory should be updated. In the morning, Linda, who had just eaten breakfast, patrolled the territory as usual. After the battle last night, the undead were in high spirits, and their sense of belonging to the Star Dragon outpost was stronger. Specifically, they work more seriously. Their enthusiasm for work is even higher. Linda just took a look and found that the blood lambs were almost fed into blood piglets. These little monsters are not picky about food and are willing to eat anything as long as it is meat. But the blood lambs are Pichio. They only eat and do not poop. And they are obviously going to die of bloating. Although Linda does not care about the fate and future of this blood hula gadget. There is no need to feed it to death. It is a waste of food. Update? Linda looked at the undead, who stood in front of him and asked for an update. He remembered the other party's name. Silkless Legs. Which might allow him to fight with favorite white silk. Lord, don't you think that the quests we are issuing now are a little confusing? He pointed to the undead people who were chatting with several women in the distance. They were arguing about the content of a quest. This is the disadvantage of verbal quests. There will always be one party who will mix up or make a mistake, unable to coordinate, and eventually conflict. Linda walked over. And the 4 undead players who were arguing and the female NPCs who didn't know what to say stopped instantly. What's going on? The women, who were afraid of being disgusted by him, took the initiative to explain, My lord, the spoils you brought back last night need to be dealt with. We want to let the undead deal with it at the price of 1 gold coin for every 2 pieces. Linda nodded. It is indeed reasonable to let the undead do this. And 1 gold coin for 2 pieces may seem to be a high price. But dealing with the blood stains on the spoils, maintenance and repair are not easy. And this is also a hidden benefit for the undead. You can learn the skills of repairing armor and polishing weapons. Then what? Do they think the price is too low? Linda looked at the 4 undeads. Although he didn't say anything, the Lord's aura was clearly revealed. The 4 undead shook their heads quickly. Fortunately, they all knew that this was the NPC's plot. So they kept their mouths shut. No. The female NPC was very distressed. When I first talked about this, an undead came to take the task. She pointed at one of the undeads, then pointed at another. Then this one also came over and said he wanted to do it together. Linda quietly waited for her to explain the whole story. But the woman grabbed her hair, very distressed. But when the third person came, he said he could charge only 1 gold coin for 3 pieces. The 4th person then said he could charge only 1 gold coin for 4 pieces. Then they started arguing. The undead who had been silent all this time said, Lord, let me do it. 1 gold coin for 5 pieces is fine. Lord, I don't charge money. Lord, I can pay 1 gold coin for every 5 pieces I handle. I'll pay 2 gold coins. I'll pay. Linda almost choked. He now understood that this group of damned undead not only rolled on Earth, but also rolled on this land. Work scabs. He could understand the undead's behavior. It was to steal the skills of repairing weapons and armor. 1 gold coin for every 2 pieces. You did a good job. Linda didn't listen to the undead at all. He just nodded to the female NPC. Is the gold coin the key? Not at all. This thing is worthless without the Star Dragon outpost. What he wants is the labor of the undead. If the already unstable system is messed up by scabs, who will work? Who won't work? How to work? And how to manage will all be a hassle. He turned around and looked at the undead. Now, those who are willing to work for 2 pieces for 1 gold coin, please come over. Then he turned around and asked the female NPC, How many people do you need? At most 2. We don't have that much to do. She has already gotten used to the work rhythm here, and the effect seems pretty good. Then 2. The undeads were obedient. The first 2 came to do the work, and the other 2 left. The silkless beautiful legs following Linda said, Sir, that's it. This group of undeads only care about themselves and their own internal affairs. They seem to be able to help, but they will eventually destroy the fragile economic system here. Linda couldn't help but look at the other party twice. The other party completely separated himself from the players. Indeed? Linda nodded. He knew this problem and had a solution, which was to use unchangeable text to rigidly require each task. instead of letting the undeads take the initiative to communicate. Because Lin knew very well that these NPCs were living people. Living people could think and be moved by words. Coincidentally, shamelessness is one of the advantages of players. Although there is a solution. He is a little too busy because the undead are developing too fast. And he has not yet implemented it. It seems, using undead to govern undead is a good method. Otherwise only using NPCs to manage. The manpower is a little insufficient. He looked at Wu's beautiful legs. Why not try parchment? Silkless Legs made her own suggestion. Write down the task content on parchment. And then give it to the undead to do. In duplicate. To ensure that no one will cheat. And to ensure that the task content is absolutely correct. And there will be no more disputes. Well, but there is no parchment in the territory. Linda nodded. Then shook his head. Perhaps? You can help the territory find enough paper? Linda has wanted to make paper for a long time. But unfortunately, the weather does not allow it. The climate is too cold. And the pulp turns into ice faster. Making paper in winter requires more patience. Since the undead has proposed it, let the undead do it. Silkless Legs was very happy. Yes. Lord. I will definitely complete your task. If his proposal was passed. Does it mean that players can also influence the decision of NPCs? Does it mean that players can seek higher positions in the future? And even become the overlord of a region? He was going to go back and post an analysis post. Lord. We have successfully researched cement. Good news came one after another. However, the weather was too cold and there was no mixer. So the undead could only be used as animals. Constantly stirring the cement to prevent freezing. Very good. Linda was quite satisfied. Since you have enough cement, I think you can help Star Dragon Outpost build a government office. The task must be done step by step. Anyway, don't be idle. Of course. Sir, what style do you want? We have a lot of people. And we can build it for you in a day or two. The undead, who are keen on building houses, finally have materials available. The frame is made of wood. And filled with stones and cement. The house may not be very beautiful. But it must be good for keeping out the cold. The undead were also very enthusiastic and asked Linda for an area to build a dormitory for 8 women and children. They really understand human nature. Chapter 47 Farewell to the Giant Horseshoe Print. You did a good job. Linda's praise.jpg. Even Linda himself has a picture in his mind, which comes from the post of the undead. Could it be that every time he praises the undead, he makes this action too frequently? So it was screenshot and made into an emoticon package? Facing the undead's expectant eyes, Linda still gave his own praise. At least from a normal perspective. There is nothing wrong with Linda's praise. It represents the Lord's recognition, the Lord's respect, and expectations and hopes. For the rest, just pretend not to see them. I am an NPC anyway. So if I say I can't see them, I can't see them. The person Linda praised for doing a good job was Asaimu, who went out to search for seed information. In his words, this time he really came back with a full load. But I died, so I didn't bring back any seeds. What about a full load? Considering the recent situation in the territory, Linda finally decided to go out with Asaimu. Mutated food that can be grown in large quantities, and can be grown in severe cold weather is very important, which can directly solve the current problem of insufficient food in the territory. He also discovered that the undead also need to eat. Although most of them have no interest in eating, some of them are still keen on alien food. Economic development is inseparable from agriculture. How can the undead from the country of big foodies not experience the food of the other world? Therefore, whether it is economic development or keeping the stomach of the undead, food is a must. Single task. Ace loves surprises. He is not a player with a fancy operation. He does things in a very disciplined manner. His only hobbies are farming and half-tower defense. But on the way, he couldn't help chatting with Lind. After passing the road ahead, I climbed up a tree and saw a village in the distance. Asaimu pointed to the dead forest ahead and described his experience at that time. He himself was surprised. Should we say that there is no peace in this world? Just walking around will encounter a group of bloodthirsty monsters. Just like last night. Just like the night before, moving means danger. The sunlight in the daytime shines on the dead forest, and the twisted tree trunks sway like thin ghosts. The fishy and cold wind blew through the trees, grabbing the tree trunks fiercely, making a series of sharp and creepy noises. Lin tightened his coat. The wind in the forest was sharp like a needle. and it felt like a burning needle piercing the skin. Is there a volcano ahead? Based on Lin's simple understanding of the area around Star Dragon Outpost. To the north are mountains, and the ancient battlefield where the undead people were reborn. To the south is the town of Prey, which requires a full day of rapid march to reach. To the west is the Dead Forest. To the west of the Dead Forest is the Banshee Lake, which the survivors of the Doomsday believe is absolutely not to be approached without permission. Further west is the Misty Cliff. The view is completely blocked by the fog and nothing can be seen. No matter how strong the wind is, it cannot blow away the fog. There is no strange sound coming from the fog, but it is full of words that say no entry. To the east of the Star Dragon Post is a canyon tunnel called Dragon Tooth Mountain Road. Lin and his men have never been there before the Doomsday. Dragon Tooth Mountain Road does not exist yet. Perhaps the shattering of the magic ring triggered the movement of the Earth's crust, and even a small volcano floated up from the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road, like a conspicuous red bag on a thin and long face. And from time to time it would ooze out hot pus. Lin could still remember some of the way back to Goliath. But he was not the previous Lin after all, so he didn't remember it very clearly. Going east was inevitable, and the east would inevitably meet the new nobleman, which put his plan to find his fiancée and seek help from His Royal Highness the Prince on hold. He looked up at the sky. He had a strong sense of direction, and he was indeed heading west. How could there be a hot Mars in the west? What's the situation in that village? Lind asked. Perhaps the undead in front of him had brought him another surprise. They gathered together. Ace recalled in admiration. They rarely changed their clothes, smelled bad, had hunched skin, and always sang strange poems. But not many of them could sing poems well. Most of them could only laugh, scream, cry, and roar. It's like a sick wolf in wrinkled human skin. Ace Aimu tried to find the adjective. Well, there are no young people in that village. They are all sickly and old people who are too old to look good. Maybe you are not in an ordinary village. Linda was alert. Village? It is a rare force in this world. Castles, sentries, towns, gathering places, camps, and even bonfires are more reliable than villages. The two finally walked out of the dead forest. They did not encounter any danger along the way. They did not even see a mouse with the strongest survival ability. In the distance, a dozen dead trees twisted into one, like a giant ghost claw twisting and grabbing the sky. There were also 3 or 5 tombstones squeezed into the air by the tree trunks. The dead trees that seemed to have no vitality at all were probably the most survivable non-mutated plants in this area. The ghost claw. The fingers were entangled with thorny vines, and the mutant plants and non-mutant plants were nestled together and coexisted, which looked very strange. More than a dozen incomplete skeletons were dragged by the vines and hung like puppets on the huge sky that blocked out the sun. Ghost claw. Below, the cold wind blew, and the bones swayed. A skeletal arm fell down and landed in front of the two, adding a bit of doomsday horror and sadness. Go forward from here. Ace Aimu continued to lead the way, but was grabbed by Lind. Don't move yet. What's wrong? Sir? Ace Aimu looked down curiously following Lind's gaze. There was a series of huge horseshoe prints on the ground. There were huge horseshoe prints on the road from Star Dragon Outpost to Prey Town. And now there are still horseshoe prints to the west. Either there is more than one monster, or the other party is wandering around without a fixed place. Maybe it will break into the Star Dragon Outpost at any time. What a big horse! Ace Aimu was shocked. But no matter how hard he stared, he couldn't get more information. Is it a mount? It's an enemy. Linda checked the terrain and determined with experience that the huge horse hoof monster was heading towards the Banshee Lake. He barely breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. Continue to lead the way. Sir, should we go over and get rid of that thing? Ace Aimu pointed to the horse hoof prints. With Lind as his strong support, if he could directly kill the opponent, the experience and rewards would definitely make others envious. He just loves farming. But it doesn't mean he doesn't want the free experience. When we investigate later, our primary goal is the village you mentioned. And the seeds. Yes. Sir. Ace nodded in admiration. He guessed in his heart that it should be related to the hidden plot. Or it might be the same wild elite monster as last night. He didn't have the idea of opening a boss. He had no equipment and no level. But others might be interested. After leaving the withered forest and passing through the giant tree of Ghost Claw, Lin felt something was wrong. Are you sure you are going in the right direction? The burning sensation became behind him. If the target was the burning sensation, then Asaimu must have gone in the wrong direction. Asaimu did not react and continued to move forward. Lind reached out and pressed his head, raised his hand, and patted his cheek. Ouch. Wait a minute. He is losing blood. Asaimu's eyes returned to normal. Sir, I seemed to hear someone calling my name just now. So I followed him subconsciously. He looked ahead, his face full of discomfort. He had never encountered such a situation when playing games before. The player was controlled, and his mind was really out of control. Linda also looked ahead, but he thought of more things. Banshee Lake. Chapter 48. The Village of the Mad Sage. When the magic ring collapsed and civilization had not yet reached its end, many races already existed in the world. Lin pulled Ace's love. He knew that the other party must like to listen to his historical stories. The success and quality of a game is not only in the gameplay, but also in the depth. The current situation is very suitable for the plot introduction. Banshee Lake. He is also taboo. Environmentalist. Destined to become the title of the hardcore players of the game The Doomsday Magic Ring. Just like the Soul Scientist. The Scribe Team. Humans. Warlocks. Elves. Undead. Lizardmen. Banshees. Humans are not the most powerful race in the world. Before we received the gift of the gods, before we learned to use tools, we were just pigs in the eyes of other creatures. He looked at Asaimu, and found that Asaimu shut up and nodded. In the video, there are many countries in the world. Even the former Land Kingdom was not the most powerful one, but it was recognized by other countries. Each kingdom has a king who defends the stable rule of mankind. Even if the night is long and helpless, he must keep the flames burning. It is more difficult for weak humans to preserve the flame of civilization than you think. He paused and said, therefore, every king must become more cruel, more domineering, and greater in order to continue the race. The king declares war on all forces in the territory. As long as you swear allegiance, life can go on as usual. Swear allegiance to the king, or die. Lind looked towards the Banshee Lake. Some races feared the power of the king and chose to surrender. But others did not care, including the Banshees. They live in the water, and have no contact with humans. The Banshees even sent an envoy to visit the palace. And the envoy eventually died in the palace. Not only that, all the envoys who accompanied them were beheaded, and hung on the golden walls of Goliath. This is the result of disobeying the king's orders. Len did not think there was anything wrong with this. If it were him, he would probably be the same. He was burdened with many missions, and it was not so easy to deal smoothly with various forces. After all, as a king, the most important thing was to protect humans, and the survival of other races was not important. The Banshees have a mortal feud with humans. They can be found in all deep waters. So when you hear the charming song, it's best to run away immediately. Lind made a summary at the end. He didn't talk about the Banshee War in detail. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to do anything today, and it would be better to set up camp here. Maybe, if you want to know more, you can go find Eluna. She once served God in the Sun Church. The distant but regretful story is as vast as the Milky Way above your head. Maybe you can get some lost secrets from it? I will. Lord. Asaimu lowered his head. Then he said, so, is there a Banshee ahead of us? The kind of Banshee with a beautiful upper body and a fish lower body? His eyes flickered, and he was obviously very interested. Don't try to communicate with those crazy racial haters because of your beauty. They have no room for communication. We knew a long time ago that we shouldn't reason with them. I understand. Asaimu's eager expression showed that what he understood was different from what Lin said. LSP always has its own special understanding. If we really meet, I hope your sword can enlighten them and help them regain their sanity. At least know who they should be afraid of. Instead of hiding in the water cage and grinning, Linda turned around and headed towards the direction where the air was faintly burning and stimulating him, and said, let's explore that direction later. Asaimu, who was still thinking, suddenly stared. Ah, I understand. What do you understand now? Xiantian Dong, the holy body? So the air wall is made in this way. This game is really well prepared. The sun is high in the sky, but the sunlight is extremely dim. The sky is painted with dim yellow, and the red clouds are like being burned by a raging fire, covering the roof of the village with a layer of autumn-specific desolation. Dismantled wooden houses, desolate grasslands, rugged old men, crazy hymns. Linda and Asaimu entered the village one after another. The sun shines on the motionless villagers, pressing their shadows on the wall. Shadows twitched on the wall pierced by sunlight. The villagers were very normal, except for singing incoherently. They did not do anything too exaggerated. They ignored the two uninvited people. Ace, who had already seen the behavior of these crazy people, approached Lind with all his heart. "Where are the seeds you mentioned before?" Lind had already grasped the hilt of the broken sword, and the hilt, which was as long as his forearm, felt a little more at ease. "It's in the farmland of their village." "Farmland? This is really farming. Or stealing vegetables." "Flame. Who is singing?" Lind turned around and found an old villager covered in a tattered black robe, holding up a torch. Lighting a torch in broad daylight. Burning. Someone else is singing. But the person is carrying a rake for mowing grass. Sickles. Kitchen knives. Spears. Sticks. Candlesticks. The villagers seemed to have reached a consensus in an instant. Seemingly chaotic, but actually very orderly. And all kinds of farm tools and furniture were burning in the hymns. The flames were blood red. "Ah!" the villagers finally roared, transformed into wildebeests running wildly on the grassland, rolling up dust and stepping on their fallen companions, rushing towards Linda and the others. The dense blood-red flames occupied people's sight for a moment. Some villagers were affected by their companions, howling in the burning blood-red flames, and finally turned into ashes. "They were not so enthusiastic when I came last time," Asaimu said. "Besides, I seem to have seen people similar to them in other places. They are believers of fire." Linda didn't know what kind of fire these people believed in, because belief was too free after all. But he knew very well what these people were like. Just wild dogs at the bottom of society. Crazy wise men, trying to believe and understand the oracle, but becoming crazy believers. Linda swept the broken sword in his hand horizontally. The broken sword knocked a crazy wise man away, and then knocked over a bunch of people like bowling. "Oh my god!" Asaimu, who was killed instantly last time, was shocked when he saw Linda control the enemy's offensive with just a few swords. The gap is still huge. The gap is really huge. Linda did not let his guard down, because the enemy was too weak. Being able to borrow the power of God, even a little bit, is enough to give him a headache. Who knows what will happen if he is entangled by that blood-red flame? A burning torch flew over and landed on Asaimu. "Ah! My experience. It sucks my experience again!" Asaimu screamed. Now Linda knows how terrible this kind of flame is. It actually burns experience, and he must stay away from it. Lind, who had officially entered combat mode, had a good rhythm. The broken sword of the scavenger princess was swung clumsily, but it could split the flaming projectiles every time. Blood-red sparks flew, but none of them fell on him. Lind had already used Clary's wrath on his armor, which would ignite the blood-red flames in advance. Rage and blood fire burned. The flames and fireballs that were spewed out were scattered everywhere. Unlike Lind, the villagers and the crazy wise men who had no wrath protection were ignited by the wrath that exploded from Lind. The shaking and twisted human figure turned into a chimney, sending straight black smoke into the sky. The earth trembled. Every time the broken sword was raised and dropped, it would cause a large range of vibrations, which continued to tremble, and then exploded into scorched earth as Lind raised the broken sword high. Lind took a big step over Asaimu, and his heavy armored figure burning with flames flew into the battlefield. In an instant, whether it was the twisted and struggling villagers, or the burning and twisted black smoke chimneys, they were all attracted by the vortex centered on Lind. The frenzied vortex increased its suction power as the broken sword rotated, and when a target was attracted close, it was quickly minced into pieces of meat. Chapter 49: The Mad Secret Envoy. On the ground, in the ruined and decaying stone village, corpses were everywhere. The burning and twisted corpses curled up in the whimpering and wailing crazy hymns. The charred wounds could not bleed, but there were flames from the trembling souls that gathered into red blood snakes. The blood snake snaked forward and chased the figure in front. Snap! The iron boot stepped down, and the moment the sole of the boot touched the ground, flames burst out. The blood snakes disappeared in an instant, and a piece of open space was cleared. The blood snake had no fear, but blindly followed the guidance of life, approaching the giant, and then fell on its feet again and again, and was destroyed after the flames burst out. Linda strode forward with the broken sword of the scavenger queen, leaving behind only 2 rows of burning blood footprints. He was cautious enough, after absolutely controlling the power in his body, He relied on the broken sword of the scavenger queen and the calmness of being a great knight, and did the best he could. But when the blood and fire fell like a rainstorm, Linda could not avoid being affected. The power in his body faded a little. Not much. But this discovery was enough to make Lind feel uneasy. Fortunately, there were not many enemies, and he could do nothing except rush forward desperately, shouting the favor of the first fire, and then throwing the burning things in his hands at Lind. The villagers failed to get more power from the gods they believed in. If the blood-red flames were not really tricky, they would not even have the chance to let Lind swing the broken sword. The broken sword extinguished the carnival bonfire, and only a few villagers with broken legs and disabilities were left in the village of the Mad Sage. Whenever Lind approached, they would tremble. Not every lunatic has lost his mind. Fortunately, there are always people who know what fear is. But it cannot be ruled out that some villagers are more cunning. But Lind doesn't care. Sir. Ace Aimu came to Lind's side. Only by experiencing it personally can one feel the surging of the battlefield. And the hot blood in his body stirred him. If the bard was here, he would definitely sing it into a hymn. But if it is used in the special language of the undead, this feeling should only have two words. Fuck. They believe in a certain evil god. Maybe before the birth of the magic ring. Or maybe after the magic ring was broken. Linda immediately gave Ace Aimu a task. Find their sacrificial sites, churches, priests and other things in the village, and then destroy them. Linda glanced at the short and hunched figure in front of him. The other party was completely hiding under the black robe, and seemed to be secretly watching him with his eyes. When the little figure noticed that Linda's eyes were fixed on him, he immediately restrained himself, lowered his head, and continued to tremble. Forget it. It's just a small ant. I'll just kill it later. He would never let these crazy wise men get close to the Star Dragon outpost. Madness is a terminal disease that is difficult to cure. It can only be prevented, not cured. Ace Aimu went to search happily. There are good things in every room, even if these things have to be handed over to the Lord. The joy of exploration is his own. Lind lowered his head and looked at the armor on his body. The armor of the Rand First Legion is both defensive and beautiful. But when he wrapped the armor with flames, the burning anger also reforged the armor. Now that the anger has dissipated, the armor has not cooled down yet. After the cold wind blows, a hot and turbid current floats. If this continues, the flames will burn the armor before the enemy can damage it. Lind's eyes withdrew from the magenta armor, and the lion head decorated with it showed signs of twisting and melting. It's a success. It's a success. Ace's loving cry caught Lind's attention. Oh, it's just not heavy enough. Not to mention that the good stuff has to be handed in. Even if it is not handed in, Ace Aimu can't carry a few of them. Thinking of this, he wanted to complain about the game production team again. Why is it so realistic? There is not even space for storage. Ace Aimu had no choice but to throw all the things on the ground. Slowly, they piled up into a small mountain. Linda, he still underestimated the hamster behavior of the undead. You even want to take back other people's rags? And wooden cups, toilet brushes, sickles. You really don't take a single needle or thread from the villagers. Forget it. He's used to it. Players are like this. Among the rags, Lind found something. Whether it was a cup, a bowl, a plate or the corner of a piece of clothing, there was a special symbol. A cross, or more precisely, a cross. The horizontal line in the middle was very long. Is this the god that the Mad Sage village believes in? Lind quickly retracted his gaze. He knew that many religious symbols came from the knowledge of God, and as long as one or two of them could be seen, they would be regarded as images to be believed by fanatical believers. Outsiders who stare too much will either become believers or lunatics. Obviously, if you want to make good use of this village, you must carefully control it and eliminate all possible problems. The most permanent way is to directly flatten it and rebuild it. Lind no longer pays attention to Ace's love and turns to the farmland. Lunatics also need food. The sparse crops grow wildly in the fields. It can be seen that the villagers who have lost their minds have found it difficult to do a small thing like planting. The fertile disaster shadow area allowed the mutant plants to grow wildly without care. He bent down and dug up the soil, and indeed saw tubers as big as the tip of a finger. A series of small potatoes were pulled out by Lind by thorns. Mutated food. This was the biggest harvest of this time. There were indeed many types of food. Lind even saw patches of fire-tongue grass growing. The concentration of the disaster shadow area here was probably higher than that of the scavenger's nest. What a good planting area. Maybe the undead can try to open up the wasteland and cultivate the land here. Linda walked back to Asaimu, who was picking up rags. You are a farming player. Why are you so devoted to picking up rags? Is it really that interesting? Yes. Asaimu nodded. He has changed into a suit of a mad sage. A tattered black robe, cloth shoes, a sickle, and a torch hanging around his waist. If it weren't for his handsome face, even Linda would have mistaken him for a mad sage. Cosplay is the fun of players. In fact, there was really nothing useful in the pile of junk. Linda was going to arrange undead people to come and farm, so he had to go back to issue tasks. He had just walked a few steps when he stopped and turned his head to look behind him. Ace was in a beautiful mood, and after realizing there is a plot, he also stopped. Damn! He was frightened when he saw the short villagers, and subconsciously wanted to chop with a sword, but was stopped by Linda. The broken sword of the scavenger princess fell to the ground, and the wasteland trembled. Who are you? He noticed that the other party seemed to want to follow him. The short figure took off the black robe, revealing a face without flesh on the cheeks. A boy who looked about 11 or 12 years old. I am Renzo. His voice was hoarse. Excuse me. Are you a noble lord? He used the kneeling ceremony, which came from the heyday of civilization, and was the etiquette that civilians needed to use when they were formally summoned by nobles. Ordinary people could not imitate it, because before using this etiquette, there would be a closed special training for the court ladies. The placement of fingers, the range, and even where the eyes should look, must all meet the standards. Even before the official start, there will be dozens of rehearsals. Even before the time travel, Lind rarely saw this kind of etiquette. This etiquette has extremely high requirements for meeting with civilians. The civilians must have outstanding contributions, just like the Prime Minister and President of the Earth publicly meeting with ordinary people. Its political significance is beyond imagination, and to some extent represents the absolute political tendency of the nobles in their own territory. Linda had only seen the prince receive a few civilian representatives when he was following the prince in order to gain higher power. So when the young man in front of him suddenly used the kneeling ceremony, Linda immediately adjusted his attitude. Fortunately, the reception ceremony would not restrict the nobles. After all, the nobles were the rule makers. All he had to do was to show his identity. I am Linda Armin, Lead Armin, a noble of the royal city Goliath, the son of Baron Armin, the lord of the Star Dragon Sentry. Linda responded with a noble and arrogant attitude. The noble's response must be arrogant, which is also what the kneeling boy in front of him expects. It's a pity that there is no attendant beside him. Otherwise someone should help him to register his name. Linda paused for a moment and said, a true noble with noble blood flowing in his body. Bang! The boy knocked his head to the ground. Please, let me be loyal. Why should I accept your loyalty? Linda shook his head. Although he is poor, the nobles, even the surnames, have lost the power brought by the magic ring. But it does not mean that he has to accept the people from the village of the crazy wise man, just because the other party knows. Kneeling? Indeed. In the distant border, I am afraid that Ronan in Prey Town does not know what kneeling is. Red tape is not as important as a piece of bran bread. I have completed the order of the noble master. Renzo raised his head, with a pleading and expectant look. Since you are a noble of Goliath, you must know that I have completed it. Completed it, so I can be loyal to you. To the nobles. Silly boy. The old nobles are almost extinct. Now is the era of new nobles. What have you accomplished? Lind asked casually. Renzo remained in a kneeling position, with his palms facing up, and slowly pushed forward in a holding posture. Then, boom! Red flames condensed on the palms of both hands. This ball of flame was stronger than the one Lind had encountered before by the villagers. Or it was completely on a different level. The person in front of him should be very weak. But when he held the blood-red flame in his hands, Lind actually felt a faint pressure in his heart. If he can make the Great Knight feel pressure, then the other party must also be at the Great Knight level. From the player's perspective, Renzo is likely to be above level 10, and even at the boss level. Renzo, I have completed the service of the Mad Secret Overlord and the control of the Mad Fire. Chapter 50 Another Spicy Death. Linda listened to the young Renzo's story. Similarly, the undead Asaimu also recorded this content as a key plot. Before the birth of the magic ring, The crazy master was born in the first fire. Renzo held the jumping blood-red flame in his hand. It is the god that the noble master once asked me to serve. Maybe he wanted to explain it more clearly. But it was very difficult. Who is that noble master? Lind was quite curious. I was still young at that time. Renzo retracted his hand. I only remember Goliath. The blood noble has great power. Once under the illumination of the magic ring, every noble with a surname has his own power. Lind didn't mind talking about this secret that was not a secret at all. And probably only the undead would know nothing about it. Ace was surprised, but he thought it was reasonable. If the nobles did not have strong strength and uniqueness, how could they suppress the people below? If a brilliant genius wants his offspring to be strong, he can only join the nobility and choose marriage. Because only the surname and blood can pass on this blessing. As for the new nobility after the magic ring was broken, didn't it rise? Every era has its own nobility. The only difference is probably that the people chosen are different. But for most people, there is actually no difference. Continue. He stroked the hilt of the broken sword, thinking in his heart whether to choose to believe Renzo. The other party's attitude was humble enough. Although his etiquette was clumsy, it was obvious that he had indeed received court training. The most important thing was that Renzo controlled the flame. If Renzo had intervened in the battle just now, Lind would have won in the end. But it would have been difficult. Renzo pressed his hands on his thighs and remained in a kneeling position. We obeyed the orders of the noble lord and went to all parts of the world. We joined the church of the mad mysterious lord. We sacrificed ourselves. We dedicated ourselves. And after years of lurking, I was the only one left. But I never heard the mad mysterious lord's whispers from beginning to end. That group of people just kept sacrificing. And sacrificing again and again. Then, Linda glanced at Renzo. His eyes fell on the scar on his forehead. The burned scar made his already unhandsome face even uglier. He couldn't help but frown. The magic ring is broken, Renzo said. Then, I heard the voice of the mad lord. The course of events seemed very dangerous. At least it would be a riot. The village area is indeed very remote. There are no roads, no merchants, no survival resources, and there is fog ahead. I am afraid that Linda will not approach this place for decades. But who can imagine that there will be a group of crazy wise men hiding here? I have been waiting for the nobles of Goliath. Linda had no idea how much he had gone through. But it must have been very difficult. I can take you back to Goliath, Linda said, one day. If you have nowhere to go before that, you can work for me. He admitted that he was a noble, but did not nod to admit that he had sought the secret of the madness. Although a subordinate of the great knight level is tempting, the benefits seem unimportant when considering the risk of exposure. What's more, with the undead by his side, the subordinates of the boss level are nothing. At your service. Renzo agreed with this result. He was extremely grateful to the nobles, who could contact Goliath again. He was too young at the time, and could not remember anything else. He just clumsily met the nobles according to the etiquette in his memory. To him, Goliath was just the obsession of the dead elders. Complete the nobles' mission and return to Goliath. As for which nobles to deal with, the nobles in front of him are the same. As long as they are nobles, they are fine. As long as there is a goal to act on, it's fine. Renzo was left to guard the Mad Sage village. And the remaining Mad Sages were also dealt with by him. The villagers who had lost their minds would not obey orders just because of mad fire. And I'm afraid the mad secret overlord would be the same if he stood here. Renzo had no objection to this. Sir, why don't we take him back? Ace Imu ran 2 steps to catch up with Linda. In his eyes, Renzo was obviously an important plot NPC. So why not take him back? Food is the top priority, Linda explained. I understand. What do you understand? I mean, a person who loves to set fires, and is very likely to be mentally unstable should not be kept at home. Star Dragon Sentry. The undead carrying stones walked forward with staggering steps. After reaching the designated area, bang! The huge stone fell to the ground. A small hill has been piled up in front. More and more undead came to build houses, and construction entered the era of high speed. The cantilever crane built by 2 upright dead wood, supported by 3 woods, stood next to the stone house. Pulleys, ropes, undeads are pulling below. The stone transportation that usually required countless slaves to work hard has become unusually easy. The big grappling hook can accurately grab each stone and transport the stones to the 2nd floor with the help of the wooden cantilever crane. I think after I finish building the house here, I can go back and find a construction site to work. Hey, don't rush to fill the stones. We still have to pour cement. A group of people are busy. The construction speed far exceeds the imagination of the Star Dragon Outpost NPCs. Before this, who would have thought that several houses would be built in one day? Not only is it fast, but it is also beautiful. I'm afraid it will be topped off before the afternoon. You can't top it off. You have to wait for the first layer of cement to dry before you top it off. This is a magical world. You're talking to me about physics? Fuck. Who just went barefoot into the cement, leaving behind 2 feet and a face? Do you think this is the Hollywood Walk of Fame? It was noisy. A rare leisure time. Papermaking, house building, equipment repair, patrolling, even food processing and cooking. Everything went on in an orderly manner. The undead tried to help the technology tree jump quickly in their own way, and the progress seemed to be encouraging. The NPCs of Star Dragon Outpost suddenly found that they didn't have to do anything. Is this what the Lord meant before? Old Pete held on to the soup spoon. He didn't need the undead to help him cook. Food was the top priority. Lord Old Pete. A cute girl came over. Is there anything I can help with? Old Pete knew her. She seemed to be called Romantic Rice Bucket. The Lord took her to eat last time, but he thought the girl was dangerous. She was always swallowing her saliva when she spoke, and her eyes never left her soup pot. Not yet. Old Pete shook his head, and then added, really not. She was not the first undead to come over and ask for a task. This group of people seemed to have endless energy, eager to do things, and willing to work hard. There was also a looting in the morning. Not only did they not want to be paid, they were also willing to pay money. If it weren't for the Lord's action, who knows what would have happened? Romantic glutton, can I help you chop firewood? Old Pete pointed to the door. Those undead have helped me chop enough firewood to burn until summer. So I have to build a small warehouse to store the firewood, so that it won't get wet when it rains. Romantic glutton's eyes lit up. Then I'll help you build a warehouse. Old Pete pointed again. They have built a warehouse big enough to store firewood until next autumn. Romantic glutton, then I'll help you chop firewood and save it for next autumn. Old Pete, seeing that it was not going to work, Romantic Eater looked at the boiling soup pot and said, how about I help you taste it? Do you really want to find a job? Yeah. Romantic Eater nodded like pounding garlic. Here is a portion of fire-tongue grass. You have 2 days to grind it into powder. Old Pete remembered the seasoning Linda bought last time, but he was too busy. Linda threw it to Old Pete and forgot about it. Old Pete was afraid of being killed by the spiciness, and he had too much work to do, so he never did it. What is the fire-tongue grass used for? It can be ground into powder and used as seasoning. Old Pete said, but you have to be careful not to touch it too much. Otherwise you will be killed by the spiciness. Spicy to death? Adjective? The romantic glutton looked at the fire-tongue grass and felt a little greedy. It will really kill you. When Lynn returned to the Star Dragon Outpost, it was already evening and the torches were lit. Looking at the several buildings that rose from the ground within a day, Lynn felt like he had entered the wrong house. Ah! Another one is dying of spiciness. Lynn was confused. What's going on? It seems to be Old Pete's side. The gatekeeper said. A group of undead suddenly wanted to help Old Pete grind the fire-tongue grass powder, and they didn't listen to advice. 3 of them have been killed by the fire. Lynn, they really won't let themselves down. He walked to the gathering place of the undead and heard the undead people conspiring loudly. The fire-tongue grass powder is so useful. Damn. It's a long-range attack weapon. Where can I buy it? The Lord must sell it. Facing the undead, who all turned their heads to look at him, Lynn coughed. This is for food. Not. Hey. Wait. At this stage, although there are undead who love farming, they only account for a pitiful 1/60th of the 60 people. So it is also important to mobilize the undead's interest in farming. The yield of fire-tongue grass is too small, Lynn said, but I can sell the seeds of fire-tongue grass. Then, undead, do you need it? Chapter 51 on Yuanshan's Game Freedom. Farming is definitely a niche genre in games. People play farming games not because they really want to work hard in the fields. It's fine to play farming games in front of the computer and click the mouse. But if it's a doomsday ring that's so realistic that it feels like traveling through a magical doomsday world, let alone whether it's tiring or not, and it often takes several months to get a harvest, farming is simply like going to jail for the undead. But if you add one more item to farming, You can grow all kinds of rare props materials yourself. It will be completely different, as long as the income is enough. Farming is also a side job. New Essence. Star Dragon Sentry. Start farming. On the game Freedom of Yuanshan, a post about Star Dragon Sentry was quickly pushed up. In fact, among many games, newbie villages, Star Dragon Sentry has always maintained the first level of popularity. At this stage, the total number of players is only more than 3,000, and the game has only been tested for 5 days, so the content played by everyone is actually similar. At this time, somewhere in the wilderness, a lone undead who had changed into a set of leather armor, still talking tough, was resting with a dagger in his hand. He didn't completely shut down his senses, so he felt a little tired. He broke an arm, but it was not a big problem, at least compared to what he had obtained. This little damage was nothing. It was a small cufflink with a plus symbol drawn on it. It was not made of pure gold and had special abilities. Crazy mystic cufflinks, cursed accessories. Rarity, common, white. Effect, at the cost of madness. Release the fire of madness that ignites the enemy's rationality. This is his greatest reward. It can release a small cluster of blood-red flames. The infected enemies will either go crazy and commit suicide or go crazy and attack others. It often helps him to create the effect of fishing in troubled waters. Although other people may be higher in level than himself, no one can benefit better than himself. He confidently opened the official website forum that he had not had the courage to open for several days in a row. The post discussing the Star Dragon Outpost was pushed to the top. As a successful person, he can finally proudly look at the pitiful appearance of the struggling young players, and then take out his cufflinks. What a face! I am the player at a curling place. I believe that everyone has entered the novice village and explored for a long time at this stage. You have roughly understood the background and style of this game. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it. You can check out the strategy video released by the big guys before. The following is the portal, XXXX. To put it simply, this game is set in the apocalyptic background, and it is rare that there are few people and many monsters. There are almost boss everywhere, and the boss are basically different. Take my experience in Star Dragon Outpost for example. First of all, the Scavenger Princess, pictured.jpg, that most players must have seen the video of, is also the first boss since the game was launched. And then the Hyena Old Mander, pictured.jpg. Our Star Dragon Outpost's lord needs no more words. He turned the tide and killed 2 bosses. He is an absolute boss level figure. And today he also conquered a boss during the exploration, pictured.jpg. But don't think of this game as a simple monster killing and leveling game. I think compared with the game's terrifying background setting and gameplay, monster killing and leveling only occupy a small part. The interactivity of NPCs in this game is beyond your imagination. This is also the first point about the degree of freedom I want to talk about. As long as you are in this game, you will find that many NPCs can communicate. They seem dull, but they can remember you and know you, and give various feedback according to different characters. Friends who have experience in game development should know how terrible it is to let NPCs distinguish the difference between you and another player. Communication means that you can discuss. That's right. Most NPCs in this game can be discussed. I don't know about other places. Let's take Star Dragon Outpost as an example. Our players received a lot of tasks in Star Dragon Outpost, including repairing walls, finding food seeds, and gathering information, etc. Then, the interesting part is coming. The players who repaired the wall felt that the materials they had at this stage were too bad. So someone had a brainwave and decided to use cement. The players talked about this with the Lord, and the Lord actually agreed to let them study it. More shocking, after taking off the game helmet, the players searched for relevant information online, and then entered the game with the knowledge. After the experiment, cement was actually burned. This means that the degree of freedom of the game is not only in the communication with NPCs, but also in the physical logic level. Also, we have a lovely little sister at Romantic Rice Bucket who is very curious about the food in the game. And then she chatted with the veteran Old Pete, hoping to help taste the saltiness of the food. Before this, many players have tried to get the task from Old Pete, but all ended in failure. But the little sister successfully got the task. And the reason may be beyond your imagination. Because Old Pete remembered that the Lord had brought her in to eat together, and thought that she was a person trusted by the Lord and was one level higher than other players. In this game, NPCs don't treat players equally. The subsequent developments were indeed quite dramatic. The young lady accepted a task to grind flame-tongue grass powder, with a picture of the flame-tongue grass. This kind of flame-tongue grass is a mutant plant. If you smoke it too much, you will be directly killed by the spiciness. Then the young lady was killed by the spiciness. Immediately, some people had wild ideas and discussed whether they could use the flame-tongue grass to make projectile weapons. However, they found out that although the flame-tongue grass was not too precious, it was not something that could be obtained by ordinary people. It happened that the Lord came at this time. He listened for a while. You can't imagine the feeling. When you are talking, an NPC comes to listen to your bragging. When the players are regretting that there is too little flame-tongue grass. He also interjected, the yield of flame-tongue grass is too small. But I can sell seeds to you. Do you want to farm? Then he gave a location and asked the player to go there to open up wasteland and cultivate the land. Is this a clever game design? Impossible. How could the production team know when we would say we wanted to cultivate the land and make it a keyword trigger? What if the Lord is not nearby? So I think this game probably has a very scary AI. They train the model to be like a living person. It can understand the player's chat, think about the answers, and issue tasks logically. If he didn't say it, I would have thought he was a living person. Another point about Yuan Shen being very free is that at Asador, he accepted the task of exploring and searching for mutant grain seeds, and then found a crazy fire village, and brought the Lord over to help. This is good news for all players. The NPC becomes a big daddy, and directly leads the whole map. In other words, as long as you max out the favorability of the NPC object, you can be treated differently and have your own tasks like at Romantic Glutton Lady. Or you can be like at Asador, and directly lead the NPC Big Daddy to be domineering. According to my current statistics and investigation, the tasks in this game are basically not repeated, and no one can do the same task. So some tasks you get with high favorability, others can't get. Let's talk about the Dianhua village again. The villagers in the Dianhua village are called Dianzais, who will attack people from other villages crazily. And there is indeed a boss in this village. As I said before, at Ace Love's brother was killed by Dianzais, and then he dragged the Big Daddy Lord over here. Unexpectedly, the hidden boss took the initiative to surrender when he found out that the Lord was a blood noble. For more details, please go to the post of Handsome at Asador, which contains a lot of more detailed and important information, such as the royal city Goliath, and the surnames of nobles who could gain power from the magic ring when the magic ring was not broken, etc. If you are a picky person, you will definitely like it. Finally, I would like to talk about the freedom of brushing favorability. As long as you have a good temper and pamper the NPCs well, there is a high probability that you can get key information from them, including some secrets. Each NPC has a different personality. Just a reminder, food must be the most important gift at this stage. The post ends. Some comments from players soon appeared below. Aunt Sibai, too spicy to death? Ha ha ha. I just watched the video of the young lady eating. The romantic glutton ID is perfect. Fushin Gongyu, you are here to show off, right? I am still using a hoe to beat the bandits. And you have already defeated 2 bosses and subdued one. Aren't you playing the same game? Old friend 10086, I understand. I will go and find the village chief's daughter-in-law to improve her favorability right away. White World, so how do I get to Star Dragon Outpost? My novice village is a bit rubbish. Photo, excellent infantry armor set.jpg. Photo, excellent fine steel sword.jpg. Photo, oak crossbow.jpg. Old friend 2023, brother de is Yonghua. Right? He has a strange fragrance under his armpits. When the boss approaches, he will be attracted and his heart will beat wildly. What NPC succubus? All things are ants. Is there anyone who is qualified to play? I will pay a lot of money. Please. Looking at the lively post, he still pouted his lips stubbornly. Even if there is a boss. So what? His income is much better than other players. Even if it is a set of fine infantry armor. He doesn't care at all. My own is a cursed accessory. And I am the only one who has it in the whole game. So he also made a comment. Still stubbornly, the content is still quite interesting. But this Star Dragon Sentry looks average. Chapter 52 Undead, I'm good at cutting leaks. Linda looked at the houses that were built in just one day and one night, and felt a little dazed. Wood was used as the frame, and gravel and cement were filled in. The inclined triangular roof and the huge steep slope made it easier for snow and rainstorms to slide down. The NPC dormitory built for women and children looked pretty good. The location was closer to the houses in the Star Dragon outpost, and it felt like they were going to turn this place into a residential area. In order to save space, they were basically double beds, and the small compartment next to them was for the 2 children to live in. School dormitory cabinet. Linda looked at the familiar room structure, and his mouth twitched slightly. Standard dormitory for 6 people. You really deserve it. Linda left the girls' dormitory and checked the door's sturdiness to make sure that no perverted undead would sneak in at night. Don't have too high moral expectations of players, because Linda had played like this before. The women and children entered the room, looked at the room, and cried with joy. Having a place of their own is like a dream. Praise Lord Lind. The women and children thanked him sincerely. The undead worked for Lind, so there was no problem in thanking him. The government office had been built, but it was impossible to move in within a day because of the construction method of pouring cement and filling gravel. Tavern? Lind looked at the house that was not planned. These undead really like to do something fancy for themselves. He thought about it carefully, and it seemed that an undead had asked him if he could build a tavern. But Lind was not thinking about it at that time, so he nodded and agreed casually. I didn't expect the house building speed to be so fast. Is this the infrastructure maniac? Come to think of it, dozens of players don't sleep, and they build houses crazily day and night without getting tired. They are equivalent to a group of laborers with unlimited endurance. It's a problem if the house building is not fast. What kind of medieval magic world is it without a tavern? The undead are very satisfied with their buildings. A large group of undead surrounded the tavern and commented on it. Now that there is a tavern, can we refresh the tavern, girls? Drink. Give me a glass of Jack Wales. There were already undead people shouting, vodka, ice, lime juice, ginger beer. Oh, and most importantly, a little love. I think the tavern needs a resounding name. What do you think of Big Bird turning? Lind pushed open the cabin and shut out the voices of the undead people. The flames burning in the fireplace raised the temperature of the tavern. In order to ensure the temperature, the house has few windows and they are not big. If there is no light from the bonfire, the visibility will be very poor. The ground underfoot was paved with stones, not cement. Several long tables of different heights were placed in the tavern in a wild manner. There were serious traces of imitation. Warcraft Tavern, Wizard Tavern, etc. What do you think? We need a tavern owner. Linda glanced at Old Pete, who followed him. Old Pete was in charge of the food of Star Dragon Outpost, and was deeply trusted by Linda. It was obviously not possible to let him come here to be a tavern owner. Undead people are not so easy to serve. Yes, there are also cooks, maids, prostitutes, and bards, Old Pete said, and found that Lind had been staring at him. He pulled his beard and said, "Ha, you know, I recall the days when I could hang out in the tavern after every battle." His eyes wandered, recalling the past, drinking big gulps of wine, relaxing the pressure in the laughter of women and the insults of men. Sometimes he would find a few dwarfs and let them perform a farce of the imperial princes fighting for the throne, then kick their short buttocks with boots and throw a few gold coins. Now, this life is all he has left. Soon there will be such a day, Lind said. It will be lively. Lind has no available NPCs. Accounting and doing business require a good brain. Not to mention women and children. Sweeping the floor and doing odd jobs are okay, but they can't do anything else. The soldiers are not considered. But it doesn't matter. He can hire undead. Anyway, he won't provide anything in this tavern. Just treat it as a game hall for the undead, so that they can chat, brag, and exchange information here. When Lind issued the task of hiring a tavern owner, undead people immediately came to apply. Lind felt that he had not explained it clearly enough, and in order to reduce the number of more than 50 interviewees, yes, except for those who were not online, all the undead people in Star Dragon Outpost came. He set his conditions. The daily operation of the tavern must be maintained. Whether to hire other employees in the tavern is entirely up to the tavern owner, including the salary of the employees, the tavern's goods, sales, services, etc. All need the tavern owner to be responsible. What about the salary? Commission, Linda said. The boss will bear all the consequences of good and bad business. He really has no interest in earning gold coins. Gold coins are just a tool to maintain the enthusiasm of the undead people. Controlling the currency, and not letting it get out of control, is also to protect Linda's interests. Some undead people want to come and try. Anyway, they won't suffer any loss. But when they hear that they have to take responsibility, they want to back out. Making money is not as important as upgrading. Spending most of the time in the tavern as a boss. Isn't it just like changing to work somewhere else? The number of people has been reduced by half. But there are still more than 20 left. Linda added one more thing. You need to know some service and management. And it's better to know how to cook. He is the Lord. He has the final right of interpretation. Steamed bun. Are you not convinced? I'll go and be a chef in the game? Sir, I've seen Food Wars. Shokuchi no Soma. Eating the food I cook can make your clothes explode. Let me do it. Lord, I'm a top chef. Lord, I cook. And I can do a striptease for the guests while serving the dishes. Well, the internal competition begins again. Linda reached out and pointed out the people who were shouting. And waved them away. You are all eliminated. The undead who were driven out grumbled. But didn't say anything. They were just shouting nonsense. And they didn't really want to be tavern owners. The most important thing is the title of the first to open a store in the game. How cool. Although Linda didn't want to operate any business model or make money, it didn't mean that he wanted to build a silver nest. After rounds of screening, the number of undead people became fewer and fewer. And finally, there were 2 people left standing in front of Linda. One is still an acquaintance, the romantic glutton, and the other is an unruly undead with the ID Ohauchin I declare you. Tell me about your operation strategy. Lin said. Romantic glutton raised his hand. I'll do it. If I get this job, I will study the menu vigorously, and make all kinds of food. I will use the absolute deliciousness to attract the undead. Lin, it's cute when you abuse your power for personal gain. But considering that you may be a male undead, I won't say it. He looked at Ohauchin, and he cleared his throat. Sir, I will collect food from the undead, and brew some wine to ensure the normal operation of the tavern. However, in my opinion, food and drinks cannot retain enough customers. We must provide more services. Oh, we can open a membership system, customize special services, and give the undead with the highest consumption a naming opportunity every week. For example, a blended wine on the menu can be named after him, as long as he is the one who consumed the most last week. Lin raised his eyebrows and motioned for the other party to continue. Then, there is entertainment, which is also very simple. We can make some cards and hold a landlord game. Landlord? You just mentioned landlord. Right. A large group of the 4th Calamity do not save the world, but played landlord in my Star Dragon outpost. Don't you think it's outrageous? And he thinks the naming is very problematic. The names of these undead are all outrageous. He remembers clearly that there is an undead ID in the territory called Niao Niao Place. If the other party really spends the most, can we ask other undead people to shout give me a cup of Niao Niao Place when ordering food? It's hard to hold it. This is just the early stage, Ohauchin continued. After that, we can study a set of cards that belong to this world, and then copy Hearthstone or Gwent. He glanced at Lind. In short, we can design a game that allows undead people to spend money to buy card packs. If they don't spend money, they can't get powerful cards. Of course, this is only in my expectation, because this aspect needs to be well designed. How to make them more willing to pay. There is also a tea fee. You can only sit for a limited time. When the time is up, you will be kicked out. You are not allowed to come in and take a seat. There are also performances. We can charge the undead gold coins to give them the opportunity to perform. Then we can also charge the undead who sit down to enjoy the performances. The romantic glutton on the side was already sluggish. She really didn't think so much. She always thought that she could eat happily after becoming a tavern owner. Does being a tavern owner require such a dirty heart? Linda is the same. Well, you have to be your own people to cut the leaks. Tavern owner. It's you? Chapter 53. Don't you want to change your job? Although I am a player, I can also issue tasks. The silkless beautiful woman stood at the door of the government office with her legs akimbo, holding 2 paper rolls in her hands, and said to the undead player who questioned her, I am now a clerk in the government office, responsible for helping the Lord to manage the undead. I understand. Dog management. Dozens of people gathered here, and for a moment, it was impossible to tell who was talking. It can be seen that everyone agrees with this statement. Then I will talk about the problem first. No one cares about the silky legs. They are just jealous and hateful. I have used a lot of effort to make paper, so that the undead can directly evolve from the oral task era to the task scroll era. It is not an exaggeration to say that I have promoted the update of Yuanshan with my own strength. In the past, you had to queue up and chat with NPCs to complete tasks. And the brains of the undead basically had problems, meaning, open the map, run over to kill the enemy, but never care about what happened in the plot. It's not so bad in other games. Even if it goes in one ear and out the other. At least the NPC has words on his waist, and a question mark on his head. But here, the NPC tells you the task content once, and he doesn't care whether you remember it or not. If you ask too much, he will be annoying. The game experience is really very difficult. There are even undead people who will log off as soon as they accept the task and write down the task content on their mobile phone memo to avoid forgetting it. Everyone has been in Star Dragon Outpost for a few days. It's true that the conditions here are not as good as other novice villages. But I believe everyone must have seen the difference of Star Dragon Outpost. The silkless beautiful leg said, "Our great lord, the noble blood of Goliath. The honorable Lord Lind Armin has great trust in the undead. Some undead people are already curling their lips. Some are whispering trash talk. No wonder. It's too licking. No wonder the brothers are moving bricks while you are working in the government office. You deserve it, kid. It's a bit too much to embarrass the brothers just to lick the NPC. In real life, it is estimated that from childhood to adulthood, official, he has served as a disciplinary committee member many times, and has done many heroic acts such as reporting classmates. We have a high degree of freedom in Xinglong Sentry," he continued. "I think everyone can see this by just browsing the forum. And the development speed of our Xinglong Sentry is also very fast." He raised his hand and pointed. "If he wears a polo shirt and pants with a buttock cleavage that reaches his belly, he must be a leader. Is this kid a leader in real life? I don't think so. But he is the one who checks the dormitory hygiene. And he clears the way when the leader inspects the restaurant. The upper part talks about the upper part, and the lower part talks about the lower part. In the real world, I may not pay attention to you even if you are powerful. And it is even more impossible to be servile in the game world. Our earnings far exceed those of other players in just a few days, which is very telling. I am not sure about the later stage of this game, but from the last 1.02 update, all the lost undead in the wild were sent to the gathering place, which is enough to show that the early gameplay of this game is to develop your own power and improve your three-dimensionality. The speculation of the silkless legs was still recognized by most of the undead. Everyone is used to choosing a camp in the game. It's just a basic operation. So for us at present, the development of Star Dragon Outpost is the top priority. Accumulating more food, building higher walls, and building fortifications are just the most basic. Later, I will invite some friends with hands-on ability to study with me and try to build some weapons, such as catapults, arrow towers, etc. An undead raised his hand. Why not study guns and cannons? Because this is a magic game, Wusi Meitue said loudly, after seeing Lord Lin's strength. Don't you want to be as powerful as him? Will it be so cool to use guns and cannons? Yes. I want to play with guns. Then you quit the game. Wusi Meitue was furious. Why do you always want to use technology in the magical world view and magic in the technological world view? Because this is the basic routine of the protagonist in the novel, commonly known as the Golden Finger. 6. The silkless beautiful legs explained. I have already had a brief chat with the Lord. This world has not even entered the industrial age. Even if we have the knowledge and technology, it would take us a few years to push this magic doomsday world into the industrial age. With that time, we would have reached the maximum level long ago. No one objected. It was not that they agreed with his words, but they saw several soldiers from the Star Dragon Sentry striding over and standing behind the silkless beautiful legs. Dog management. Authority. Right. Seeing that others agreed with her, Wuzamigio nodded with satisfaction. With the previous experience, it is certain that the area around the Star Dragon Outpost is absolutely unsafe. Of course, we can't stay here forever. You know, it is impossible to stay here forever. The undead are destined to travel around the world, and no one will stay in the novice village forever. But this is not appropriate to say here. Who knows if the NPC can understand it? The recent experience has made them feel how evil the NPC in this game is. Wuzumichui suddenly changed the subject. Besides, don't you want to change your job? Ah? The undead suddenly became lively. At this stage, our highest level is 10. Wuzumichui said, the official level is only open to level 10. And we have always been ordinary people. But I learned from a player friend that NPCs have a way for us to break through to level 11 and have all kinds of cool skills. That is, changing our job. I'm not sure if this is a bug or a secret clue left by the game on purpose. Looking at the undeads with burning eyes, the corners of Wuzumichui's mouth curled up. Just as he thought before. What industrialization? What cannons? Give way. Now everyone just wants to change jobs. Just want to look handsome. Maybe we can find a way to change jobs? Wuzumichui's mouth restrained. The official locked our level cap. But it doesn't mean we can't get around it. Even if it really can't be done. It's also important to complete the task in advance and change jobs as soon as the version is updated. Wuzumichui said calmly in a tone that was beyond death, and I also asked the Lord. Guess what? He said that this method is possible. Ah! Tell me. What should we do? I am a member of Star Dragon Sentry in life, and a ghost of Star Dragon Sentry in death. Lord Linda. Did you hear me? I can also talk. I can also love Star Dragon Sentry. Let me kiss your boots hard. Lord. Let me replace Wuzumichui. Before, everyone just complained about Wuzumichui licking the NPC. But now that they know about the job change, everyone immediately understands one thing. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Wuzumichui, who has gained Lin's trust, can definitely get important information first. And may be the first to change jobs. Everyone is playing games. How come you are suddenly more awesome than your brothers? It's so uncomfortable. Wuzumichui smiled, since everyone knows the current situation. It's time to contribute to the development of the territory together. At Ohauchen and I have studied some tasks together. Now the tavern is buying a lot of food. Hiring performers, waiters, etc. If you need a place to make money, you can apply for it. I recommend you to reach level 10 before going there. Then go to the Mad Sage village to farm and build fortifications. I have a quest scroll in my hand. Don't fight over quests. Each person can only take one. Looking at the undead people rushing over, he added, queue up. Queuing up? The undead players are professionals. It's a physical instinct since they were young. Chapter 54 Thinking too much for the farming players. At night, the moonlight is broken. The village of the crazy wise men. Renzo is changed into a set of well-fitting clothes that Lin brought him, and sits quietly on the roof. He said nothing, watching the group of weirdos below move back and forth. Anyone with a normal brain should know that the night does not belong to rational creatures. Disasters, mutant freaks, crazy wise men, are their world. But this group of people completely ignores it, knows no fatigue, and acts like crazy. Every night, mist would blow from the west. The cold wind hitting Renzo's body made him tremble slightly, and reminded him of the scene of parting with his loved ones. Night will die. Mist is deadly. The sun only has a light without warmth. We no longer have a god to pray to. Renzo used to envy the crazy wise men sometimes. Although these people are crazy and have become zombies wrapped in flesh and skin. Compared with him, isn't it just knowing who he is? The blood-red light flickered in Renzo's eyes. If someone suddenly looked up at the roof at night, they would be startled by the pair of blood-red eyes that flickered. The fields in the Mad Sage village were fertile, and Renzo knew this very well. But don't forget that the farmland that can grow mutant food must be a disaster shadow area, which means that disasters are likely to occur in such places. There is nothing wrong with the Mad Sages wandering around here, but the weirdos with a strong breath of life on their bodies are probably in trouble. If something goes wrong, will he help? Swearing allegiance to the nobles is Renzo's mission, and proof that he is still alive. Since he doesn't know what he can do, he should hand himself over to the nobles, and let them use him like a weapon. But when he showed this intention, Lin refused directly and said, "Aren't you going to Goliath? You will definitely go. Don't worry. It won't take too long. You don't need to work for me. The people under my command are much more useful than you think." Renzo thought he was pretty good, but the nobleman didn't take him seriously. What is that? Renzo noticed that the weirdos below seemed to have made something special. Is it a special farm tool? A special farm tool made of wood. There is a box on top and 2 wheels on the bottom. The front wheel is big and has spikes, while the rear wheel is tilted. Renzo looked carefully, and was indeed attracted by the strange special farm tool. He saw a man pouring seeds into the box, and then pushing the strange farm tool forward. Nothing happened along the way? No. Renzo looked carefully, and found traces on the farmland he had passed. Every time the front wheel dug a hole in the farmland, the tilted wheel at the back would rotate along the ground and cover the hole with loose soil. So, how did the seeds get planted? Renzo was puzzled. Although he did not farm, he had seen the crazy wise men who followed their instincts to farm, whether digging with a hoe or by hand. It was a very time-consuming and laborious job. Looking at the group of weirdos again, they were actually quite relaxed. The soil here is just like what Dagir said. It's like sandy land. Let alone nutrients. Not much water can be retained. Just be thankful. If it wasn't this kind of land, would our hand-pushed roller seeder be useful? That's true. Listening to the chat of the undeads, Renzo thought to himself, seeder? It's really a farm tool. Although he was very curious, he just thought it was the weirdo's cleverness. Just like a hoe. There was no difference in essence. They were all just for growing food. Looking up at the sky, the broken moonlight was scattered, and it was still quite cold at night. Huh. I have finally finished planting. Niao Niao sat down on the ground without any image. Most of the undead who were planting this time did not have the starting capital in land, so they chose to rent from the Lord and then repay with the harvest. It was not repaid in proportion, but by weight. In other words, if the things they planted were not valuable enough, not only would they work for nothing, but they would also owe the rent and seeds for planting. The only options for the future were to kill Lin to settle the account, or run away and get away with it. There are many talented players, and there is a handcraft master who made a seed drill after discovering that the physics engine of this world is almost the same as that of the real world. Pushing the seeds to sow will undoubtedly increase the planting speed several times. But there is one thing. The rental fee is too high. The sunk cost is so high that people are reluctant to leave the crazy sage village, lest their land is dug up by something. Not to mention the failure of the work, but also to owe a lot of debts. I worked to pay off the loan in the real world, and now I have to work to pay off the loan in the game. When he finally had a chance to relax, he was horrified to find that he was a chosen worker, and there was always endless work to do, especially when he remembered that he still had several game guides to write. The night was long, and no other sound could be heard except the whistling cold wind. In the lonely farmland, only the neighboring undead people were chatting with each other. They were in the same place as Niao Niao, wanting to confirm the growth rate of the seeds with their own eyes, so that they would have time to do other things. In addition, the road was unsafe at night, and they were reluctant to log off, so they might as well sit on the ridge and chat. Ah! The sudden screams frightened the undead farmers, and made them stand up instinctively. The undead gathered together spontaneously, as the swords were unsheathed. The fire flickered restlessly, shaking the undead's eyes. The sudden attack shocked everyone. Who died just now? Although the 60 undead players were divided into small groups, they were all connected to each other. As long as they determined who was in trouble, the news would be easy to investigate. It's not us. It's the villagers. One person seemed to have spotted the crime scene. Enemy attack? The undead in heavy armor shrugged, and the plate armor on his body collided with a heavy muffled sound. It's definitely not our people. Let's go and take a look. No need. I just saw it. Someone ran over. It was a skeleton who did it, smashing the villager's head. The Burning Legion? It could also be a necromancer. Although everyone was joking, their expressions were very solemn. They have to protect the farmland that has just been planted. Otherwise, all the previous efforts will be wasted. It seems that we are lucky and have encountered an unexpected plot. Niao Niao smiled. I was thinking before that farming would be too boring if it was just farming. I didn't expect that this game really didn't disappoint me and would add random enemy encounters. There are too many ways to play the game, which makes players excited. But their reactions turned into confusion in Renzo's eyes. There is a disaster coming, but you are not afraid. But you are eager to try. What's going on? Until an undead suddenly shouted, didn't they say that the one who did it was a skeleton? What's that thing with a fresh cut on the neck? The headless corpse of the mad sage in a black robe staggered towards this side. Could this be the shadow of disaster? A brave undead rushed over and cut it down with a sword. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Damn. The experience is really Gilder. Here it comes again. Over there. But this time no undead would be afraid, because they all heard that sentence. Lots of experience. That's just a matter of speed. Knowing that we are bored with farming, we have arranged farmland encounters so that we can defend the farmland and fight monsters to level up. The production team has really thought too much about the farming players. I am touched. Damn. This monster is coming for my farm. It's my monster. It's my fault, buddy. And these monsters are very high level. It's hard to deal with them alone. Don't get too excited. It's just a game. I'll let you do the next one. Help. My good brother. Help. Okay. The HP is low. It's my turn. Renzo, who was sitting on the roof, was completely confused. Why were these people not afraid but excited? And he also heard a sentence that made his head itch, and he couldn't understand. This is the gift. Could it be that he didn't actually get the mad fire, but had gone crazy without knowing it? Otherwise, why would he hear such a weird sentence? Below, the fighting was still going on, but it was not the undead defending, but the crazy attacking. Farming is so cool. I want to be a farmer player for life. Even Jesus can't stop me. I said. Chapter 55 before it is repaired. The 8th day since the undead came to the Star Dragon outpost. Early morning. After leaving the room, Lin went on his rounds as usual. The women and children, whose lives had obviously improved by several levels, stood at their workstations. But unlike Lin's previous instructions, they did not really stand there to waste time, but also learned to do some work. Planting the vegetable garden, cleaning the tavern, organizing the warehouse, and processing ingredients in the kitchen, etc. Even if the undead disappeared, the rhythm of the Star Dragon outpost had stabilized, and the impact would not be too great. Lord. After seeing Lind, the two boys bowed to Lind like soldiers. Lind nodded gently. Well done. Hee hee. The two little guys ran away happily. In their eyes, the Lord was the best. He did not go to find old Pete, but entered the tavern. If you want to say whether old Pete's cooking skills are good, there is no doubt that it is absolutely good. As a chef in the army, old Pete is good at many kinds of cuisines and can make edible food in the shortest time, with no limit on ingredients. However, the background of the entire Rand Kingdom is a fictional magical medieval era, and there is no food. There is no food. On the other hand, there are undead people who can really cook. So when Lin heard that an undead chef came to apply for the job, he immediately chose to have a meal to recall the taste of his hometown. Before entering the tavern, the noisy voice inside rushed out through the wall. When he opened the door, a pungent smell that made Linda stare at him hit his nose. The smell of blood, rot, dirt, feces, fish, the smell of unwashed dirt, and the smell of oily hair, just like a tsunami, rushed towards him. A group of undead people were crowded in the tavern. Lord. The undead saw Linda and greeted him with surprise. Linda nodded. But he was hesitant about whether he should go in. They couldn't detect any problems when they turned off their sense of smell. But Linda was suffering. Seeing Wusi Meitui coming over, Linda waved to him. Post a notice immediately. I'll get a pen and paper right away. Wusi Meitui completely integrated into the identity of the second under Linda, and his work style became more and more like a lackey. The NPCs around him are not as useful as the players. How speechless it is. Recently, it was found that there was a constant stench in the Star Dragon outpost. Hereby issued a cleaning order. You must take a shower before entering the public area. Otherwise, you will be fined 5 gold coins and punished by the Star Dragon outpost's no entry. Linda Armin, holding the quest scroll. I found that besides being amazed at the high intelligence of the game, I had actually gotten used to it. NPCs will issue orders because the player does not take a bath. Look how smart it is. NPCs will not get angry, but will find it very interesting. Look, 2 undeads have deliberately come to the front of the soldiers to let them smell whether they stink or not. Choke. Draw the sword out of the sheath. The undead immediately became honest. Linda suddenly remembered something. Does the tavern chef take a bath? Otherwise, let's go eat the meal cooked by old Pete. There is no government affairs to be handled at Star Dragon Outpost. In terms of animal husbandry, farming, defense, construction, Lin completely demarcates the land and lets the undead develop independently. The cooperation between the two parties seems to be going very smoothly. No matter how harsh Lin's requirements are, no undead will think it is outrageous. As long as they are paid, they will work hard. In the past, when dialogue was needed to hand over tasks, The undead would bargain through chat. But since the success of Silkless Beautiful Legs making paper, the atmosphere has changed. Most players have a characteristic when playing games. They don't read the plot description, but only look at the task requirements and rewards. The appearance of the task scroll makes the undead people ignore whether they are being exploited. Maybe they don't care whether they will be exploited or not, and even want to pay for it. A table was set up in front of the government office. Wazumichi was writing, and behind him were 2-star dragon sentry soldiers, like 2 iron towers standing still. Brother Legs, I want to take the task. The immortal forced a smile on his face. Are you also going to the crazy sage village to farm? The Silkless Beautiful Legs had expected this, and asked back with a smile. Otherwise it has to be you. The immortal rubbed his hands. Can you give me a good piece of land? The field is gone. Ah? Did you just come online? Yeah. The immortal nodded. I just broke up with my girlfriend and haven't been online for a day. Yeah. The Silkless Beautiful Legs were puzzled. After breaking up, shouldn't you go online and work harder? Without the woman who is holding you back. You should devote yourself to the development of the territory. The undead man said, as a matter of course, before we broke up. I booked a hotel for a day and a night. The Silkless Legs glared and raised their thumbs. Awesome. We broke up. So we stood up and kicked. Right. In the end, I couldn't hold on any longer. So I ate a pill. The undead man raised his index finger and didn't admit it casually. Yes. Yes. No. No. I've emptied the magazine. And I should be able to farm well in the next few days. As he said that, he wanted to complain. I didn't expect that there would be such a big change after not being online for a day. Not only you didn't expect it, I didn't expect it either. The Silkless Beautiful Legs took out a task scroll. And then took out another one. The farmland is definitely gone. It's all about the quick hands and the slow hands. However, you can go there to open up the wasteland. Here is the order for opening up the wasteland given by the Lord. You can open up 3 acres of land. Only 3 acres. Not 10 acres? Let me tell you. I have been farming since I was a child. My family has been farmers for 18 generations. When I was holding the first month of my life, I was surrounded by gold, silver, treasures, pens, ink, paper and inkstone. Guess what? I fell off the table and ran to my grandfather's room and grabbed his hoe. Do you know how big the disaster shadow area is? Wazumichi pulled a hand-drawn map from the side and pointed at it, and said, It's only this big. Who told you to waste time fighting a breakup battle? Everyone else has already divided it. Hey, can you give me more? There's no road. Then, what about here? The undead pointed to the circle drawn on Wazumichi's map. Give me the area of these houses. I can demolish the houses and open up wasteland for farming. Oh, you're late. And you've also been divided. Okay. The undead man was helpless. When he followed the road sign to find the village of the mad sages, carrying the farming tools he bought from the undead craftsman and the seeds he bought from the store, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Most of the village of the mad sages was gone. Those crazy sages who had lost their minds were basically killed, and their bodies were piled on the ground. And looking around, all of them were people who were busy farming. Brother, well, I'm here to open up wasteland. He handed the quest scroll to an undead, who was obviously a manager. Well, your land is at the outermost. Over there. The undead manager pointed to the distance, around the stones. How do you plant around the stones? You think it's hard to plant. But I think it's hard to plant too. The undead manager sighed, man. No one thought that this bug could be discovered like this. Otherwise, how could several full-level guys appear overnight? Yeah. The undead nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the post he saw, he wouldn't have suddenly left when he could still stand up and kick his ex-girlfriend for 4 hours. Essence, mechanism loophole. About the bug exploitation of farming. Before it is fixed, watch it quickly. It is still the undead person named Nianyao. This is definitely the biggest bug in the game so far, and the production team has not discovered it yet. Of course, I think the production team should fix it quickly. Otherwise it will affect the game experience. Star Dragon Outpost has open farming, and it grows mutant food. At first, I thought it was just like Animal Crossing, which is a part for social players. But I didn't expect that the players who were guarding the farmland to farm the night were attacked by the shadow of disaster. I said that everyone must not understand what the disaster shadow is. You can understand it in a simple way. That is, when we farm in the disaster shadow area, the disaster shadow will harass and attack us to prevent us from farming. Some people will definitely say, isn't this just a tower defense mode? What's the point? Think about it from another perspective. At this stage, there are two main problems for everyone playing games. One is that there is no money to buy equipment, and the other is that there is no strength to fight monsters, and there are no monsters to fight. But it's different after farming is opened. The disaster shadow is bound to come, which means that as long as we farm here, we will definitely be attacked. We can just sit and wait for the goods to be delivered to our door. And I found that every time I defeat the shadow of disaster, the food will be affected and grow faster. Now there are several level 10 players in Star Dragon Outpost. That's why I said this mode will definitely affect the game experience. Because players can use this method to quickly improve their strength and make money quickly, which will affect the game experience a little bit. If you are a player who finds the game a bit difficult, it is recommended to farm and level up before it is repaired. Chapter 56 Safety Management of Blood Cows. 121 years of the Kingdom of Ran/2 years after the magic ring was broken. December 10th. It was also the 10th day since the arrival of the undead. Lind looked at the blood lambs in the pen. Oh no! Blood lambs. And suddenly felt that these irrational mutant monsters were quite pitiful. The crazy feeding from the undead made these little monsters, who were not picky eaters, grow quickly. Maybe the hyena old man and others had never seen what the blood lambs looked like when they grew up. The size has grown to the size of a calf, and its appearance is similar to that of a human, which makes Lind suspect that this thing may have human blood. However, neither Lind nor the undead took it seriously. Bloody distortion has long been a common sight in this world. Long before this, Lind gave the undead great authority to allow them to drink the blood of the blood lamb. It was not because he had a change of heart and did not want to exploit it, but in his opinion, the benefits created by the blood lamb were not worth his fussing with the undead. NPCs can also use food and weapons, such as the broken sword of the scavenger princess, which will never be handed over to the undead. The blood of madness that will make people crazy and eventually die is absolutely useless. Reason is the most precious thing in the Doomsday. But the undead are different. As long as it can enhance their strength, they can eat anything. So the blood of madness has become the only amplification potion they can access. Going crazy and losing reason is nothing at all. It is one thing to be able to drink it, but you have to pay if you want to drink it. Then a new problem arose. The blood lambs were too small and produced too little blood. I was afraid that they could only produce a little blood every few days, and they could not buy it even if they had money. At that time, the undead people fed the blood lambs frantically and almost choked them to death. It was Lind who stopped it in time to avoid this situation. But what Lind did not expect was that the undead people soon found a new way to deal with it. They took the stones exploded in the battle to defend the farmland and fed them to the blood lambs. Isn't this the heart of disaster? Lind took the fingernail-sized stone from the undead, although it was not comparable to the one that Miss Miko used to make potions for herself, and its luster and brightness were much worse. It was definitely the heart of disaster. No wonder the blood lamb could turn into a calf by feeding it with such a precious thing. The blood supply of the blood lamb still cannot keep up with our needs. In the past 2 days, the consumption of crazy blood has been very high in order to farm the land. The silkless beautiful legs said on the side. Wizamichui looked at the blood lamb's growing blood bar and felt scared. Does this count as 3 small bosses being raised directly in the Lord's base camp? Could it be that in this world, no matter what it is, it has the opportunity to become a boss? If one day the Lord also becomes a boss. Hey, don't mention it. It's quite exciting. Linda didn't care. The blood lamb was indeed getting stronger. But in his eyes, it was just that. He cared more about the other party's role as a cow, and how much value it could provide for him. There is a saying by Wizamichui that is right. Blood lambs provide great help in farming. Most undead are at a disadvantage in the face of the shadow of disaster, so they can only rely on drugs. After taking crazy blood, they can kill happily. Some unskilled undead players even jokingly call crazy blood hang-up drug. Anyway, I can't fight, but after taking drugs, I will go crazy. No longer be timid, but my strength will increase greatly. Take drugs, be in a daze, and browse the official website to look at the outfits. And when I come back to my senses, the fight is over. After the farmland could be planted quickly, The undead people almost gave up other things and took advantage of this opportunity to bug and exploit loopholes. 60 undead people were almost all upgraded to level 10 in 2 or 3 days, with 60 powerful undead warriors suddenly appearing. Linda's military strength has been raised to a new level. At least Pre-Town can't compare with him. The forum was also envious. In 10 days, although most of the undead people have put on clothes, the average level is only level 5. I'll catch a few more later if necessary, Lin said, then thought for a moment and said, "How's the iron and steel making we talked about before going?" "It hasn't started yet. It'll take a few days," replied Wizamichui. Before, the undead needed to kill monsters to level up. But now that they have reached the full level, there is no need to farm like crazy, and the rhythm can return to normal. "Make them a set of restraint armor, iron chains, and anklets," Lin said, "and make an iron cage to control them a little bit." "Lord." Silkless Legs suddenly bowed and said, "In fact, our undead craftsmen have also done research on blood lambs." "Oh." Lin looked at Silkless Legs. "We think so." Silkless Legs rummaged through a thick stack of documents in his arms, found a document, and handed it to Lin respectfully. Then said, "We can perform an operation to directly cut off the blood lamb's limbs and pull out all their teeth, so that they can't go crazy. And even if they continue to grow in the future, they will not pose a threat." Then, he pointed to the blueprint he handed to Lin. "We are going to build a few huge tubes, connect them directly to the blood lamb's mouth, sew them together, and completely control the feeding rites." Lin's fingers trembled slightly. "Also, connect this part and this part with a tube, and then extend it here. When you want to draw blood, you don't need to risk going in, because it is connected to the artery. Just turn on the switch, and you can bleed directly." Lin, looking at the blood lamb in the blueprint, with its limbs cut off, tied to a base, its mouth connected to a feeding tube, and its back and neck connected to a bleeding device. Lin's scalp tingled. "You guys are really cruel." "Yeah." Lin nodded gently. "From the perspective of an undead, this is indeed guaranteed to be absolutely safe. And at the same time, it is convenient to draw blood. The only one who is uncomfortable is probably the blood lamb, who can stand being chopped into a human pig and used as a human blood supply machine. Technically, it's not difficult." Seeing Lin nod, Wizamichui was delighted. He had already figured out the essence of this game. All the tasks were asked for, as long as he looked at the problem from the direction of the Star Dragon outpost. He could get many tasks with rich rewards, just like ordinary undeads. They just waited for the tasks to come to them, which were usually hard labor tasks, just like most undeads would not understand. Wizamichui and a few undeads. Their tasks were to let the undead complete their tasks, just like developing offline. You don't need to do anything, but your equipment is getting better and better. You can even go out with the soldiers of the Star Dragon Sentry to help kill monsters if you want to upgrade. Don't worry about it. Linda didn't agree immediately. It's not that he is too kind-hearted. Even if the person standing in front of him is determined to be an enemy, he will not hesitate to chop him down. Besides, these little guys are pretty good. Linda walked towards the 3 blood lambs. The blood lambs subconsciously opened their mouths to bite Linda, but Linda pinched their jaws with one hand. The skinless muscles trembled continuously under the big hand. With a casual flick of his hand, the blood lamb fell to the ground. After eating more, the blood lamb seemed to have a higher IQ, and they immediately lay on the ground and begged for mercy. No, they were just pretending out of habit. Wait until you figure out what you said. Changes every day. And when the immortals succeed in making steel, the blood lambs will be useless. Lin was also very interested in the blood lambs fed by the Heart of Disaster. Does this count as the 3 disaster bosses being cultivated by the players themselves? After eating so many useless waste-level disaster hearts, will a complete disaster heart be exploded if they are killed? In some ways, Lin has the same mentality as the players. The only difference is that he has a little more information. At the same time, in the village of the crazy wise man, Lenzo, who was sitting on the roof, suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of helplessness flashed across his jumping pupils. Here they come again! That group of undead is really crazy, deliberately drinking the crazy blood that has lost its mind, just to increase a little bit of strength, just like they were expecting the arrival of the Shadow of Disaster. Renzo couldn't understand it. After the mad undead killed the Shadow of Disaster, he ran towards the south under the gaze of other undead. Something went wrong? Rinzo was about to ask. After all, they were all under Lord Linda's command. And they were colleagues. But looking at those undead, who didn't care, Rinzo put down his but that was about to be lifted. Forget it. I don't care. Chapter 57. The Great Sword stops the dragon car. The farming tower defense battle in the Crazy Sage village is far more intense than expected. The wildly growing thorny vines occupy every plot of land. And the iron spikes with a cold metallic light are waiting for every unlucky person who steps on them. The temporary team of 5 undead people is ready for battle. The experience they have learned in the past few days has made them sure that it is finally their turn. They have to fight against the shadow of disaster in front of them. And at the same time, they have to protect the farmland behind them. Resurrection from corpses is one of the main means of the shadow of disaster. This land contains the power to bring the target back to life. And these things will have an extremely strong desire to attack targets full of vitality. But corpses are not everything. When an undead body turns into ashes and explodes and disappears, an undead with red light all over his body appears in front of him. Undead can also turn into shadows. Unfortunately, they are only similar in appearance, with similar health bars and equipment. But their real strength is quite different. The difference here means that the disaster shadow is better at fighting and more brutal when fighting. The undead wearing armor that does not match is like a girl who is not going to meet her boyfriend. The colors of the upper and lower pieces are randomly matched. They are all comfortable and have high attributes. Here, the undead holding the shield in the front suddenly lowered his body. His level has reached 8. And he has a heavy shield. He is at the forefront of the Star Dragon Sentry in terms of damage resistance. But suddenly a scavenger shadow rushed in front of him. The strange claws slapped the shield. And the exquisite magic pattern shield twisted and concave under the pressure of the claws, leaving clear claw marks. With the long-awaited huge impact sound of bang, the body of the undead shook violently, and the body staggered back a few steps. My defense is broken. It is very common to be suppressed by the enemy. The second undead attacked, with a one-handed dagger in each hand. His thin body was specially made so that he could quickly slip behind the scavenger, and the blades crossed, rubbing like scissors to produce sparks. Although the three-dimensional attributes of the level 8 undead were not enough to make them comparable to Lind or even the 9 soldiers around Lind, they made them much stronger than ordinary people. Scissors staggered, leaving a deep wound on the left and right of the calf of the scavenger shadow, making the scavenger shadow lame. The power of running forward was very strong. So after the attack, the undead rolled forward and drilled through the crotch of the scavenger to avoid being trampled. The same was true for the remaining 3 people. The coordination of the 5-man team was not very skilled, but they had the necessary conditions for victory. So they were quite confident in the fight. Group fighting is always the decisive condition to ensure victory. If you fail to win, it means that the number of people participating in the group fighting is not enough. The scavenger shadow has been in an absolutely furious state from beginning to end, which makes it more difficult to deal with than the real scavenger. Of course, it depends on one's opinion. If it is the level of the scavenger princess, madness is actually a good thing. It is not so easy to deal with a cunning enemy. Watch out. Car! The assassin undead, who just stopped rolling hurriedly shouted a reminder. As expected, the scavenger shadow lay on the ground and began to exert force with both arms. Its appearance is that of a scavenger, which is different from and similar to that kind of disaster monster. But fortunately, its weaknesses are also inherited. The undead carrying a big sword shouted, "I'll do it." Drag the sword. Step on the ground with the right foot. And stab down in a horse stance. Bow stance. Take a deep breath and accumulate strength. Although the game has not announced the game profession so far, many undead players have already divided the professions according to the existing weapons. Different weapons can easily lead to different fighting styles. For the great sword player, all the fancy skills in the world can never compare to the moment when a powerful and invincible monster rushes towards him, and he stops it with a sword. For this reason, he pulled all his senses to the highest level. At this moment, the great sword undead felt that the whole world seemed to come alive. He felt the coldness in the air, the pain in his throat. And you are in the disaster shadow area. Attributes are reduced. It was not just cold numbers, but a true whole body experience. That feeling of floating was completely put to the ground when his senses were 100%. Ring-taking. Are you really going to do this? A companion behind him thought that it was not a good idea for him to do this. The scavenger shadow in front was coming fiercely, and it would be a death wish to resist it head-on. Ha ha. The great sword immortal laughed with his head raised. And he actually felt like a hero. He was a little addicted. This feeling was great. Here it comes. Boom boom boom. The ground is shaking violently. The scavenger shadow arrived in an instant. Like a chariot trampling thunder. With a strong wind that can crush everything. It was this move that broke the defense of the undead, who was carrying a shield just now. But the other undead didn't say anything. As players, they all know that stopping the dragon chariot with a great sword is the lifelong pursuit of great sword players. Find the right angle and timing. And draw the sword. When the great sword and the scavenger shadow collided, the great sword undead flew backwards. While floating in the air, he also saw the enemy, who was stopped by his sword and fell to the ground. At this moment, I felt extremely satisfied. It was great. I fell to the ground with my back. And my bones broke. Ah! The scream spread throughout half of the Mad Sage village. Renzo, who was sitting on the roof, opened his eyes. This happened countless times every day. And he really didn't understand why this group of people were so obsessed with carrying a big sword to stop the menacing shadow of disaster. If someone succeeded, the people around him would cheer. Even if someone failed, no one would learn from it, but would shout, "Let me try," and then follow in their footsteps. This group of undeads are just crazy. Even the advantages of immortality are not considered advantages in Renzo's opinion. It's really pitiful to have no brains. Of course, the undead still have many advantages. For example, they seem to have some way to quickly improve their strength. Before, the weak chickens that Renzo thought could not even beat a crazy wise man are now stronger than many ordinary people. He looked in the direction of the Star Dragon outpost. Although he had never been there, the undeads all came from that direction, being able to make these lunatics, who are crazier than the mad wise, obey. So, this is the great wisdom of the Goliath nobles. My deceased relatives, I finally understand why you must be loyal to the nobles. Perhaps serving the nobles, who hold wisdom and power, is a blessing in the end of the world. Prey Town. Soldiers strictly guarded the city gates, and no one without a gold seal ticket was allowed to enter. A figure wearing a cloak and carrying a big sword stood at the city gate, but was blocked by two soldiers. "I am Rock's friend," the man with the big sword on his back said in a low voice. "I have an appointment with him." "Lord Rock?" The two soldiers were a little surprised, but they did not retract their hands. "But we obey Lord Rowning's orders and hand over the gold medal notes." "You?" The man was helpless. It turned out that the name was so worthless here. "I don't have that kind of thing. But you may be able to help me pass on a message. I think Rock will not be stingy with the gold medal notes you mentioned, as long as he knows that you helped his friend." The man raised his thumb and tapped his chest. "That's me." "You better be." The soldier on the left turned back, and the soldier on the right stared at the man with a fierce look. After a while, a man came over. "Come on, crazy wolf." The man waved at the other man, and this time the soldiers did not stop him. Then he looked at the two soldiers, thought for a while, and took out a few gold medal notes and handed them over. "Thank you for your help." The two soldiers smiled immediately. "It's our honor." Hee. "Thank you, Lord Rock." Rock didn't say much, and walked in with Mad Wolf. As they walked side by side. The once genius knight is so pitiful now that he has to spend money to bribe his subordinates? Mad Wolf did not hide his ridicule. Rock smiled. "What's the point of talking about things before the end of the world now? What do you think of Lord Saran's proposal?" Mad Wolf said, "I can tell you clearly that Lord Saran has made two preparations. He has contacted a group of wanderers west of your Red Dragon foothills and gave them precious blood lambs, just to directly break through the town of Prey. There are dozens of soldiers here, towering walls, and enough food to sustain for several months." Rock pointed to the ground, then to the soldiers patrolling on the walls. "It's impregnable." Mad Wolf asked back, "Can they be stopped even if they can fly?" Rock. Mad Wolf continued, "You should know clearly in your heart that pledging loyalty to Lord Saran is your last chance." Knight Rock. He didn't say anything else. If Ronan of Prey Town hadn't refused, this good thing wouldn't have been Rock's turn. "But the mayor of Prey Town is my brother Ronan. Isn't it different?" Mad Wolf said indifferently. "I think you are more talented than him. He just drank the magic potion by chance and was able to make a fireball. But you were once the famous Knight Rock." Recalling the past, Rock's face was a little proud. Pouting. "Mad Wolf, as long as you let me be alone with him. Within 50 steps. He will die." Mad Wolf said, "Now I can tell you clearly that I still have that hyena. And we have to take over this area for Lord Saran. Whoever succeeds in the end will get more trust. I definitely want to succeed. After all, I have already discussed it with the Wanderers." "You mean, you can let a group of red-eyed mad dogs and a group of Wanderers besiege Prey Town together?" Rock understood what Mad Wolf meant. "I mean, if you and I work together, you could become Rock Prey, and I will become the leader of the Wanderers and the red-eyed mad dogs, serving Lord Saran, and then we will control the entire west of the Red Dragon foothills together." Mad Dog's voice was full of temptation. Think about it. Lord Saran also masters the method of refining and absorbing magic potions. And the new noble Lord Leon above him is a veritable absolute strongman. You will still be a genius in the future. You just lack a little luck. One of the absolute tricks to convince someone, it's not that you can't do it. You just lack a little luck. Are you sure you can do it within 50 steps? Maybe 49 steps? Mad Wolf grinned. Haha. Just kidding. As long as you can ensure that it is in a closed environment. He can't escape even if it's 150 steps. Okay. But don't kill him. Just lock him up. He is my brother. I like the way you value feelings. Mad Wolf smiled. On the one hand, you said don't hurt him. But on the other hand, you wanted to seize power and position. It's much funnier than a dirty joke. Hee hee. Rock was very decisive and took action immediately after confirming the cooperation between the two parties. Although they may have started to contact earlier. The City Lord's mansion. With Rock's leadership, they passed all the way. When they entered the inner city, they met a silver-haired girl in a robe. Rock nodded slightly to her as a greeting, and kept a respectful distance. TSK. Mad Wolf smacked his lips. Can you give her to me later? Don't even think about it. Rock refused directly. Why? Is he a big shot from Goliath? Mad Wolf smiled, his words full of disdain for the City of Gold. She comes from the land of demons. Mad Wolf's smile faded. The land of demons. Full name, the place where the mortal world and the divine realm meet under the illumination of the magic ring. It is the world under the feet of the gods, and the solemn white nights of the eternal frost land that can never be avoided in the Church of the Sun. In the legend, the Everfrost land is the place where the gods settled in the world. The place closest to the gods' domain in the mortal world is also within the demonic domain. For Mad Wolf, who already knows something about the world, when the magic ring is broken, large pieces of the magic ring fragments will fall, and scattered parts will fall in corners such as the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain. And most of them will fall in the demonic domain. No matter where the other party comes from in the demonic domain. It is a trouble that Mad Wolf should not provoke. What is she doing here? For the potion formula in my brother's hand. It looks very precious. Maybe. Rock didn't care, but to me, that kind of external force is a sign of being useless. I like you even more. Mad Wolf said, gnashing your teeth. Being stubborn. Looking down on others without ability. As he said that, he raised his hand and patted Rock's shoulder hard. You are so much my cup of tea. My friend. Ha ha ha. I will definitely twist your head off after getting the potion you gave me. Rock gnashed his teeth. Ha ha ha. That's it. I really like the way you can't stand me. But you can't get rid of me. But you still need my help. It feels so good. Damn it. Ha ha. The two of them cursed each other and entered the mansion. The mayor of Prey Town, Ronan, who was pregnant, was enjoying the performance. A group of dwarfs with colorful makeup on their faces and wearing funny costumes were twisting their buttocks and performing pretentiously, just to make the person above laugh. Because if he didn't laugh after the performance, I should cry? What's wrong? Ronan was very unhappy that someone interrupted his entertainment. He took magic potions and accumulated a lot of troubles in his body, which made him unable to enjoy the happiness of men. Therefore, he was a little perverted psychologically, and liked to watch a group of disabled people perform twisted and funny scenes to satisfy himself. Therefore, he hated his healthy brother very much, and would not let him appear in front of him on weekdays. And today he came uninvited, which made Ronan embarrassed, and brought a man who was not summoned. Luckily it was a man. If it was a woman, Ronan would definitely slap his brother twice. Rock did not answer, but walked to Ronan with his head down. Then turned to Mad Wolf and said, 48 steps. Yo! Mad Wolf took off the big sword on his back, and the heavy big sword fell to the ground with a dong sound. The soldiers on both sides reacted in time. drew their swords and rushed over. But in the blink of an eye they flew back at a faster speed. The defense of Prey Town was insufficient, and there were not many soldiers in the entire city lord's mansion. But Ronin was not panicked at all. He was the backbone of this town. You? Ronin noticed something was wrong and looked at his brother. But his brother had already run away. Then I'll deal with him later. Ronin looked at Mad Wolf. I'm coming. Mad Wolf held the sword with his left hand, and the hilt with his right hand, bent down and rushed forward quickly. Several dwarves were knocked away because they couldn't dodge. Around Mad Wolf, the wind formed a barrier and twisted into a drill to help him speed up. Even the air distorted his vision as he ran. Ronin raised his hand quickly, trying to rub out a fireball. The flames and the light expanded, contracted, compressed, more and more condensed. The scorching temperature made Rock, who was very far away, feel that his face was a little hot. Tick! The fireball was thick, and a drop of liquid like magma dripped onto the ground, leaving a charred hole on the ground. Ronin suddenly threw his hand. The fireball drew an arc and hit the Mad Wolf. The Mad Wolf reacted in time, stepped on the ground with his left foot, and turned quickly with it as the axis. At the same time, he changed his posture from rushing forward with the sword to holding the hilt with both hands. Twisting his waist, he rotated the hilt and struck horizontally. The broadsword blade was horizontally placed on the fireball. Fire splashed everywhere, and sparks filled the sky. The entire hall lit up, and the light was so dazzling that it seemed like the summer before the end of the world. The room stained with sparks instantly burned up. Several dwarfs, who had been frightened and collapsed on the ground, were unfortunately drenched by the rain of fire, and their bodies were instantly burned. Only one dwarf managed to run away, but no one present would care about a little mouse that escaped. Mad Wolf glanced at his sword, which was burning red, melting, and deforming. If it fell directly on him, he would surely die. While sighing in his heart, he did not stop. He threw away the completely abandoned sword and rushed to Luo Ning, who was about to roll the second fireball in 3 or 2 steps, and punched him in the fat face. 2 teeth broke out of his mouth, and Luo Ning's action of rolling the fireball was completely interrupted. Unable to move. Don't move. I heard that you are not good enough. Your brother should be quite good. Why not let you 2 brothers help each other? Ronin stared at him fiercely, but was very obedient and did not move. Mad Wolf. Rock stood up. He could not sit by and watch his brother being insulted. Hey, Mayor Rock. Mad Wolf pouted. Hurry up and deal with the next thing. We have agreed before. At this time, other soldiers in Prey Town had heard the noise and rushed over. Ronin was captured, and Rock stood up. From today on, I am the mayor of Prey Town. Everyone looked at Ronin at the first time. They knew Rock, but they also knew who they were working for. You're not famous enough, Mad Wolf complained, patting Ronin's head. Quickly give up your position. Ronin, with blood all over his mouth, opened his swollen lips with difficulty and said, from today on, Rock is the mayor. I am the fish on the chopping board. And Ronin cooperated very well, hearing this sentence with his own ears. Rock seemed to hear the sound of nature. Brothers struggle for power, and there are masters to help. The peaceful days of Prey Town may be over. Mayor Rock, I think you can issue the first task now. Mad Wolf reminded. Rock immediately woke up from his surprise. Hurry up. Put out the fire. Everything was like a dream to Rock. The fire was not put out in time, and the beautiful hall was completely burned down. This was the only unpleasant thing, and everything else was good news. For example, after today, Rock could move into his brother's room, and his brother could live in the dark dungeon. Nothing else changed. The operation of Prey Town was still the same, even outside the mayor's mansion. Ordinary people didn't know that the mayor had been replaced. It was just that a little witch with rabbit teeth sensed the unpredictable situation and hid in the room, unwilling to come out, as if she was thinking about something. After nightfall, Mad Wolf said, wait for me to contact Lady Saran. Now the entire West has been completely conquered. Everything went too smoothly. After hearing Lady Saran's name, the 2-headed wanderer chose to obey. With the help of Rock, the insider in Prey Town, Mad Wolf took full control of it in just half a day. Mad Wolf and Rock had sent people to the wanderer camp. When the 2-headed man led the wanderers to Prey Town, Lady Saran should have received the news and rushed here. He only needed to wait for the reward. And those red-eyed mad dogs who had eaten the bloody lambs were probably still running around like headless flies. not knowing what to do. Ha ha ha. Luo. Luo. Lord Rock. The soldiers ran over in panic. What happened? A group of people with red eyes fought with the wanderers in the north. Our messenger was involved. And only one person escaped alive. What? Rock was shocked. And he looked at the Mad Wolf with a puzzled look. Didn't you say that the red-eyed mad dogs and the wanderers were all your own people? The Mad Wolf was also shocked. How can these mad dogs fight their own people? Chapter 58 Cause of Death, Foul Mouth. Long live Sisterly. As the main participant in the first boss battle of Star Dragon Post, he made outstanding contributions to Lord Linda's killing of the boss Princess Scavenger. He led the monster to his home, village chief of Novice Village, and forced the boss battle. As one of the earliest undead, he also obtained the qualification to farm early, and fought back and forth with the disaster shadows in the defensive battle, until the number of disaster shadows increased, and his strength increased more and more slowly. So Sisterly drank a small bottle of crazy blood. The crazy blood from the blood lamb deprived him of his sanity in an instant. From the player's perspective, it wasn't that crazy. He just felt that his consciousness suddenly floated out of his body, and he lost control of his body. He could see with his own eyes that his body's eyes were glowing red, rushing forward uncontrollably, and actively attacking the enemy. This is the origin of the name Hang-Up Medicine. Wait! Sisterly's face suddenly changed. Damn! Why do other people fight the disaster shadow directly after AFK? And even struggle to fight and punch him until they die? But I just run away after AFK? I'm done! He immediately sent the message to his current friend at White Silk. White Silk, you just rushed out. What happened? Sisterly once way, I drank the AFK medicine, and my body suddenly became uncontrollable. This is my first time drinking it. Is there a bug? Favorite White Silk, the game is still in the beta stage. It's normal to have bugs. But I have another guess. Sisterly once way, what guess? Favorite White Silk, the hang-up medicine should allow the intelligent program to forcibly take over your body and help you fight. Do you think there is a possibility that because you often escape from the battlefield, the AI has trained the action model based on your behavior logic, so you will run away as soon as you enter the field? Sisterly once way, you slender me. Sisterly once way, whose body was controlled by the crazy blood, also encountered several small beasts along the way, and even saw a boom, boom, the figure riding a horse. But he had no chance to see it clearly. His body seemed to know his inner thoughts. It shrunk its neck and hunched its body, crawling on the ground like a turtle, without making any sound. That one must be the boss. But my body was out of control. What a pity. Otherwise, I would have killed it alone. Sisterly was full of regrets. She said to herself that it was not that she didn't want to fight hard, but that her physical condition was limited, and she was definitely not afraid. After about 10 minutes, the effect of crazy blood was better than expected. He strongly suspected that his bottle was enhanced by +9. It was not written on the panel, but the endurance was really beyond imagination. Favorite White Silk sent a message. How is it? I should go offline to edit the video. Sisterly once way replied, the effect is very good. Still traveling. Favorite White Silk, 6. After leaving the crazy sage village, the body went directly east, and then turned northeast. Sisterly once way watched the Star Dragon sentry pass by her. After stopping, Sisterly once way did not move. You got tired, forced to enter recovery state. You got exhausted, unable to move for 30 seconds. You got ankle injury, movement speed -30%. Right leg unable to move. You got bleeding, HP-1/S. You got a series of negative information almost made Sisterly once way stupid. So he decisively chose to lie dead on the spot. After a long while, after his body recovered, he found himself in a place he had never been before. He bypassed the low rocks where the scavenger's nest was located and arrived at a flat wilderness. He stood up with his knees supported, and his vision turned. Li Jiawansui's vision suddenly shook. Oh my god. A new gathering place. Is this still the beta version? 3,000 players were thrown into different parts of the world from the beginning of the game, where they didn't know where but would never meet. Everyone was frantically exploring their surroundings. In more than 10 days, the road that everyone walked was conservatively estimated to be 20,000 square kilometers. Not to mention that a large number of undead people like to cross mountains and ridges, and some undead people can do nothing but cross mountains and ridges. In this way, they didn't meet each other, and the map was so big that it seemed to have no boundaries. In this game, you can't see two trees with the same model, and you can't find NPCs that look the same. Sisterly Wansway swallowed her saliva and walked towards the gathering place. Wanderer Camp. Two figures holding spears covered with slippery blood were slowly patrolling the surroundings. White human skulls hanging from their waists to show their achievements collided with each other as they walked, making a tap-tap sound. There were still some traces of the battle on the ground. Several corpses were dragged into the camp, leaving scarlet blood on the ground, and occasionally some minced meat and internal organs would fall. Hey! Hello! Sisterly walked over with big strides. Not a red name, which means it's a friend, not an enemy. He just glanced at the corpse on the ground, and then turned his eyes to the NPC. The cold sunlight fell, splitting the shadow of the person on the ground into 3 parts, stretching and interweaving the shadows on the ground. And the shadows were dyed blood red. Long live Sisterly. He didn't feel scared. He just thought it was very handsome. No one said that there could only be one camp. Star Dragon Sentry. This group of guys who looked like the magic version of Mad Max just stabbed his XP hard. Cool. The Doomsday Punk style is completely different from the elegance and strength of the nobles, but they are both very charming. Sisterly Wansway looked at the accessories on the 2 people in front of her with envy. I am the undead from Star Dragon Outpost. He raised his hand to his chest and took the initiative to say, I want to ask, where is your equipment store? He wants to get a set of Doomsday Punk style equipment, which will definitely be cool when he wears it back. The 2 wanderers were a little confused. Undead? What the hell? They knew about the Star Dragon Outpost, but that place had been unattended, difficult to break through, and without much profit. What did this kid say? Want to buy equipment? Ha ha ha. The 2 wanderers laughed. What are you going to pay with? I guess it's mother's milk. Just bring your mother. But it doesn't matter if you don't have a mother. You look very young. Sisterly's face is really good looking. A flower boy. The flower boy of the end of the world is the flower with a handle, and many people even prefer this one. The NPCs here are really foul-mouthed. Sisterly Wansway didn't care, since she knew that their character design was a foul-mouthed Doomsday Punk style. She could appropriately lower her moral requirements. So he followed the local customs and replied, Take me to the store before my boot tip kisses your dermatitis. Did you hear me? Idiot? The crisis suddenly hit, and Sisterly Wansway instinctively dodged and fell to the ground. NPC suddenly attacked. What's going on? Looking for death. The fat NPC, who was called an idiot, looked ugly. Red name. Sisterly Wansway opened his eyes wide. Things were different from what he imagined. Just because he followed the local customs and cursed the other party? Chapter 59 Two-Headed Man. You need to grow your brain. Star Dragon Post. The Government Affairs Office has been officially launched. From today on, this place will be responsible for issuing tasks and discussing government affairs. But there is only one wide chair at present. Linda looked at the high platform chair that looked like a mountain sculpture, and his mouth twitched slightly. The undead are still conservative and didn't even make an iron throne for themselves. Climbing up the stairs, he threw his coat in front of the chair and turned to sit down. The empty hall was not decorated, but it was already very fast to develop from nothing to this point in just a dozen days. Of course, he was not satisfied, but his own strength improvement was the first priority. And there was only one way to improve his own strength, which was to find the Black Flame brothers mentioned by Eluna. Not to mention what the unholy holy grail of Black Flame they took away was. At least the Black Flame brothers must know how to go one step further. He was still confused about the direction of the development of his power, without anyone to guide him. He had to cross the river by feeling the stones, which was very difficult. Two-Headed Wanderer. Giant Horse Hoof. Banshee Lake. Linda was thinking about his next target. Lord. Lord. The noisy sound outside interrupted Linda's thoughts. He stood up and walked out, and saw a blood-covered, blood-gored man staggering back. Lord. He smiled, revealing his white teeth. Long live Sisterly? Linda remembered this undead. A group of undead had already come over spontaneously, holding weapons, and they were ready to fight. I encountered a very evil group of people. Sisterly Wansway gritted her teeth. If I hadn't taken drugs at the critical moment, I would have died. Sisterly Wansway told her own experience. He learned his lesson, and didn't post directly to ask for help. Instead, he came to the Lord first. This was a summary of his chat with his favorite Bicey. The Lord will communicate with the undead and even randomly create tasks. If the big event is sent directly to the Lord. To be precise, put aside the player in game. At these 2 points, what I am doing now is a sentinel. An important role in risking my life to bring back intelligence for the territory. He told about his encounter with the Wanderers and the conflict with them. And finally added, Lord, I have told them that I am from the Star Dragon Post. Lin paused as he was about to nod. You kid. You are born to attract monsters. Right. Everyone get ready. Lin gave the order directly. All the undead in the Star Dragon Post are ready for battle. Get ready to fight. Defend? Sisterly Wansway asked. Lin Delong walked forward with a tiger step, brushing past her with a gust of wind. And his aura began to burn. It's an attack. His voice echoed in the hall. And at the same time ran outside to let more undead, who came over out of curiosity hear, only attack. New. Star Dragon Sentry undead returned quickly. Wanderer Dungeon opened. Similar posts appeared like flying. The undead in other villages in the world carried hoes or stones, with envy on their faces. How many times has Star Dragon Outpost opened a large dungeon? Scavenger's Nest. Wanderer's Camp. Wanderer's Large Dungeon 3. And in a certain wilderness. Still talking hard. Who still hasn't been able to put together a set of clothes. Is groping for the direction to move forward. He has a short sword in his hand. Looking at the post. He curled his lips, generally. So, when can we meet a normal living NPC? The distance from Star Dragon Outpost to the Mad Sage village is very far. And the road is winding. Even if the undead people use the fastest speed to travel, it will take at least half a day to run. Although the dog planner Wizamichui had already submitted the road construction plan to Linda. Linda had never approved it. It was not that he didn't want to, but that there was no need. The undead people had already discovered that the Disaster Shadow area was shrinking rapidly, as they cultivated the land without Linda saying anything. Planting mutant crops and breeding Disaster Shadow monsters may be due to both reasons. In short, when the filthy energy in it is exhausted, the land will become normal. This change is completely strange in the eyes of the indigenous NPCs. Don't the indigenous people know that they can fill their stomachs by planting food in the Disaster Shadow area? Of course they know. But they have to face monsters. Don't they know that they can purify the Disaster Shadow area by planting continuously, attracting and breeding monsters, and then destroying them? They know. But people will die. The effort is not proportional to the reward. And no one will go to great lengths to do such a thing. But for the undead, there is not enough to plant. And the land is not enough to plant. Therefore, it is unnecessary to build roads. It won't be long before the farmland in the Mad Sage village loses its fertility and turns into wasteland. On the contrary, soilless cultivation has more prospects. But the technical barriers are a bit difficult to break through. The undead, who can't make it back, simply rush to the direction of the two-headed camp. Maybe they can catch up. The remaining undead line up outside the bloodlamb pen and line up to draw blood. Lind looked at the bloodlamb's listless appearance and felt sorry for them. These undead were much more cruel than himself. Hey, how did the fight start? Bai Si and Li Jia Wansui stood together, chatting while queuing to buy blood. Don't mention it. Li Jia Wansui looked unhappy. I thought those people were dressed very handsomely, in a wasteland style, and wanted to ask if I could go to their store to buy a set of equipment. Then what? Then they spoke a little dirty. I thought it was a custom. Li Jia Wansui had a very good reason. Look. The soldiers at the Star Dragon Post also saluted when they greeted us. And they would be very happy if we used the same etiquette. Right? So I thought, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. And I cursed back. Favorite White Silk was silent. And then asked, what happened next? Then they were directly red named. How could I bear it when I saw the red name? I killed one directly. 6. I got a lot of experience. But it was a pity that I didn't have time to search the body. Sisterly smiled. Then I was surrounded. Guess how I escaped? How did you escape? Favorite White Silk was very curious. The Lord's serious reaction after hearing about the Wanderer was enough to show that the Wanderer's strength was definitely worth paying attention to. The fact that he was able to escape from it showed that he had skills. Sisterly Wansui, who was quite excited just now, suddenly looked at Zue Ai Bai Si with a resentful look. I drank a bottle of AFK medicine. And then after AFK, my body escaped in an unexpected way. Puff. Zuei Baisi couldn't help it. And her ugly troll face became even more hideous. Haha. Sorry. I couldn't help it. More than 30 undeads are ready to go. Compared with more than 10 days ago. They are no longer the same. Not only are they almost all wearing armor and holding weapons, but they have all been upgraded to level 9 to 10. And each of them has at least one bottle of crazy blood. They are not ordinary soldiers, but a group of crazy warriors who can die with the enemy. Time is tight. It is very important to mobilize emotions. In the eyes of the soldiers, Lin's words have a sense of weakness. But it is different for the undead, because Lin is given the task reward. Enough money? Wanderer-style equipment is available. And there is also the title of Wanderer Cleaner. And the external title is Honorary Warrior title, which will be recorded in the Star Dragon Outpost. Now, every undead is excited. New enemies have appeared around our territory. Wanderers. They are unscrupulous in their choice of prey. They have hurt our companions. They are in the north, where my sword points. The broken sword of the Carrion Queen in Linda's hand was raised high to the north. We will definitely encounter stubborn resistance. But in order to protect the Star Dragon Post, we must win. Go forward. No need to control your anger anymore. The bravest will take off the head of the Wanderer leader. Everyone knows that the only title of Wanderer Cleaner must be the one who kills the boss. The extremely handsome and extremely ugly faces are excited. With veins bulging. Bald Chung. Gus. Jay Freeze. Forget it. Don't look at the face. It will ruin the atmosphere. In the Wanderer camp, the two-headed Bueno is listening to the report of his subordinates in confusion. Just now, a weirdo came to his territory. The other party suddenly cursed and drew his sword to kill people. Then suddenly drank the blood of madness. And then ran away crazily. The blood of madness comes from the blood lamb, which he doesn't have. But he knows that it is something given by Lady Saran. In other words, the other party is the group of wanderers that Mad Wolf mentioned. Could it be that he drank too much blood and had a problem with his brain? Bueno doesn't want to have a conflict now. He wants to surrender to Lady Saran and truly join the power of the new nobles in the east. Everyone under his command is his confidence. Even if the other party ran away, Bueno didn't think of chasing. At night, Bueno lay on the bed and fell asleep, waiting for good news from Mad Wolf. Suddenly, outside, there was a bustle, and there were sounds of fighting. Something big happened. When Bueno rushed out, he saw a group of people staring with red eyes like mad dogs, yelling, "Kill!" Why did this group of people come again? Especially after he appeared. They seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and their voices were more piercing than those of scavengers. Fuck. Two-headed man. Don't fight with me. Come on. The only title. Two-headed giant. I'm here to take your head. Bueno was confused. Why did a group of people suddenly come to kill him? Ah. My head is itchy. Is it going to grow a brain? Chapter 60 Body of Gold. Howling. Roaring. The undead with red eyes flashing were like mad dogs that had escaped from cages. Whoever was in front of them would be crushed to pieces. The wanderers grabbed swords, guns, and shields to resist. As the earliest people in this land to adapt to fighting in war, they could poke their fingers into the eyes of the attackers while sleeping. Killing had long been an instinct. The flames flickered. The flames boiled. And the flames exploded. Bang. A small bag was thrown into the group of wanderers. What is that? A wanderer felt something was wrong. Ah! It's so spicy. Fireweed? Some wanderers have noticed the problem. But who grinds so much fireweed? As a seasoning, it is indeed comparable to chili peppers, and is also suitable for driving away the cold in winter. But as long as the amount reaches a certain level, it will kill people directly. The problem is that if the amount of fireweed is ground to a level that can kill people, more people on the side will definitely die. This is no longer a case of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of your own, but starting to commit suicide before knowing who you are facing. As the wind blew, the hot and fiery powder flew all over the sky, and the effect was immediately greatly reduced. However, most of the wanderers were so spicy that they couldn't open their eyes, and their faces were covered with snot and tears, which greatly reduced their combat effectiveness. The wanderer with a string of human skulls hanging around his waist had tears in his eyes. He stood in the upwind position, and the fire-tongue grass had the least impact on him. He rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand, soothing the irritating hot pain. There were noisy sounds around, and the entire wanderer camp was breached. To be precise, it was a strong attack. A suicide attack. The old tent, which had no walls to begin with, fell apart in the collision. Suddenly a beam of light came, and his eyes suddenly widened, and he drew his sword to meet the attack. The force generated by the collision of the sword, and the sword was not very strong. The wanderer pushed his knees forward, pressed his body forward, and chopped the target's chest with the sword. The man flew backwards at a faster speed. Not strong. The wanderer was relieved. There were 50 wanderers in total, and the number of the enemy was only more than 50. If it weren't for the sneak attack, not only would his side not be unscathed, but they would definitely be able to eliminate them in the shortest time with the least sacrifice. There are more and more wanderers like him who are stable, and surprise attacks can't make up for the gap between the strong and the weak. Cutting the enemy's neck with the tip of the knife is as easy as cutting wheat. He hasn't cut wheat for many years, but every time he cuts off the enemy's life, he always feels similar, easy and wonderful. And the enemy always grows up one by one like wheat, and then falls down in groups. Right? Oh, no. Wheat will no longer grow. But weeds will. Then cut more. This is an elite monster. The wanderer heard the man he had chopped off speak. Call someone. Someone has already come over. 1 more. 10 more? Ha! It makes no sense. His knife is very suitable for harvesting weeds. The wanderer admitted that he admired this group of people a little bit. They were fools who were not afraid of death. It made people want to chop them down. Besides, siege was impossible in this situation, because the difference in the number of people on both sides was not big. Even though he didn't understand. Elite monsters. What is it? But he understands what elites are. Elites? The entire wanderer camp is full of people like him. Could it be that they are all elites? The great Lord Bueno has not taken action yet. It seems to be just a child's play, and then everything will return to peace. Oh, they will have dozens more reserve food. Just as the wanderer thought. The enemy could not besiege him in this destined 1v1 battle. If the opponent sticks together, he can also choose to stick together. So, will he be killed in a one-on-one fight? Or will he be crushed by a group fight? He slapped his sword like he was shooing away a fly, and successfully cut off one of the enemy's arms. Fuck your mother, the other party swore. It was a curse, but not very dirty. The wanderer bared his teeth. Actually, I want to. The opponent was stunned, and the impact he received was greater than his own arm being chopped off. Kicking the opponent away with 1 foot, the wanderer forcefully inserted himself into the battle with his companions. He carried the sword like a shield, and whoever was in front of him would be knocked away. They ate too much. A lot. And they didn't know what they ate. There weren't many normal people among the wanderers. They were all taller and stronger, and more unstoppable. Shield wall. A group of enemies suddenly gathered in front of them. They were wearing different clothes, carrying shields of different sizes, and even moving in a messy and disordered manner. But the shield wall that suddenly gathered was stronger than all the soldiers the wanderers had seen since the end of the world. Maybe it was Faith? Who has ever seen a person with a broken arm holding a shield in front with only one hand? The other party roared, with no pain or fear in his eyes. Only excitement. Desperate? Bumped into him. The shield wall successfully blocked his attack. After all, he failed to break through that step. His body was not made of steel, so it was normal that he could not break through the shield. He was just a little stronger. Then the wanderer discovered the second terrifying thing about this group of people. Their terrifying ability to take advantage of any gap. Swords stabbed at him from various tricky positions, and successfully bit off wounds on his body. When the wanderer waved his knife to disperse the surroundings, he found that he was actually swallowed by the shield wall, and was pushed to the back. The shield wall was still blocking the attack of other wanderers. Inside were enemies holding long swords and crossbows. They were swallowed by the shield wall, and had to face the siege. Monster. At the end of his life, he had only this thought in his mind. It was not a very sophisticated action plan, but it was very dangerous, and required absolute trust in companions, and fearlessness of death. When the numbers of both sides are similar, they still try to divide the spoils among the wanderers, like me in this way. If not fearless. What is it? Benefits? I can't see. You can't just kill people for the sake of killing. Wanderers don't do that. Are there any brothers who lack experience? Brother with the maximum level. Come forward to resist. Later, we will divide the spoils according to the output. Don't forget that the Lord will reward you according to your merits. Good brother. Let me cut you. The flames of war swayed. And as the tents burned, the battlefield finally became hot. And everyone's face was covered with a layer of fire. In this atmosphere of fighting, the undeads killed more and more fiercely. I'm going offline. An undead suddenly shouted, my mom called me to eat. I'm going to commit suicide. Otherwise my mom will come in and pull out my network cable. Spread the chili powder. Spread it all on this suicidal brother. Small bags were thrown into his arms. And the faces of the undead, who were about to go offline, turned red. Fuck. It's too poisonous. So spicy? Mutated herbs. I feel like ordinary people can't touch them. Hurry up. The undead rushed out with chili powder in his arms. And in the confused eyes of the wanderers, he just ran halfway when, bang, exploded and turned into a ball of ash. Then, the small bags that had been opened long ago sprinkled chili powder, which instantly swept the wanderers. The second damage. The first few wanderers fell to the ground directly. Kill! Kill! The favorite white silk put away the shield. As a war reporter, in order to shoot the best effect video, he was considering changing from using a sword to using a shield. Only if you have a tough life can you record more important content. He is not very interested in finishing off the enemy. And there is no experience to be gained after reaching the maximum level. The scene of war attracted his attention more. Hundreds of people were fighting in a melee, as if they had entered a war. The distorted air and the hazy and bloody battlefield made his heart surge. Only the two-headed man is left. Everyone has only one goal. The two-headed man. Killing the two-headed man has become the ultimate goal in everyone's heart. Not only for the honor of destroying the boss, but also for the only honor. No player can resist the temptation of the unique title in the server. I spent 100,000 to buy it. Let me make the last cut. A rich man has already started shouting. The other party came late. Zuai by C has a good impression of that person. He seems to be a big boss in real life. He has been farming in the crazy wisdom village to level up recently. But unlike others who level up, this brother spent real money to ask other players for help. And then he made the last cut. For rich people, this kind of title is the fun of their play. The poor play to level up by killing monsters, while the rich play to kill the poor. Not many people care about him, whether they are here to make money or just for fun. Once you get the first honorary title, you will really become famous in the game. Zuai by C is not so reckless. And he doesn't rush forward. He watched the boss hire 5 people as bodyguards in a short period of time, and heard that the other party directly hired each person for 10,000 yuan regardless of success or failure. And he grinned. How long will this boss fight last? I'm just throwing out 50,000 yuan. Charge. Someone rushed at the two-headed man. There was no barrier between the undead and Bueno, and only bloody primitive fighting remained. Bueno was very angry, and his heavy breathing almost made his chest explode. It's over. Just like this, a group of people rushed out from nowhere and directly destroyed their own team. Bueno. HP, 5,000/5,000. Insufficient reconnaissance, comma. All the undead could see it. And then, they all took a deep breath. Fuck. Blood cow. His health bar is on. What are you still standing there for? Go! The first undead, who rushed over, only heard a loud bang. And when he came to his senses, he had returned to the resurrection point. On the other side, the undead on the battlefield jumped. The two-headed man Bueno was about 2 meters tall, fat and strong, with 2 ugly and twisted heads. The undead were very receptive to it, because some undead had faces that were uglier than Bueno. They watched their companions rush forward, and in an instant, they were hit in the chest by Bueno's fist. The pure power was so strong that the whole person was broken in half. The body fell to the ground, rolled in the bloody mud, and then exploded into a ball of ash. Be careful to dodge. No one would retreat. The undead followed Lin's orders and took the initiative to attack. Only attack. The undead who controlled the long-range power fired at a high frequency. And the undead in close combat also used the harassment kite tactics to the extreme. The two-headed Bueno seemed to have transformed into a clumsy object that could be teased by everyone at will. He had more and more wounds on his body. Of course, every time he was injured, there would be an undead who would pay the price. The health volume has been reduced to 4,500. The health volume has been reduced to 4,000. How many people do we have left? 12. Is the chili powder useful? All used up. It was probably at this moment that the undead people really understood how big the difference between the two sides was after taking that step. But the undead who survived were all elites. They had a deeper understanding of the game, and were more flexible in operation. Some of them even did similar jobs in the real world. For example, archers really liked archery, and had a very high accuracy rate. Swoosh! The arrow hit Bueno's right head. Bueno didn't react at all and continued to chase the undead around him. Something's wrong. The undead, who put down his bow, shouted, hit his left head. His right head is fake. He didn't need to shout. In fact, many people had already seen Bueno's head start to wriggle after being hit. And pus flowed out of it. Then it split. Fuck. What is this thing? Bueno's right head split completely. Like a blooming flower. Revealing the sharp teeth inside. Ouch. The invisible shock wave blasted out with the roar of the two-headed man. And the undead people wandering around him were swept away. As pitiful as weeds caught in a storm. The weapon was shaken away. And the body spun and floated into the air. The roaring sound waves turned into invisible waves, pushing the undead people to run away. The scattered long-range undead people who reacted at the first time turned around and fled, and watched their companions fall heavily to the ground. Watching a living person being rubbed into a ball of flesh and blood in an instant. The favorite Bicey had already dodged at the first time. He also wanted the biggest reward of this battle. But compared to this reward, he was more excited to record this thrilling battle. Judging from the current situation, the large dungeon with nearly 60 participants must have failed. The aftermath knocked his favorite white silk to the ground. And the ground seemed to have turned into waves, arching his body and rolling forward. The squeeze and collision between his armor and his body made him receive life -1. Reminders continuously. His body was no different from those players who flew away like rag dolls. Just like the fallen leaves in autumn, carried by the wind, completely out of control. His life was in danger. Clusters of exploding ashes reminded him that this war would eventually end in total annihilation. The game is too difficult. Some people have already started to complain. Of course, some people are very excited. The difficulty is high. And it is this kind of difficulty that makes them excited. However, some people also put forward another point of view. Do we still have time to play it a second time? Do you remember what the gear said? That we don't have much time. Which means that this group of wanderers is likely to take the initiative to attack the Star Dragon outpost. No way. Is it really that urgent? Some people don't believe it. And some people do. Because this game seems to be completely different from the games they played before. There are no repeated tasks. And no chance to start over. No matter what. They have invested a lot in Star Dragon outpost. And they can't watch their territory being slaughtered and destroyed. Some people who are still alive, such as Zuei Bicey, don't care about those things. Their eyes are fixed on the two-headed man Bueno, watching the ground tremble with every step he takes. An absolute strongman. A giant. It turns out that this boss is powerful not only in the length of its health bar. The cracked head on its shoulder imitated the blooming of flowers, squirming and drawing an arc that made the stomach unbearable. Boom! The two-headed man suddenly seemed to notice something and sped up his pace. The ground vibration was detonated. Favorite Bicey felt her body bounce up uncontrollably as the two-headed man ran, as if she was lying on a trampoline. And the scorching heat. Hot? Favorite Bicey seemed to have thought of something and turned her head immediately. In the camp full of fire, the body wrapped in flames was as dazzling as a god. It was shorter than the two-headed man. Every time he walked forward, his body was dripping with scorching heat. His body size was similar to that of an ordinary person. But every step was more powerful than that of an ordinary person. When he grabbed the broken sword burning with fire with both hands and inserted it into the ground, the flame was hit by the shock wave of boom. The flames disappeared, revealing exquisite golden armor. The exquisite Ran 1st Infantry Regiment armor that was about to melt. The traces of magic patterns engraved on it were ignited by the flames. The flames on the god were burning, but they were extinguished again and again by the shock waves. Unlike the swaying of the flames, its body remained motionless. He took off his helmet, revealing dazzling golden hair. He grabbed the broken sword with one hand, and there was no flame burning on the sword, but thick fog filled it. The sword dance of the carrion-eating princess. The ugly and barbaric disaster half of its body protruded from the broken sword. Tall as a horse, thin as a wolf, fierce as a lion, but he stood behind him like a lover, resting his ugly cracked head on the shoulder of the god. and looked at the two-headed man with him. Boom! The two-headed man began to run forward. Lind also rushed forward. This was a real war of the Great Knight class. A collision of power and fire. There was a rare trace of uneasiness in the two-headed man's eyes. Just as Lind could see his power, he could also see that Lind was different. Blessed weapons. And a perfectly successful Great Knight. The two sides had no choice but to collide. The shockwaves swept up everything on the ground around them. And no one could land on the ground except the two-headed man. The explosive flame pushed Lind's body up. The rage wrapped around his body. Even wrapped the scavenger princess behind him. And decorated it with flames to make it look like a burning lion. Collision. In an instant, there was no more sight. A collision. But it seemed that everything was determined. The repulsive force of the ground that didn't want anyone to stand on it suddenly receded like a tide. It was so fierce that it seemed to quickly condense the flames that were completely ignited within a dozen meters. Corpses fell to the ground one after another. Zui Bai Si was hit hard. But fortunately, his injury was not too serious, and he could still move. Lord? Zui Bai Si's throat was dry. He felt that he was sweating. Even if this was in the game. He tried to maximize his senses. The pungent smell of blood. The hot smell of burning. The burning fire that made his skin painful. And the uneasiness from physiological instincts enveloped him in an instant. In this situation, when he saw the figure carrying the broken sword again, he actually had a strong impulse in his heart. This scene of killing the boss gave him goosebumps. The armor on his body had been deformed and peeled off from his body like a shell. The rock-hard muscles were covered with a layer of golden light under the light of the fire. As if the body was made of gold. The circular pattern on his chest was still emitting a faint light. As if it had infinite magic power. Lin's voice came, "Well done, undead people." Fortunately, it was recorded. Favorite Bicey was surprised. Chapter 61 Enemies in Prey Town. I strongly suspect that Brother De is waiting for us to beat the boss to a low health before coming out to harvest heads. Nonsense. He is just an NPC. What's the point of him grabbing heads? But if he doesn't come, does it mean that our mission has failed? Brother De is the boss. The boss was killed in one move. I want to drag him to the dungeon with me. Didn't the elder brother drag him to the dungeon with me last time? By the way, he seems to have subdued a boss's younger brother at Asador. Why not this time? Because the two-headed man is too ugly. Linda has nothing to say about the hastily launched Wanderer dungeon. Profit, almost nothing. Wanderers are not disasters. So there is no benefit in fighting them. And they are a bunch of poor people who can't afford good equipment. Even Linda himself lost his armor. He really joined the battlefield on time. As an NPC, it is reasonable for me to steal the heads of players. Fortunately, he can perfectly control his own power with the ring on his chest, which allows him to release his power to the fullest, accumulate all the power, and fully exert it in an instant. The two encounters with the Great Knight level enemies also made Lin certain of one thing: their abilities were very different. And the channels through which they acquired their abilities were absolutely different. Their strengths and skills were also very different. Fortunately, Lin's burst at the last moment killed the enemy with one blow. The Great Knight, who had poured out all his extraordinary power, the rage and explosion of Clory, plus the sword dance of the Scavenger Princess, could be called a full-scale output of rolling the keyboard on the face. The power of the explosion in just a moment completely burned Lin's armor, which was enough to illustrate the power. It is impossible to say that there was no gain at all. He got the second head of the two-headed man. Although the completely cracked-fanged and fleshy head was picked off, it still retained the most basic touch. Every time it was touched, it would react instinctively, a bit like a mimosa. Lin suddenly remembered Miss Rabbit Teeth, who had worked with him before. She was definitely the most learned person he knew. If he gave this head to her, maybe he could study something. If he could use this potion on the undead, maybe he could have a group of tough meat shields under his command. Thinking about more than 62-headed people attacking the city under his command, he admitted that he was a little tempted. The cold wind with thick water vapor put out the fire in the camp. The remaining few undead were still whispering. But when Lin turned around with his upper body naked, everyone immediately quieted down. They lived in a peaceful era, because they believed that this was a game world. So they were full of motivation and always kept excited. They were ignorant and naive, clumsy and serious, full of passion, and believed that they were the protagonists of destiny. When the dark and burned-down Wanderer camp appeared before them, their hearts suddenly went cold. The joy of harvest was not as great as the shock in their hearts. Those corpses that looked young shocked them. What was even worse was that all these corpses were hung on hooks like pigs in a meat processing plant. Cut up and dried. Maybe they will appear on the table in the future. Or maybe some have already been on the table. With good education, players may occasionally show their rough side. But they always have a bottom line and always reject evil. At least most of them are like this. Clean up the battlefield. Lin shouted, clean up the battlefield. As for this, leave it to Flame. Following Lin came Reed and Leo. Compared with the undead, they only have some advantages in skills and equipment. The war no longer needs them to participate. It is almost inevitable that weak NPCs will gradually withdraw from the war. Lin even began to think about incorporating the mad secret messenger Renzo into his important NPC system. Only with strength can he suppress the restless hearts of the undead players. He believed in the bottom line of the undead, and also believed that their bottom line was very flexible. They were chaos. Reed came over with a serious expression. Sir, we found something different in this group of wanderers. The flame on Lin's body had gone out, but the remaining temperature on the surface of his skin, and the remaining temperature in his blood after the ring on his chest pumped the extraordinary power through his body in an instant. Illuminated Reed's profile. What? Lin casually pulled up a wanderer's cloak on the ground and wrapped it around himself. Favored by C in the distance, recorded this scene immediately. After Land Infantryman Lind, the second skin wanderer Lind appeared. He thought that many people would like this style of wallpaper. Reed's face was not good. It's a gold stamp ticket. A lot of gold stamp tickets. Looking at the familiar gold stamp tickets, Lind frowned slightly. The paper ticket with a weak anti-counterfeiting stamp was the gold stamp ticket from Prey Town. And it was also what Lind had always guessed. Novice Village. Is there a connection between Prey Town and the Wanderers? One side represents order. Although Ronan specially set up the gold seal ticket to make money, Prey Town as a whole is still lawful and good. It will not attack others, and will protect you as long as you pay. The Wanderers on the other side are pure evil. Linda did not hesitate when he chopped off the two-headed man's head. Are there any alive? No. They are all dead. Those who are not dead should have fled long ago. I guess we can't catch up. Reed shook his head. The fighting power of the undeads was beyond doubt. But at the same time, the undeads were also really chaotic when they fought. When they really started fighting, it seemed that nothing could arouse their interest. It was not that they should not chase after desperate enemies, but that the undeads had no intention of chasing after desperate enemies. Let's talk about it after we get back. Lin put the matter aside for the time being. The enemy suddenly had a town called Prey, which was indeed a huge trouble. Of course, Lin felt that it was troublesome not because he was kind-hearted, but because the rabbit tooth, which was currently in Prey Town. That is an important role in perfecting the function of a pharmacist in a novice village. He and Prey Town are inexplicably on the opposite side. So how can he pull the other side into his own camp? In any case, since Prey Town has a connection with the Wanderers, then Prey Town must be his imaginary enemy. Even if it is not the end of the world. As long as there is a guess and his own strength has the upper hand, it is enough to start a war. Not to mention that Lind has evidence in his hands. Transport things back one by one. The store that had almost no goods to sell before finally welcomed new products. Wanderer-style clothing. This can be regarded as the opening of a new skin. The undead were in a good mood. At this stage, in addition to beating the boss, they were also happy to get new equipment, new skins, and new farmland for planting. When the undead returned to the Star Dragon post one after another, Linda had already begun to reward them according to their merits. On the other side, Mad Wolf and Rock, the new mayor of Prey Town, were listening to the reports of their subordinates. Mad Wolf, why did my own people start fighting? Red-eyed mad dogs must be the characteristics that they will show after eating the crazy blood of the blood lamb. Moreover, they had already investigated the forces in the area west of the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain more than 10 days ago, and confirmed that there were only two major forces, namely Prey Town and the Wanderers. A new force emerged within 10 days? What a joke. Those mad dogs. Mad Wolf spat, then picked up a bottle of wine. He couldn't enjoy this kind of life following Lord Saran. The red pulp hanging on the wall was poured into the exquisite silver cup. The intoxicating scarlet color like blood made Mad Wolf couldn't help but raise his hand and drink it all. You don't know how to taste wine at all? Rock felt a little distressed. They are all from Goliath's merchants. One bottle is less if you drink one. We will defeat Goliath soon. Mad Wolf didn't care at all. Using a cup didn't seem to suit his taste. He simply raised the bottle and poured it into his mouth. The sour taste made him frown. Is there really such a big difference between using a wine glass and blowing from the bottle? But the fragrance that followed made him smack his lips and savor it. The old nobles didn't waste their lives completely. At least they did some good things. Rock didn't care about Goliath at all. He didn't want to look too far ahead. He just wanted to gain strength and return to the position of the proud son of heaven. What should we do now? How should we contact Lord Saran? If Lord Saran knew what those mad dogs did, he would definitely tear them down. When Lord Saran was mentioned, the mad wolf's face was ugly. He kicked the table with his boots, definitely. The sudden kick on the table caused the wine glass that Rock had just put down to fall out. The silver cup was deformed, and the pure wine spilled all over the floor. He raised his eyebrows, and his face looked a little ugly. Mad Wolf really didn't take him seriously at all. What new mayor of Preytown? He was just a dog. Being Lord Saran's dog would be fine. But the problem is being Mad Wolf's dog. Mad Wolf is Lord Saran's dog. And Lord Saran is the dog of the new nobles. What do you say we should do? Rock lowered his voice and asked, You said that the Wanderers are your people. And so are those mad dogs. Not Mad Dog. Mad Wolf took a deep breath. Kill them before Lord Saran comes. No. The most important thing is to contact the Wanderer. Rock understood what Mad Wolf meant. Don't even think about it. This time Rock refused very straightforwardly. The soldiers of Preytown only protect Preytown. Neither of them thought that either the mad dogs or the Wanderers would die. The cost of completely killing the opponent was too high. There was no need to do that. As long as enough benefits were collected, one could turn a blind eye and let the enemy go. Just like catching fish. Catch the big fish and throw the small fish back to continue raising. Both sides will suffer. But it is impossible for them to die completely. Mad Wolf raised his feet and found a comfortable lying position. And his boots happened to be aimed at Rock's face. Although his movements looked casual and unrestrained, Rock always felt that he was preparing to find a convenient place to step hard on his face. Just when Rock was unable to suppress his inner tension, Mad Wolf smiled, then guard Preytown well, and sent people to continue to send messages. I think Lady Saran will understand who is right and who is wrong. There was only one meaning in his words. That is, just let Lord Saran come. If Lord Saran shows up, the war will naturally not start. However, for Mad Wolf, doing so would completely make it impossible for him to achieve his goal of dominating the west of the Red Dragon foothills. Will he be willing? The two ended their chat. After a moment of heavy thinking, Rock went to the dungeon. He wanted to talk to his brother. The red-eyed mad dogs had a solid wall to defend themselves, but the internal enemies were always threatening them under their noses. Chapter 62. You will regret it. I am the mayor. The reward for merit in Star Dragon Century has come to an end. Everyone has obtained the title of Wanderer Killer. Although it is not unique, there are only 60 people in the 3,000 players in the whole server. And when there are more and more players in the future, the preciousness of this title will definitely increase. Because the Lord said, there is only one such title. Wanderer Killer is not a noble, and has no privileges. It is only an honorary title. But for the undead, this title is enough. The undead stood straight, eagerly looking at Lind, who was giving a speech on the stage. Sisterly Wansway beside him gently touched the side of Bai Si's waist with his elbow. Hey, Bai Si, what do you think our title is for? After getting the title in the game, there is definitely a sense of accomplishment. But I also hope that there is more than just this little sense of accomplishment. What is it for? Bai Si's ugly troll face twisted for a while, and a little pride could be barely seen on his face. Our title is given by the Lord. In other words, when we meet the lords and NPCs under our command, who have established diplomatic relations with us in the future, we can report our names. He thought for a moment and said, Have you ever seen A Song of Ice and Fire? I watched the uncut version. Sisterly Wansway nodded quickly. Why? Do you want resources? I watched the uncut version. 2. Favorite White Silk was unwilling to show weakness in this regard, and said, What I mean is, when those lords meet, do they say a string of names? From now on, we can also add them. For example, Favorite White Silk cleared her throat. The one standing in front of you is Wanderer Killer Sisterly Wansway. Wow! Sisterly's body trembled slightly, and she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Hey! Don't tell me. It's a bit cool. Will we get more honors and more titles in the future? When he thought of the names, he read for a few minutes, when he met the NPCs. He was a little excited. Need I say that? And maybe the title has a special effect on the NPC. For the undead, the most precious reward is the title. Although it has lost its uniqueness, everyone knows that they can't beat the two-headed man. So they think it's nothing. There are many bosses. Take your time. The game is still in internal testing. There is another important thing for the undead people. That is, Lord Linda is finally ready to eat leeks. They have been waiting for this moment for a long time. No, it should be said that the store has opened a batch of new equipment of wasteland style. Recently, the undead people who have made a lot of money by planting mutant food have no use for food. Except for a few. Many people have chosen to sell food for money. Linda just took this opportunity to collect all the money. The undead who had been saving money for a long time either wanted a handsome suit or the strongest attribute combination. And they didn't feel anything when spending money. After announcing the new store, Lynn turned and left. Collect gold? Someone was already shouting at the top of his voice in the small square. Slowly, some people began to bring the gameplay of the real world into the game. And Lynn just pretended not to see it. It was a good thing that someone could make money in the game. For a game to develop rapidly, it is not enough to rely solely on the enthusiasm of players. A studio is also necessary. They are hardworking, skilled, and efficient. They are born to be workhorses. If Lynn didn't have no money, he would have hired such a group of people to work for him. However, it must be controlled. The rich will bring bad habits. It seems that the currency that cannot be traded must be launched quickly. In the blink of an eye, the entire Star Dragon outpost was no longer covered with undead in plate armor. 60 people dressed in wasteland style, tattered cloaks, and human skulls hanging around their waists. Wanderers, wandering around the territory, showing their bloody nature. They didn't do anything evil. They just looked for good angles and actions to take pictures. After getting new equipment, they must show it off. It's a big challenge for the NPCs in the territory, especially the women and children, who are so scared when they see the wanderers that they dare not speak. Hee hee. Hey Luna, have you ever thought about spending a night with me? Someone has already flirted with Luna. The tattered cloak is wrapped around his body, and he flicks his hand to reveal his armor. The bloody style of the wasteland bandit also blows in his face, along with the skull hanging around his waist. Luna was very dedicated, just staring at the other person with her eyes, without saying a word. Try your best to play your job as a clergyman. It doesn't matter if you don't move. The undead will move by themselves. What's wrong? What's wrong? An undead noticed that suddenly everyone was running towards the government office. Just now, a buddy seems to have triggered the main plot. The news spread quickly. A group of people ran towards the government office, but were stopped outside by soldiers. They didn't care about their image at all. They crowded together at the door and looked inside. The half-kneeling undead. My ring will not lose. At this time, he was waiting seriously for the Lord to speak. Lynn said, there is indeed such a place in Prey Town. Just a day's walk south of the Star Dragon Post. Is there a problem with that place? The undead asked. The undead outside watched quietly from the perspective of a bystander. Unlike before, this mission started in a hurry. It is said that because my ring will not lose, I found that the Lord looked sad. So I took the initiative to ask. But I didn't expect that he mentioned the keyword Prey Town, which triggered the main plot. It is the largest gathering place around, and the relationship with us is pretty good. Lynn said, however. In this conflict with the Wanderers, some sneaky people were found to be from Prey Town. Lynn exhaled, undead. Go investigate Prey Town. I hope I am just wrong. Yes. My Wunkenwisha nodded heavily, then raised his head and asked, what if they really colluded with the Wanderers? Don't kill innocent people. Yes. My Wunkenwisha left the government office and faced a group of people's eager eyes. He grinned, brothers. I will go to investigate first. Wait for my news. But I feel that we must fight a battle. Who has played a siege battle? The undead were excited. They just beat a boss and were about to attack the city. The game rhythm was too fast. It was very fun to play. Battery ram? Ladder? Catapult? Someone raised his hand and said, I'll go get the information. Everyone build siege tools at home. In Prey Town, Rock wrapped his coat tightly around him, trying to dispel the coldness of the dungeon. The soldiers on duty saw Rock and bowed their heads to greet him. Sir. Yes, Rock nodded, took a torch and went down. And after a few circles, he stopped in front of an iron prison. His brother, Ronan, the former mayor of Prey Town, had his hands tied and pressed on his head, palms facing the head. If Ronan didn't want to die, he would definitely not make a fireball. The two brothers met and were very calm. Something went wrong with Mad Wolf's people. Rock's throat was a little dry. It's not Mad Wolf's people who went wrong. It's Mad Wolf himself who went wrong. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth and looked at his brother with a sad look. Do you think he will give you what you want? Ronan's voice suddenly rose. I said. You will regret it. Rock roared. I am the mayor. Roars echoed in the dungeon. Panting, Rock tried to calm his anger. Another group of people under Mad Wolf made a mistake. If he wants to control that part of the power, he must use the people of Prey Town. He knows that I can't agree. So, he can just kill you and become the mayor. Ronan grinned. You could also come to me directly to discuss it. As long as I nod my head and agree, I will still be the mayor. Rock stared at his brother. That's why he came to Ronan in the first place. The soldiers of Prey Town are his trump card and bargaining chip. But at the same time, he is also worried that Ronan will fight to the death. They are all brothers. And Rock can definitely imagine what the other party will do after escaping. Rock's throat was dry. As long as I contact Lord Seren earlier, everything will be fine when he comes to Prey Town. I will let you go then. You know, Mad Wolf defeated you at that time. And he will not let you leave alive. Mad Wolf may temporarily release Ronan in order to control the soldiers of Prey Town. But he will eventually kill him. Because those who survived the Doomsday knew that the most qualified enemy was the dead. Don't leave any hatred behind. Or don't leave any enemies behind. Ronan sneered. And then said, go to Miss Miko and tell her that I can give her my formula. And then ask her to give you a few bottles of magic potion. As long as your men drink that magic potion, they can run faster than horses. It's not difficult to leave quietly. Rock looked at his brother in the iron cage, stared at his face for a while, and then turned and left. Time is running out. Chapter 63 Miko. I'm so good. After drinking this potion, go to Longyam Mountain Road. Rock took 2 bottles of potion and told his trusted subordinates, remember, don't attract attention. Be careful to wipe out the traces on the road. The confidant nodded seriously. Yes. Sir. Remember, tell Lady Seren about the situation here. Rock emphasized. Tell him that the west of the Red Dragon foothills has completely surrendered. And the Wanderer and Prey Town have surrendered. The confidant nodded again. Yes. Sir. Hearing that the sir he was loyal to declared his surrender to a stronger person. The confidant had complicated thoughts. But his loyalty made him clearly understand what he should do. Take the small road. Watching the confidant leave Prey Town with his own eyes, Rock finally let go of his hanging heart. Instead of pledging allegiance to the Mad Wolf, it is better to directly pledging allegiance to Lord Seren. I believe that Lord Seren only wants an obedient Prey Town. Without the Mad Wolf, he might get more. He turned around and met the rabbit-toothed witch Miss Miko on his way back. Thank you very much for your help. Rock handed over the potion formula. We agreed on the price in advance. Miss Miko smiled cutely. Her rabbit teeth were eye-catching, like a rodent hiding nuts. Are you leaving? Miss Miko nodded. Traveling is walking on the road. Her goal was the potion formula in Ronan's hand. Now that she had the formula, there was no need to stay. Wish you a safe journey. Rock showed his elegant manner. He remembered his brother's advice in the dungeon. Since there was no conflict or interest relationship with the other party, there was no need to go deeper and create intersections. Miss Miko smiled and nodded, maintaining her status as a noble magician in the magic land. Her round face trembling slightly as she nodded. Her round eyes were filled with indifference and confidence. Uni is with you. Although the world has ended, the gods have disappeared. And the sun evidence that people often talk about has become an object that no one mentions. But the moon witch Uni is different. It's not that he is still alive or anything. But just talking about Uni can prove that he is a believer of Uni. A proud business card for mysterious professionals such as witches and wizards. There are thresholds for becoming a believer of Uni. Miko packed all her belongings into a bag, carrying the important ones with her, and stuffing the less important ones into a huge backpack made of tan cowhide. The heavy luggage was like a bear pressing on her petite and thin shoulders, looking quite pitiful. But pitiful? Ha ha ha. All of them are her gains. Not pitiful at all. Just a trivial happy trouble. Whether it was brewing potions for Ronan, or helping a big fool make potions some time ago and cheating a potion recipe, or preparing to draw a large number of gold stamps to purchase goods when running away today. Miko. I'm so embarrassed. The recent changes in Prey Town have also been seen by Miko, and she has long planned to run away. When she walked to the door, she found that the door had been closed. A group of people were dissatisfied. It's not closing time yet. We don't have gold stamps to stay in the city overnight. What's going on? Isn't it noon now? The voices were complaining. Miko's hunchback carrying a huge package was very eye-catching. But she wanted to get out faster. So she kept pushing forward, knocking over many people. Everyone around was cursing. What's going on? Miko finally got to the front. The soldier who blocked the road obviously knew Miko and took the initiative to explain. Someone is attacking the city. What? Miko was shocked. Others were also shocked. Miko asked hurriedly, attack the city? Who is it? Why? A group of wanderers. Not wanderers. The mad wolf standing on the city wall had an ugly look on his face. When he heard that a group of wanderers were approaching Prey Town quietly, he thought it was the two-headed man who wanted to fight with him from the inside and outside. Mad Wolf had not yet sent someone to contact the wanderers. He had just expressed his attitude to Rock in the struggle for power. And the wanderers came in a blink of an eye. It seemed like a good thing. But the reality was not so. The group of wanderers howled and climbed up the wall of Prey Town with ladders. What are they doing? Defense? Defense? Where are the crossbowmen? Mad Wolf had no ability to control the soldiers defending the city. But the situation was urgent. And the soldiers of Prey Town also automatically started to defend. They would definitely not let anyone in. This raid came too fast. So fast that people had no time to react. It was much easier to fight a defensive battle than an offensive one. Hitting the enemy with a bow and arrow could slightly block their attack. But it was a pity that the enemy defended their weaknesses too tightly, making it difficult to kill them with one arrow. The wanderers seemed to be enraged. They raised their heads and drank a small red bottle. Then, they climbed up with excitement and howled. They actually broke through the wall and successfully climbed up the wall. The red-eyed mad dog, wearing the clothes of wanderers, had a bad smell. The smell of sweat and blood was very pungent and hit people's faces fiercely. The soldiers of Prey Town on the wall raised their shields and pressed forward. But they couldn't hold it back at all. Where did this group of lunatics come from? They didn't bring any engineering equipment to attack the city, only brought ladders and climbed up. Are you going to kill him at the cost of your life? The knife hit the soldier's shield heavily. And along with the smell of the raised arm came the huge force that revealed a crazy breath. The shield was sent upwards, successfully blocking the opponent's downward slash. And then his sword drilled out from the gap and stabbed the opponent's chest. Ha ha ha. The opponent laughed crazily. It was obvious that he was immersed in the carnival of crazy attack and didn't care about his life or death at all. How could such a monster exist in this world? Here, some soldiers could no longer bear it and began to call for help. Pairs of scarlet eyes flickered in the dim sky, and figures were running around. This bunch of lunatics. Someone's voice was hoarse. Mad Wolf raised his hand to pick up an enemy, but was immediately surrounded by 3 desperate people. The sound of swords clashing was like the sound of a gong, and his nerves were getting more and more tense. The number of casualties on both sides was increasing. But overall, the undead people on the attacking side suffered greater sacrifices. The only problem is that they are not afraid of death. Kill! There are more than 60 people, but only less than 20 rushed up. They can't avoid the fate of failure even if they gather together in groups of 3 or 2. But this group of people don't feel panic at all. I can be resurrected, so it's not a big problem. The so-called siege ended very quickly, and it didn't even last half an hour from the beginning to the end. If it weren't for the walls of Prey Town, it is estimated that the speed could be shortened to less than 10 minutes. Who are you? Mad Wolf held up a one-handed sword that had a gap in it, and his clothes had been torn to reveal his strong but scarred upper body. Undead. The undead of Star Dragon Century. This is a terrible answer. Mad Wolf now has only one question in his mind. Star Dragon Century? Why didn't he hear about such a powerful force last time he investigated? Your crimes are obvious, the undead man said firmly, but I will send you to the Lord, and the Lord will judge you. Mad Wolf didn't say anything more. He also wanted to see what kind of person the Lord was who cultivated these monsters who were ready to die. Prey Town was breached, beyond expectations, but also within reason. Miss Miko and others at the city gate watched a group of people suddenly rush over the city wall. And then they fought on the city wall. And then everything was quiet. The soldiers of Prey Town were either hacked to death or captured. "Run," someone said, and the scene immediately scattered. And even the gatekeepers hesitated whether to run or squat on the spot. Only Miss Miko carried a large backpack and moved step by step with difficulty. It was impossible to throw away all the good things she had saved recently. But she couldn't be caught either. What should I do? Chapter 64. Do you want to be the mayor? Linda stepped into the gate of Prey Town again. Half a month later. He didn't expect that everything had changed. He is the mayor of Prey Town? Linda looked at the man in front of him, who was tied with iron chains by the undead. He had seen Ronan before, although he was not very familiar with him. Are you the master of this group of red-eyed mad dogs? The mad wolf looked at Linda, and did not immediately mention the name of Lord Saran. Who are you? An old stubborn man? Lynn tried to find an adjective that fits him. Old nobles? Mad Wolf pulled his lips. He looked past the undead dressed as wanderers, and looked at the two soldiers following behind Lind. Rand infantry armor. Elite equipment. Wanderers. I don't care what these old nobles promised you. Kill him! Mad Wolf shouted at the top of his voice. Kill this abandoned thing of the old era. I am loyal to a powerful new noble. We represent the order of the new era. You can get women, territories, and rights. Fuck. The undead man on the side was startled and kicked the Mad Wolf in the back, knocking him to the ground with his head on his head. Lord, we are loyal to Star Dragon and have absolutely no other ideas. Someone took action, and the other undeads reacted quickly and expressed their opinions. You are a red name monster, but you asked us to take action against the head of the novice village. Is there something wrong with your brain? It seems that your incitement failed, Linda said with some regret. He was really scared just now, and he really thought that the undead were going to turn against him. Moreover, in the struggle between the new nobles and the old nobles, I am the remnant. Can we have a good chat now? Linda asked Mad Wolf. I have many questions, such as why you are the mayor of Prey Town. I have nothing to say about the remnants of the old times. Mad Wolf showed his determination. His head stiffened. He knew the temperament of these arrogant old nobles. Conservative. Very particular. Everything is about ritual, and the so-called blood and honor are more important than anything else. If something piques the interest of the old nobles, they can even sacrifice their own interests. This is completely nonsense in the eyes of the new nobles. If I like you, I will rob you, as much as I can, and I will never be interested in secrets. There is no need for Lynn to speak to search the mayor's mansion in Prey Town. The undead people have already rushed up eagerly, their eyes redder than taking drugs, picking up garbage and searching. Soon a staggering figure was brought to Lind. My lord. He said he is the mayor. The undead had already started role-playing, and were in high spirits. I remember Ronan was the mayor. Lind turned his head and glanced at Mad Wolf. In just a few days, the mayor of Prey Town had changed twice. Could it be that the mayor was on a shift basis? Ronan is my brother, and I am Rock, the young man shouted hurriedly. He hid in the mansion when the conflict occurred, but he didn't expect that this group of people would rush in and arrest people. And they were even more brutal than the mountain bandits, and almost robbed everything. So, you know what he knows? Linda pointed at the kneeling Mad Wolf. Yes, I know. I know everything. Rock nodded quickly. He was more sincere than Mad Wolf, and he would not despise the old nobles. Whoever has a sword is a noble. Faith and dignity can be very flexible. Linda nodded with satisfaction, took off the broken sword behind him, and looked at Mad Wolf. It seems that your luck is not very good. Wait a minute. Mad Wolf discovered that this old noble did not seem to be so conservative. Shouldn't he ask me what secrets I have? Even if Rock doesn't know everything, he has a lot in his heart. I just need someone who knows the secrets. Linda raised the broken sword of the scavenger princess and slashed it down with a sudden blow, and the Mad Wolf's head was easily cut off. Blood gushed out. Linda had long passed the naive time of forcing for information. Enemies can be killed if they can be killed. There is no need to ask anything. It is difficult to distinguish the truth from the false, which only adds to the trouble. The most important thing is that he saw that the Mad Wolf clearly had a secret, and he would not let the Mad Wolf control him, even if he lost the so-called secret. Tell me what you know. He looked at Rock. Rock nervously glanced at the position of the Mad Wolf's head, and the head was still open. The Mad Wolf that made him unable to resist, the Mad Wolf that was ready to undermine him, actually died in such a simple way. Gudong, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, He opened his mouth. I will answer all your questions. I can swear to the sun. He did not overestimate his own ability, and asked Linda to promise not to kill him. Linda gently wiped the broken sword. The broken sword of the scavenger princess was not delicate, but it was a rare magic weapon in the eyes of the undead at this stage. The leather gently rubbed against the lines on the sword body. The slow movement seemed to also indicate that Linda was in a very calm mood now. With the help of swords and corpses, Rock spoke very quickly. Mad Wolf came from the east of the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain. He came through the Dragon Tooth Mountain Road. The lord he was loyal to was Lord Saran, a superior who surpassed the Great Knight. It was said that the walls of Prey Town could not stop him, and the cliffs could not stop him. And Lord Saran was loyal to the new nobles of the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain. Lord Leon, whom Lind had heard of a long time ago. Lord Saran tried to control the forces west of the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain, and sent out many of his men, including Mad Wolf and the Old Man, the hyena that Lind had met before. Mad Wolf thought that Old Mander and the Wanderer had a conflict, so he wanted the power of Prey Town. Rock really didn't hide anything, but he quietly concealed that he had sent people to Longya Mountain Road to invite Lady Saran to come. It won't take a few days for Lady Saran to come. And Mad Wolf died. Doesn't it mean? Speaking. Rock turned his head and looked at the undead people who were beating bandits. I'm afraid Mad Wolf couldn't imagine that the people he thought of were not the Wanderers, nor the red-eyed mad dogs, but these crazy people. This group of people just inexplicably put on the clothes of Wanderers, and then inexplicably came over and launched a surprise attack on the city. If Mad Wolf had not mistaken them for his own people, even if he would lose, he would not have ended the battle in such a short time. Mad Wolf died unjustly. Lin nodded and changed the subject. So why are you the mayor? Where is Ronan? My brother is in the dungeon. Rock gritted his teeth and immediately said, My lord, I can swear allegiance to you, and I can declare that the entire Prey Town belongs to you. Ah? Lin thought he had misheard. He had already completely taken over Prey Town and captured the soldiers of Prey Town. Do you still need your loyalty? Prey Town is already my spoils of war. Are you giving me my things? Thank you for your kindness. Maybe it's not necessary to go through so much trouble. Lin looked down on Prey Town. The environment here is average, and the city wall is not as high as the Star Dragon outpost. Compared with a military station and a small town, it is indeed a bit bullying. Not to mention that the Mad Sage village is closer to the Star Dragon outpost and has more convenient transportation. There is absolutely no reason for him to move to Prey Town. However, this place also needs to be managed. Some people ran out of hiding during the commotion of the undead, who were picking up garbage. The undead only wanted to rob, but the NPCs thought they were going to chop them up and ran out screaming. When he saw a lot of people squatting in the small square in front of him, he immediately moved to the small square like a lamb that had strayed from the flock, squatting with his head in his hands, even without Lin saying anything or giving any instructions. More and more people came over and squatted down. Old Cherry. Lin saw a familiar person, and his eyes lit up. Old Cherry, a businessman who was very good at doing business, was often ripped off when Lin went to buy things from him. I didn't expect that this old guy could live intact until now. Old Cherry, who had forced Lin to do business, walked towards Lin after hearing his name being called. He was decadent, with his shoulders drooping, and had a tragic and heroic attitude of facing death. Do you want to be the mayor? Old Cherry, who was originally ready to be stabbed by Lin to vent his anger, was stunned, and his throat squeezed out his feelings at the moment like a duck. Ah? Chapter 65 Gold Seal Handwritten Poems and Magic Potion. Who? Old Cherry? Rock stared at the terrified Old Cherry. How could this unscrupulous businessman who was only interested in gaining petty gains and thought that he and his brother didn't know about it be the mayor? Old Cherry's throat was dry. I do. His voice was hoarse, but his eyebrows were about to rise. Why refuse? Even if he had to obey Lind in the future, he could be the mayor. Right? Very good. Linda was very satisfied. Then Mayor Cherry, go and gather the residents who haven't arrived yet, and tell them the good news. Linda threw a few tasks to the undeads on the side, and the undeads immediately acted as bodyguards happily, with a fierce killing style before. The undeads are really good at intimidating people. The Imperial Army asked me to bring you a message. The corners of his mouth twitched. He shouldn't have thought that this group of people could be serious. Ronan gently turned his wrist to relieve the soreness in his arm caused by hanging his arm for a long time. At this stage, it was impossible for him to raise his arms. It was okay to say that he had no power to resist for the time being. That bastard. Seeing his former mayor's hall burned down by the fire, Ronan's smile disappeared again after adjusting with great difficulty. He looked at the undead beside him. Too many things had happened in the past 1 or 2 days. His useless brother suddenly brought a mad wolf, who followed the new nobles. Didn't that idiot know that his 2 brothers were also part of the old nobles? There are indeed ways to remove the label. But why would the new nobles bother to remove their own labels? They only want the town of Prey. The most likely scenario is that the new nobles took over the town of Prey, and then killed his 2 brothers to save trouble and effort. His younger brother became the mayor of Prey, and then his younger brother was forced into a dead end by the other party. Then, the mad wolf died, and he was released. The drama and twists and turns made Ronan want to invite those bards, who are good at writing, to sing this outrageous experience. The soldiers beside him were not wanderers, nor did they look like soldiers of the old nobles. Ronan even sensed a kind of clear stupidity in them. Such people were the most troublesome, because they were too pure and would be stubborn. Just look at their attitudes and you will know that they would definitely obey the orders of the old noble who occupied Prey Town. In fact, when Ronan heard that a group of people only carried ladders and forcibly broke through the walls of Prey Town in a suicidal way, he thought that these people were crazy. Is the chivalry of the old nobles really that important? He didn't think he could turn a group of death-defying warriors against him. So Ronan kept his mouth shut. If it was someone like Mad Wolf, he might have used some conditions to get him to rebel. For example, hand over his potion formula, his copy poetry, or even a gold seal. But for these people, he felt he could save some saliva, because they had proved their loyalty with death, and would never betray for the sake of profit. The person leading the way stopped, and Ronan looked forward. The quadruplets were blocking the road. Short black hair, strong, carrying a big sword. A rough breath and a cruel bloody stench hit him in the face. There are people who look so similar. He turned his eyes to the side. There are people who look so beautiful, and these people look exactly the same. Suddenly, so many twins appeared. Ronan finally looked at the 2 figures who were chatting. One was the merchant Old Cherry from Prey Town, and the other was a blond man wearing mail and a cloak. His handsome face and the noble aura that was hard to hide made Ronan sure at a glance that the other party was the old noble. Old Cherry was a little afraid of Ronan, so he shrank his neck and stepped aside. But Ronan ignored him. "Ronan, we meet again." Linda noticed Ronan and came over to greet him with a smile. Ronan forced a smile. "What do you mean by again? Do we know each other?" "A few years ago." Linda took the initiative to remind him, when the world was not so bad. "I came from Goliath and went to Star Dragon Outpost. During that time, I also came to Prey Town and went to the church several times." "Sir!" Ronan immediately lowered his head. In fact, he didn't remember who the other party was. When he mentioned the Star Dragon Outpost, he would only think that the other party was a soldier of the kingdom stationed on the border. The Rand Kingdom is located in the heart of this continent. There are at least 8,000 soldiers stationed at the outpost, and they are not big shots at all. But if it was Goliath, it means that the other party's identity is not simple. But why would a noble, the blood of gold, come to a remote place? Only Goliath could make Ronan's mind move. If he can come from the Golden City, he must have some status. It would not be wrong to call him sir. "I was loyal to His Royal Highness the Great Prince," Linda casually said. Ronan understood immediately. He failed to win the throne, so he came out to hide. He could even think that if the magic ring had not suddenly collapsed, the young man in front of him would have returned to Goliath with the nobility in his blood. Although he didn't care about the so-called noble blood in his heart, he was still very respectful on the surface. "I am honored to see you again, sir." Ronan's attitude was very good, and even if he racked his brains, he couldn't remember when he had met him before. "This is socializing. I'm glad you're okay too. After hearing that you were imprisoned by a crazy barbarian, I was furious and immediately brought people to kill you." Ronan's mouth twitched. This was too fake. The undead man next to him even laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha." Linda laughed and patted Ronan's shoulder. "The attitude is mutual. I thought you were used to this kind of hypocritical chat. So you don't know me at all, right?" Ronan looked at Linda and couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Was he an honest old noble who didn't want to do anything? Or an old noble who was good at disguising himself? The undead people beside him listened with great interest, especially when they saw Linda teasing Ronan. They also laughed along, which made Ronan's face look very ugly. Can't these soldiers be managed properly? They don't know the difference between respect and inferiority. They don't follow the rules. But Ronan has to follow them. He must be well behaved. I have irreconcilable conflicts with those barbarians, who call themselves new nobles. Lin spoke. He didn't care whether Ronan believed it or not. But he certainly believed it. The old gods have died. But the spirit of the night still allows us to maintain the lowest bottom line. Those barbarians actually think that it's okay to eat wanderers, which means they deserve to die. Lin said, even if we no longer pray to the sun and the moon, we should abide by the bottom line of being human. This is the truth in his heart. He can accept starving to death. And he can also hunt others to survive. But he absolutely cannot accept drying corpses as reserve food, and even delve into the taste. My war with them was just a coincidence. Linda said, it has nothing to do with you. Ronan nodded. And it was almost the same as what he thought. Linda had no reason to help him. And the other party had no reason to take the initiative to attack Prey Town. If they wanted to fight, they would have fought long ago. As for the fact that Linda accidentally seized Prey Town when he killed the new nobles, it's better for him to pretend that he knew nothing. It's impossible to let Linda evacuate from here. Just pretend that he has never been the mayor of Prey Town. Anyway, you helped me regain my freedom. I have something to give you. Luo Ning lowered his head and started to offer gifts. Linda smiled and did not refuse. Didn't he let Luo Ning out just for the things Luo Ning hid? Otherwise, with his personality, he would definitely kill Luo Ning first and never leave a crisis overnight. People in the Doomsday have basically the same logic. With Luo Ning leading the way, Linda and him entered the secret room of the mansion. Looking at the hidden cellar door that was opened, Linda sighed in his heart. Time is still too tight. If the undead are given a few more hours, they will definitely find the cellar. The torch shook the two people's shadows and pressed them against the wall. Ronan searched and took out 3 things and handed them to Lind. A parchment, a manuscript, and a palm-sized seal, emitting a green light. Another blessed weapon. Lind looked at the bottom of the seal, thinking of the gold seal ticket. So he looked at Ronan with an inquiring look. Ronan nodded, yes. This is a seal with the power of the magic ring. I call it the gold seal. What's the function? It can leave a unique mark. So you use it to make currency. Gold seal notes? Linda looked at the seal and felt that Ronan was a bit wasteful. How can a seal with only an anti-counterfeiting mark be the same as the broken sword of the carrion-eating princess, which is also a green weapon? It seems that some research is needed. He set his eyes on the second thing, the manuscript. Flipping through it casually, it turned out to be a handwritten collection of poems. A bit like his Praise the Sun. I used to believe in Uni, Ronan said, but I couldn't win Uni's favor. Uni is always picky. Lin nodded in approval. Among the 3 old gods, the god of death Zasa has no believers, and the moon, which Uni, has harsh conditions. Only the sun witness Leo Lion teaches everyone, has the strongest power, and has churches everywhere. He just didn't expect Ronan to have a heart of a wizard. If he had chosen Leo Lion, maybe his strength would have been stronger than his own, and he wouldn't be so embarrassed as he is now, forcing to follow the path of Uni, but not making progress. Ronan's strength should be half a step to a great knight now. So I copied a copy. And after spending enough money, Ronan sighed, it's not easy to figure out Uni's thoughts. Even if I listen day and night, it's still hard to gain anything. I just look forward to the eyes of him and the moon sweeping over, trying to get the truth from it. But it's hard. Maybe you will be the believer chosen by Uni. Uh-huh. Linda laughed, are you kidding? Or just to make me shout Uni is above? We all know that they disappeared long ago. Even if I want to hear them, I can't. The potion can let you hear their voice. Ronan continued, pointing to the last harvest. The smile on Linda's face faded. How can this man be so tactful? I was embarrassed to kill him directly after taking the benefits. The last thing was a piece of parchment. It recorded a potion formula. What is this? Uni's potion? Linda looked at the potion formula. Although he couldn't understand it, he knew someone who could understand it. Maybe, yes. Ronan didn't nod directly, but a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. After I drank it, I heard Uni's whispering voice, which was intoxicating and accompanied me to a good dream. Look at your ignorant look. You must have never heard of ASMR. That thing is not only pleasant to listen to, but also looks great. A double enjoyment of vision and hearing. The night potion of the sun's evidence, and the mage potion of the moon witch. Linda should be considered to have mastered 2 ways of promotion. In addition, I don't know if the way of the two-headed man can be considered a variant. Although it has not been studied yet. It can be considered 2.5. The harvest was really greater than expected. A very good thank you gift. Linda nodded. Where are you going next? This was Ronan's life-saving money. And Linda felt at ease taking it. Even if Ronan didn't give it to him, he could still find it. Of course, he couldn't take Ronan in. Without Ronan, Prey Town would be obedient. Otherwise, who would own this place? Letting Ronan go was Linda's last mercy. Go to a distant cousin of mine. Ronan's answer was vague, and he didn't really want to reveal his plan to Linda. I wish you a safe journey. The most important thing has been solved. Next, a pretty face flashed in Lin's mind. Miss Miko. What potion formula? What ownership of Prey Town? None of them are as important as her. She is a pharmacist. She is the most precious. Lin and Ronan left the cellar together. It was already bustling outside. He can wait for Old Cherry to report to him for the details. Everyone was gathered in the small square, and they squatted with their heads in their hands, imitating each other. The undead have already found work for themselves. But unfortunately most of them are dead. It takes a long time to run from the Star Dragon outpost. And there are definitely not enough people at the moment. The soldiers in Prey Town were a little annoyed when they saw Lin and Ronan coming out together. How many mayors have been changed in one day? They haven't even had time to get to know each other. And the boss has changed. Most people still hope that Ronan can continue to be the mayor. Although he exploits people severely, he will also provide protection. The new adults are too murderous. And they are afraid. Can I take my brother with me? Ronan looked at his brother Rock, turned to Lin and asked. He is not my prisoner. Lin said Ronan could do whatever he wanted. The 2 brothers supported each other and left. The city gate opened, and the backs of the 2 brothers gave hope to the residents, who were squatting with their heads in their arms. They stretched their necks and looked at the gate eagerly. But at the same time of hope, they were also very afraid. The 2 brothers Ronan were not afraid of the disasters outside. Wanderers, etc. But they were just ordinary people. Going out would be a death. What will happen if I stay? I won't be skinned and blood drawn. Will I? An undead came up to Lind and said, Lord. The undead pointed at the 2 brothers who left at the gate, then wiped his neck and said, Needs it? Keep your word and let them go. It must be said that this group of undead really likes to add drama to themselves. Which really means that the drama is stolen. Lin looked around at the residents squatting with their heads in their hands. There were less than 100 of them. But they were already quite a lot. These are all people. And they don't look like undead. He walked towards Old Cherry. And as he bowed and waited respectfully, he said, Let everyone register and record detailed information, including name, age, where they come from, what they do for a living, what skills they are good at, etc. Yes. Old Cherry nodded. He just needed to say yes now. And Linda asked, Miss Miko, has she left Prey Town? Old Cherry looked at Linda with wide eyes. I didn't expect you to be such a lord. The last time they met was late at night. But the rabbit tooth, which left a very deep impression on Linda. Whether it was her cute face, her little rabbit teeth, her silver white hair, or her hamster-like pockets. She hadn't changed much when they met again. Except that her facial features looked clearer in the cold sunlight. Linda could feel the faint aura from her. I didn't expect Miss Miko to be a strong man of the Great Knight class. But I was too ordinary to notice it last time. Miss Miko, I'm sorry for asking you to come here. Linda glanced at the undeads, who were surrounding him from a distance while speaking. Luckily, most of the dead have returned to the resurrection point. Otherwise this place would definitely be surrounded by 3 layers of people. The situation is not very good now. And everyone is like they have never seen a woman. Lord Linda, I don't know what you want to do with me. Miko looked up at Linda, feeling a little unhappy. Why is this person so tall? Looking up at people makes your neck tired. Maybe Miss Miko, you would be interested in making potions? Linda said, I want to hire you as a pharmacist at Star Dragon Outpost. Materials, gold stamps, potions. Miss Miko counted on her fingers. She didn't think that the poor Linda half a month ago could take out what she wanted. Even if he could take it out, At most, he could make a potion? It's not a waste of time. She just wants to find a buyer now. No problem, Linda said, whether it's the heart of disaster, the potion herbs, the mutant plants, or any part of the disaster. It's not a problem. Undead people can do it themselves. And they never get tired of it. Miko sniffed, feeling annoyed. This person didn't tell the truth. Maybe he only had 1 or 2 potion materials. He said it was not a problem. But he was just bragging. How many do you want to make? At least 60. How many? Lynn seemed to see long rabbit ears on her head. 60. And it's just a preliminary estimate. There will be more in the future. Miko's brainstorm has already begun. I deduct 1 material for each potion. 60 is 60. And there are losses. Which means I can earn at least 70 or 80 materials. Even if I return it later, it's no problem. Her eyes are getting brighter and brighter. And her eyes gradually change when she looks at Linda. As expected, tall people are very reliable. Much more reliable than the stingy and cunning short fat man like Ronan. I wasted so much time trying to get some benefits from Ronan. In addition, I also hope that Miss Miko can provide other potions. Linda continued, and help research other potion formulas. Do you have other potion formulas? Miko looked at Linda and sighed in her heart. This man is so pleasing to the eye. Chapter 66 Very White. Old Cherry did not give a good impression. He was sarcastic and liked to scheme. But today Lynn found several advantages in him: strong insight, eloquent, flexible thinking, and the ability to put himself in the right position. It is difficult to find a person who can think in this magical wasteland. Most people's muscles are always 1 step faster than their brains. Lynn watched Old Cherry arrange and give a speech. He wanted to increase the population. So it became very important to appease the residents of Prey Town. In terms of playing a heroic leader and a speaker, Lynn can easily do it by following his blood and instinct. He can make the cowardly people passionate and can also inspire people. Just like a lion leading a group of lions. It's like standing beside the wheat waves in the sun, with a holy light. There are already immortals who describe him like this. But every profession has its own specialty. His method is feasible for people with faith. But for the people at the bottom who are struggling to survive like dung beetles, the dry heart will not be revitalized by personal charm. Only interests can do it. A place to sleep well, enough food to eat tomorrow, etc. Old Cherry used some coercion and inducement in his speech, which Lynn could hear when he was listening to the undead people complaining. You don't want to. It has almost become Old Cherry's standard speech. This Mayor Old Cherry looks too familiar. Could it be that he is from a poor family? The undead looked at Old Cherry differently, which meant that Old Cherry might be fooled by the undead. And his future days would not be easy. Linda couldn't help but nod in his heart. The smell was indeed very strong. Although he disdained to threaten a group of powerless people, he had to admit that Old Cherry helped him save a lot of energy. The radiant Old Cherry didn't find anything wrong with what he said. He gently patted his dirty plush robe, like an elegant noble tidying up his robe embroidered with gold thread, and at the same time finished his speech. Pre-town will not change much, and life will not change much. You can trust Lord Linda and his knights. Lord Linda also promised to give you more help than before. Linda turned his head to look at Miss Miko, who was standing not far away. She once again carried the exaggerated huge bag on her back. The rabbit tooth, which really got a lot of good things in Prey Town. When will we go to your territory? We'll leave later. The walls of Prey Town are too low. The soldiers are too weak. And the geography is too remote. Linda really can't find a reason to stay. He also wants to add NPCs to his Star Dragon outpost. But it's impossible to take them all back at once. It's better to treat this place as a second gathering place for the undead to visit, to satisfy the impulse of some people to run around. It is necessary to get close to the undead, but not too close. It is difficult to find the right balance. He is trying in many ways. What else do you want to find? The rabbit tooth, which looked at Lind. In her opinion, the most precious thing in Prey Town has been obtained by him. The potion formula, and all the potions that Ronan has. Oh, by the way, because the rabbit tooth, which is fully responsible for brewing potions from now on, half of those potions are hers. It is reasonable to charge half of the materials as processing fees. Of course, Lind has to pay for the processing fees separately. And the part he collected is processing fee. I said it privately. Some basic configuration. Linda was waiting for Old Cherry to bring the registration information. According to his guess, If Prey Town really has complete configurations, like other novice villages, then the signboard, pharmacist, merchant, and blacksmith are all necessary. Merchant Old Cherry. Pharmacist Miko. Signboard. No one stipulates that the signboard must be a beautiful woman. So it seems that anyone can be the signboard. Whether it is Mad Wolf, Ronin, or Rock. Linda leaned towards Mad Wolf in his heart. He even smelled the development law that made him feel bad after the appearance of Mad Wolf and the new nobles. Maybe, the new nobles brought changes to the world, which is an unstoppable trend. Maybe, the old nobles, like the disaster, will become the main enemy? He hoped that he was wrong. Although according to the basic setting of the game, there is no new force rising. It is more in line with the setting for players to follow the new forces to clean up the remnants of the old gods. Main line. Lin cautiously turned his attention away, and then continued to study how to improve the competitiveness of his Star Dragon outpost. Just do it step by step. At worst, he can abandon his martial arts and claim to be a half-blood. So he is not a Goliath noble. Anyway, the final right of interpretation is his own. The last necessary configuration is a blacksmith, who can help repair weapons, sell weapons, and forge, upgrade, and inlay equipment. He is not making up requirements, but similar roles have already appeared in other novice villages. What others have? Star Dragon Sentry must have too. Who says a makeshift team can't develop? Now Star Dragon Sentry is the best developed among a group of novice villages. Although his novice village may be a fake one. While waiting, Lin still found a local soldier and asked, "Is there a blacksmith in Prey Town?" "Yes." "Find him." "But he was killed during the siege by your men." "Fuck. Undead people. Do you know what you did?" Linda took a deep breath. Who did he learn forging from? Is his master or apprentice still alive? His wife is still alive. I'll go see his wife. In Linda's impression, the blacksmith's wife might be wearing a headscarf and an apron, holding a red-hot iron clamp in one hand and a sledgehammer in the other. Every time she raised her arm, she would smell like a body odor and laugh like a barbell. But when he saw the blacksmith's wife with his own eyes, he felt that he was really superficial. She was a pretty person, weak and gentle, with a bookish temperament. The smell of a married woman is very strong. "Sir." The blacksmith's wife looked at Lin calmly, without any resentment. Perhaps she had expected this day to come. Lin arrived just in time, because he found that the blacksmith's wife was already packing up her belongings. It seemed that she had found a new buyer? What did the blacksmith leave behind? Lin retracted his gaze. Although the blacksmith's wife was not particularly beautiful, she was far inferior to his fiancée, Tayanibi, and the cute and innocent Miss Miko. But Miss Miko can't be touched. A man who hasn't seen me for many years can't stand this kind of tone. He has reason to believe that after being promoted to a great knight, all aspects of his body have been strengthened, including desires and impulses. Lin pulled his eyes away from the other's white wrist. He admitted that he thought of it after seeing the white arm. Well, Lu Sun was right. He really wanted to do that now. The blacksmith's wife looked back and said, "Some of his tools are in there." "Lien, I'm here to pick you up." There was a voice outside shouting. But after seeing Lin, it immediately calmed down. He didn't even dare to look at the blacksmith's wife and turned around and ran away. It was so abrupt that people couldn't react. Why did he run away? "Your man?" Lin looked back at the embarrassed figure and asked with a smile. "The pursuer." The blacksmith's wife looked resentful. A person who found a taker right after her husband died must have a very clever way. And she still kept her white and clean clothes in the doomsday, which showed her ability even more. The other party obviously misunderstood that Linda wanted to occupy the blacksmith's wife, so he gave up on her and ran away. Linda didn't care about her love life at all. After carefully looking at the blacksmith's forging tools, he could conclude that maintaining weapons and forging weapons are absolutely two different things. Even if he got the tools, he wouldn't be able to forge iron. "How much forging knowledge do you know?" Linda asked casually. "Almost everything." The blacksmith's wife raised her hand and rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white and slender arms. "It's really white." Linda's eyes were attracted, and then fell on her face. "Just understand?" She seemed to notice the erratic look in Linda's eyes, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "I can't forge iron." He is reluctant, but he often tells me what he knows. I listen and see more, and I will learn. She was a little happy to notice the Lord's gaze. Maybe losing a useless man is not a bad thing. There are better ones in front of her. Work for me. Lin said, I don't need you to forge iron. But I need your knowledge. I will ensure your survival. At least not worse than before. My pleasure. Sir! Her voice jumped with joy, which made Lin a little confused. But he didn't care too much. Although there is no blacksmith, he can train himself. So the problem is not too big. After solving the blacksmith problem, Lin no longer needs to stay. And it's time to return to Xinglong Post. When the blacksmith's wife Lian saw Miss Miku, she felt a sense of crisis in her heart. A strong competitor. She is whiter and more beautiful than herself. But her figure is not prominent. Maybe the Lord likes her more. She glanced at Lin's strong back, and her eyes were slowly pulled by his handsome and tough profile. Chapter 67 Black Knight. Chapter 67 Black Knight. Outside Prey Town. Rock lowered his head, ashamed of saving his brother before he left. What should we do now? Without Prey Town, there is nothing. Brother Ronan was panting. It was difficult for him to march quickly with his fat body. His fat body slowed down his speed. But they had to find a place to stay before the sun set. After looking back several times on the way, and making sure that Linda had not sent anyone to hunt him down, Ronan was a little surprised that there would be such a fool who would keep his promise. Hearing his brother's voice at this time, Ronan became even more angry. Go around the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain. Then go south. Go to Goliath or other places. And find the old nobles. If we still want to survive. Not the new nobles? Rock looked up in confusion. Even if the new nobles of the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain did not have a good impression of his brothers because of the loss of Prey Town, everyone knew that the new nobles were the masters of the new world. What good would it be to join the old nobles, who are rotting and growing fungi like rotten wood? We ourselves have the label of the old nobles. Ronan wanted to rub a fireball and press it on his brother's head. Maybe a stone, or even a pile of feces on his neck, would be more useful than his head. Even if we don't have noble blood, we have sworn allegiance to the old nobles. Rock opened his mouth and retorted, we can also swear allegiance to the new nobles. They don't lack people to be loyal to. But they lack the heads of the old nobles as decorations. Ronan revealed the essence of the matter. Ronan, who was able to survive in this world, not only quickly integrated into the rhythm of the apocalypse, but also maintained the political sensitivity before the apocalypse. Either have absolute power or rely on absolute power. Ronan turned his head and looked behind him again. From his position, he could no longer see the town of Prey. In his original plan, he would hide in a remote corner of the kingdom and dominate the world. If he could research a more advanced potion with the help of the rabbit-toothed witch, he might be able to complete the mission of the process of turning from old to new. As long as he becomes a great knight, all problems can be solved. Unfortunately, he has a stupid brother. The two brothers deliberately avoided the direction of the Star Dragon post and took the small road. The whistling sound of the wind suddenly became rapid. The loud bangs were like hammers hitting the ground rhythmically. Ronan immediately noticed something was wrong. His body's survival instinct was faster than his brain's reaction speed. He fell to the ground and rolled into a ball and turned on the ground, avoiding the hammer that was hitting him. Puff! Something hot splashed on his face. Ronan, who was lying on the ground, finally looked up and saw that his brother Rock, who had just walked side by side with him, was split open from the waist, leaving only the lower half of his body. Blood gushed out like a spring. Rock! Ronan had no time to feel sad. He jumped forward on the ground with his belly bulging like a frog, and his body quickly rose on the spot and moved forward a distance. A black shadow attacked, and the long-handled weapon chopped down the place where Ronan had just been lying. This time, Ronan finally saw the other person clearly. A monster. It looked like a horse. But if it was a horse, it was too big. It looked very much like a creature called an elephant that appeared in the southwest desert. It was covered with long black hair. It did not have a horse neck, but a huge beast's mouth with bared fangs and no eyes. A human's upper body grew above the hind legs of the horse. It was called a centaur, but its human body was not in the front limbs, but in the hind limbs, which looked a little too weird. He held a spear in both hands. The tip of the spear was still dripping with blood from his brother. He looked like a knight riding on the butt of a beast, capable of both offense and defense, and full of weirdness. Ronan prayed to Uni in his heart, and the magic power condensed in his palm. The Black Knight did not move, grinning as he watched Ronan prepare magic, until the fireball that was enough to melt steel, distort space, and drip with turbidity was successfully condensed in his palm. The Black Knight finally took action and rushed towards Ronan with the sound of a heavy hammer hitting the ground. The fireball was thrown. Pop! The fawn-like mouth in front of the Black Knight hit the hot fireball that could melt steel. But it was easily bitten and shattered by that mouth. The flames burst, but did not cause much damage. The Upper Knight. The Black Knight turned into a gust of wind, and with a spear, Ronan suddenly felt that his head was freed from the restraints of his bloated body and flew towards the sky, higher and higher. I heard it. Ronan was surprised. It's Uni. Until his death, Ronan's face was filled with surprise. Bang! The head hit the ground, and a large piece of red blood was smashed. The huge horse hoof followed closely and stepped on Ronan's head, easily crushing it, causing the blood plasma to explode completely in a radial manner. The sound of hooves soon became farther and farther away. To the Black Knight, it seemed like he had only done a trivial thing. Prey Town was still very wealthy, especially when Lin saw the mutant packhorse. The smile on his face was almost unconcealed. Horses were the real wealth. All the stuff of the blacksmith in Prey Town must be brought along. And of course, the most important thing is the blacksmith's wife Lien. The rabbit-toothed witch Miss Miko and her huge package occupied a carriage. There were no undead accompanying them on this return trip. Linda did not issue an escort mission because the undead were immersed in exploring Prey Town. Pick up garbage and search boxes. Old Cherry called this group of people Undead Knights. He believed that the undead were Linda's loyal subordinates and gave them great respect. Linda had never thought of letting Old Cherry master the method of commanding the undead players to work. The only place where the system could issue tasks was at the Star Dragon outpost. Sir, please drink some water. Lien came to Linda with a water bag. It was getting dark, and they had just walked halfway, so they took a break. Lien found the opportunity and came to Linda's side. Linda glanced at the water bag, thanked him, unplugged it, and poured water into his mouth. The water was cold, but Linda didn't need to worry about it at all given his body temperature. Moreover, there is a refreshing fragrance and sweetness. Linda looked at the water bag in his hand with some doubt, and then he sniffed lightly and smelled the sweet smell on the kettle. The source of the smell was Lien. She pinched a black dried fruit and put it into her mouth. This is a sour plum. Lien noticed Linda's gaze, so she pinched another dried fruit with 2 white fingers and put it in front of Linda. He already knew the source of the sweet and sour taste. This woman is really good. Miss Miko, who was standing by, looked at the two of them as if she was watching a play. When Lin turned to look at her, she immediately smiled. Her cheeks were raised high. Her little rabbit teeth looked very cute, and her eyes curved into crescents seemed to say that she was innocent and saw nothing. Can this kind of sour plum be planted? Lin took the dried fruit from Lien's hand and looked at it in front of his eyes. Lien replied, it seems to be the fruit of a mutant plant, with a thick and sour skin. But it tastes sweet and sour after being pickled with honey. Are you really the wife of the blacksmith and not the mistress of the god of blacksmiths? Pickling with honey. What a luxury. Linda doesn't even have sugar to eat now, let alone weigh sweetness to make this kind of dried fruit. The dead blacksmith was too good to his wife. Linda's thoughts drifted away slowly. The more things he could cultivate and plant, the better. He had a group of hard-working serfs who would rather spend money to plant the land. Sir? Lien found himself being left aside, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Sir? She wanted to seize the initiative in front of the girl with rabbit teeth, but her charm was actually overshadowed by a black dried fruit. She couldn't accept it. Let's go now that we have rested enough. Linda didn't care about Lien's reaction. There will be a lot of trouble after dark. Going back earlier can avoid trouble. Yes. Lien reluctantly sat in the carriage behind Linda. Fortunately, Linda didn't refuse this time. But he was lost in thought, and obviously didn't intend to pay attention to her, seeing that there was no show to watch. The rabbit tooth, which on the side protected her package from beginning to end. Nothing could make her leave even a step. You can't lose your treasure even if you want to have fun. Walking along the path, under the western sun, the mountains in the distance that grew randomly like fangs began to show their hideousness. The star dragon sentry lying on the horizon, like a beetle, also appeared in the eyes of the two women. The flying smoke was like a cloud-making machine, pinching black clouds to fly into the sky, and also covering the already dark sky even darker. The smell was pungent. The sky was filled with plant ash, and the air was seriously polluted. Is this the Star Dragon outpost? Miss Miko looked at the building in front of her, and was a little surprised. It was different from the military outpost she imagined. And it didn't look like a remote place. She couldn't even think of a suitable adjective. She just felt that it was very strange. A group of people were building some large equipment, such as catapults and crossbow beds. He even saw a group of people smelting iron. These technologies are confidential. Even if you don't take credits to a certain level in the Star Magic School, you will never be allowed to read related knowledge. Why can the people here calmly use so many low-level things to replicate? Pieces of iron ingots were thrown aside, shocking Miss Miko's spirit. She even had a feeling that the way this group of people refined the iron ingots was more efficient. But it seemed that there were a lot of impurities in the iron ingots. There was another group of people next to them, who used another method to remove impurities, with a clear division of labor. It seemed that there was some formula, and they kept muttering it in their mouths. Miss Miko was just a little curious. She was not an alchemist, but an orthodox witch of potion studies, and she had her own expertise. This is Star Dragon Outpost. Linda nodded. You will get used to life here. The undead really change every day. I didn't expect that they really accelerated their industrialization. It's a pity that even if they really made bullets, the power would hardly threaten a real great knight, let alone injure a high-ranking great knight. When Linda led the two women into Star Dragon Outpost, the undead had already noticed the situation here, and quietly came over to observe. Two young and beautiful female NPCs will definitely cause a huge sensation. Especially Miss Miko, who looks just like Otaku. There are new NPCs. After conquering that prey town, it's normal to refresh a group of NPCs. Finally, a good-looking NPC has arrived. I declare that she is my wife now. Put on your pants first. Chapter 68, I am Miss Miko's dog. At night, a bowl of hot winter soup made from the flame grass ground by the undead with their lives, coarse rock salt, and jackal meat, served with bread baked from the ground powder of the mutant thorn rhizome. Ha! Looking at Luna's slightly rounded face, you can tell how comfortable she has been recently. The two new ladies who joined the Star Dragon Outpost were not polite either. No one would be polite about eating. Lind looked at his bowl, which was full of meat, and could not see the soup. Meat Soup said, there is no problem with food for the time being. Not only here, but also in Prey Town. It's not that he is too generous, but the undead are a little too crazy about farming. And there is a hidden burden of not being able to eat all the food. The farmland in the Mad Sage village should be completely scrapped soon. After taking control of Prey Town, Lin must come up with a new monetary policy. And the gold seal bill will definitely not work. In his opinion, using the blessed weapon as a money printing machine is simply a waste of resources. And it is also important to get rid of the influence of the two Ronin brothers. It is a good choice to promote Rand Gold Coin again. And the currency of the undead and NPC must be separated. Otherwise it is difficult to guarantee whether some undead will go to extremes. Everyone nodded. As the number of people gradually increased, the habit of eating together had to be changed. The room was not so big, and could not accommodate more than a dozen people. After dinner, the blacksmith's wife Lian frequently looked at Linda, with her eyes showing no concealment. Linda was also greedy. He was hanging out with a group of men every day. Did he really think he was a saint? If he had chosen him, he would still envy Ronin's decadent life. But who knows? What really pushes Lind forward is not the mission or the honor, but his biggest reliance now, the undead players. So he could only suppress his inner impulse, arrange Lian to temporarily live with Luna, and then go into another room with Miss Miko, who was carrying a huge backpack. The most important thing is to make potions. What potion do you have? Lin's eyes were on the silver-white hair of the rabbit-toothed witch. Like an illusion, a touch of moonlight fell on the ends of her hair. When he looked up, the moonlight suddenly disappeared again. There are 5 kinds now. Miss Miko raised 4 white and tender fingers and shook them in front of Lind. One is a boost potion. One is a healing potion. And the other is an energy potion. Thinking of the boost potion he had spent a lot of money on before. Lind never drank it. What else? You gave it to me. Lind suddenly realized that it was the advanced magic potion he got from the Church of the Sun. The last one. He saw that Miss Miko didn't seem to want to explain. Could it be that she herself became a witch's potion? Witch? A follower of Uni. She pointed at herself. If I'm not chosen by Uni, I will become a monster, which is very dangerous. I believe no one is willing to create an opponent with the same power as themselves, let alone Miss Miko. Even if Lin wanted to train undead to fight for him, he couldn't just give his Great Knight potion to the undead. If there were 60 more Great Knights in a blink of an eye, who would be the Star Dragon outpost? Linda asked. Where is the potion formula you got from Ronan? Miss Miko's eyes widened. What? That's mine. I don't know how to make potions, but I need them. Linda emphasized. We agreed on that before. Right? Indeed. Miss Miko nodded, looking like she was being cheated. I can give you some materials as compensation. If you want gold stamps or other currencies. Just materials, she shouted immediately, fearing that Linda would want to compensate her in other ways. Only a fool would not agree. She could have saved one potion. And now Linda offered to give her the materials. Doesn't that mean that she can make 3 potions by brewing 1 potion? Yeah. Linda nodded. He didn't care how much benefit Miss Miko could make from it, as long as no one died and she didn't feel exploited. Well, we have a deal. Of course. Linda nodded. So what other potion formula do you know? And the potion you gave me. Miss Miko's face was a little unhappy. I was right before. Ronan is the witch of spells. A witch who casts spells. A heretic who is not recognized by Uni. Who deceived Uni with the power of magic potion and was able to use Uni's power. What's the difference between her and a witch? Linda pointed at her. Miss Miko cleared her throat, of course. She could only use some specific magic. And she can't listen to Uni. And she will never reach the top in her life. I see. Linda nodded and asked, can you make this kind of magic potion? Miss Miko gritted her teeth and widened her eyes, like an angry rabbit. That's a heretic who stole Uni's power. That's an insult to the noble moon. Linda looked at her, waiting for a response. The next moment, Miss Miko crossed her arms and her aura was swept away. She said calmly, it costs more. Uh-huh. Okay. Money? Materials? Not a problem at all. Anything else? Linda felt that Miss Miko was definitely the most valuable one among the NPCs he had kidnapped. Experience potion. Miss Miko nodded. I just got this potion formula from Rock. It can help people master their own power faster and gain stronger power. How long does it take to make a bottle of potion? It won't take an entire night every time. Will it? The efficiency is too slow. It takes more time the first time. And there is no way to determine whether it is successful. Someone must conduct experiments to study new potion formulas. Miss Miko said, if it succeeds the first time, I can brew more than a dozen pots of potion at a time in the future. Linda nodded. The efficiency sounds okay. Oh, it's not right. Why do I feel something is wrong? The first time. Someone is conducting experiments. Huh? He exhaled. These are not a problem. You can tell me what you need to make the potion. Or you can go to the government affairs office and post a task there. Post a task? She chewed on this sentence. I'll take you to post a task once, and you'll understand. This time Miss Miko nodded straightforwardly. I know. Besides, there's one more thing. Linda asked. I got ahead. Can you reverse the potion? He told the story of the two-headed man. And the only one who could help was Miss Miko. Impossible. She refused without thinking. It's not difficult to reverse the potion. But in the past few years since the development of potion science, there is only one method that can be used to reverse the potion. Exhaustive. That is to say, reverse the potion every time requires a lot of potion and a lot of life to be wasted. This doesn't seem to be a problem. Lin looked at the closed door, and his sight seemed to have passed through the door and saw the busy figures outside. Miko, could the person in front of me be a follower of Zasa, the god of death? New mission. Miss Miko's magic potion shop. Build a magic potion shop for Miss Miko. And you can open the magic potion shop function. The silkless beautiful leg standing at the door of the government hall shouted, come quickly. Complete the mission, and the territory will be updated. Miss Miko, who was standing next to the silkless beautiful legs, smiled with rabbit teeth, looked at the strange faces, and said, thank you for your hard work. When the magic potion shop opens, you can come to me to buy various magic potions. But before that, I want to tell you my requirements. She just wanted to go to bed and talk about housing tomorrow. But she didn't expect Lin to let her issue tasks directly, and told her that as long as it was not too outrageous, any demand she had for a house could be met. She thought Lin was a bit exaggerated before, but looking at the undead people who gathered enthusiastically, she found that she was wrong. Maybe Lin's prestige in Star Dragon Outpost is really unmatched. I need a 2-story building with an attic and a basement. Miss Miko imagined her needs. Then, there are rooms. She gestured, but couldn't explain it clearly. Is it like this? A green-haired figure came over. Miss Miko accidentally glanced at the other person's face, and was shocked. There are people who are so ugly. But when she saw the paper in the other person's hand, she was surprised and nodded quickly. Yes. That's it. You draw it very well. Uh-huh. Hand drawing. No big deal. But I may have to make some changes here. Miss Miko made full use of her cuteness, and found that this group of people liked her like this. Without paying anything. Just smile and think. You can achieve your goal. Is there anything better than this in the world? Her smile disappeared until an inappropriate shout came from the crowd. I am Miss Miko's dog. Calf. Calf. Slurp prprpr. No wonder Lynn told her that these undead people were a little abnormal in their brains. Now she wanted to kick their heads with the witch's blessed feet. Chapter 69 Magical Ichor. In the morning, when Miss Miko came out of her room and looked at the building rising from the ground, she finally understood why the Lord asked her to release the task early last night. Dozens of people worked tirelessly and built the frame of Miss Miko's house in one night. When the sun peeked out from the top of the mountain, the first ray of sunlight split the cold wind that lingered at night, and the undead people immediately accelerated the construction speed, filling bricks and stones, pouring cement. Everything was in order. Miss Miko. Good morning. The undead also welcomed the most enthusiastic time, and rushed to the rabbit-toothed witch one by one, making her look confused. Until he saw Linda the rabbit-toothed witch. He breathed a sigh of relief and trotted over. Alas! What is the charm of our Lord? Why do NPCs, both men and women, like to revolve around him? The undead, who was moving bricks, sighed. Nonsense. He is the Lord. You are a footman. How can you compare? That's true. But my wife is so cute. Stop it. You keep talking about other people's wives as your own. Don't you have your own wives if you don't die? Stop talking. Hurry up and build a house for my wife Miko. Miko looked up at Linda. This group of people. She has never seen such people in her life. Generally speaking, the Lord is like the soldiers. And Linda is always close to the widow Lien. Lien's eyes are almost threaded when she looks at him. It must have something to do with him. You'll get used to it. Linda didn't know that his image had been affected, and said in a deep voice, Don't worry. They still have a bottom line. They do have a bottom line. At least they won't use force. After all, they can't even take off their pants. But the appearance of the rabbit tooth, which really broke his imagination. He really didn't expect that the other party had just appeared for a while, and was already recorded by a group of LSPs, and caused a very high heat. Even the wonderful CG videos of Linda, as a lord fighting the scavenger princess, the hyena old man, and the two-headed man and other boss were completely beaten. The video with explosive clicks is named, A Cute New NPC in the Territory. I just licked him like crazy. No novelty in the title. No novelty in the video content. And even a few seconds in total. A 3-no video crushed the video in which Linda appeared. It was also very popular, attracting many passers-by to pay attention to this game that has not yet been released. Now when you open the official website forum, there are many people asking when the game will be released, how to obtain the game qualification, and how to capture the female NPC. The face-pinching data post that was posted a while ago was pushed out again. Miko expressed doubt about Lynn's words. I want a quiet place where I will never be disturbed. Reverse potion? Lynn was excited. What else do you need? A lot of potions. And people who are not afraid of death. In the narrow and dark room, the witch with squinted eyes drew a needle of pus from the head that was split like a petal. The squirming and jumping liquid in the needle tube became very active after being freed from the restraints of the body. The first drop was put into a small bottle, and the ground potion powder was added. The mixture was kneaded and put into the stirring black-bottom crucible. Gulp gulp. Outside the door, Linda was flipping through Ronan's handwritten poems. Unlike the neatness of Praise the Sun, many contents were blurred, and he found a very important point. There were many onomatopoeias. Maybe Ronan was not copying excerpts when he copied, but copying while listening to the choir singing. Praise the Sun brought a ring to Linda's chest. What will the handwritten poems bring? Or nothing? If you want to know what will happen, drinking Ronan's spell witch potion is the most convenient way to verify it. But crossing from the sun to the moon may not be a good thing. A voice came from inside the door. And the drug can be tested. Lynn looked at the undead waiting in line in front and asked, "What's your name?" "Sydney's younger brother." The undead raised his right hand. After saying that, he looked at Lynn expectantly, as if waiting for him to read his ID. "Come in with me." Undead. He felt that he was asking a question in vain. It was easy to find experimental mice. A group of undead rushed to come. He selected a few of the strongest ones from the undead. Maybe they could hold on a little longer. "Yes, Lord. I think you might feel that the next scene will shock your conscience. Of course, you can also choose to quit. If we want to steal stronger power, we need to make sacrifices. The road to promotion is not as easy as imagined. I can give you some advice. Persistence without any doubt in your heart may help you succeed. Don't worry." "Sir." Sydney's brother nodded. "I understand. As for the pre-task, those who understand will understand. No one likes war. But war is always around us. So for peace, mastering the power that can absolutely destroy the enemy is the true meaning." Linda does not intend to portray himself as a war fanatic. But in this world, the only people who can survive are fanatics and pathological people. He not only said this to the undead, but also to himself. Lynn stopped in the small room in front and looked at the peaceful undead. He was a little envious of the undead, who just treated everything as a game. He pressed his palm on the wooden door, and the wooden door sighed and was gently pushed open, and a pungent smell came to his face. Lynn discovered that the rabbit-toothed witch had another talent besides hiding materials. She could always make the room look like an old stove with grease all over the floor when she used it for the first time. "Come on." Miko held a bottle of magic potion in her hand. Darkness rolled in it. "Are you sure it's okay?" Lynn sensed something ominous in the potion. "I think the two-headed man you mentioned may have taken the same path as Ronan." Miko gently shook the potion in his hand. And the potion, which seemed to have life, began to boil and surge, climbing up the wall, but would fall down immediately. "You mean, bypassing those whispers and only taking the power? I saw something in it, very similar to your power." She stopped there. "That is to say, the two-headed man's way of power may be the same as the sun's proof. But he finally used a tricky way to obtain power. Lynn, it's really unexpected. But it's a pity that everyone was killed. It's a pity that all the wanderers were killed. Otherwise, they could ask about the source of the two-headed man's power. You don't need it at all." She didn't understand why Lynn wanted power that was destined not to be promoted. It was more important to stay on the right path. She looked at the undead, waved at him and said, "You are likely to die." "No, you will definitely die." "Ah? Ah." Sydney's brother nodded. "I know." Seeing this, she couldn't say anything else. So she asked Lynn to help lock up the undead with handcuffs and leg cuffs. "Open your mouth." She held the potion in front of the undead. "Damn. It's worth it." Sydney's brother sighed, then opened his mouth with a lewd smile on his face. The potion laboratory was full of strange atmosphere, but the style became ambiguous because of his smile. Lynn's mouth twitched at the side. He still underestimated this group of people, and he had a feeling that even if they really died, the other party would be happy with it. After the potion went down his throat, Sydney's brother's body suddenly swelled up, and strength flowed through his body. Blood squeezed out of his facial features. The bones of the undead began to deform. The flesh on both sides of his cheeks festered, and his chin fell off. The speechless undead stared at his own changes with wide eyes until his eyes squeezed out of his eye sockets. Pop! Black pus gushed out, wrapping around the undead's head like a helmet. The corpse shook violently, and the body twitched. Lynn slowly raised his palm, ready to take action at any time. Fortunately, the corpse just twitched for a while before it exploded with a bang and turned into ashes. The iron chain fell to the ground. There was no trace left. How could it disappear? Miss Miko had not yet reacted. "Normal phenomenon," Lynn said. "They are a little different and can be resurrected." "Can they be resurrected?" She widened her eyes. "So that's why you said that you can experiment at will?" She couldn't hide the smile on her face. Lynn suddenly felt creepy. And then he heard Miko say, "So, I can really experiment and mix those potions. And keep experimenting." No. I don't need potion formulas at all. As long as I keep experimenting. No. There are not enough materials. Theoretically, you can do the experiment an unlimited number of times. Linda asked, "What happened just now?" He was really worried that Miko would become a human experiment maniac. Magic filth. Magical pus. Whatever you want to call it. That kind of thing will be born after taking the potion and something goes wrong. And it will become neither human nor ghost. Miko waved her hand indifferently. Call someone in for me later. Since there are endless white mice. She doesn't have to pretend to be a gentleman. By the way, can you call the person who died just now? I want to have a good chat with him about how he felt at that time. The real way to use the undead has been found. Chapter 70 Blacksmith Shop. Magic Potion Shop. Lien looked at her own blacksmith shop, which was only a dozen steps away from Miss Miko's magic potion shop. A distance that made her a little unhappy, although it was built according to the plan set by the Government Affairs Office. She wanted to be closer to the Lord. The frame of the house was built almost overnight, and it took only a few days to successfully build it. She looked at the man in front of her, who was introducing her. He had tied his silver hair into a ponytail, had snake-like pupils, a hooked nose, and a name that was also weird in the style of an undead. So weird that it was hard to pronounce. Lien cared more about his appearance than his strange name. She had already met several of his brothers outside. They looked almost exactly the same, and liked to run around with two swords on their backs. Lien looked at the environment of the blacksmith shop. It was better than that of Prey Town. The space was larger, and the walls were stronger. The flames rolled and baked the new house that had just been built. The burning sensation on her left face was more severe, which made her subconsciously recall the life in Prey Town. Turning her eyes to the inner room, a large door successfully isolated the heat of the stove. I believe that in the summer, the existence of this door will allow people to rest better, and will not be disturbed by the high temperature outside. With a gentle push, the wooden door slowly opened. Well, there was a single bed in the room, and there was even a cupboard. After entering the room and closing the door, Lien was successfully isolated from the outside temperature. The cold air made Lien dazed for a moment. The environment here was not much different from that in Prey Town. The only difference was that she could no longer eat dried fruits every day, quietly waiting for her man to give her various things to please her, and to be taken out as his accessory to show off. It was because of this show-off that many people were eyeing her. Would she miss that kind of life? Of course not. No one wants to be someone else's vassal. Of course, you have to make some sacrifices to fill your stomach. Her body is Lien's capital. She can live in this way until she is old and ugly. But people are always dissatisfied. It's different now. It's hard to say where it's different. But looking at her own room, she seems to have her own world. The music of the choir echoes in her ears. She feels that she may have really been purified in some way, the feeling of freedom. Maybe Lien could see that the Lord really valued the blacksmithing skills in her mind, even if it was just experience and skills on paper. So if you want to seize freedom, you have to work hard to show your value beyond your body. Why is it a single bed? She was a little dissatisfied. The blacksmithing skills were enough to attract the Lord. So if you had the body, wouldn't it mean that she would win for sure? She already knew the logic of the Star Dragon outpost. She earned gold coins by working. And of course, she would be given a lot of gold coins for spending in the early stage, when she needs something, such as iron ore, iron ingots and other materials. She can take the gold coins to the government office to issue a commission. And then the undead will complete her commission and finally pay the gold coins. Similarly, she basically relies on the undead to earn gold coins, repair weapons, sell or recycle weapons, armor, etc. It seems that Rand gold coins play the role of currency in it. But in fact there is a big difference, because the gold coin reward when issuing tasks is fixed, for the same iron or task. If the first iron or collection task gives a 5 gold coin reward, then the same collection tasks in the future must all be 5 gold coins, which directly balances the task price with tough means. When she was recycling iron or as a blacksmith, she could determine how much money the undead needed to spend based on her inventory, and she had relatively independent rights. Similarly, for Lien and others, the role of gold coins was to issue commissions. Only Lin could ensure that gold coins could be circulated as currency in the Star Dragon outpost and maintain their value. The peculiar currency system established by him alone. If something happened to him one day, I am afraid that the entire currency system would collapse. This made no difference to Lien. She came for Lin. And of course she would leave after Lin failed. Her main task now is still ironwork. Can she forge iron with just knowledge? She needs to hire a few workers who can help her forge ironwork. It requires a lot of strength. She seemed to smell the stinky sweat of her dead man again, and her brows could not help but frown. The undead, who had completed the work before had left. Lien walked alone on the small road inside the Star Dragon outpost. While she was sighing at the high efficiency of the undead, she did not forget to observe around. The Rabbit-Tooth Witch's potion shop has been built. The style is completely different from his own blacksmith shop. However, it has not really started to move in at this time, so the potion shop looks rather deserted. The witch has been very busy recently, and the Lord often goes to see her. Dong! The ground groaned. Lien noticed the expressions of the undead on both sides. They seemed to have seen something, and their emotions became high, from whispering to swearing one after another. There is no need to look up to find, because the figure who is more than half a head taller than the people around him has appeared in Lien's sight. The rogue's shabby clothes and armor are no different, but he is taller than all the undead, which makes the people who are watching him feel more stressed. This is a burly two-headed giant. One head grows on his neck, but the second head hangs on the left side of his neck like an abscess. His eyes tremble slowly with every breath, ready to open, but always stay in the half-open stage. What's wrong with you? I stuck successfully. The two-headed giant sounded quite excited. I have temporarily broken through the level limit, and now I am at level 11. Lien looked at the undead people who were in a frenzy, full of confusion. Tell me, brother, what happened? Go and give Miss Miko's quest. Being her experimental guinea pig will give you a chance to succeed. Damn. It can't be the only quest. It seems to have stopped. The quest can't be accepted. The only level 11 in the server? Are you kidding? The research on the two-headed potion came to an end for the time being. It wasn't that Miko felt successful. On the contrary, the application of the exhaustive method made her more and more handy. She used a large amount of potion materials, and used the order that only existed in her imagination before. And the most important thing is communication. She can feed potions to the mouths of undead people, watch their bodies twist and deform and die, and then ask them about their feelings after they are resurrected. Prepare potions according to the exact situation, no longer researching blindly. It's a pity that such an interesting potion experiment was soon stopped by Lind. Because of the continuous experiments, the potion materials have been in short supply, and the speed of waste is far beyond imagination. And Lind seems to be very satisfied with her current research. We haven't figured out the true formula of the two-headed man yet. Miko was a little reluctant. She certainly wouldn't admit that she had made a lot of money in the process of brewing this potion. Even the basic materials needed for the potion that she touched the upper level were gathered together, so that she had enough trial and error opportunities to study and brew the most perfect potion. It's time to open the potion shop. Linda shook his head. Of course he knew that Miko was enriching herself. But so what? You can make 1 bottle of potion, or even 2 bottles, as long as you don't get sick of making potions. Anyway, the price I sell to the undead will only be higher. On the contrary, it is more important for Linda to produce potions stably like cattle and horses. Miss Miko nodded very obediently, and Linda's next words made her smile even more. Before opening, you must prepare enough potions, such as energy potions, healing potions, etc. Send materials? Miss Miko laughed so hard that she forgot to hide her rabbit teeth. It's time to make money again. Seeing the little mule and horse baring their teeth and imagining the bright future with more and more potion materials, Linda's mood also became very good. If you want to work, it's a good thing to take the initiative to work. He was going to send out a task first. Preparation before the opening of the potion shop. Miss Miko's potion shop is about to open, but there is not enough storage, so the opening time has to be extended, and certain potion materials are needed. Please collect the following potions and materials. Click to expand. Reward: you can get Miss Miko's exclusive potion, Two-Headed Giant Path Potion. The Two-Headed Giant Path Potion is not perfect, but it is enough to make the strength of the undead change qualitatively. Taking out this potion will definitely increase the cohesion of the Star Dragon outpost, and maybe more undead will be willing to gather here. Lin had no doubt about the efficiency of the undead people. Even if there were not enough potions, he believed they could make them up in various ways. However, the heart of disaster needed might be difficult to obtain. He looked back at Miss Miko, who was still immersed in the happiness of making a lot of money. He wondered if she would cry from working with at least 180 bottles of potions. Even if she did cry, it would probably be tears of happiness.